Lu Hao was an ordinary civil servant working in the county party office. But one night, he was suddenly taken away by the city's Discipline Inspection Commission, and his fate plummeted overnight. Moonlight streamed through the window lattice into the cramped bedroom, the air conditioner humming a cool breeze, while the room still carried the lingering warmth and lingering noise. Fang Jing, a fair-skinned and beautiful township schoolteacher recently engaged to Lu Hao, was coyly pleading to be transferred to a teaching position in the county seat. Lu Hao smiled faintly as he lit a cigarette and casually promised, "Tomorrow I'll call my cousin. One phone call, and it'll be settled." His cousin Lu Yuanda was the enormously powerful county party secretary, his strongest ally. Yet just as the two were about to enjoy a rare moment of happiness, a harsh knocking shattered the night's calm. Frowning with suspicion who would visit at 1 in the morning, Lu Hao changed into pajamas, opened the door reluctantly, only to find 3 figures standing solemnly outside. The woman at the forefront radiated an intimidating aura, clad in a sharp black dress, her eyes piercing. She introduced herself as Qin Yi from the City Discipline Inspection Office and insisted on taking him away for investigation. Shocked and anxious, Lu Hao protested, "May I ask what I've done wrong?" But Qin Yi only sneered, "You know better than anyone. Get dressed and come with us." Worry surged within him. Fang Jing overheard the exchange, terrified. As 2 men and 1 woman forced him out, he stepped beyond his threshold and into an unknown storm. Inside the black discipline inspection vehicle, Lu Hao's thoughts raced nervously. Was he being implicated somehow? His mind drifted immediately to his powerful cousin, Lu Yuanda. Sure enough, upon arriving at the county party guest house, harsh lights mercilessly illuminated the modest room, and Qin Yi coldly ordered him to sit. During the interrogation, Lu Hao remained silent, careful not to slip up or say anything that might become a trap. Qin Yi had earned a notorious reputation in party circles as the Black Widow, a young mid-level cadre known for ruthlessly investigating officials in education and transportation, instilling fear. Her own past was shrouded in legend. Widowed on her wedding night, aloof and severe, always dressed in black, cold and relentless. Suddenly, Qin Yi's tone softened, releasing a rare hint of warmth. "As long as you haven't violated discipline, you'll be fine. Have some water, try not to be nervous." Yet beneath that smile lay a storm of complexity, softness twisted with something eerie. Seizing the moment, Lu Hao asked, "Director Qin, why exactly have you brought me here?" She answered bluntly, "You're Lu Yuanda's cousin and trusted aide. Talk about his affair with Lu Ruyan and any illegal or disciplinary violations you know about." There was no room for evasion or denial. Lu Hao's heart sank. Clearly, his cousin was caught in a major crisis. The protector had now become the suspect. "So, my cousin really is in trouble," he murmured. The interrogation table before him had become the birthplace of these upheavals, a vortex slowly pulling all their fates in. Lu Hao realized this was no ordinary investigation. It was a deadly struggle of power and betrayal, a trial of life, death, and loyalty. The air was thick with invisible pressure and irreversible suspense. He had to decide, surrender or fight back. Swallowing hard, he cautiously spoke up again. "Lu Hao is Lu Yuanda's cousin, and because of that family connection, Lu Yuanda trusts him deeply. Lu Hao works as a full-time driver, but also handles a variety of odd jobs around the office. He is somewhat privy to many of Lu Yuanda's private affairs. Just yesterday, Lu Yuanda personally called him, laughing as he promised that this year Lu Hao would definitely be promoted to deputy section chief, with the full section chief position only a matter of time." That show of support left Lu Hao feeling warm inside for quite a while. Recently, Lu Yuanda had been moving around frequently, quietly pushing hard to secure the deputy mayor post. Lu Hao noticed all of this, but he never expected things to suddenly turn upside down overnight. Officials from the Discipline Inspection Commission appeared out of nowhere, catching everyone off guard. At this very moment, Lu Yuanda was likely locked in an interrogation room in the same building, being repeatedly questioned. Of course, Lu Hao knew about Lu Ruyan, the woman Qin mentioned. Lu Ruyan was both beautiful and talented, a formidable businesswoman with a delicate oval face, red lips, and a curvy figure. She owned several companies spread across the county, the city, and even rural areas, with projects blooming everywhere. At official banquets hosted by leaders of all levels, she always appeared as a captivating socialite, firmly entrenched in political circles. Lu Yuanda had shared many meals with her, and Lu Ruyan had been in his office several times. Each time, they locked the door, leaving outsiders clueless about what was discussed. Lu Hao had often driven his cousin to hotels owned by Lu Ruyan. Whether or not Lu Ruyan was Lu Yuanda's mistress, he never dared to say for sure. Lu Hao had also seen Lu Yuanda accept prepaid shopping cards and small gifts on multiple occasions. Qin Yi's questioning today clearly indicated that she had evidence of Lu Yuanda's misconduct, possibly even illegal acts. But which ones, or how many? Lu Hao was uncertain and didn't dare to guess. Facing Qin Yi, he honestly described Lu Ruyan dining with Lu Yuanda, but emphasized he couldn't confirm if they were lovers. Then he confessed to accompanying Lu Yuanda to banquets, taking public funds on trips, and accepting small gifts. In Lu Hao's judgment, these at worst violated the 8-point regulation but weren't serious enough to justify outright dismissal from the party or government posts, at most minor disciplinary consequences. The more he tried to weigh the severity lightly, the colder Qin Yi's expression grew. Her sharp gaze made his spine shiver. To avoid showing weakness, he forced himself to meet her eyes and act confidently. Lu Hao, you're dodging the key issues and your attitude is dishonest, Qin Yi said in a low voice after a pause. Lu Hao blinked and forced a weak smile. Director Qin, this is really all I know. I don't have any other information. Oh really? Qin Yi's lips curled into a slight sneer. Apart from Lu Ruyan, did Lu Yuanda never take money from anyone else? Like gold bars? Think carefully again. That question made Lu Hao's mind buzz loudly. Suddenly, he recalled a scene from a few months ago. The day he drove Lu Yuanda to dine with Lu Ruyan. Midway through the banquet, Lu Ruyan told someone to slip a cosmetic box into the trunk, saying it was a gift for Lu Yuanda. That night back at the county committee, Lu Yuanda asked him to carry the box into the office and then lock the door. Lu Hao never saw what was inside the box again. Now, with Qin Yi mentioning gold bars, could she be referring to that very box? Lu Hao's thoughts churned uneasily, and a chill ran through him. Whether or not Qin Yi had this lead in hand, he wouldn't speak of it. His cousin treated him well, and besides, he really didn't know what was inside the box. He couldn't do something so ungrateful. Director Qin, I'm sorry, I truly don't know, Lu Hao said solemnly, shaking his head again. Qin Yi sneered, crossing her arms. Lu Hao, since you say that, I'll give you some time to think it over. But let me warn you, obstructing the organization's investigation has serious consequences. You're still young, you graduated from a top university, kept your student status while serving in the military during college, and have solid abilities. Are you really willing to sacrifice your future just to protect Lu Yuanda? Her tone was filled with warning, clearly implying that if he lied again, he would face punishment. Director Qin, I'm not covering for Lu Yuanda, Lu Hao said, spreading his hands with an innocent look. I can't just accuse him without any proof. But inside, he had already decided. He must not say anything reckless. Good, so you've got some backbone, huh? Then well, wait it out. Qin Yi snorted coldly, motioning two colleagues in. She ordered in a low voice, keep a close watch on him. Don't let him sleep. Don't let him leave until he confesses. After throwing Lu Hao a fierce glare, she turned and left. The room was instantly left with just 3 people. 2 men sat opposite Lu Hao, neither speaking nor blinking, the air thick and suffocating like solidified cement. The second hand ticked on as the sky shifted from pitch black to dawn's pale light. Under this pressure, Lu Hao's body began to feel heavy, but he gritted his teeth and held on. The 2 guards opposite, however, nodded off repeatedly from fatigue. The door opened abruptly and Qin Yi reappeared. One of the men shook his head wearily at her. Lu Hao, you're stubborn, Qin Yi said, stepping to the table, her voice dropping coldly. Let me be clear, we've had the evidence all along. Now we're just waiting for you to fill in the gaps. Keep denying, and you'll be the one ruining your future. Lu Hao remained silent. Hearing this, he only became more convinced she was bluffing. No matter what Qin Yi said, he would keep his mouth shut. Wanted to see what tricks she'd try next. Go rest. Replace these 2 with others to keep watching him, and absolutely no sleeping allowed. I want to see how long he can hold out. Qin Yi finally snapped, her voice sharp as a blade. She had interrogated too many people. Since Lu Hao was unyielding, she had to use harsher tactics. The door opened again, and 2 new men came in. The thick curtains were suddenly pulled shut, plunging the room into pitch darkness. Bang! The spotlight on the table flashed on suddenly, a blazing beam stabbing into Lu Hao's eyes. He instinctively squinted, the world turning snowy white. Lu Hao, even if you're tight-lipped, they'll pry you open. Qin Yi's voice was cold and hard. Under the blinding light, Lu Hao's anger surged silently, but he kept his mouth shut and clenched his teeth, enduring the harsh glare. Time stretched like a taut rubber band, gradually grinding down his nerves. Finally, he heard the sound of high heels clicking away. Qin Yi had left the room. He didn't know how long had passed. Drowsiness crept in like a rising tide, his eyelids starting to flutter. No sleeping. A sudden shout exploded in the darkness, followed by a thunderous slam on the table. Lu Hao jerked upright, straightening his back. After that, whenever he closed his eyes, he was met with shouts and the spotlight turning even brighter. This back and forth went on for countless rounds. Lu Hao's mind was pushed to the brink of exhaustion. He finally understood why so many people who ended up in the Discipline Inspection Commission couldn't hold out and eventually broke down. It was just unbearably tough. The harsh light had been burning his eyes for who knew how long. They ached and felt like they might burst. Lu Hao kept his head bowed, sweat dripping from his hair onto the cold concrete floor, his mind empty except for the single word endure. Just as he wondered how many more minutes he could last, the blinding light suddenly went out, and darkness crashed in. The sudden loss of light made him shiver as if he'd been thrown from scorching heat into a freezing cellar. He couldn't help but tremble. Shaking his head, He forced his sore eyelids open, and through blurred vision, the first thing he saw was a pair of calm eyes. The light clicked back on, but now it was only a dim yellow bulb overhead, casting shadows that revealed a cold, beautiful face Genie, a faint, mocking smile playing at her lips. Then the curtains were drawn aside, and night flooded the room. Outside, under the pitch-black sky, countless lights from nearby homes blended into one sprawling river of stars pressed against the glass. In a daze, Lu Hao realized the day had passed, and that he had endured here for an entire day and night. Lu Hao, you can leave now, Chini said, her voice cool, but with an unmistakable authority. Lu Hao staggered to his feet, his legs numb as if filled with lead. What did you say? I said you can leave, Chini repeated, folding her hands behind her back, expression unreadable. Lu Yuanda couldn't hold out. He already confessed everything just now. Whether you speak or not won't change anything. There's nothing major on you. But since you resisted the investigation, I will report this to your county committee. Her words were flat, but felt like another heavy stone dropped on his back. From her icy tone, Lu Hao sensed both reproach and a trace of surprised respect in all her years handling cases. He was the first to last a full day and night under her without giving in. Realizing he'd temporarily escaped disaster, Lu Hao stopped arguing, gripped the edge of the table, and took stiff steps forward, his mind a blank. Before leaving, he wanted to know exactly what Lu Yuanda had confessed, but he understood that asking Qin Yi would get him nowhere. It was better to get home and sleep, and sort it all out tomorrow. The dull thud of the door closing echoed down the hallway. Only then did Qin Yi lazily lean against the wall, pull out her phone, and dial a secret number, her expression softening from stern to playful. Hey, girl, she lowered her voice. I had to follow procedure in front of the others, but I've let him go. Honestly, after all this time, you're still watching him? Wow, that's some dedication. Qin Yi, whether it's Lu Yuanda or Lu Ruyan, the people and matters involved behind them are really complicated, came a crisp, pleasant female voice over the line. If you keep talking nonsense, I'm not going to help you anymore. Qin Yi raised a hand in surrender and laughed softly. Okay, I'm scared of you. But seriously, if you were face to face with him now, he probably wouldn't even recognize you. There was a few seconds of silence before the woman whispered, it's normal he forgot me. Anyway, I just don't want him to get into trouble. Lu Hao was utterly exhausted. With no place to go back to, he headed to the county party committee office building, which was close to the county guest house. The hallway lights cast a dim yellow glow as he staggered up to the third floor and pushed open the door to his small office. By the window was a folding bed, its faded blue and white checkered sheet long crumpled. Without even taking off his coat, he tossed his bag over the chair and collapsed onto the bed. His mind was still a chaotic mess. If the higher-ups truly believed Lu Yuanda's involvement in keeping Lu Rian as a mistress and accepting gold bars was true, then the county party secretary would definitely lose his position, most likely face jail time. With his patron falling, Lu's hope for a promotion to deputy section chief vanished. What path could he take from here? The thought pressed heavily on his chest like a stone. His phone had long since gone dark. Fumbling, he plugged in the charger. The screen lighting up seemed to sever his last nerve. Everything went black, and he fell into a deep sleep. He slept heavily, unaware of how much time passed until the next morning, when his phone's violent vibration yanked him from the haze. The caller was County Chief Li Jun. The tone was crisp, leaving only one sentence. Come to my office immediately. After hanging up, Lu froze for 2 seconds before remembering. Li Jun and his cousin Lu Yuanda were bitter rivals. The organization's evaluation was long complete, and everyone outside believed Li Jun would be the new county party secretary until Lu Yuanda was parachuted in, sitting firmly in the top spot and forcing Li to remain second in command. Since then, they had pretended friendliness while harboring hostility deep down. Lu acted decisively and harshly. Li dared not confront him openly and could only gripe quietly or play small tricks. Shaking the buzzing fog from his head, Lu went to the restroom and roughly splashed cold water on his face. Staring into the mirror, he forced a faint smile. The county party committee and government shared the same building. Walking down the long corridor, former warm colleagues now hurried past, heads down, avoiding him as if he were a plague. From an office nearby floated muffled laughter, clearly mocking him. Lu ignored it and stepped forward more steadily. Pushing open the county chief's office door, Lu first saw Li Jun sitting behind the desk, his golden-rimmed glasses framing eyes that held a vague, unreadable smile. A slight bald spot shone under the morning light. What caught Lu off guard was the woman seated on the sofa. If it had been any woman, it might be one thing, but this was Lu Ruyan, rumored to have been Lu Yuanda's longtime mistress. His heart skipped a beat. County Chief Li, he nodded first, trying to keep his emotions in check, his eyes flicking over Lu Ruyan with mixed feelings. Today, Lu Ruyan's makeup was light but flawless. Her white dress made her skin look even more radiant. Her long, slender legs were elegantly crossed, delicate ankles exposed below the skirt's edge. She held a teacup, smiling gently, no trace of yesterday's storms. Lu hastily withdrew his gaze, muttering to himself, Truly a masterful tactician. Not long ago, she was running into Lu Yuanda's office. Now Liu's fallen. She not only remained unharmed, but immediately settled into Li Zhen's office, a bona fide political socialite. Glad you came. Please, have a seat. Li Zhen adjusted his glasses, beckoning with a smile that seemed layered with meaning. Lu straightened his back and sat in the chair opposite the desk, his mind already turning over why Li had summoned him. Li cleared his throat, speaking deliberately. Lu Hao, there are 3 things I want to discuss with you. 3. Lu thought wryly, but his eyes couldn't help drifting toward Lu Rian. Why would Li keep her here during their conversation? As if reading his doubt, Lu Rian softly rose and said, County Chief Li, you 2 talk first. He'll step out. No need. Ms. Lu, our Anqing County is poor. We rely on businesses like yours to invest here and promote development. I'm just going to have a talk with the staff below you. You might as well listen in. Li Zhen spoke warmly. In the spacious, sunlit county government office, he held a purple clay teacup, the aroma of tea swirling softly in the air. On the other side, Lu Rian smoothed her long skirt and casually winked at Lu Hao, as if to say, don't blame me. This isn't my decision. Lu Hao averted his gaze from her, but silently made up his mind now that Lu Yuanda was in trouble. This woman absolutely had to be involved. Lu Hao, I'm sure you've heard by now your cousin Yuanda has been taken away by the Discipline Inspection Committee. Even I'm shocked by this, frankly. I never saw it coming. Li Zhen feigned regret, though a suppressed smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. Lu Hao said nothing, fully aware of Li Zhen's sarcastic tone. The person happiest about Yuanda's downfall was sitting right in front of him. Li Zhen set his teacup down and suddenly put on a serious expression. First, I want to comfort you. After all, Yuanda is your cousin, so I hope you can pull yourself together and keep working hard. Second, the higher-ups have ordered me to temporarily take charge of the county party committee's work, so the tasks you handle in the office need to be sorted out. Have someone coordinate the handover with you. Hearing this, Lu Hao's heart sank, but he still forced a smile. Congratulations, County Chief Li, on your promotion. In the system, no matter how clear you are about the real reasons behind things, you still have to put on a polite front. Promotion? Don't flatter me. Li Zhen waved his hand dismissively, but the crease by his mouth looked cut in stone. Lu Hao inwardly scoffed, just as he thought. Then Li Zhen, like a smiling tiger, added, Lu Hao, the discipline committee reported this morning you resisted their investigation and had a bad attitude. They recommended disciplinary action. But considering your solid work in the office, the leadership team decided not to punish you. Thank you, County Chief Li. Lu Hao forced another polite smile, though his heart grew heavier. When honeyed words appear, a stick is sure to follow. Tagged with Lu Yuanda's scandal and having crossed Li Zhen before, there was no way this wouldn't come with strings attached. Sure enough, Li Zhen smiled again, this time colder than before. Don't thank me yet. You're no longer suitable to stay in the party office. The organization decided to transfer you to the Poverty Alleviation Office in Feng Township. That's right on the front lines of poverty work. The grassroots level is where you can rise. Given your ability, it won't take long before you're promoted to Deputy Section Chief. Lu Hao nearly lost his balance at those words. He had suspected a transfer, but didn't expect to be sent to the poorest, most remote Feng Township. Once there, it was like being buried alive with no one noticing. Lu Rian paused mid-sip of her tea, then casually resumed, as if nothing happened. Seeing Lu Hao's grim expression, Li Zhen deliberately narrowed his eyes. What's the matter? Don't like the organization's decision? Lu Hao smiled coldly. No complaints. County Chief Li's arrangements must be justified. Not met his, is the organization's, the county leadership's unanimous decision. Li Zhen tapped on the desk, his tone sharper, warning Lu Hao not to point fingers at him. Yes, it's the organization's decision, not County Chief Li's. Lu Hao kept smiling, but the sarcasm was unmistakable. He knew well that if he openly clashed, Li Zhen would crush him without hesitation. Li Zhen's face darkened briefly, but he quelled his anger. Now the county chief and soon leading the party committee, he couldn't afford to lose face publicly with a subordinate. All right, enough with the jokes. Li Zhen raised his hand. You must vacate the party office apartment assigned to you by today. You have 1 hour to hand over your work. Be sure to report to Feng Township before noon. Young people need to get grassroots experience, serve the people. Hearing these lofty words, Lu Hao felt nauseated. Without looking back, he turned and left immediately. After Lu Hao left, Li Zhen sneered darkly. That kid still dares to talk back to Meadowsant know his place. Without Lu Yuanda, he's nothing. 1 word from me, and he won't even be able to stay in Feng Township. Sooner or later, he'll be kicked out of the system. Secretary Li, no need to bother with such a minor player, Lu Rian said, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear with a bright smile. But about the construction fees in Feng Township, you've got to help us figure something out. The township says there's no money left. Lu Rian's teasing use of Secretary Li sounded both flirtatious and sweet, making Li Zhen, who was acting as county party secretary, grin broadly with satisfaction. He thought for a moment and then lowered his voice. All right, he'll get the county finance bureau to fast-track a poverty alleviation grant. The township can borrow against that to pay your construction fees. Thank you so much, County Chief Li, Lu Ruyan said as she bent slightly at the waist, her curvy figure especially enticing in the soft light. You're too kind, Director Lu, Li Jun nodded vigorously. They'll still need you to put in a good word with city and provincial leaders. As long as I hold on to the county secretary post, there will be plenty of benefits for you. They exchanged knowing smiles, the atmosphere thick with mutual understanding and private agendas. Meanwhile, Lu Hao had quickly finished handing over his duties in the office, closed his drawer, packed his few personal belongings into a cardboard box, and headed straight downstairs to leave the county party compound. Outside the county party building, the summer evening heat still lingered. A lean young man hurried after him, cigarette clamped between his lips. Lu Hao, I heard your cousin got into trouble. And now County Chief Li's transferred you to Fengshui Township. What a shame. Life's unpredictable. You would have definitely gotten promoted to Deputy Division Chief this year. The man was Wang Xiaojia, a senior colleague of Lu Hao's at the county party office. They rarely interacted, and Lu Hao always found him annoying. Whenever Fang Jing came looking for Lu Hao, Wang would slyly cozy up to her, flattering her and clearly showing he was interested. Even though Lu Hao and Fang Jing had been engaged for years, Wang never gave up, always trying to make himself noticed. If their relationship hadn't been so strong, Lu Hao worried Wang might have tried to steal her away. Lu Hao gave him a cold look. You came all this way just to say that? Looking to see me fall flat on my face. How could you think that of me? Wang Xiaojia pretended to be offended but couldn't hide a smirk. I'm just saying, if you're willing to chip in some money, I could talk to County Chief Li for you. Maybe you could stay on at the party office. No thanks. You better mind your own business, Lu Hao said flatly, and turned to leave. Wang Xiaojia stepped aside to block his way, speaking with fake warmth. Don't rush off. The day before yesterday, Fang Jing came to the county office. She said she wanted to transfer from the township middle school to the county. But with your cousin's trouble, you probably can't pull it off. Want me to use my connections? Lu Hao frowned deeply, his face growing cold. He understood Wang's intention wasn't kindness, but a jab at his weakened position. It was true without Lu Yuanda's protection, and with Li Jun pushing him out, no one in the system dared to cross Li Jun to help him. No need, Lu Hao said firmly, locking eyes with Wang. I'll handle Fang Jing's transfer myself. Without giving Wang Xiaojia a chance to respond, he opened the door of his Jetta and got in. Watching Lu Hao drive away, Wang Xiaoji's true colors immediately showed, his face twisted with contempt. Without a backing, he still acted so arrogant. He really had no sense of danger. He spat disdainfully, muttering curses as he pulled out his phone. His eyes flicked with glee as he dialed Fang Jing, his tone full of schadenfreude. Meanwhile, Lu Hao drove back to the dormitory, stuffing his remaining clothes into a suitcase and quickly checking the drawers for personal items. Satisfied he hadn't missed anything, he locked the door and headed downstairs to hand the key over at the logistics office. The apartment was officially vacated. As the car left the government compound, he sped toward Fengshui. Outside the window, the trees blurred past, but in his mind, the last few hours played like a rewind of a nightmare. In such a short time, he had gone from a political favorite in the county committee to the very bottom, like riding a runaway roller coaster. Lu Yuanda's downfall was clearly triggered by a tip-off. Otherwise, the Discipline Inspection Commission wouldn't have come knocking so suddenly. During the questioning, they brandished two big names, Lu Rian and 10 gold bars. But oddly, Lu Rian seemed completely safe. The commission hadn't even summoned her to explain herself. Was this woman's backing really that powerful? As for the whistleblower, it wasn't Fang Jing. Though she knew about the gold bars, she would only get implicated if Lu Yuanda got into trouble, which was not in her interest. That left only Lu Ruyan. Could it be that Lu Ruyan and Lu Yuanda had a falling out over money or other interests, and secretly colluded with Li Jun to hammer Lu Yuanda into the commission? Considering Lu Ruyan even sat in Li Jun's office today, Lu Hao felt this was very likely. Just then, his phone vibrated. Caller ID, Fang Jing. Lu Hao pressed to answer. Fang Jing controlled her emotions as she blurted out. Lu Hao, I heard from Wang Xiaojia that your cousin got into trouble, so that's why the commission took you in and you're now demoted to Fengshui. Is that true? It's true, Lu Hao said calmly, but with resignation. Wang Xiaojia had clearly told her the news to drive a wedge between them. So then, the transfer to the county high shulis that off the table now? Not likely for now, but he'll try to find another way. There was a pause before Fang Jing spoke with a mix of frustration and disappointment. Lu Hao, what can I say to you? You had a good hand, and you played it terribly. I warned you back then. If your cousin had problems, you needed to be cautious. Don't just revolve around him, but build relationships with Li County Chief too. Having multiple connections never hurts. And when the commission came for you, why didn't you cooperate? Don't you know what happens when you defy the organization? If you'd cooperated and maybe bribed Li County Chief a little, you might have stayed in the county committee. Now look, you're demoted to a township post. She sighed deeply, clearly struggling to accept the sudden turn of events. She had repeatedly advised Lu Hao not to be so straightforward in politics, but he never really listened. Now that he was sidelined, her disappointment was palpable. Hearing her disappointment, Lu Hao teased. Come on, Don't be so down. Don't tell me now that with no backing, you're thinking of breaking off the engagement? Stop it. Don't say stupid things. Fang Jing retorted sharply. She started dating Lu Hao in college simply because she found him good-looking and considerate. At first, Fang Jing's parents were firmly opposed to the relationship. But when they heard that Lu Hao's cousin had been assigned as the county party secretary in Anqing County, their attitude did a complete 180. Not only did they give their blessing, but they personally helped arrange the wedding. Now, with Lu Yuanda disgraced and Lu Hao demoted, it meant Lu Hao's political career was likely capped, and their future living standards would probably decline. Fang Jing hadn't brought up breaking off the engagement yet, but she was seriously questioning whether marrying him would still bring happiness. Don't worry, even without my cousin, I can still make a name for myself. I'm a thoroughbred horse. There's got to be a talent scout out there, Lu Hao said quietly, holding the phone. The political winds had shifted, and while backing was still important, true ability was indispensable. Though sent down to the township level and sidelined, he hadn't lost his fighting spirit. Let's hope so, Fang Jing replied with a bitter laugh on the other end. Don't worry about my transfer yet. He'll talk to my dad. He'll find a way with his connections. I don't want to stay in a township middle school any longer. Gotta go now. Focus on your work. Since Lu Yuanda being taken away by the Discipline Inspection Commission was already a done deal, Fang Jing no longer blamed Lu Hao. After hanging up, Lu Hao felt a little relieved. Fang Jing's family was entrenched in the system, valuing personal connections and frequent social visits, with gift-giving never skipped during holidays and festivals. That kind of family wasn't uncommon, and he knew well that winning Fang Jing's parents over owed a lot to that county party secretary cousin. But now that his patron had collapsed completely, had expected Fang Jing to fly into a rage or even call off the engagement. Instead, she just complained briefly and let it go, showing a kindness that moved him. After 6 years together, they could finally face hardship side by side. 40 minutes later, Lu Hao drove into Fengshui Township government. Though the county seat wasn't far, the bumpy road made the trip feel like a bone-rattling ordeal. Looking up, the 3-story government building in the courtyard was peeling and worn, the window frames flaking paint, looking weathered and old. He parked and headed to the Poverty Alleviation Office to check in with Director Song Bo Song, had already been notified, greeted him with a lukewarm attitude, saying the party secretary and township head were both away and telling Lu how to wait in the office. He'll introduce you to the leaders later, he added before burying his head in paperwork, clearly brushing him off. In the office, 4 people were sprawled in their chairs. One was cracking sunflower seeds, sending shells flying across the table. Another was absorbed in a mobile game, fingers tapping furiously. Yet another was laughing out loud while scrolling on Douyin. If it weren't for the large Serve the People sign on the wall, Lu Hao might have thought had walked into a shopping mall lounge. Hello everyone, my name is Lu Hao. I just arrived from the county, and I've already introduced myself to Director Song, he said with a smile, extending a friendly gesture since he was new. Oh, so you're Lu Hao? A scruffy middle-aged man looked up, eyes gleaming with schadenfreude. Heard your cousin is the county party secretary, so how come you got sent down to our little township? This small place can't handle someone as big as you. Rumors within the system flew fast. Lu Yuanda's fall. Lu Hao's backing Ganiso. The township government was already buzzing behind his back. The man's words were a clear jab. That's all in the past. I'm part of the Poverty Alleviation Office now. Looking forward to working together, Lu Hao smiled, offering a cigarette. The middle-aged man deliberately fumbled, dropping the cigarette on the floor and sneering. Name's Niu Dashan, deputy director here. I run this place. Noticing the man's hostility, Lu Hao's expression darkened, but he held back his anger. Director Niu, any tasks for me? Sure thing. Got an urgent job now, Niu said with mock cheer, calling to someone inside the room. Xiao Zhang. Bring over all our poverty household data and funding expenditure reports from these past few years. Lu Hao Hayrace, a top county talent, sure to handle the files with ease. Let him sort it out. Xiao Zhang hesitated. Director Niu, he's never done poverty work before. Is he really up to sorting all those forms? Where do you get so much nonsense? Just do it. Niu shot a sharp look at him. If he can't handle it, then he's just dumb. Remember, we don't keep slackers in poverty alleviation. Though Niu was scolding Xiao Zhang, it was clear his words were meant for Lu Hao. Xiao Zhang didn't dare offend Niu Dashan, so he hurriedly moved the documents over, making 5 trips in total, stacking nearly a meter high on the nearby table. Sit here and enter all the data into the poverty alleviation system. The system closes at 5 p.m. today. If you don't finish entering it, the funds won't reach the township, the work won't proceed, and the farmers will cause trouble. I'll be the one responsible. Niu Dashan slammed the table, his tone aggressive. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the poverty office turned to look at the pile of documents in stunned silence. Only a few hours until 5, and so many paper files. Who could possibly finish entering all this? You're doing this on purpose. Lu Hao narrowed his eyes, his face darkening. He hadn't expected to face such sabotage right after arriving. Lu Hao, that's not fair, Niu Dashan said with a condescending smile, hands behind his back like a sly tiger. I just wanted to test your abilities. What's wrong with that? If you can't handle it, you can ask your contacts to transfer you back to the county. Looking at that insufferable face, Lu Hao wanted to punch him, but he knew no leader would back him up if he acted out, so he held his tongue. Neo Dashin strode out, and at the door he raised his voice deliberately. You've got a long way to go before you can challenge me. As soon as he left, the office staff gathered around. Man, you really got unlucky. Neo Dashin had been trying to get his niece a contract job in the poverty office. The township secretary was going to approve it, but the county suddenly sent you here instead, so the secretary changed his mind. He hates you. He's the boss around here, backed by the township head. Even Song Bo has to listen to him. Everyone chatted at once, and Lu Hao finally understood why he was being targeted. Neo Dashin had done his homework and realized Lu Hao had no allies, trying to pressure him into quitting. But Lu Hao was stubborn by nature and refused to give in. He sat down at the computer and started with the paper files, then pulled up the digital records on the hard drive. The formats were messy, but they matched the paper copies one by one. Within minutes, a slight smile appeared on his lips. Graduated from Jinzhou University, one of the country's top schools, plus 2 years in the military, so this kind of data work was a breeze for him. He quickly created a template in Excel, wrote a small program to organize, classify, and import the data, then cross-checked everything against the physical files. Near the end of the day, Neo Dashin stomped back into the office in his leather shoes and saw Lu Hao chatting and smiling with colleagues. He raised an eyebrow. Kid, got time to chat? Don't you realize the situation is serious? If the poverty funds don't come through, the secretary won't spare you. I know, Lu Hao stretched lazily. All the data you asked for, I've already uploaded it to the poverty system. Are you kidding me? That many files, that fast? You think I'm stupid? Show me. Neo Dashin scoffed. He didn't know much about computers, only how to turn them on and off to watch TV. All software and system operations were handled by Lu Hao. Lu Hao typed away at the computer, showing each document to Neo Dashin without missing a beat, all the while flashing a lazy grin. Director Neo, this little bit of work won't even take half an hour. Do you really think I'd mess around and fill it in carelessly? Neo Dashin froze for a moment, frowning and staring stubbornly at the screen, clearly skeptical. He reached for the hard copies to check each item one by one. Just then, Xiaozhang leaned in and whispered, Director Neo, I double-checked. Everything Lu Hao submitted is fine. He must be using some programming methods incredibly fast. Programming? Neo Dashin's face darkened as though head swallowed a fly. Xiaozhang's 2 days' worth of work got done in just half an hour by this kid. Doing that openly in front of so many colleagues was basically slapping him in the face. He could even feel the sharp glances everyone was throwing his way. All right, you're impressive, Neo Dashin said, slapping Lu Hao's shoulder hard, his voice icy beneath the surface. Since you're so capable, pack your things and head to Xiangyang village to teach the villagers how to grow citrus. The Poverty Relief Office's priority is helping folks get rich, and that means helping them sell their citrus in the city. You're going to the grassroots. I am confident their citrus will grow better under your guidance. With a single sentence, Lu Hao was sent straight off. A rookie had publicly embarrassed him. If he didn't make an example of the kid now, but fear him. Neo Dashin, later? Grow citrus? Are you kidding me? Why me? Lu Hao snapped to his feet, anger rising in his throat. It's the wrong season. Citrus been planted long ago. The villagers already know how to grow it. Why? Because I'm the deputy director. Neo Dashin banged his chest, as if to emphasize his authority. You know you're only deputy director, right? If Director Song didn't say so, I'm not going anywhere. Lu Hao shot back coldly. Song Bo, what's he got to do with anything? I'm in charge of the Poverty Relief Office. If you have a problem, go talk to him. Neo Dashin raised his chin arrogantly. Frowning, Lu Hao turned on his heel and headed to the end of the corridor to knock on Song Bo's office door. Director Song, Deputy Director Neo assigned me to go teach villagers how to grow citrus, he said through gritted teeth. Grow citrus? Song Bo looked puzzled at first, then forced a polite smile. Lu Hao, since you're new to the Poverty Relief Office, you need to get more grassroots experience. If Director Neo says go, then you go. But poverty relief means sharing the hardships of the people, Song Bo interrupted, raising a hand. Don't you even have that awareness? He waved Lu Hao off without giving him a chance to argue. Lu Hao stepped out with a chill settling in his chest just as the rumors said. Neo Dashin really was running the show here. Back in the office, his face dark, he found Neo Dashin lounging with one leg crossed, sipping tea from an enamel cup and popping peanuts. Seeing Lu Hao return, he smiled smugly. Kid, went to complain and got nowhere. Huh? I told you, I'm the boss here at the Poverty Relief Office. Sending you to Xiangyang village is for your own good to get you into the grassroots. How could Director Song say no? Neo Dashin's self-satisfied tone tightened Lu Hao's chest. Putting on a forced smile, he said, well, Deputy Director Neo, since you're so powerful, I'm sure you'll be promoted to full director soon. When that happens, he'll throw a banquet to celebrate. As soon as the words left his mouth, someone in the office couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Neo Dashin's face stiffened, and he slammed the desk loudly. No laughing. What are you laughing at? Neo Dashin slammed his hand on the table and shouted loudly toward the outside. Even if I'm just a deputy director. I can keep you planting citrus fruits your whole life. If you've got the guts, resign, otherwise, don't ever think about coming back. The force of his voice made the glass at the doorway tremble slightly. He deliberately raised his tone, wanting Lu Hao, who was walking down the corridor, to hear every word. But Lu Hao didn't even pause his steps. He understood that Niu Dashan was trying to push him out. If he showed any anger or handed in his resignation, that would only be falling into the trap his opponent had set long ago. Besides, many impoverished areas relied on growing fruits and vegetables to lift themselves out of poverty. Being sent to the grassroots wasn't necessarily a punishment, it was a good chance to understand local conditions. Fengshui Township government was less than 10 kilometers from Xiangyang village. Lu Hao drove slowly along the gravel country road, asking for directions and keeping an eye on the scattered farmhouses and terraced hillsides along the way. After about 10 minutes, he stopped at the village entrance marked by a wooden sign reading Xiangyang Village. The village chief was leaning roadside chatting casually about the crops with villagers. Seeing an unfamiliar car stop, he shaded his eyes with his hand. Lu Hao got out, showed his work ID, and explained that Niu Dashan had sent him. The chief smiled warmly and said it was already late, so they should check the orchard in the morning and that Lu Hao could stay at his house that night. The chief was in his early 40s, not one for many words but honest and straightforward. That evening, the two sat on old bamboo chairs in the front room, drinking a pot of corn wine that filled the room with warmth and a bit of heat. The chief guessed that Lu Hao was exiled here by Niu Dashan, so he lowered his voice and said, "The situation in Fengshui Township is complicated. The township head leans on the county chief's backing, but has a polite face and a cold heart with the party secretary. The third-ranked official, party deputy secretary, is rumored to have a strong background. She's a city-appointed rising star, a beautiful cadre who's only gilding her resume and will be promoted soon. Xiao Lu, you have to be careful who you side with." Lu Hao took the warning seriously and committed it to heart. One wrong step in the system can only make life harder. Early the next morning, before the morning dew had dried, the village chief led Lu Hao along a narrow path halfway up the mountain toward the citrus orchard. Looking out, terraces upon terraces were planted in neat rows of citrus trees, green leaves studded with bright orange-yellow fruit that weighed the branches down. The chief patted a tree trunk and smiled. The citrus was all planted a while ago. In a few days, the harvest will be ready. We just hope to get a good price for it. While the two familiarized themselves with the orchard, elsewhere in the gray-blue corridor of the Fengshui Township government building, the sharp clicking of high heels echoed. A well-dressed woman in a tailored suit strode purposefully. She was the third-in-command, Party Deputy Secretary Lin Xia, the most mysterious woman in the entire township. Usually, she rarely involved herself with poverty relief office affairs, but now she headed straight for Song Bo's office. Pushing the door open, Song Bo nearly jumped up reflexively. "Good morning, Secretary Lin." His posture was more rigid than usual. Lin Xia normally spoke little, so her sudden appearance made him nervous. "I heard the county just sent someone called Lu Hao," Lin Xia said coldly. "Send him to my office. I want to talk to him." With that terse sentence, Lin Xia turned to leave. Secretary Lin is no longer with the Poverty Alleviation Office. Song Bo hurried forward, wiping sweat from his brow as he replied, though inside he wondered why Lin Xia suddenly cared so much about that junior clerk. Lin Xia paused, her brows knitting tightly, and asked coldly, "Then where did he go? Wasn't the county supposed to assign him here?" "He was sent to Xiangyang village yesterday, to help the villagers plant citrus trees," Song Bo explained, lowering his head. "Planting citrus? Who gave that order?" Lin Xia's voice instantly turned icy. Under that piercing gaze, Song Bo felt his scalp tingle and hurriedly shook his head. "It wasn't me, it was Niu Dashan's decision." He almost threw out those 3 words like a lifeline. Lin Xia sneered, "Whatever Niu Dashan says goes? Then what good are you as director? If you don't want the job, they'll propose at the next party committee meeting that he replace you." As their verbal battle escalated, sweat trickled down Song Bo's neck. He forced a smile and said repeatedly, "Secretary Lin, it's my fault. I will immediately arrange to have Lu Hao transferred back." He knew well that if Lin Xia acted on this, his position would be in jeopardy. "Bring me a result by this afternoon," Lin Xia said coldly, then turned and walked away. Song Bo took a few deep breaths to steady himself and make sure no one was around. Then he hurriedly pulled out his contacts and called Lu Hao. "Lu Hao, you don't need to plant citrus anymore. Come back to the Poverty Alleviation Office as soon as possible." Lu Hao was sitting with the village chief around a wooden table eating lunch. Confused but glad to be done with the citrus planting, he readily agreed. That afternoon, he returned to the township government carrying his backpack. As soon as he pushed open the door, he came face to face with Niu Dashan's furious, bull-like face. "Who authorized you to come back on your own? No discipline at all." Niu slammed his hand on the table, splashing water from the teacup. Lu Hao calmly dropped his bag on a chair, his tone dripping with mockery. "Sorry, Director Song personally called me back." Niu Dashan's face turned ashen. He slammed the door on his way out, shouting, "Fatty Song, you dare defy me." Then he stormed straight to Song Bo's office, cursing all the way. From the hallway, Lu Hao could hear chairs scraping and angry words flying from inside. Less than 10 minutes later, Neo came back with his hands behind his back, the storm on his face completely gone. It looked like he had just sealed a victory. He sat on the edge of Lu Hao's desk and declared like a judge passing sentence. Kid, do you really think that bitter woman will protect you? In Fengshui Township, only Mayor Li's word counts. Just wait. He'll make sure you never dare take the civil service exam again for the rest of your life. He had maintained some semblance of respect earlier, but now he showed his true colors. After dropping this threat, he hummed a tune as he went upstairs. Frowning, Lu Hao tidied his desk, but couldn't stop wondering. Who exactly is Lin Xia? He had never heard that name before. Less than 20 minutes later, Neo Dashin swaggered back and looking much more relaxed, as if he just downed a couple shots of baijiu. A whiff of triumphant alcohol clung to him. He shook his sleeves and smirked. Kid, you're about to get a huge surprise. Lu Hao immediately felt a bad premonition. Sure enough, the next moment, Lu Hao's phone rang. It was Xiao Sun from the party and government office on the other end. Lu Hao, pack your things and report immediately to the township middle school. Xiao Sun's voice was cold and sharp. Everyone within the system knew that the party and government office acted like the leader's secretariat. One word was often the leader's command. Township middle school? What am I supposed to do there? Lu Hao frowned. Our township is poor, and the middle school lacks maintenance workers for logistics. Xiao Sun replied evenly, with a condescending tone. Poverty alleviation starts with education. As a civil servant, you have to set an example. You will work there from now on. This was personally arranged by Mayor Li. I've already notified the school. They will contact you. With that, he hung up immediately. From the next room, Neo Dashin's laughter rang out. Well, surprised? Happy about the little gift? You did this, didn't you? Lu Hao was already certain. No doubt about it. It was me, Neo Dashin said proudly, openly showing his true colors. If you've got the guts, try to use your connections to get me in trouble. Lu Hao sneered. Neo Dashin, you better make sure I never get back on my feet. If I do come back, I won't go easy on you. Want to come back? Keep dreaming. This was Mayor Li's personal decision, and that stinky Lin Xia can't interfere. If you really do come back, he'll even take your surname. Neo Dashin waved his hand arrogantly, fully confident in his victory. Fate always turns around. Don't be so sure, watch your words, or you might bite your tongue. Lu Hao shot back, then turned and left the office. Fengshui Township Middle School was right next to the township government, less than a 5-minute walk. Lu Hao didn't drive, he just walked over. This was where Feng Jing taught. Although the township was poor and the facilities were basic, teachers were still assigned single dorm rooms. Feng Jing usually stayed on campus during busy teaching days. Lu Hao would pick her up and bring her back to the county on weekends. Feng Jing was probably in class now. Lu Hao planned to wait for her in the dormitory first, to surprise her and spend some quality time together that evening. As he arrived at the school gate, he immediately saw a beautiful woman bending down to pick up a package. She wore sports headphones, Nike running shoes, and a fitted gray tracksuit that stood out in the impoverished township. What caught the eye most was her curvy figure. Lu Hao unconsciously stepped closer, unable to look away. She looked only a few years older than him, under 1.7 meters tall, with delicate features and long hair fluttering lightly. Lu Hao had seen many beautiful women while studying in the provincial capital, but this woman's charm and looks surpassed them all. He thought to himself, when did Fengshui Township Middle School ever have such a beautiful teacher? I've been here many times, but never saw anyone like Harris she knew. His gaze fixed on her fair face and long legs, his eyes gradually glazing over. The woman seemed to notice and suddenly turned around, eyeing him sharply. Like what you see. Lu Hao jolted, his face flushing red as he stammered an explanation. Don't misunderstand. Tu wasn't staring, I just came to pick up a package too. He felt so embarrassed with his poor excuse that he wished he could crawl into a hole and disappear. The woman rolled her eyes at Lu Hao and walked straight into the school with the package in hand. Lu Hao stood there stunned, a thought flashing through his mind. Could she be mistaking me for a pervert? His embarrassment was written all over his face, and he cleared his throat awkwardly to cover it up. Just then, his phone buzzed in his pocket, saving him from the awkward moment. The caller identified themselves as a staff member from the logistics department of Fengshui Middle School. Their tone was sharp and businesslike. Be sure to report at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Don't be late. We're counting on you to fix the students' desks and chairs. Ah, okay, got it. Lu Hao replied casually and quickly ended the call. In fact, he was quite familiar with Fengshui Middle School. He had been here many times before. He could navigate the campus and its corners blindfolded. Walking along the tree-lined path and crossing the playground, he looked up at the weathered outer walls of the teaching building, only to notice several rows of brand new bike shelters on the vacant lot. Feng Jing had given him a dorm key earlier. Pulling out the keyring, he stopped at the end of the third-floor corridor. With a click, the door lock was pushed open, but his brow immediately furrowed. The usual sweet floral and fruity scent was gone, replaced by a sharp smell of smoke lingering in the air like a gray mist clinging to his nostrils. A pang of unease struck him. Definitely another man had been here this afternoon. He hurried over to the trash can. Inside lay a lone cigarette, but not fully extinguished, with a lipstick stain on the filter tip. Lu Hao's face darkened instantly. Who's the man that came to Fang Jing's dorm? His instincts were painfully sensitive, and he couldn't stop the worst thoughts from racing through his mind. Had Fang Jing secretly been with another man? Just then, his phone lit up. Fang Jing was calling. Hey, Lu Hao, where are you? I have good news. Fang Jing's voice was bubbling with excitement. My dad pulled some strings at the education bureau. The transfer for me is already set up by my cousin. Everything's done. My dad even gave a little gift, so the bureau gave me the official transfer letter today. Even through the phone, Lu Hao could sense how eager she was to transfer back to the county middle school. He had indeed mentioned this to Lu Yuanda last week, but since there was no follow-up, he assumed his cousin had forgotten and planned to remind him again. Then unexpectedly Lu Yuanda had an accident, and Lu Hao believed the matter was off. He hadn't expected Lu Yuanda not only to remember, but to handle everything ahead of time. His cousin really cared about him. Thinking this, Lu Hao felt a newfound gratitude toward Lu Yuanda. Now that the transfer was settled, Lu Hao glanced around the dorm again. The cigarette smell stubbornly hung in the air. So if the transfer is done, where are you? I'm in your dorm right now, and why do I smell cigarette smoke the moment I walked in? Lu Hao asked bluntly, not wanting to beat around the bush, his voice cold. What? You went to my dorm? On the other end of the line, Fang Jing's crisp voice was full of surprise. She also keenly sensed the cold tone in Lu Hao's voice and quickly explained, don't jump to conclusions. My dad called this afternoon about a transfer, so I was anxious to get back to the county. It just so happened that Wang Xiaojie was passing through Fengshuixiang and asked if I wanted a ride. I told him to come pick me up at school. I heard he just got promoted to deputy section chief, so I thought it wouldn't hurt to have more friends in the system. Besides, I needed a lift, so I invited him up for some tea. He just smoked a cigarette in my dorm, that's all. Wang Xiaojie again. Thinking of how this guy was demoted by Li Zhun to Fengshuixiang less than 2 days ago and already got promoted to deputy section chief, Lu Hao frowned deeply and said in a low voice, stay away from him from now on. That guy doesn't have good intentions toward you. 6 years of knowing Fang Jing made him certain of her character. He believed she wouldn't do anything to hurt him, but he still warned her with concern. Fang Jing, feeling a bit guilty, smiled and reassured him. All right, I get it. They'll definitely keep my distance from him. By the way, tomorrow is my dad's birthday. Remember to buy a cake and come to my house for dinner. At this nice, everyday remark, Lu Hao's expression finally softened. He replied quietly in agreement. After hanging up, he carefully inspected Fang Jing's dorm again. The sheets and duvet were neatly stacked. There was no strange smell. The pair of men's slippers by the door were still facing inward and hadn't been moved. Noticing no irregularities, half of the weight on his heart lifted. That night, he stayed in Fang Jing's dorm. After the lights went out, exhaustion kept him from sleeping. He tried calling Lu Yuanda, but the phone was still off clearly. The disciplinary committee hadn't released him yet. His thoughts wandered to Wang Xiaojie. Although Wang acted surprised yesterday afternoon, his tone hinted he might have expected this. Could there be a connection between Wang Xiaojie and Lu Yuanda? After much restless pondering, he finally fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, the township government office building was still quiet. Lin Xie passed by the party and government office and casually instructed, Xiao Sun, notify the poverty alleviation office that Lu Hao come to my office for a talk. She had just warned Songbo the night before, so in theory Lu Hao should have been transferred back already. Secretary Lin, he's not here. Xiao Sun looked up from behind his desk. He was reassigned yesterday afternoon to the township middle school as a maintenance worker. Township middle school? Maintenance worker? Who arranged that? Lin Xie stopped in her tracks, her delicate face instantly turning icy. The township chief approved it personally. Li Haoyan? Her eyes darkened. Why reassign him like this for no reason? Xiao Sun shrank his neck nervously. I don't know either. Personnel changes must be reported to the party committee first. You dare to ignore this procedure? If you don't know the rules, then go work as a maintenance worker at the middle school yourself. With those cold words, Lin Xie slammed the door on her way out, leaving Xiao Sun stunned and speechless. Xiao Sun was so scared that cold sweat poured down his face as he hurriedly chased after her. Secretary Lin, it was Deputy Xiangli who ordered me to arrange this first. He said he would notify you. He didn't dare look up and could only use Xiangli Li Haoyan as a shield, trying to stall with bureaucratic excuses to calm the female deputy secretary in front of him. But Lin Xie didn't even pause. She clearly saw through it. Xiao Sun almost got left behind as she strode ahead. Secretary Lin, I was wrong. I won't do it again. I promise next time I'll report to you first. Xiao Sun almost cried as he ran after her. Lin Xie, however, coldly said, go get him back right now. If you can't bring him back, you stay there with him. Without looking back, she headed for the stairwell, leaving Xiao Sun standing there wiping the cold sweat from his brow, his heart sinking with fear. The Fengshui township government was already shorthanded, yet Li Haoyan kept transferring people out. Lin Xie was filled with a chill, especially since only yesterday afternoon, she ordered Songbo to transfer Lu Hao back from Xiangyang village to the poverty alleviation office, and that same night Li Haoyan sent him to the township middle school. This was clearly not only an attack on Lu Hao, but also an obvious warning to herself. Meanwhile, Xiao Sun rode his bumpy electric motorcycle straight to the township middle school, the wind roaring past his ears and his heart pounding in his chest. At the school gate, he grabbed the young man still hammering on the metal roof. Lu Hao, I'm Sun Xiaolei from the party and government office. Get in the car. Where to? Lu Hao looked up, holding a wrench in his hand. You've been transferred back to the poverty alleviation office. Come with me right now. This time, Sun Xiaolei's tone was respectfully deferential, as if he had turned into someone else. Transferred back again. Lu Hao was stunned. Then he slung the wrench over his shoulder and waved him off. I'm not going back. You come and go as you please, but you think I'm some monkey to be played with? Being a repair worker at the middle school is fine. Playing games with the kids and relaxing for a few days suits me. How can you refuse? If you don't go back, how can I report properly? Sweat dripped down Sun Xiaolei's forehead in beads. That's your problem. I'm not moving, Lu Hao said firmly. After just 2 days of being shuffled back and forth, he was dizzy and furious. Not a single word would he yield now. Sun Xiaolei wanted to cry and apologized repeatedly, but Lu Hao just crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, unmoving. At the same time, inside the township government office building, Lin Xie pushed open Party Secretary Zhao Gang's office door, her expression grim. Secretary Zhao, there's something I need to report to you. Secretary Lin, why so serious? Please sit down and try this authentic Mingqian tea. Zhao Gang smiled as he stood and handed over a steaming cup of verdant tea. He was the top official in Fengshui Township, essentially a local king, but around Lin Xie, he always restrained his authority somewhat. Lin Xie's background was a mystery. A year ago, she was parachuted in from the city as deputy party secretary and organization committee member. Some said she had made enemies and been demoted. Others whispered she had powerful backers and was here to polish her credentials. Rumors abounded, but no one dared cross her, including Zhao Gang. I don't know much about tea. Don't waste it, she said lightly, pushing the cup back. Zhao Gang chuckled. Right, you usually drink coffee. But in this remote backwater, that's hard to come by. Before he could continue chatting, Lin Xie got straight to the point. I'm preparing to submit a report to the county. I want to resign from the organization committee position. Why? Zhao Gang was taken aback and sat up straighter. Lin usually minded her own business. This sudden move surprised him. The county just transferred in a man named Lu Hao. He graduated from a top university, but someone assigned him to do maintenance work at the township middle school. This blatant misuse of talent, no one even informed me during the whole process. Lin Xie's tone was heavy with accusation. Maintenance work at the middle school? Shouldn't he be at the poverty alleviation office? Zhao Gang asked, puzzled. Right now, he's not here, and I had no idea had been transferred. I feel like I'm not fit to serve as the concurrent organizational committee member. It's better to let someone more capable take over and ease Secretary Zhao's burden, Lin Xie said coldly. Zhao Gang furrowed his brows sharply, fingers tapping lightly on the desk. As a seasoned official, he immediately recognized Lin Xie was making a pointed remark. Someone bypassed the organizational procedures and transferred personnel without approval. Secretary Lin, I truly wasn't informed of this, nor did I arrange it. Zhao Gang straightened his chair and spoke gravely. Since you oversee organizational work, I will investigate the matter immediately and give you an explanation. Secretary Zhao, you flatter me. You are the top leader, there's no need to explain to me, Lin Xie replied evenly. But transfers made without following organizational procedures are against regulations and definitely invalid. Fengshui Township was remote, where regulations often gave way to leaders' wishes. Yet Lin Xie's emphasis on organizational procedures made her stance crystal clear. I've already sent Xiao Sun to bring the person back, she added. How to arrange things after that is up to you, Secretary Zhao. Saying this, she pushed the door open firmly and left without hesitation. The moment the office door closed, Zhao Gang's face darkened from blue to black. He immediately dialed Sun Xiaolei's number, voice hushed to a whisper. What exactly happened? Minutes later, he hung up the phone, snorting coldly. Li Haoyan, your reach is way too long. Do you think I don't exist? He dialed again and spoke quickly. Xiao Sun, after bringing him back, assign him as a deputy director at the poverty alleviation office. Let Lu Hao take the post. Just say it was my decision. In the township, the secretary controls the titles, and the mayor controls the purse strings. Usually both sides retreated a step and kept their distance. But this time, Mayor Li Haoyan transferred Lu Hao without any notice, crossing Zhao Gang's bottom line. Zhao responded by spitefully giving Lu Hao a deputy director title to show who was boss. The poverty alleviation office didn't even have a deputy director position before, so adding one took only his say-so. Besides, he didn't want to make enemies over a minor issue with the politically connected Lin Xie. Meanwhile, outside by the middle school playground, the sun baked the concrete white. Sun Xiaolei hung up and hurried into the teaching research office, relaying Zhao Gang's orders to Lu Hao without a word changed. Knowing this had reached the party secretary level and added him a deputy director title, Lu Hao understood the situation and agreed to return immediately. A dozen minutes later, inside the poverty alleviation office, the messy desk was piled high, The computer's CPU hummed loudly, and Neo Dashin sat with his feet propped on the desk, cigarette smoke curling lazily. The door swung open. Lu Hao stepped in. Everyone looked up in disbelief. Neo Dashin straightened suddenly. What are you doing back here? Neo Dashin snapped, flicking his cigarette into the ashtray with force. Get out of here. Lu Hao smiled faintly and said nothing. Next, Sun Xiaolei walked in. Neo Dashin, Lu Hao has been transferred back to the Poverty Alleviation Office. What? Neo Dashin slammed the table and stood up. Who the hell sent him back? The mayor ordered it personally. Who the hell do you think you are? I don't have the authority. Sun Xiaolei met his gaze calmly. But Secretary Zhao does. If you want to bang tables, go to his office. What are you acting tough for in front of me? Neo Dashin had been a local thug before, rising to village cadre by intimidating the villagers. At that time, management within the system was relatively loose, and Neo Dashin managed to cozy up to the township chief. Gradually, he worked his way into the township government. When the government launched its nationwide poverty alleviation campaign, Neo Dashin seized the opportunity to leverage his relationship with the township chief and landed a deputy director position at the Poverty Alleviation Office. With the township chief backing him, he strutted around the township government arrogantly and gained a notorious reputation for being domineering. Sun Xiaolei had long since grown to despise him. Now that Zhao Gang was personally involved, Sun Xiaolei showed him no mercy at all. Hearing, even Secretary Zhao is intervening, Neo Dashin's face flushed red, and though shaken inside, he didn't dare to argue. Just before leaving, Sun Xiaolei dropped another bombshell. From now on, Lu Hao is also a deputy director at the Poverty Alleviation Office. The moment he said this, the office fell silent, and everyone exchanged glances. Lu Hao? Deputy director? Are you kidding me? Neo Dashin was the first to recover, shouting in disbelief. Whether I'm kidding or not, the official notice will come down soon. Sun Xiaolei snorted, walking out of the office with his chest held high. Neo Dashin's complexion rapidly shifted between red and white, looking utterly embarrassed as if he had swallowed a fly. At the door, Lu Hao strode in confidently, smiling at him. Deputy Director Neo, sorry to drop by again. Before I left, you said if I ever came back, you'd take my surname. When are you planning to change your name to Lu Dashin? Neo Dashin was so choked up his neck turned bright red. Gritting his teeth, he snarled, just you wait. Then he stormed out of the office. He knew that with Lu Hao's return and his new deputy director title putting them on equal footing, his face was completely lost. Who knew how the rest of the staff would mock him? Sure enough, the moment Neo Dashin left, laughter erupted inside the room. Betty's going straight to the township chief. For sure, like a kid getting beaten, then running to daddy to complain. Everyone laughed and shook their heads. Clearly, Neo Dashin had often bullied them before, and now they were finally getting some relief. Before the laughter died down, Song Bo pushed the door open, his face full of enthusiasm. Lu, since you're back, dive right into the poverty relief work. Start by going through finances and files carefully with your colleagues. We can't afford to lose you at the Poverty Alleviation Office. I have high hopes for you. Since Zhao Gang personally stood up for Lu Hao, Song Bo hurriedly tried to curry favor. He smiled ingratiatingly, his tone far softer than usual. Lu Hao despised the insincerity but remained polite. Director Song, you flatter me. The world would keep turning even if someone were missing. They'll definitely do my best with the work. Song Bo nodded and, as he left, gave Lu Hao a symbolic pat on the shoulder. Work well. Once he was gone, Lu Hao sneered silently. From the moment Song Bo had only half-heartedly mediated when Neo Dashin repeatedly suppressed him, he knew this man was a hypocrite. Hypocrites were harder to guard against than outright villains. He wouldn't believe a single word Song Bo said. Upstairs, in the township chief's office, Li Haoyan, in his middle age, grew grim after hearing Neo Dashin's complaints. I wanted to get rid of that brat, but Zhao Gang transferred him back and even gave him a deputy director title. He's taking this opportunity to target me and punish me for interfering in personnel matters. That's right, Chief, we absolutely can't just let this slide. If we don't take some action, Secretary Zhao will think we're scared of him. After speaking, Neo Dashin pushed further. Besides, now that Li Zhen is in charge of the county party committee, next time there's a personnel shuffle, Zhao Gang's position will definitely be yours. We don't need to worry about Zhao anymore. Hearing this, Li Haoyan narrowed his eyes slightly. Neo Dashin knew that although Haoyan and Zhao appeared polite on the surface, they were secretly rivals. He also understood that Haoyan was the true mastermind behind forcing Lu Hao to resign, while he was just the messenger. So his words were carefully calculated to stir trouble without slipping up. You're right, Li Haoyan said with a faint smile, but Zhao is still officially the top leader. We have to keep up appearances for now. The higher authorities hadn't officially announced Li Zhen's appointment as party secretary, so Haoyan didn't want to jump the gun. Are you just going to stand by and watch that guy be your equal? Neo Dashin grumbled. If Lu Hao wasn't dealt with first, he'd lose all respect at the township government. Haoyan slowed his tone, but it was dark and sharp. Why rush? His deputy director is just for show. You can find a reason to make him suffer. If anything goes wrong, I've got your back. Neo Dashin still looked puzzled. Township head, Lu Yuanda was taken away by the disciplinary committee, so that guy lost his backup. Yet Lin Xie and Zhao Gang still speak up for him. Does he have someone else backing him? Absolutely not. Hao Ian cut and coldly. Keep coming after him. I want him to live a nightmare here. Township head, why are you so determined to destroy this guy? Niu Dashan asked, genuinely confused. Is that your question? Hao Ian replied. As long as you kick him out of the system, next time the Poverty Alleviation Office chief position will be yours. He dangled the carrot. Enticed, Niu Dashan's face lit up. He pushed open the door and left Li Haoshan's office. In the afternoon, Lu Hao buried himself in organizing poverty alleviation files. Near the end of the workday, he was the first to lock his cabinet, sling on his bag, and leave. The night was Fong Jing's father's birthday. During lunch break, he had already ordered a large fruit cake at a bakery in the county town. Now he needed to drive there to pick it up before heading to Fong Jing's home. By the second-floor window of the township government building, Lin Xie watched Lu Hao drive away and muttered softly, he really is quite handsome. Thinking back to last night's moment outside the township middle school when he stared at her and flushed her cheeks, she couldn't help but smile. At the county bakery, Lu Hao grabbed the cake box, got in his car, and headed straight to Fong Jing's place. Fong Jing's family lived in an old residential district assigned by the Agricultural Bureau years ago. Housing prices were low, but the environment was nice, with 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms offering plenty of space. Fong Jing opened the door herself. She took the cake from Lu Hao awkwardly and called inside. Dad, Mom, Lu Hao is here. No one answered, but laughter echoed from the living room. With the hallway blocking his view, Lu Hao could only tell there were guests inside. Come on in. Fong Jing stepped aside. The moment Lu Hao entered the living room, he froze beside Fong Jing's father Fong Aigua and mother Zhang Lan. Wang Xiaojie was also sitting on the sofa. Why was Wang Xiaojie at his fiancée's house? Even more surprising, there were several wine glasses on the table and a half-eaten cake. On the sofa, there were also 2 bottles of VIP Matai and 3 unopened packs of Panda cigarettes, which looked like gifts from Wang Xiaojie. These were worth more than Lu Hao's entire monthly salary. Lu Hao wasn't foolish. He immediately understood that Wang Xiaojie had come specifically to celebrate Fong Aiguo's birthday. Seeing Lu Hao's face darken, Fong Jing quickly moved closer and whispered, I didn't invite him. Yesterday, I took a ride back to the county with him and just casually mentioned that it was Dad's birthday today. That's why he insisted on coming over. Lu Hao's here? Come on in, Jiang Lan called from the kitchen with a casual tone. But Fong Aigua acted as if he didn't see Lu Hao, continuing to chat business with Wang Xiaojie, laughing nonstop. Standing in the middle of the living room, Lu Hao felt like a stranger who had stumbled into someone else's home. In the past, when he visited, Fong Jing's parents were always warm and welcoming, with a table full of dishes. Now, Fong Aigua, the deputy director of the county's agriculture bureau, deliberately ignored him as if he were invisible. He knew very well that his transfer to Fong Shui Township and the trouble his cousin Lu Yuanda had gotten into had caused his in-laws to turn their backs on him overnight. Ironically, Fong Aigua had gotten promoted to deputy director because Lu Yuanda pulled strings for him out of respect for Lu Hao. Thinking about this only deepened his resentment toward the Fong family. Sensing he had gone too far in ignoring Lu Hao, Fong Aigua suddenly remembered and said, Oh, Lu Hao's here. Look at me. I've just been chatting with Xiaojie. Come, sit down. Tonight, your aunt and I want to have a proper talk with you. Wang Xiaojie smoothly pulled out a pack of Panda cigarettes. Lu Hao, have a cigarette. You don't get to smoke these every day? No thanks. Lu Hao declined, knowing perfectly well that Wang Xiaojie was just showing off. Then he looked at Fong Aigua and said, Uncle Fong, please get to the point. Every previous visit, the Fong family had urged him to call them mom and dad. But today, they mentioned none of that, clearly trying to distance themselves. Fong Jing nervously twisted the hem of her dress, about to ease the tension, but Fong Aigua stood up with a serious expression. Lu Hao, originally you were about to be promoted to deputy section chief, but now you're being sent to Fong Shui Township. Your aunt, and I think you should put your marriage to Fong Jing on hold for now. There's no rush. Why? Just because I didn't get promoted to deputy section chief? Lu Hao's brows knit tightly in frustration. That's exactly it. Fong Aigua snapped sharply. Deputy section chief is the first big hurdle for civil servants. Xiaojie has already made deputy section chief and is the new deputy head of Fong Shui Township, starting soon. If you stay as section clerk, marrying Fong Jing would be a disservice to her. His words not only belittled Lu Hao, but also praised Wang Xiaojie. Lu Hao's face turned ashen. Not only had Wang Xiaojie been promoted, but he had also become his direct superior. Fong Aiguo's comparison clearly suggested that marrying Wang Xiaojie would be more advantageous. Jiang Lan quickly chimed in. Lu Hao, that's exactly what I mean. If you're just a junior clerk, married life will be all about making ends meet. Only if you rise steadily can Fong Jing be happy. If you can't climb the official ladder, we won't let our daughter get married. Lu Hao felt completely crushed. His cousin had just run into trouble days ago, yet Fong Jing's parents had turned against him so decisively. He turned to Fong Jing, voice low but firm. Fong Jing, is that what you want to? Lu Hao, you misunderstood my parents. They never said to break off the engagement. They just want to wait until you get promoted to deputy section chief before holding the wedding. I believe with your abilities, getting that promotion won't be hard at all. Fang Jing gently tugged on Lu Hao's sleeve and hurriedly explained. After speaking, she slightly tilted her head and subtly shook it at him, signaling not to argue with her parents. Seeing the earnest hope in Fang Jing's eyes, Lu Hao swallowed the anger rising in his chest and addressed her parents seriously. Uncle, Aunt, please believe me. I will definitely get promoted to deputy section chief, and I will make Fang Jing happy. How long will it take? A year? 2 years? 5? Zhang Lan immediately asked. If you can't get promoted, does Fang Jing just have to wait forever? Half a year. Lu Hao ground his back teeth as he replied. Half a year, I will definitely make deputy section chief. Before he finished, Wang Xiaojia, who had been silent beside them, suddenly cut in with a mocking tone. Lu Hao, isn't that a bit too ambitious? You were just transferred to Fengshui Township by County Chief Li and have no achievements yet. What makes you think you can get promoted so soon? Besides, your cousin Lu Yuanda is still under investigation by the Discipline Inspection Commission. If he implicates you, you could be punished or even fired. Don't forget, now you're County Chief Li's thorn in the side. Anyone close to you risks getting ruined too. Each of Wang Shieji's words felt like a cold stab in Lu Hao's back, making him break out in a cold sweat. Clearly, the sudden change in Fang Jing's parents' attitude today was related to Wang Shieji's instigations behind the scenes. Whether I can get promoted in half a year is none of your business. No matter how hard it is, I will fight for Fang Jing. Lu Hao shot back coldly. His firm reply made Fang Jing's heart tremble and brought tears of emotion to her eyes. After 6 years together, Lu Hao's love for her was undeniable. Although she was unhappy with his current position, she still wanted to walk this path with him. Noticing Fang Jing's expression, Wang Xiaojia fanned the flames. Lu Hao, don't play the feelings card. Love doesn't put food on the table. Everyone knows your experience. If you really have the ability, get promoted within a month. Dad, a month is way too short. Fang Jing's face changed sharply. She knew Wang Xiaojia was deliberately trying to make things difficult. It's not too short. Fang Igua tapped the armrest and looked grim. Promotion to deputy section chief depends most on connections. Without connections, you'll be stuck until retirement. That's 1 month, no more. Having spent half his life in the agricultural bureau, he knew the rules of promotion inside out. If it weren't for Lu Hao's initial help, he wouldn't be vice director now. But to truly separate his daughter from Lu Hao, they had to set a deadline. If Lu Hao failed to climb up, breaking off the engagement would be natural. Lu Hao, it's settled then, Zhang Lan took over smoothly. If you can't get promoted in a month, the engagement with Fang Jing is off. Don't ever disturb her again. Fang Jing wanted to speak up for Lu Hao again, but was gently stopped by his hand. Standing tall before everyone, Lu Hao's voice was steady and resolute. Uncle, Aunt, I accept. If I don't get promoted within a month, I won't come looking for Fang Jing anymore. The faint ticking of the clock seemed to fill the room. Yet in Lu Hao's heart, another thought kept echoing. He had always promised Fang Jing they would eventually work in the city, live in a big house, and that their careers would get better and better. If Lu Hao stayed stuck in Fengshui Township, drifting through life without achievement, he really wouldn't be able to make Fang Jing happy. Today's society is harsh and unforgiving. Without money, influence, a house, or a car, expecting to give the woman you love a good life is almost a luxury. Lu Hao, you've got to keep your word. I'm the vice head of Fengshui Township now, so that technically makes me your superior. Every promise you make today, I'm your witness, Wang Xiaojia said proudly, straightening his back to flaunt his status. To him, stepping into the township leadership meant Lu Hao would never get a deputy section chief position as long as he was around. Fang Igua immediately put on a serious face and added gravely, yeah, Lu Hao, this isn't a joke. Don't back out later. Uncle Fang, this is my responsibility to say, Lu Hao said, raising his eyes to meet theirs, his voice low but resolute. Once I become deputy section chief, I hope you won't find any excuses to oppose my marriage to Fang Jing. I will make her happy. Saying that, he shot Fang Jing a determined look, then strode away without looking back. Fang Jing was moved by his retreating figure and wanted to chase after him, but Zhang Lan gently stopped her. Daughter, today's your dad's birthday and Shieji's still here. Let's eat first. You can comfort Lu Hao later on WeChat. Reluctantly, Fang Jing pressed down her anxious heart, still hoping Lu Hao would prove himself soon. Downstairs, the night breeze was cool. Lu Hao stood beside his car, feeling lost. His phone vibrated. Fang Jing had sent a virtual hug and a keep going emoji. His lips twitched up slightly. He guessed her parents were holding her back. Tonight's experience made him clearer than ever. If he lost his value, Fang Igua would never give him a second glance. That thought steeled his resolve. He had to climb higher in the official ranks. The next day, he headed back to work, driving to Fengshui Township as usual, staying in Fang Jing's teacher dormitory. At dawn, he jogged around the middle school track, a habit head brought from the military. After a few laps, he noticed a slender figure on the track, the same woman from the other day who had picked up a package at the school gate. Learning from last time, He deliberately kept his distance and ran separately. Unexpectedly, she slowed down as if waiting for him. Lu Hao's heart tightened. He instinctively wanted to speed up, but a clear female voice called from behind. Why are you running so fast? Why aren't you sneaking glances at me this time? He had no choice but to slow down, cheeks warming. Beautiful lady, this is my normal pace. I wasn't sneaking a look that day, just appreciating. Oh, so I guess I'm still a little charming? She laughed lightly, teasing with confidence. Lu Hao felt even more embarrassed, wishing he could disappear. You live at the middle school dorm too? She took off her sports earphones, breathing a little heavily, sweat dampening her bangs, radiating energy from the run. Yes, I stay in my fiancé's dorm, Lu Hao replied honestly. The woman paused briefly, then asked, are you used to working at the township's poverty alleviation office? How do you know I work at the poverty office? Lu Hao asked in surprise. It was time to start work, so the woman quickly changed the subject. My name's Lu Hao. What should I call you? Lu Hao asked. Just call me Xiaoyu. The woman turned and smiled, then ran out of the sports field. Lu Hao didn't think much more about it. He hurried back to the dorm, washed up quickly, and then went straight to the township government office. That morning, as the poverty alleviation office busily worked, 6 or 7 unfamiliar people suddenly burst in. They immediately ordered everyone to move all the poverty relief documents into the hallway. Except for Lu Hao, everyone else looked tense and stiff, as if the air had instantly turned icy. Lu Hao listened carefully for a moment and realized that the newcomers were the county's poverty audit team, there for an unannounced inspection, targeting exactly those files. Director Song Bo accompanied them the whole time, babbling explanations, but sweat gleamed on his forehead. Lu Hao had only just started working there, so he didn't know all the old issues, but just by looking at Song Bo's face, he could guess something had definitely gone wrong. The auditors grilled them step by step, their tone cutting and relentless. Song's complexion turned progressively paler, and he kept grabbing tissue after tissue. Neo Dashin was also called over to assist. He stood off to the side, quietly muttering to himself in frustration. The surprise inspection dragged on until the afternoon. When the audit team finally left, Song Bo followed them out, bowing and scraping so much his lips almost cracked. As soon as their vehicle disappeared, he rushed straight to Zhao Gang's office. His steps hurried like he was walking on fire, had to find a scapegoat or he'd be the one in trouble. Neo Dashin, looking grim, also headed upstairs but went to the township head Li Haoshan's office instead. Only a few people were left in the poverty office, whispering quietly about the mess of files tossed in the hall. The county must have caught wind of something, otherwise they wouldn't have raided so suddenly. Lots of the data's fake. Someone's definitely going to take the fall. Who do you think will be the unlucky one, Yo or Song? Lu Hao quietly took all this in. Anshan County was a poverty-stricken area receiving large amounts of annual aid funds. Did anyone really keep things spotless? Not a chance. It seemed Fanshui Township had already come under scrutiny. After work, Lu Hao returned to the local middle school and spotted Xiaoyu again at the school gate. What a coincidence. What did you buy? He asked, noticing she was carrying several plastic bags, veggies, and some tools to unclog drains. She looked a little embarrassed. My toilet's blocked. Do you know how to fix it? Maybe you could take a look? Sure, I'll give it a try. Xiaoyu winked teasingly. You're awfully quick to agree. Someone might think you have other intentions if they didn't know you. Lu Hao's face flushed. Don't say that. If you keep slandering me, I won't come. All right, I'm just kidding. Let's get going. They walked side by side into the campus. Xiaoyu didn't stay in the dormitory. She lived in a relatively new staff apartment building constructed a few years ago. Many teachers had bought apartments there. Her place was a 2-bedroom with a living room, almost 90 square meters, decorated warmly. The furniture, appliances, and kitchenware were all complete. The floors gleamed, and the living room smelled faintly of the same subtle fragrance Xiaoyu wore. When they reached the bathroom door, a foul stench hit them. Xiaoyu raised her hand to push it open, but Lu Hao stopped her quickly. Don't go in. They'll handle it. Don't want you getting all dirty. Thanks, I really appreciate it. No problem. Lu Hao grabbed the plunger that Xiaoyu bought, the kind used to unblock toilets, and pushed open the bathroom door to go in. The drain was seriously clogged, and a foul smell mixed with black wastewater was bubbling up. Even the grout between the tiles had stains from the filth. Just as he raised his hand to start working, his eyes caught sight of a few freshly removed intimate clothes lying on top of the washing machine, delicate lace underwear, and sleek black leggings, stylish and eye-catching. Lu Hao froze for a moment, but right then the bathroom door clicked open. I knew you'd be staring. Need me to gift them to you? Xiaoyu teased, stretching out the words. This bathroom's so small, and you leave them so out in the open, I couldn't look away even if I tried. Lu Hao retorted, his cheeks flushing red. Xiaoyu rolled her eyes, casually gathering up the clothes. Left alone, Lu Hao lowered his head, feeling awkward. After a good 10 minutes of wrestling with the pipes, he finally cleared the blockage. The dirty water gushed down, and he rinsed the floor and the toilet clean. But when he looked down, his clothes were splattered with dirty water and reeking of the smell. Damn, how can I go out smelling like this without stinking up the whole house? He cursed silently. Without hesitation, he took off his shirt and rinsed it under the faucet. then turned on the shower, deciding to take a quick rinse and go home wearing wet clothes. Just as the warm water hit his shoulders, the bathroom door creaked open again. How's it going? If it's still a mess tomorrow, I'll call a professional, Xiaoyu said, stepping inside. Their eyes met, and the air thickened instantly. Lu Hao instinctively shielded his front with his hands, but there was no hiding, so he turned his back to her. You're already showering here. You really treat my place like your own, Xiaoyu said, her ears reddening as she quickly backed out and shut the door. Lu Hao wished he could crawl into the drainpipe himself. He hurriedly washed off the soap, berating himself for not locking the door. He wrung out his clothes roughly, slipped them on damp, and dashed out of the bathroom. In the living room, Xiaoyu was sitting cross-legged on the sofa, scrolling on her phone. Seeing him with his head down and arms hanging, she laughed until she doubled over. Oh, shy now? I am going to change first, Lu Hao said, his cheeks burning as he bolted out the door. Hey, don't forget to come back for dinner after you change. Tonight, I'm treating you to pork gravy noodles. Okay, he answered quickly and ran even faster. Half an hour later, Lu Hao knocked on Xiaoyu's door again. A rich aroma of savory pork gravy immediately stirred his hungry stomach. Eat while it's hot. I also made tomato and scrambled eggs, Xiaoyu said, bringing the noodles to the table and pouring 2 glasses of juice. She looked relaxed, as if the awkwardness from the bathroom never happened. Lu Hao let himself relax too, eagerly slurping the noodles. The fresh greens dotted the tender handmade noodles, while the pork gravy was salty and flavorful without being greasy. The tomato and egg dish was tangy and perfect alongside the noodles. As he ate, his eyes wandered to the corner of the living room. An oven, toaster, juicer, even a coffee machine, appliances rarely seen in Feng Shui village, yet all present in Xiaoyu's home. Xiaoyu, you're not originally from our county, are you? He couldn't help but ask. Just as he finished speaking, his phone buzz at it was Feng Jing calling, and his heart tightened. But thinking there was nothing between him and Xiaoyu, he answered calmly. Lu Hao, I finished all the paperwork. Starting tomorrow, I'll be teaching at the county middle school. Feng Jing's voice was full of excitement. Now it's up to you. You have to figure out a way to get promoted to vice subject leader. Only then will my parents accept you, and we can get married and build a future together. I understand, Lu Hao said seriously. Have you decided who to give a gift to? Maybe we could ask Wang Xiaojie to help persuade County Headley? Or on the other end of the phone, Feng Jing's voice came in rapid fire, each suggestion worse than the last. Outside, the streetlights cast a dim yellow glow, and they were the only ones left at their restaurant table. Lu Hao's hand holding the chopsticks froze midair, his brow furrowed sharply as if to crush a mosquito. Don't worry, we'll find a way. All right then, just hurry up with it. Wang Xiaojie's already your boss now. He reports to your Feng Shui township tomorrow. When you see him, you have to call him Deputy Township Chief. A grade higher is a lot of authority. If you still can't get promoted to Deputy Section Chief, you'll have to look up to him all the time. That'll be awkward when you meet. Feng Jing grumbled without slowing down. Hearing the name Wang Xiaojie, Lu Hao's face darkened further. Sitting across from him was Xiaoye. He forced down his emotions and replied casually, yeah, I'll try to pull some strings. Then he hung up immediately. Getting promoted to Deputy Section Chief within a month? Nearly impossible. Thinking that, he put down his chopsticks completely. Xiaoye quietly heard the phone conversation but didn't press him. Instead, she shifted the topic back smoothly. Right, I'm not from here. I was transferred from the provincial capital. A teacher? Lu Hao guessed. What I do isn't important. What matters is that I have a reason that brought me here. Xiaoye's eyes curved with an enigmatic smile. What about you? How did you end up here? Lu Hao gave a wry smile and spread his hands. It's a long story. I thought my career would be smooth sailing, but luck wasn't on my side. Maybe I just don't have what it takes to be an official. That's not necessarily true. Maybe you just haven't met your benefactor yet, Xiaoye replied, gently swirling her cup, speaking confidently. Lu Hao shrugged, clearly not taking the words to heart. The next morning, just as the poverty alleviation office opened, several colleagues gathered to whisper among themselves. Heard the county transferred in a new deputy township chief? Yeah, just promoted. Probably the youngest deputy section chief in the office. Secretary Zhao sent Director Deng to welcome him. There's a leadership meeting at 10. Lu Hao listened quietly as he organized files. Feng Jing had already hinted at this news the day before. Soon, the roar of a car engine was heard in the courtyard, followed by familiar greetings. Lu Hao closed his folder, guessing accurately. It was most likely Wang Xiaojie arriving. Downstairs, Party and Government Office Director Deng Song, who also served as propaganda committee member, went out to greet him personally, with middle managers like Song Bo from various departments close behind. Deputy Township Chief Wang, your transfer to Feng Shui Township is like adding wings to a tiger. Deng Song beamed, shaking Wang's hand firmly. Secretary Zhao informed us of a leadership meeting at 10. You can join and get acquainted with township affairs. Deng Song knew full well that Wang Xiaojie had strong backing in the county. This transfer was clearly a way to polish his credential. She was a rising star likely to move up to executive or even chief soon. Definitely someone worth currying favor with. Wang Xiaojie glanced at his watch with a smile. Director Deng, you're too kind. There's still time before the meeting. Could you take me around the departments first so I can meet everyone? Where would you like to start? Poverty alleviation is our most important task in Fanshui Township. Let's begin at the Poverty Alleviation Office. Wang's smile deepened. As the new deputy township chief, of course he wanted to visit the down-and-out Lu Hao. Savor the look on his face when they met. Please, Deputy Township Chief Wang, this way. The moment Song Bo heard they were heading to the Poverty Alleviation Office, he immediately perked up and hurried ahead to lead the way. Wang Xiaojia walked behind him with his hands clasped behind his back, a familiar arrogant smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. His pace was unhurried, measured. The other department heads instinctively fell into a protective formation around him, creating an aura of reverence and deference. This spotlight made Wang Xiaojia feel comfortable even as a deputy department head. He was confident he could keep Lu Hao firmly under his thumb. Inside the Poverty Alleviation Office, Lu Hao was bent over piles of materials on poverty relief, flipping through them carefully. Before coming downstairs that morning, Song Bo had suddenly assigned the responsibility of managing these files to Lu Hao. Previously, the job had belonged to Niu Dashan. The sudden shift in duty made Lu Hao uneasy, but he understood that under the circumstances, he had no choice but to comply. Town Chief Wang is here for an inspection. Get up and welcome him. Song Bo's voice called out from the doorway, one arm stretching inside to wave them over. Lu Hao and several colleagues stood up quickly, brushing dust off their sleeves. Moments later, light footsteps approached. Wang Xiaojia strode in, his eyes first flicking to the piles of files stacked in the corner, then scanning the group before him. Town Chief Wang, this is Niu Dashan, the deputy director of our Poverty Alleviation Office, a veteran employee. Song Bo began the introductions, pointing to the burly Niu Dashan. This is our youngest clerk, Tang Chunyan, he continued, nudging the young woman standing nearby forward. Finally, he turned his attention to Lu Hao. And this is Lu Hao, recently transferred from the county office and also a deputy director. That concludes the introductions. Please give your guidance, Town Chief. Wang Xiaojia narrowed his eyes as he surveyed Lu Hao and the towering stacks of materials. A smug smile crept across his face. Guidance might be too much to ask for, but seeing such complete files tells me no one has been slacking. Poverty alleviation is the top priority for our township and the entire county. We must take it seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, Song Bo led the applause, the sound clapping loudly and echoing off the ceiling. The others quickly joined in to continue the ovation. When the applause finally died down, Wang Xiaojia laughed suddenly. Some of you might not know, but I used to be colleagues with Lu Hao back at the county. He's responsible and capable, a rare good comrade. I hope he will also achieve great things in poverty alleviation. With that, he reached out and patted Lu Hao twice on the shoulder. Lu Hao, not long ago we were on the same level. Now well, never mind. Just work hard. I believe you'll be promoted to deputy director before long. The room fell silent for a moment. Everyone caught the bitter undertone woven subtly into the word before long. A few seasoned veterans could already sense there was definitely some bad blood between the two men. Thank you for your encouragement, Town Chief. I won't let you down, Lu Hao replied calmly, choosing not to take the bait. He knew that openly clashing with a deputy town chief would only make him seem ungrateful and short-sighted. All right. Then let's move on to the party and government office, Wang Xiaojia said, twisting his wrist as he led the group away. Niu Dashan hurried after them, calling Town Chief Wang. Town Chief Wang. Repeatedly, clearly trying to raise his own profile. The footsteps faded down the hallway. The office was left with just Lu Hao and Tang Chunyan. The young woman stepped closer and whispered, Lu Hao, I think Wang Xiaojia is a wolf in sheep's clothing. If you ever have a grudge against him, you'll have to be very careful from now on. And Song Bo suddenly handing you the poverty files, I don't feel that's right either. Just watch your back. Tang Chunyan became a civil servant last year after graduating from university. She is originally from Fanshui Township. After these days of going to the countryside together, visiting households, and filling out forms, Lu Hao's impression of her has been very positive. She is delicate in appearance, speaks gently, and approaches her work with meticulous care. Thanks for the reminder, Miss Tang, he said half-jokingly, nodding. Though he seemed relaxed, inwardly he grew more cautious. After chatting briefly with colleagues, the small meeting room in the township government gradually filled with leaders. Party Secretary Zhao Gang walked in first, followed by Township Chief Li Haoyan. Behind them were Hong Haifeng, the Executive Deputy Township Chief in charge of poverty alleviation, newly appointed Deputy Township Chief Wang Xiaojia, and Deng Song, who doubles as the Propaganda Committee member and Director of the Party and Government Office. Sitting to Zhao Gang's left was Lin Siye, the Deputy Party Secretary, elegant in demeanor. With all members present, the atmosphere suddenly turned heavy. Everyone knows about the county's poverty audit team dropping by the Poverty Relief Office for an inspection yesterday, right? Zhao Gang spoke first, his tone calm, but unmistakably commanding. He paused, took a sip of tea, then surveyed the group from one end of the table to the other. The audit team found that a large amount of poverty relief documents appear to be forged, and they suspect corruption behind it. The county has taken a tough stance, demanding serious accountability and swift rectification. The notice came this morning, and I called this meeting to discuss how we explain things to the county. This was standard procedure. As Zhao Gang finished, the second-in-command Li Hao took over. Clearing his throat, Li said, I asked County Chief Li this morning. For now, the county won't involve the Discipline Inspection Commission, but they insist we produce results. We need to balance the accountability carefully and avoid enlarging the issue. Chief Li is right. Family shame shouldn't be made public, Zhao Gang agreed smoothly. We have to keep the impact minimal. Though the two usually did not see eye to eye, at this moment they were perfectly aligned. Contain the fire to a small flame and never let it reach their own heads. Since the county hinted they wouldn't dig too deep, their real intention was obvious. Find a scapegoat, punish a low-level person, and calm the storm. Under the lights, Li Hao quickly signaled Deng Song. As propaganda committee member and party government office director, Deng immediately caught on and fired off. Secretary, I don't think this is complicated. The county has confirmed document forgery, so just hold the colleagues responsible for these files accountable. He didn't mention anything about project bidding or subsidy funds, narrowing the problem sharply to a simple document irregularity. I agree, Li Hao added. So who exactly manages the poverty relief documents now? Without hesitation, Deng Song responded, I just asked Song Bo. It's Lu Hao. At that moment, Lin Xie's brow slightly furrowed, and Hong Haifeng's expression darkened too. The air around the conference table suddenly stiffened. Deng Song and Li Hao were clearly working in tandem, pointing the finger directly at Lu Hao, making it clear they wanted him to take the fall. Everyone present was sharp enough to catch on immediately. Wang Shaiji's heart leapt with joy when he heard this. Lu Hao was still dreaming of getting promoted to deputy section chief? Now he was being set up as the scapegoat. He couldn't help curling his lips into a smirk and quickly chimed in, Secretary Zhao, Magistrate Li, I just started this post today, so we'll be frank. Since Lu Hao was responsible for the poverty alleviation files, he should bear the responsibility. There's nothing to discuss. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Hao shot him an approving glance, as if to say, well done. But before Wang Xiaojie could savor this moment, a chill ran down his spine. The sharp gaze of Lin Xia fixed on him like an ice-cold blade, her expression dark and terrifying. Did I say something wrong? He felt a pang of guilt and instinctively looked away from her eyes. But then he thought, Lin Xia was only the third in command, and he had connections in the county. There was no need to fear her. With that in mind, he leisurely took a sip of tea. Township Chief Wang, without an investigation, you have no right to speak, Lin Xia said mercilessly. You're new here and don't know the situation, so don't speak carelessly. Her cold words left Wang Xiaojie frozen mid-sip. She put down her documents, her expression serious. If we are to hold people accountable, it must be fair, just, and based on facts. If the Poverty Alleviation Office made mistakes, whoever is responsible has to take responsibility. Nobody can push it on to others. That's the most basic principle. The moment she finished speaking, Li Haoshan's face darkened instantly. Zhao Gang furrowed his brow deeply. Clearly hadn't expected Lin Xia to pick a fight over such a minor issue, and with such sharp words. I agree with Secretary Lin. Hong Haifeng slammed his fist on the armrest, his bushy brows furrowed. Lu Hao was only transferred from the county a few days ago. He didn't even have a chance to make mistakes. Making a young man the scapegoat is too much. As a former military cadre, his straightforwardness carried the weight of a command, black and white, and without compromise. Zhao Gang suddenly banged his fist on the table. Enough. Why argue over something so trivial? If the Poverty Alleviation Office messes up, it's our township's problem too. Do you want to escalate this and involve the Discipline Inspection Commission, causing everyone to be suspended? His gaze swept over the room, setting the tone decisively. I share Magistrate Li's view. Since the issue lies with the files and Lu Hao is responsible for those files, then the responsibility falls on him. Let's not drag this out. Last night, Song Bo had delivered a bribe that was still hidden in Zhao Gang's desk drawer. Had to protect Song Bo. Nyo Dashan was Li Haoshan's man, and Li Hao had the backing of County Magistrate Li Zhen, who was untouchable. Lu Hao, having lost his patron and demoted to Fengshui Township, was the perfect scapegoat. Seizing the moment, Li Hao sneered coldly. Moreover, we must be strict. Give Lu Hao a serious demerit to set an example. That way, we can report to the county and show that our poverty alleviation work is improving. I'm sure County Magistrate Li won't object. Though distant relatives, Li Hao and Li Zhen had a useful relationship. Before Lu Hao's demotion, Li Zhen had hinted to seize the opportunity to properly deal with this brat. Now, they could keep Nyo Dashan safe and punish Lu Hao, really killing two birds with one stone. Lin Xia's face grew even colder when she heard serious demerit. Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Gang cut her off. All right, this matter is settled. Let's move on to the next agenda. Zhao Gang's words clearly revealed his stance. As secretary and top leader, he held the final decision. Zhao Gang had clearly underestimated Lin Xia's determination in this matter. Wait, Secretary Zhao, I still have something to say. Lin Xia suddenly spoke up, interrupting him. Her voice wasn't loud, but carried an undeniable firmness. If this is truly the final decision after the organization's discussion, I will comply, but I reserve my personal opinion. Everyone knows what's wrong in the Poverty Alleviation Office and whether Lu Hao bears any responsibility. As for who should be held accountable, who knows best? You do, Mayor Li, don't you? With that, she gave a meaningful smile. Li Haoyan stiffened, a chill running down his spine. What exactly do you mean by that? You, Mayor Li, should understand perfectly well. Lin Xia's smile faded, her gaze sharp and cold. I stand by what I said. Fairness, justice, and seeking truth from facts are the organization's principles. I do not agree with the punishment against Lu Hao, and I will never accept it. After a brief silence, she spoke again. Let me emphasize one last point. The roots of the Poverty Alleviation Office are already rotten, and they must be cut out and treated. Since I came to Fengshui Township, the poverty alleviation work has been all talk and no action. Where has the poverty relief funding gone every year? Have you ever cared whether the people live better lives? Whenever something goes wrong, you all look to find a scapegoat. She rubbed her temple, her voice low and tired. I'm not feeling well. I'm going to leave. Without hesitation, she stood up and pushed her chair away. I get high blood pressure when I get mad. I need to see a doctor. What people do, fate will witness. We are the poorest township in the entire county, and the people have it the worst. Think about why. Hong Haifeng slammed his fist on the table with a muted roar. I'm going with her. He strode out, leaving Zhao Gang and Li Haoyan no dignity at all. Hong Haifeng was fearless and had repeatedly missed promotions, but he never cared. Back at her office, Lin Xia's chest still heaved with frustration. Since transferring to Fengshui Township, this was the first time she had been so upset over official business. Taking a deep breath, she pulled out her phone and opened the contact labeled Yizi. The call connected after just one ring. A gentle female voice came from the other end. Xia, I was just about to call you. I didn't expect you to call first. Do you need to talk? Yes, it's about Fengshui Township and Lu Hao. I need to report to you. Lin Xia tried to keep her tone calm, but couldn't hide a helpless smile. Okay, go ahead. She then recounted every word in detail from the meeting faithfully, ending with, this is complicated. To save Lu Hao, you'll have to step in. A soft, cold laugh came through the line from Yizi. For a small place like Fengshui Township to be this rotten, Anqing County must be in chaos. Don't get involved just yet. I'm going to see Qin Yi and have the city's Discipline Inspection Commission intervene directly to bypass the county authorities. By the way, I've already arrived in Anqing County. You're here? So, the provincial authorities have already made a decision? Lin Xia's voice lifted with a hint of excitement. Yes, the appointment hasn't been made official yet, but it's imminent. Yi Zi's tone was gentle. Actually, I want to meet Lu Hao first. Since I'm not officially in office, he won't know who I am. No pressure in meeting. In that case, call him and invite him to dinner. Lin Xia quickly sent Lu Hao's number. I've met him. He's a good man and quite eager to help. But after all these years, whether he still remembers you is another matter. Inside the Poverty Alleviation Office, Lu Hao was still buried in piles of old files. These archives had long been kept by Niu Dashan. The more carefully he studied them, the colder his heart grew. The more he examined, the more alarmed Lu Hao became. The accounts were a complete mess, with large sums being paid out and much of the poverty alleviation funds never actually reaching their intended projects. No wonder the county audit team's investigation had left Song Bo and Niu Dashan both on edge. Lu Hao sat at the old wooden desk in the poverty relief office, meticulously cross-checking receipts and expenditure vouchers one by one. The dim yellow light cast dust particles floating in the beams. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed down the corridor. Niu Dashan strolled into the office, trailing the smell of smoke and alcohol. Hands in his pockets, he clicked his tongue and sneered. Oh, so serious, huh? What a pity. Lu Hao didn't bother to look up and kept reviewing the accounts. Niu exhaled a cloud of smoke, crossed his legs, and settled into a chair. Don't bother digging. Even if you find something fishy, what good will it do? You didn't do anything wrong, yet you'll still get reprimanded. That's just how things go for you. With a sharp snap, Lu Hao closed the ledger. What do you mean by that, Niu Dashan? You'll find out soon enough. Just remember not to cry when it happens, huh? Niu flicked the ash from his cigarette, grinning smugly. It was clear he already had the scoop from Li Haoyan. Before Lu Hao could ask more, the shrill ring of the office phone cut through the tension. He grabbed the receiver. It was Song Bo, telling him to come over right away. Hanging up, Lu Hao hurried to the office opposite with a knot of unease in his stomach. A minute later, Lu Hao pushed open the door. Director, you wanted to see me? Song Bo barely glanced up, throwing 2 files onto the desk. Here are the notice and disciplinary documents against you. They will be reported to the county soon. Study them carefully. His tone was cold as ice. Lu Hao froze, skimming the papers, his pupils contracting sharply. A serious warning? Director Song, what did I do wrong? I just arrived from the county office. How are problems with the poverty files my fault? You're in charge of those files now, so any problem is your responsibility, Song Bo said, leaning back confidently. But you just assigned that to me this morning. Until yesterday, Niu Dashan was handling it. Lu Hao's anger flared. He finally saw through the trap. If he got slapped with this, he wouldn't get promoted to deputy section chief for at least a year, and it would stain his record. Song Bo raised a hand. Even if Neo managed it before, once you took over you should have flagged the issues. Your failure to correct or report them is your fault. His voice was low but resolute. Zhao Gang had nodded in agreement to the punishment this morning, which meant Lu Hao was seen as an easy target. Enough. Lu Hao slammed the files on the desk. You think you can bully me? I won't accept this. What do you mean? Song Bo sat up sharply, surprised by the outburst. I'm saying I will appeal upwards. I reject this punishment. Lu Hao gave the desk another heavy bang and turned to leave. Song Bo sneered after him. This decision was made collectively by the Township Party Committee, and even County Chief Li has been informed and fully supports it. No one will listen to your appeal, Li Jun. Lu Hao sneered bitterly, thinking how dark and crooked politics were such a perfect opportunity, and they still won't pass up on ruining him. Realizing arguing was useless, Lu Hao swallowed his anger and returned to the Poverty Relief Office. How's that for a surprise? A major demerit hat stain will follow you forever in the system. You still have a lot to learn if you think you can challenge me. Ha ha ha. In the Poverty Relief Office of Fengshui Township, Neo Dashin slapped the table as he sneered sarcastically at Lu Hao, his double chin trembling with laughter. After finishing, he hummed a tune and slammed the door behind him. His polished shoes clicked triumphantly against the corridor tiles. Smoke curled lazily in the half-lit room. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Hao flicked the cigarette stub into the ashtray with a sharp snap as sparks scattered. He knew all too well who was really taking the fall this time: Neo Dashin and Songbo. The days when he reigned triumphant in the county committee felt like old newspapers torn off and impossible to retrieve. Now, in tiny Fengshui Township, he was nothing but a puppet to be toyed with. For the first time, he truly understood, in officialdom, without status and power, you are nothing. Suddenly, his phone rang, slicing through the haze of thought. The screen blazed with the name Baobei Fongjing. Lu Hao inhaled deeply before answering. Lu Hao, what are you doing? You've only been in Fengshui Township for a few days and already got a major demerit. How do you expect to become a deputy section chief like this? Fong Jing's voice was a mix of anxiety and reproach. How do you know? Lu Hao asked casually, though he had an inkling. There was a pause. Then Fong Jing spoke rapidly. The township leadership just had a meeting to discuss your punishment. Wang Xiaojie defended you fiercely, singing your praises, but the other leaders insisted you get the demerit. Shows how badly you're doing here. So it's Wang Xiaojie again? Lu Hao's heart sank. Fong Jing, don't listen to him. He's not as kind as he seems. He's trying to cause trouble between us, taking advantage of the chaos. I don't want to hear you badmouth someone else. Fong Jing snapped, clearly irritated. Lu Hao took a deep breath, his tone firmer. I'm not making it up. I was at odds with Wang when I was in the county committee. Back then, my cousin had my back, so he couldn't touch me. Now that I'm exposed, he's setting his sights on you and targeting me behind the scenes. Fong Jing was fed up. Lu Hao, don't look at Wang Xiaojie with hostility. He is your leader after all. He told me it's actually County Chief Li who's after you. Li Jun has already warned the township, head Li Haoshan wants you out. This is just the start. Next time, they'll kick you out of the civil service completely. A chill ran down Lu Hao's spine. Since arriving in Fengshui, had encountered obstacles everywhere. It turned out Li Jun was the one sabotaging him behind the scenes. Even now, after his demotion, the powerful county chief wasn't willing to let go. When Lu Hao fell silent, Fong Jing pressed on. You should go apologize to County Chief Li. He's acting county party secretary now. Send him a gift, even kowtow if you have Tony-thing to make him drop this. Wang said they live in the same neighborhood and can set up a dinner. You just have to humble yourself. Hearing Li Jun's name again, anger surged through Lu Hao's chest. His knuckles whitened as he clenched his fists, but his voice remained controlled. Enough, Fong Jing. This is my problem, not yours. I won't accept this punishment or beg Wang Xiaojie for anything. 2 seconds of silence passed before Fong Jing coldly shot back. Do as you please. Just as Wang Xiaojie predicted, Lu Hao's stubborn nature meant he had no chance of getting promoted to deputy section chief in this lifetime. After the call ended, he felt deeply disappointed. The office fluorescent light buzzed faintly as Lu Hao stared at the darkened phone screen, his expression frozen. He believed Fong Jing had feelings for him, but she was too easily swayed by others' opinions. She must care about him to call personally with advice. Yet the reality was clear. Advancing any further looked impossible. Anger, frustration, and overwhelming defeat surged through him. He clenched his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. Just then, the phone rang again, piercing the heavy silence. Thinking it was Fong Jing, he looked down, but the caller ID showed an unfamiliar number from the provincial capital. Hello? Lu Hao frowned and answered. A low, magnetic female voice came through. Is this Lu Hao? Yes, who is this? He asked instinctively, not recognizing the voice. 3 years ago, there was a car accident on the Xiangjiang Bridge in the provincial capital. You jumped into the river to save me. Do you remember? The woman gently reminded him. Lu Hao was stunned as the memory flooded back. It was his second year after joining the army, while keeping his student registration. That day, while on official duty driving a military vehicle, he witnessed a pileup on the Xiangjiang Bridge and saw a car crash into the river, the driver barely conscious. Without hesitation, he leapt into the freezing water, dragged the woman ashore, and performed emergency resuscitation. Once she regained consciousness, he rushed off to complete his orders. The rescue was recorded by bystanders and uploaded online, earning him a third-class merit award. It was a woman he saved, but back then he had no time for chit-chat and had long forgotten her face, never imagining she'd get in touch 3 years later. I remember. But how did you get my number? Lu Hao asked, puzzled. Finding you wasn't hard for me, she said with a soft laugh. Tonight at 6, at Yunding Grand Hotel in Anqing County, let me treat you to a meal. I should have invited you 3 years ago, but kept putting it off. Will you honor me with your presence? You're in Anqing? Lu Hao was surprised. He was stationed there. By rights, he should be the one inviting her. Then I'm the one who should treat you. But I don't even know your name. Just call me Z. Don't miss tonight, she replied. Yi Z didn't reveal her surname. Actually, 3 years ago, after Lu Hao saved her, Yi Z had someone look into him. But seeing that Lu Hao didn't seem to care much about having saved her, she never went to thank him in person. Over these 3 years, although Yi Z never showed herself publicly, she often kept tabs on Lu Hao's situation through various channels. When she heard that Lu Hao had recently gotten into some trouble and she happened to come to Anqing County on business, she decided to meet this lifesaver face to face. After hanging up the phone, Lu Hao didn't think much about it. He went back to his dorm, took a shower, changed into a clean shirt and dark trousers, and lightly sprayed some men's cologne. Then he drove straight to the county seat. Under the night sky, the street lamps cast a warm golden glow on the asphalt, and a few pedestrians hurried past. Yunding Grand Hotel was the top spot in Anqing County, a symbol of status and luxury. Lu Hao had been here a few times before with Lu Yuanda. Stepping again into the lavish lobby, he felt a little intimidated by how expensive this place must be. The marble front desk shone like a mirror, and the crystal chandeliers illuminated every detail brilliantly. A tall, elegantly made-up waitress greeted him and led him down a corridor to a private room. The room could seat 10, decorated with golden wood carvings and exquisite tapestries, creating a rich and dignified ambience. Yet inside, there was only one woman. She wore a simple white blouse and jeans, her hair tied back in a neat ponytail. Her features were sharply defined as if carved by a skilled artisan, her skin pale and flawless, and her confident, composed expression gave her an almost otherworldly beauty. Lu Hao's memory of Yi Zi's face had long blurred, but seeing her now made his heart skive. Hadn't expected the girl he saved back then to become so stunning, even more so than Xiaoya, whom he had known in Fengshui village. What surprised him even more was the aura she carried, like someone in a position of power, quietly commanding the room and subtly pressuring those around her. After years of navigating officialdom, Lu Hao immediately judged. This woman was no ordinary person. Don't just stand there. Have a seat. Yi Zi smiled and gestured. The waitress quickly served Westlake Longjing tea and opened a bottle of Feitian Mitai, priced in the thousands. Soon steaming hot dishes were spread across the table. This toast is long overdue. 3 years ago, I should have done this, Yi Zi said, lifting her glass with clear, serious eyes. Thank you for saving me back then. Seeing her sincerity, Lu Hao raised his glass lightly in return and spoke earnestly. I honestly didn't think much of it. Don't worry about it, it was nothing. How you see it is your business. But I have to express my gratitude, Yi Zi said, setting down her glass and getting straight to the point. If there's anything you want, just say it, house. Car, anything I can do? I'll try my best. Lu Hao was taken aback and asked, You're pretty wealthy? Sort of average, Yi Zi smiled slightly. If you need money, just name a figure and I'll see what I can do. What do you do for work? He wasn't planning to ask for anything, but was curious. I run a company. It's not small, and I'm the CEO, with quite a few people under me. My reason for coming to Anqing County is business. If you have any ideas, just say the word. Her tone was casual, but her confidence was unmistakable. Lu Hao's eyes flicked to the expensive liquor label on the table, then to her calm demeanor, thinking to himself that the meal alone probably cost tens of thousands. Her claim to be a company CEO made sense. He shook his head with a wry smile. Honestly, you probably can't help with my situation either. After several rounds of drinks, the atmosphere grew mellow, and Lu Hao, facing this once strange woman, let down his guard completely. He poured out all his troubles. The fallout from Lu Yuanda's incident had marginalized him in the system. Fang Jing's parents had suddenly turned cold. The leadership in Fengshui village was pinning blame on him and preparing disciplinary action. In the end, he sighed and admitted it was only a matter of time before Fang Jing would break up with him. While Lu Hao was venting, the waiter poured him another glass of wine, and Lu Hao politely said thank you. That simple thank you resonated clearly in the dim, yellowish light. Yi Zi's eyes brightened, and her fondness for him grew a little more. She had seen many people who had nothing yet acted arrogantly, treating waitstaff like outlets for their anger just to feel superior. But none of that ugly arrogance appeared in Lu Hao. I understand your situation, Yi Zi said softly, lifting her glass with a polite smile. It's a pity I'm already engaged. Otherwise, I might consider being your girlfriend after you break up. What about your secondary department transfer? I might be able to help. In your cousin Lu Yuanda's case, I might be able to do something for that, too. Hearing this, Lu Hao sat up straighter. He knew he was speaking the truth. Reality was harsh, and he had tasted it long ago, having witnessed too many similar cases. But the brief spark of hope quickly faded as he shook his head and lowered his voice. County Director Li has always been at odds with my cousin. I've even offended him before. Now that my cousin's in trouble, Li looks at me even more unfavorably. Even if you have connections, it's probably hard to help. Officialdom is too complicated. In his mind, Yi Zi might be wealthy, but when it came to local matters in Anqing County, her influence was limited. To him, she was someone he could open up to as a friend. That's not necessarily true, Yi Zi replied with a faint smile. The county director is just second in command, not the county party secretary. Lu Hao sighed and lowered his voice to share some insider information. I've heard he's already making moves. This time, the top spot will probably be his. Yi Zi said no more. She gently swirled the red wine in her glass. Our company has wide connections. I know some people in the city, too. What feels impossible to you might be resolved with a single word from the right people at the top. She spoke casually, but the faint spark reignited in Lu Hao's heart. He took a deep breath and solemnly placed his glass down on the table. Let's set my own affairs aside for now. The most important thing is my cousin. I just hope the Discipline Inspection Commission cuts him some slack. Yi Zi was slightly surprised that Lu Hao's first concern wasn't his own future. In that moment, she saw him in a new light, her eyes filled with newfound respect. It seems your cousin's situation matters more to you than your own promotion. Lu Hao scratched the back of his head and nodded seriously. Yes. He's always treated me well. As long as he's okay, I don't mind being a low-level clerk. But there's no news, and I can't get through to him by phone. I'm worried if he's charged with corruption, he'll be sentenced. Said that's something I absolutely don't want to see. Whether it's about your cousin or your deputy section chief position, I'll do my best to help, but I can't guarantee the outcome. Yi Zi didn't give a definite answer. She left enough room for Lu Hao to maneuver. She had thought Lu Hao's question was just casual, but seeing how much he cared about Lu Yuanda's case, how loyal and sincere he was, only made her more certain she hadn't misjudged him. Thank you in advance. By the way, I don't even know your last name. Lu Hao quickly raised his glass, his smile sincere. Just call me Zi. As for my surname, you'll find out someday. Yi Zi replied playfully, the faint smile on her lips full of hidden meaning. Around 9 in the evening, they parted ways after dinner. Walking under the dim streetlights, Lu Hao felt as if he were dreaming. The girl he casually saved 3 years ago had appeared just when he was going through his toughest time, and she hadn't hesitated to help. Whether she could actually assist him was secondary. Just having Zi patiently listen to his troubles was enough to satisfy him. The next morning, he arrived at the poverty alleviation office as usual. Inside the spacious office, Tang Chunyan was busy sorting through documents, the routine lonely on-duty shift that had become her norm, since the other colleagues including Niu Dashan tended to show up late. Lu Hao, I heard what happened to you. The conscience of those leaders must have been eaten by dogs. Tang Chunyan looked up, unable to conceal her indignation. Though she didn't handle the accounts, she could smell the foul play. Lu Hao had just started and had already taken the blame for Song Bo and Niu Dashan. A bitter pill for anyone. I won't let them throw dirt on me and get away with it, Lu Hao said, moved by his colleague's support, his gaze growing firmer. He was determined to go upstairs and confront Party Secretary Zhao Gong. If the top leader of Fengshui Township softened, there might still be room to reverse the punishment. With that, he stepped out of the office. Just as he reached the stairwell, his steps froze. Heard voices from upstairs. Director Deng, I'm attending the county-level leadership conference today. Hurry up and report Lu Hao's punishment to the county to make this matter official and give the poverty alleviation audit team an explanation. Yes, Secretary Zhao. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's done today. From just a few words, Lu Hao immediately recognized the voices. One was Zhao Gang, the other Deng Song, who also served as propaganda committee member. He quickly slipped into the nearby break room, afraid they might spot him. Secretary, I heard a rumor that the county party secretary Lu Yuanda is about to be dismissed. Originally, County Magistrate Li was going to take over, but for some reason the provincial authorities changed their minds and want to send someone else, Deng Song whispered. Zhao Gang feigned a deep sigh, but his delighted expression was hard to hide. Li Haoyan and Li Zhen were close friends. While Zhao's relationship with Li Zhen was only average naturally, he didn't want Li Zhen to become the top leader. If that happened, Zhao might be transferred and replaced by Li Haoyan. Oh, and I heard from Song Bo yesterday that Lu Hao has quite a temper. He threatened to cause trouble and said he'd appeal the punishment to higher-ups. Make sure you give him a good talking to later, Zhao Gang added. Don't worry, Secretary, I'll make sure to get that kid under control. But I noticed Secretary Lin has been speaking up for him at the party committee meetings. That might be overstepping. Could it cause some resentment from Secretary Lin? In the corridor, Deng Song lowered his voice carefully. The lights stretched their shadows long and thin. He's just a low-level clerk. If Lin Xie really had the ability, she'd have managed to keep him on by now. Zhao Gang scoffed, waving dismissively. I know Lin Xia has powerful backers, but for some nobody like Lu Hao, she probably wouldn't risk burning bridges with me. Their footsteps faded down the hallway, but every word slipped in through the crack beneath the water room door. Hidden behind the steaming vapor, Lu Hao's heart sank. The township head disliked him, and now even the secretary was targeting him. The only small comfort was hearing that Li Zhen missed getting promoted to county party secretary otherwise. If that person took the top seat, Lu Hao didn't want to imagine what would happen to him. As for Secretary Lin, his was the second time Lu Hao had heard she defended him, leaving him more curious than ever. Back in his office, no sooner had he sat down than Niu Dashan came stomping in, his heavy frame filling the doorway. Squinting, he sneered sarcastically, our poverty relief office actually has someone who got a major disciplinary strike. Damn unlucky. Get out now, into the supply closet with you. People with punishments don't get to stay here. The so-called supply closet was next to the bathroom, perpetually stuffed with broken chairs and desks. Niu Dashan was a former township hooligan who clawed his way up to director by sucking up to the right people, known for bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Lu Hao stayed perfectly still, not even raising his brow. Niu Dashan boiled over, jabbing a finger dangerously close to Lu Hao's nose. Deaf. Get the hell out. Don't understand human language? Director Niu, Tang Chunyan finally spoke up after staying quiet for so long. Lu Hao has already been punished. Isn't chasing him out going too far? Oh, Tang Chunyan, you just met this pretty boy and you're already sticking up for him? Niu Dashan sneered lewdly. Got a crush? Want me to throw you out too? He grabbed Lu Hao's bag and tossed it hard by the door, then swept Lu Hao's cup off the desk. Water spilled everywhere. Get out. Do you hear me? Before the cup even shattered, Lu Hao suddenly stood, his eyes cold and sharp enough to chill the back of Niu Dashan's neck. Pick up your things. You dare talk to me like that? Niu Dashan blustered, trying to hide his fear. I'm just throwing your stuff around. What will you do about it? No sooner had he finished than Lu Hao stepped forward and gripped Niu Dashan's collar like grabbing a chick, lifting the solidly built man at least 170 or 180 pounds off the ground. The air thickened with tension. Niu Dashan's legs dangled as he instinctively grasped Lu Hao's wrist, voice trembling. What do you think you're doing? If you touch me, I swear you'll regret it. Just then, steady footsteps echoed at the door. Several staff members in identical dark suits, badges bearing the national emblem, entered expressionless and formidable. Leading them was a woman with sharp black hair, a composed demeanor, and a faint smile in her eyes. Lu Hao froze. It was Qin Yi. Lu Hao, I didn't expect to run into you so soon again. Are you settling in okay at Fengshui Township? Qin Yi asked warmly. It's not bad work, is work no matter where you go. Lu Hao released Niu Dashan and gave an awkward smile. What was she doing here? Could it be that she was still investigating him? That thought made Lu Hao's heart suddenly tighten. In the office building corridor, Qin Yi's footsteps were steady as she led two colleagues forward, closing in step by step. Her expression was calm, but carried an inexplicable pressure. When they reached the door of the Poverty Alleviation Office, she scanned the group and said with a half smile, Who here is Niu Dashan? That's me. Who are you, and what do you want? Niu Dashan instinctively raised his chin, but couldn't hide the panic in his eyes. City Discipline Inspection Commission. A colleague behind Qin Yi flashed a work ID in front of Niu Dashan, then nodded at him. You're coming with us. The moment those words dropped, the office fell completely silent, and even Lu Hao was stunned. Niu Dashan froze for a second before his knees buckled, his voice trembling. What? What do you want with me? What do you think? Qin Yi said coldly. You really thought no one knew what you've been up to? If you don't want people to know, don't do it in the first place. I. Niu Dashan turned pale, and his lips quivered, unable to form a complete sentence. Take him away. Qin Yi raised her chin. Two colleagues immediately grabbed Niu Dashan's arms from both sides. Why? I want to see our township chief. Niu Dashan struggled weakly, but no one listened. They forcefully dragged him out of the office. Having witnessed the Discipline Inspection Commission's methods before, Lu Hao quickly calmed down. At least Qin Yi wasn't after him. But for other colleagues, this was their first time seeing such a thing, and the entire township government building erupted into a frenzy, with heads peeking around windows and whispering in corridors. Lu Hao excused himself to the restroom. On his way back, he happened to see Song Bo being dragged from the office as well. The arrogant and cocky expression from last night was completely gone. His face was gray and defeated, like a prisoner being led to the execution ground. Before long, county discipline inspection officials arrived, breathless, to coordinate with the city inspectors, launching a full investigation. Everyone in the Poverty Alleviation Office was summoned for questioning, and Lu Hao was no exception. The third-floor conference room was temporarily turned into an interrogation room. Lu Hao pushed open the door to find Qin Yi and two other officials already waiting. The bright lighting and faint smell of coffee couldn't mask the cold, serious atmosphere of the interrogation table. Lu Hao, I heard you've just been transferred to the Poverty Alleviation Office. Qin Yi cut straight to the point. What do you know about corruption and bribery there? I don't know all the details. Lu Hao thought for a moment and answered truthfully. but I looked through the transaction records of the poverty funds and found quite a few problems. A lot of money meant for poverty relief was spent elsewhere, and some subsidies meant for impoverished households were withheld. Qin Yi nodded. Anything else? Lu Hao took a deep breath. I want to report it. I hope the organization will punish the people who made these mistakes. Then he told them everything that had happened in the past 2 days, the sudden dump of poverty files by Song Bo, the suspicious accounts, the township party committee's attempt to make him take the blame for Niu Dashan and Song Bo, and their plans to discipline him. After listening, Qin Yi's expression didn't change, she only nodded lightly. All right, you can go back for now. We will handle this matter fairly. Stepping out of the third floor, Lu Hao unconsciously exhaled. Back in the poverty alleviation office, only Tang Chunyin sat at her desk flipping through documents. The other workstations were empty. The others had disappeared like Song Bo and Niu Dashan, likely isolated for separate questioning by the Discipline Inspection Commission. Lu Hao, the arrival of the City Disciplinary Committee couldn't have come at a better time. Now that they're under investigation, your own disciplinary action will likely be revoked soon. Your stroke of luck is just around the corner. Tang Chunyin pushed open the office door, her face relaxed. She had long suspected the irregularities in the Poverty Alleviation Office's accounts years ago, but with her low rank, she had no voice. Niu Dashan never took her seriously, so she endured in silence. Now that the city committee was suddenly on site, she finally felt a release of tension. I hope so. Lu Hao forced a smile, but his gaze drifted out the window, and the image of Yi Zi suddenly appeared in his mind. A few days ago, he had vented to Zi over dinner about problems in the poverty office. Now the city committee, led by Qin Yi, had just come down to investigate. Could Zi have been secretly pulling the strings? Just then, Sun Xiaolei from the party affairs office hurried to the door, pushing it open and calling out loudly. Lu Hao, Secretary Lin has appointed you as acting director of the poverty office. Me? Lu Hao was taken aback. That's right. Until the new appointment is confirmed, you're in charge here. Sun Xiaolei handed him the notice and added. Also, the committee's investigation of you and Tang Chunyin is complete. The verdict? No issues. You can return to work as usual. He couldn't help but feel envious. Lu Hao had only been in Fanshui Township a few days and had already risen from deputy director to acting director. At this rate, a formal appointment, maybe even deputy section chief, was within reach. Meanwhile, Sun Xiaolei was still a clerk after years in the office. See, Lu Hao, I told you your luck is turning. Tang Chunyin genuinely rejoiced for him. With Lu Hao running the poverty office, she no longer had to watch Niu Dashan's temper. The days ahead would be much easier. The series of good news warmed Lu Hao's heart, making his gratitude towards Secretary Lin even stronger. He wanted to share the news with Fang Jing right away, but as he reached for his phone, he stopped. Since the disciplinary action had not yet been officially revoked, it was better to wait until everything was settled. That afternoon, the rumors continued to spread throughout the township. Besides those from the poverty office who had been taken away, Zhao Gang, Li Haoyin, Deng Song, and even the newly appointed Wang Xiaojia had all been summoned by the disciplinary committee for questioning. Fear and unease rippled through Fanshui Township, with Deputy Secretary Lin Xie temporarily presiding over affairs. The city disciplinary committee, working with the county committee, spent 2 full days investigating in Fanshui Township, turning over the poverty office's ledgers inside and out. When they left, Qin Yi got in the car and pulled out her phone, dialing a contact saved as Yi Zi. Hey, I managed to guarantee your person's safety, but once we started digging, the situation shocked me. In this tiny Fanshui Township, the poverty alleviation accounts were in complete disorder, funds were misused, and corruption and bribery were rampant. Just imagine how terrible the corruption in the entire Anqing County must be. You're definitely going to have your hands full from now on. Qin Yi sighed. Yi Zi responded quietly, already mentally prepared for the busy work ahead since she came with a political mission. Being busy is normal. Thanks in advance for this case. Qin Yi waved her hand and stuck out her tongue playfully. No need to thank me. Anqing County is in such chaos. If you really root out these troublemakers, the Discipline Inspection Commission should be thanking you. While the two spoke softly, the county authorities had already urgently summoned Zhao Gang and Li Haoyin for a meeting. Meanwhile, Song Bo and Niu Dashan, who were under investigation by the Municipal Disciplinary Commission, had not been released, which clearly meant they were caught in serious trouble. In the county government's 5th-floor meeting room, Zhao Gang and Li Haoyin received a furious dressing down, scolded until they were practically covered in shame. After the meeting ended, they trudged out of the building with weary steps, heads hanging low. Downstairs, Deng Song waited long ago and immediately approached Zhao Gang upon seeing him. On the other side, Wang Xiaojia led Li Haoyin into another car. Except for Lin Xie, the entire leadership team of Fanshui Township had been called to the county. No sooner had the car door closed than Deng Song lowered his voice. Secretary Zhao, how's the situation? These days he was more scared for his own career than fearing direct consequences. If Zhao Gang fell, his own future would be over. Zhao Gang exhaled deeply, his brow still tightly furrowed. It's okay for now. This time they're mainly focusing on the Poverty Alleviation Office's accounts. No other people or matters are involved at the moment. After 2 sleepless nights, gray hairs had already appeared at his temples. As the township party secretary, he couldn't completely avoid responsibility for the embezzlement of poverty relief funds. Worse, the county was about to undergo personnel reshuffle. Promotion was out of reach, and a sideways transfer to the county office would be the best he could hope for. After gathering his thoughts, he continued, there are 4 people in the poverty alleviation office caught up in this. Songbo probably won't come out of this alive. Neo Dash and surprised Mei just got demoted. Raising an eyebrow, Deng Song asked, so he's not deeply involved? Of course, it's impossible he's completely innocent, just not as serious as Song Bo's case. Zhao Gang gritted his teeth. I originally thought Li Haoyan was the one ordering Neo Dashin to embezzle funds, but actually it was Song Bo pulling the strings behind the scenes, almost dragging me down with them. He deserves whatever fate he gets. Thinking of this, Zhao Gang felt furious. Fortunately, Li Haoyan was also scolded severely by Li Zhan, which somewhat eased his mind. Rubbing his forehead, he changed the subject, but I still feel something's off this time. The county never got any advance notice. The Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission just bypassed ours and came straight down. Deng Song agreed. Yeah, and I heard that a woman named Qin Yi from the Municipal Commission is personally overseeing the case, and the county leaders are being shut out. This is way bigger than usual. Zhao Gang's expression flickered uneasily. Then he suddenly snapped. It's probably Lin Xie behind this. Secretary Lin? Really her? County Magistrate Li had a hard time getting any leads from the city, and word is a woman was the one who called in the city commission. Who else could it be but Lin Xie? Zhao Gang said with certainty. Deng Song was shocked and whispered, she really has that much power? Don't underestimate her. When she was transferred to Fengshui Township, we analyzed it thoroughly. There's definitely someone backing her, but we just never uncovered her connections. This time, I went against her wishes and insisted that Lu Hao take the fall, and she retaliated fiercely against both me and Li Haoyan. Zhao Gang's face darkened, his voice still heavy with lingering fear. At least this time, Li Haoshan's backside got wiped clean, and Song Bo took the full blame, so the situation didn't escalate further. Otherwise, I would have been finished. Deng Song swallowed hard, his heart tightening with even more wariness toward Lin Xie. By the way, Secretary Zhao, I just remembered something Xiao Sun reported to me. Deng Song lowered his voice and recounted exactly how Lin Xie had arranged for Lu Hao to temporarily oversee the Poverty Alleviation Office. Zhao Gang froze for a moment, and then raised an eyebrow with a cold snort. This is a show for me to remind me to revoke the disciplinary action against Lu Hao and let him be head of the Poverty Alleviation Office. Make him the director? Deng Song frowned in displeasure. He's only been here a few days, not qualified at all. Do I have a choice? Zhao Gang rubbed his temples irritably. We nearly capsized this time. Lin Xie cannot be underestimated anymore. Fengshui Township is hiding a big power. We have to keep her happy. I really don't understand why Secretary Lin is so good to Lu Hao. Do they have some kind of relationship? Deng Song's suspicion grew deeper. Who knows? Zhao waved his hand dismissively. Since she favors Lu Hao, we follow suit. I hear County Head Li doesn't like Lu Hao, and Li Haoyan is on County Head Li's side. Let them play the bad cop. He sneered. Anyway, Li Zhan definitely won't be the top leader anymore. Let Li Haoyan keep colluding with him. I'm focusing my attention on the new county party secretary. That's the real deal. Deng Song nodded repeatedly, but inside he still felt numb and shaken by Zhao Gang's words. In the evening, back at the township office, Zhao Gang immediately called an emergency leadership meeting. The fluorescent lights above were harsh and glaring, and a faint smell of cheap cigarettes lingered in the air. Both Zhao Gang and Li Haoyan looked grim, especially Li Haoyan, who had dark circles clearly visible beneath his eyes. Deputy Township Head Hong Haifeng leaned back in his chair, half smoking a cigarette. When the two entered, he grunted and exhaled a harsh plume of smoke. Lin Xie flipped through her work notes, her gaze calm and detached, as if behind a pane of glass, completely unfazed by the tense atmosphere. The newly arrived Wang Xiaojie remained silent, sitting cautiously in the corner, clearly wary of getting caught up in any trouble. Zhao Gang began with a brief summary of the corruption scandal in the Poverty Alleviation Office, including a self-criticism. Then he got straight to the point. There's one urgent issue we must solve immediately: the staffing of the Poverty Alleviation Office. Poverty alleviation is the top priority for our township and the whole county. The office has basically been emptied out. We need to fill positions right away to keep work moving forward. Any suggestions? Silence stretched around the conference table. Normally after Zhao spoke, the second-in-command Li Haoyan would respond. But Zhao's gaze shifted to Lin Xie, his tone deliberately softer. Secretary Lin, your thoughts? I have no objections. I will follow the organization's decision. Lin Xie looked up, her voice flat and steady. Her refusal to take a stance left Zhao momentarily at a loss. He didn't want to name Lu Hao outright, so he signaled to Hong Haifeng with a glance. Hong understood immediately and flicked the ash from his cigarette. I believe that after the disciplinary review, Comrade Lu Hao was cleared of wrongdoing. Since we need personnel now, I suggest we revoke the disciplinary action and let him fully focus on poverty alleviation. I disagree. Li Haoyan suddenly straightened up, his tone sharp and tense. Disciplinary action isn't a game. It's the organization's decision, not something you can just undo. Besides, just because the review found no problems doesn't mean Lu Hao is innocent. Are you questioning the disciplinary committee's investigation or accusing it of covering for Lu Hao? Lin Xie's icy voice cut through the room like a knife. Li Haoshan's face flushed crimson from the sudden accusation. He knew he couldn't accept that stigma, and so kept his neck stiff and replied, I'm not questioning the investigation, just saying that revoking Lu Hao's punishment would undermine the organization's authority. I cannot agree to that. Li Haoyan had promised Li Jun that he would never let Lu Hao off easy. If the punishment against Lu Hao was now revoked, wouldn't that be a slap in his face? The conference room was brightly lit, but Li Haoshan's expression grew darker by the second, as if a storm was brewing. He struggled to keep his anger in check. At that moment, Wang Xiaojie was about to speak up in agreement. Of course, he didn't want to see Lu Hao slip through unharmed and hoped he would stumble badly. However, before he could say a word, Deng Song, sitting nearby, suddenly raised his hand and gave him and Li Haoyan a sharp, urgent look. Chief Li, the county hasn't completed the procedures for punishing Lu Hao, so it's still possible to revoke it, Deng Song reminded in a low, serious tone. Deng Song's slyness was well known. Although he was aligned with Zhao Gang, he often secretly passed messages to Li Haoyan, playing both sides and never burning bridges. Seeing Deng Song's hint, Li Haoyan swallowed his words and fell silent, his face cold. After all, he was the only one opposing now, so further arguing was pointless. Wang Xiaojie noticed this and also closed his mouth. Seizing the moment, Zhao Gang calmly took the floor. All right, the majority rules. The punishment of Lu Hao is revoked. The recent disciplinary committee investigation has proven Lu Hao's innocence. He is fully trustworthy. The previous punishment was a mistake, which we must acknowledge. Moreover, Lu Hao graduated in 98 and 85 and has experience working at the county party committee. I propose not only rescinding the punishment, but also appointing him as head of the Poverty Alleviation Office and putting him in charge of poverty work. What? Secretary Zhao, you must be joking. Li Haoshan's eyes widened, and he nearly slammed the table in outrage. Lu Hao has only been here a few days. He probably doesn't even understand what poverty work entails. Putting him in charge is nonsense. The poverty office in Fenshui Township was a sweet plum position, and the director's seat had to remain with Li Haoshan's own people. If Lu Hao actually took over, how could he still control things? I agree with Chief Li, Wang Xiaojie quickly chimed in. Lu Hao hasn't been in Fenshui Township long and lacks any poverty alleviation experience. He's unfit to lead the office. These days, Feng Jing had been alienating Lu Hao over a misunderstanding, which secretly pleased Wang Xiaojie. If Lu Hao not only cleared his name, but also became director, Feng Jing would likely change her mind and support him again, which Wang was determined to avoid. But Hong Haifeng adjusted his glasses and spoke slowly. Chief Wang just transferred here from the county too. Does he suddenly have enough grassroots experience? Experience is gained by doing the work. I think Lu Hao shows promise. Give him time, and he'll handle poverty alleviation well. Having always overseen poverty work himself, Hong had seen how Song Bo and Niu Dashiman under Li Haoshan had sabotaged the office with their false loyalty and chaos. With restructuring imminent, Hong wanted a fresh face to regain control. Nonsense. Li Haoyan slammed the table again. Letting a greenhorn run the poverty office is utterly irresponsible. I strongly oppose this. I also firmly disagree. If anything goes wrong, who will take responsibility? Wang Xiaojie quickly added. Lin Xie, who had hardly spoken before, suddenly looked up sharply, her tone icy. Since you're all saying that, I have a question. Who recommended Song Bo as director back then? And how did Niu Dashin become deputy director? They caused such huge problems. Shouldn't someone be held accountable for that too? Her words hung in the air, freezing the room's atmosphere. Li Haoshan's face turned ashen, his lips moving but unable to utter a single rebuttal. He wisely chose to remain silent. Wang Xiaojie lowered his head, pretending nothing had happened. After all, it was Wang Xiaojie who had actively pushed for Song Bo and Niu Dashin to run the poverty office in the first place. Enough with the arguing. If we can't even stay united within, how can we have any fighting strength? No wonder the Poverty Alleviation Office is in such trouble this time. Zhao Gang set his teacup down firmly on the table, his tone decisive. Anyone else have objections? If not, then the office chief position goes to Lu Hao. Seeing the matter settled, Li Haoyan fell silent. Wang Xiaojie nodded in agreement, and the meeting was adjourned. The Poverty Alleviation Office was already short-staffed. Now only Lu Hao and Tang Chunyan remained. They buried themselves in documents and phone calls, so busy they even forgot to drink water. Suddenly, the door creaked open and a slumped figure entered. Niu Dashin, who had been removed from his position. His usual arrogance had faded, his eyes dull. But as soon as he spotted Lu Hao focused at his desk handling the office's affairs, the anger flared up inside him again. Why are you still here? Get out. You jinx, just seeing you annoys me. He threw all his frustration from the punishment onto Lu Hao. With this black mark, there's no way you'll ever turn my life around. What does that have to do with you? Mind your own business, Lu Hao sneered. The notice of Niu Dashan's demotion had been openly posted at the township government. Lu Hao had no intention of giving him face anymore. Niu Dashan's face flushed bright red as he kicked a chair. Don't get cocky, kid. Even if I'm no longer deputy director, you still have no say here. Try messing with me, and you'll see how quickly you won't last. He slammed himself into his old seat, the chair creaking under him. Lu Hao paid no attention and kept making calls and jotting down numbers. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed outside as Hong Haifeng pushed open the door. Director Hong, you're here? Tang Chunyan was caught off guard, but quickly went to greet him. Lu Hao put down his pen and followed suit, remembering Tang's earlier words that this deputy township chief, who oversees poverty relief, was the real direct leader. Hong Haifeng glanced around the messy desk and at Niu Dashan, then smiled as he extended a hand to Lu Hao. You must be Lu Hao? I've reviewed the files. There's a lot to handle here, some tedious stuff, but you have to hold firm. Since the office has encountered such a major problem, they'll move to send reinforcements as soon as possible. From now on, report any issues directly to me. His sturdy hand patted Lu Hao's shoulder twice, warming the younger man's heart. He'll work hard, you have my word. In a corner, Niu Dashan snorted coldly under his breath, thinking Hong wouldn't hear him. Just a little sunshine, and he's already glowing. To him, as long as Li Haoyan remained, the Poverty Alleviation Office was still his territory. Hong Haifeng deliberately glanced at Niu, his smile enigmatic as he announced, I have two announcements. First, the disciplinary action against comrade Lu Hao is revoked. Second, Lu Hao is appointed director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. What? Niu Dashan jumped up, eyes nearly popping out. Lu Hao was stunned to have expected eventually to be confirmed in the role after serving as acting director, but hadn't anticipated the appointment coming so soon. Director Lu, Hong Haifeng's tone grew firm, you are now in charge. Not a single cent of poverty funds can go astray. Don't let the leadership team down. I won't betray your trust. Lu Hao's voice trembled slightly with emotion. Good. Song Boss former office will be yours. The party and administration office will deliver the keys shortly. Secretary Zhao wants to speak with you. We'll take you over now. Hong nodded with satisfaction. The two left in tandem, and Niu Dashan finally snapped back to reality. He knew his punishment meant he could never be director again, but he never expected the little nobody had always looked down on to climb right over him. How could he swallow this bitter pill? Seething with rage, he stormed off to Li Haoshan's office, seeking answers. Lu Hao, I see from your resume that you've just completed 3 years on the job. Work hard and aim to get promoted to deputy section chief as soon as possible. As Hong Haifeng climbed the narrow terrazzo stairs, he patted the young man's shoulder with the familiar tone of encouragement and expectation typical of a superior. Village Chief Hong, it's not that easy. Lu Hao looked up at the dim light bulb at the top of the stairs and replied with a wry smile. Nothing's impossible if you put your mind to it. Hong Haifeng waved off any objections and casually asked, by the way, where are you living now? At the village middle school. My fiancée used to teach there, so I'm staying in her dorm, Lu Hao answered honestly. Hong Haifeng frowned slightly, recalling the makeshift dorm behind the old school building. I know the teachers' dorms conditions are poor, just bunk beds. Let me arrange a better place for you right away. Thank you so much, Village Chief Hong, Lu Hao said quickly. Hong Haifeng waved his hand, but inwardly he was already calculating. New recruits to the village are rare, so it's important to win them over. They soon reached the end of the office corridor. Hong Haifeng knocked on the wooden door marked Party Secretary Zhao Gang and pushed it open. Secretary Zhao, Lu Hao is here. Little Lu, come in, have a seat. Zhao Gang stood up and warmly gestured to the chair across from him. Hong Haifeng knew when to take a hint. After exchanging a few polite words, he excused himself and quietly left. Thank you, Secretary Zhao, Lu Hao smiled as he sat, but a flash of sarcasm quickly passed behind his eyes. After some small talk, Zhao Gang turned serious. The disciplinary action against you wasn't my decision. Village Chief Li insisted, and since you were managing the poverty relief accounts, I couldn't argue much. Luckily, the municipal disciplinary committee stepped in and cleared your name. Once I learned the truth, I called a meeting to revoke your punishment immediately. In that case, I'm even more grateful to you. Lu Hao's smile deepened into a look of feigned gratitude, though inwardly, he cursed Zhao as a sly old fox. If he hadn't overheard Zhao urging Deng Song in the break room to speed up the sanctions against Lu Hao, he might have believed the official explanation. No need to thank me. Do your poverty alleviation work well. That's the best way to prove yourself to the party and the people. Don't be like Song Bo or Niu Dashan. They've been such disappointments, Zhao said with a heavy tone. Secretary Zhao, rest assured, I will study hard and seek guidance from the leadership whenever I have questions, Lu Hao replied smoothly, seasoned by years of political experience with his cousin and perfectly sincere in demeanor. Awareness is a good start, Zhao Gang nodded, then casually mentioned, our village party secretary Lin used to work at the city level. She's knowledgeable and experienced. You should talk to her more about poverty relief. He glanced to gauge Lu Hao's reaction. Lu Hao nodded repeatedly with no sign of anything else. Zhao didn't catch the response he hoped for, but wasn't disappointed since this was also a friendly gesture toward Lincia. Their conversation soon turned formally to the village's poverty alleviation efforts, with Zhao repeatedly emphasizing how crucial Lu Hao's role as the relief director was. After leaving the secretary's office, Lu Hao went to the window at the corridor's end, resting his hands on the cold railing, still puzzled. Just a few days ago, Zhao had been eager to use him as a scapegoat, and now he was being promoted and entrusted with more responsibility. What a sudden change. Instead of returning directly to the relief office, Lu Hao pulled out his phone in the corridor corner and dialed Fong Jing's number. Why are you calling me again? I gave you advice when you were disciplined, and you told me to stay out of it. Do you even care about me anymore? Fong Jing's voice was filled with reproach as soon as she answered. She was still holding a grudge over the argument with Lu Hao last time, but more than that, she was disappointed that his disciplinary penalty meant he couldn't be promoted to deputy section chief anytime soon. On the other end of the phone, Lu Hao seemed afraid she might get upset again. He rubbed his temples and quickly said, Fong Jing, my punishment has been revoked. Revoked? Fong Jing paused, her voice a mix of surprise and disbelief. Lu Hao then went on to recount everything that had happened over the past couple of days, from the organizational department's review to the official cancellation of the disciplinary file and the cold shoulder treatment from Wang Xiaojia, without a single word. He secretly thought to himself, Wang Xiaojia definitely wouldn't tell Fong Jing such good news on his own. After hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Fong Jing's face, and her tone brightened considerably. Not bad, not bad. So that means you're at least a mid-level official in Fengshui Township now. Too bad it's not deputy section chief, though you still can't join the leadership team. Lu Hao forced a bitter smile, silently acknowledging her evaluation. That's all I wanted you to know. But don't get too cocky. Fong Jing's tone suddenly tightened again. You have to get promoted to deputy section chief as soon as possible. Only then will my parents be satisfied, and only then will they agree to our marriage. Lu Hao responded quietly, then shifted gears. So when are you coming to see me? He deliberately slowed his tone, hinting that they hadn't been close for a while. Fong Jing caught his meaning but decided to put some pressure back on him, teasing with a hint of cold distance. You naughty thing, don't get any ideas. They'll come see you only after you've been promoted to deputy section chief. Promotion to deputy section chief wasn't easy. It required both connections and opportunity. Lu Hao muttered gloomily, it's not that simple. Seeing his dismissive tone, Fong Jing exchanged a few light pleasantries and then found an excuse to hang up. She thought to herself, the officialdom is all about connections. If Lu Hao doesn't listen, he's bound to suffer losses sooner or later. When Lu Hao returned to the poverty alleviation office, Niu Dashan came back looking disheveled as well. It turned out Niu Dashan had gone to see Li Haoyan, full of grievances, hoping for some explanation, but was promptly kicked out. After years of doing dirty work, once he lost his usefulness, Li Haoyan turned his back, without mercy. Niu Dashan was so resentful it made him grind his teeth. Director Lu, these are 3 people recently transferred by Party Secretary Hong from other departments. They will all be working in the poverty alleviation office from now on, Tang Chunyan reported as she approached. Lu Hao silently praised Hong Haifeng's efficient move. With new personnel transferred over, the poverty alleviation office was finally rebuilding, and many projects could proceed smoothly. Hello, Director Lu. The 3 newcomers greeted him in unison. Having worked in the township government for years, they knew well that after Song Boss fall, Lu Hao was the real power in the poverty alleviation office. As for Niu Dashan, who had been rebuffed in the township office, he could no longer cause any waves. Being called Director Lu made Lu Hao momentarily uncomfortable, but he quickly adjusted. Hello everyone, we're colleagues now. Our only goal is to ensure poverty relief funds are used properly and to truly serve the people. With just a few words, he set the tone for the entire office. No corruption, no embezzlement, no withholding subsidies, no misuse of funds. Leaning against a corner, Niu Dashan felt increasingly bitter. He muttered under his breath, great words, but the waters of poverty relief run deep. Maybe you should take a good look at yourself before pretending you can manage it all. He grew more uneasy by the minute, quietly mumbling to himself. Lu Hao ignored him completely and started packing his things to move in his Songboss office. Director Lu, let me help you. Tang Chunyan quickly walked around the desks and reached out to grab a folder. The other 3 colleagues took the hint, pushed their chairs aside, and came over to lend a hand. Are you all dogs? Why do you have to suck up to him like that? Everyone get back to your seats, understood? Niu Dashan's voice exploded through the empty office. His face flushed red, as if his dignity had been publicly torn apart. Back when Niu Dashan was still the deputy director, Tang Chunyan wouldn't even hand him a cup of hot water. Now she was so eager to please Lu Hao that the stark contrast made him chest heave with anger. Niu Dashan, we just want to help Director Lu pack. What business is it of yours? What right do you still have to give orders here? Do you really think the poverty alleviation office is still yours to control? Remember, this office is under Director Lu's leadership now. That includes you too. Tang Chunyan fired off these words rapidly like a burst of bullets. not giving Niu Dashin an inch of face. She had been holding back her rage for a long time and was finally letting it out. Lu Hao looked up and calmly said, "Chunyin, everyone will be here for a meeting at 9 a.m. tomorrow." His voice was low, but it steadied the whole room. "Oh, you think you're a big shot with your meetings now?" Niu Dashin sneered mockingly, but under Lu Hao's calm, unwavering gaze, his confidence faltered. Every time Lu Hao spoke, it felt like someone stepped on Niu's head, yet he was powerless to do anything. This only strengthened his resolve to get rid of Lu Hao. Files, calendars, and several potted plants were soon moved into Song Boss' well-lit office with windows. Lu Hao hardly left his chair the entire afternoon, turning over ideas about the next poverty alleviation project in his mind. This was his first time truly being on the front lines. The thrill and unfamiliarity made him both a little overwhelmed and eager. As the sunset faded, the white fluorescent lights in the hallway cast cold shadows. Just before leaving work, Sun Xiaolei from the party and government office handed him a set of keys. His new dorm was in the staff housing at the township middle school. Lu Hao returned to Fang Jing's dorm to pack lightly, then dragged his suitcase to the residential building. The staff housing primarily consisted of large apartments designed for teachers, each with at least 2 bedrooms and a living room. Appliances and furniture were complete, the floor freshly mopped, reflections sparkling under the lights. Lu Hao checked the key number against the door and was surprised to find he was assigned right across from Xiaoya. He glanced over as he went upstairs. Xiaoya's lights were off, so she was probably already resting. Not wanting to disturb her, he quietly went inside. He smiled to himself, thinking how funny Xiaoya's expression would be if she saw her new neighbor the next morning. His apartment mirrored hers exactly. Even the color of the sofa cushions matched. As Lu Hao unpacked and sorted his clothes, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Looking through the peephole, it was Xiaoya. She wore pale pajamas, her hair loosely tied back with a black scrunchie, tendrils softly framing her face, giving her a warm, homely look. Lu Hao's breath caught, and he hurried to open the door. "Xiaoya, I thought you were already asleep." He scratched the tip of his nose awkwardly, feeling a bit shy. "You moved pretty fast." "I thought it'd be tomorrow." Xiaoya smiled lightly, her eyes sparkling. You already knew I was moving here?" Lu Hao hesitated, surprised he hadn't managed to surprise her after all. Xiaoya didn't answer directly. She glanced sideways at the messy living room, then tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and asked clearly, "Do you need any help?" Lu Hao was a grown man with few belongings to pack up, and he didn't want to trouble Xiaoya, so he quickly said, "No, I don't have much, just need to tidy up the bed and put away my clothes." Seeing him decline, Xiaoya didn't insist. Instead, she studied him carefully. "Looks like you're in a good mood today." Lu Hao nodded and went on to recount in detail how he had been promoted to director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. He deliberately left out his dissatisfaction with Fang Jing for not recommending him for a deputy section chief position, didn't want to give the impression that Fang Jing cared too much about power. "Not bad. Keep up the good work. Since there's nothing you need help with, I'm going back to sleep." Xiaoya crossed her arms and leaned against the doorframe. "You should get some rest too. I bet you'll be really busy for a while." "Okay, good night," Lu Hao said, completely missing the deeper meaning behind her words. "Get up early tomorrow and let's go for a run together." "Sure." Early the next morning, just as dawn broke, the courtyard below echoed with the sound of shoes scraping the ground. Xiaoya had just come downstairs when Lu Hao was already stretching, having started jogging around the neighborhood. They ran 3 laps side by side, then each returned to shower and change. As Lu Hao was blow-drying his hair and folding his jacket to leave, Xiaoya knocked on the door. "Lu Hao, would you like some bread and milk? If so, come over and have breakfast." "Yeah, thanks. Coming." Lu Hao wiped the water off his forehead and crossed the hall. Xiaoya's room was neatly arranged, the small table set with a portion of milk and a slice of buttered cheese bread for each of them, simple yet refined, a striking contrast to this impoverished village in Fengshui Township. "This is really good. Didn't expect to get such a fancy breakfast here." Lu Hao ate contentedly. "Eat up. You'll have a big surprise today." Xiaoya smiled mysteriously. "A surprise?" Lu Hao looked puzzled. "You'll see soon enough." "All right, I'd better get going to work." Lu Hao grabbed his bag and headed straight for the township government. The Poverty Alleviation Office was brightly lit, already in working hours. Except for an empty corner, Tang Chunyan and others were all present. "Good morning, Director Lu." Everyone stood up to greet him. Lu Hao's eyes flicked to the empty chair. "Chunyan, before you left yesterday, I asked you to notify Niu Dashin to be here at 9 a.m. sharp for the meeting." "What did he say?" "I notified him, but he didn't take it seriously at all," Tang Chunyan answered honestly. "He said you can't handle the office, and that trouble will come sooner or later." Lu Hao showed no anger, just motioned her to call again. But the phone rang unanswered repeatedly before suddenly being switched off. A cold smile crossed Lu Hao's mind. Niu Dashin was just giving him an excuse to take action. At exactly 9 o'clock, Lu Hao called the meeting to order. He began by announcing the division of responsibilities. 1. Routine matters like subsidy disbursements and poverty files would be handled by 3 new hires. 2. Financial affairs by Tang Chunyan. 3. Key projects like poverty alleviation, industrial development, Road construction and environmental improvement would be overseen by him personally, with Tang Chunyin assisting. For overtime pay, meal allowances for field visits, and transportation subsidies applied directly to Tang Chunyin. Upon hearing extra money, everyone's eyes lit up. After assigning tasks, Lu Hao wrote several bold words on the whiteboard establishing rules. No rules, no order. Wherever we work, there must be systems. Starting tomorrow, unexcused tardiness or early leave. First offense, 100 yuan fine. Second offense, 300 yuan. Third offense, monthly performance pay cut by half, all deducted from the performance bonus. Chunyin, you'll be responsible for daily attendance. Enforce this strictly. Tang Chunyin nodded repeatedly, quickly taking notes. She could tell Lu Hao meant business. Also, Lu Hao's gaze swept to the empty chair. Niu Dashan was absent without reason today, refuses to answer phone calls, showing serious misconduct and a bad attitude. His entire monthly performance and subsidies are revoked. He finished with a cold tone. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes widened in shock, including Tang Chunyin. The brief silence in the hall felt like it had been ripped apart by a cold wind, and even the ticking of the clock on the wall sounded unusually loud. Tang Chunyin had expected Lu Hao to put Nudishan in his place, but she never imagined he would start by cutting the wages. Seeing the mixture of fear and anxiety on everyone's faces, Lu Hao silently nodded to himself. This was exactly the intimidating, make an example effect he wanted. Using Nudishan, the troublemaker, to assert his authority. Otherwise, who would take the new director seriously? Chunyin, call Nudishan later and tell him this is the first warning. If there's a next time, he'll report directly to the disciplinary committee and request an investigation. Lu Hao's gaze swept across the room as he spoke each word deliberately. The three new staff members' hearts raced. Nudishan was notorious as a local troublemaker in Fanshui Township. Lu Hao dared to deal with him like this. Would Nudishan really let it go quietly? No one said it aloud, but everyone was waiting to see how far this would escalate. Lu Hao went on to lay out new directives. From now on, all poverty alleviation work will be included in performance assessments. Those who do well will get increased bonuses and subsidies. Those who don't, like Nudishan, will only receive their basic salary, no extra pay. I assume none of you would want to work against your own interests. Finishing his remarks, he glanced at his watch. This meeting is adjourned. Less than 10 minutes after the meeting ended, Tang Chunyin knocked and came into his office. Once seated, she quietly warned, Director, you punished Nudishan so harshly I definitely won't accept it. He'll seek revenge. Does he have a choice? Lu Hao replied calmly. Besides, someone who does nothing but still earns the same as you, can you honestly not feel resentment? Tang Chunyin hesitated, still worried. I understand. But he is an old troublemaker after all. Lu Hao laughed softly, recognizing her concern for him. Then he spoke seriously, it's fine. If he tries his usual tricks, I'll make sure he pays for it. Since I'm in this position, I have to have the ability to discipline him. Tang Chunyin was struck by his determination. She could see that Lu Hao was truly committed to doing the poverty alleviation work seriously. Being a native of Fanshui Township herself, she hoped for her hometown's development and nodded firmly. Don't worry, he'll fully cooperate. Good. You keep tight control of the poverty office's finances, Lu Hao said firmly. The big scandals before happened because the accounts didn't match and funds were wasted. As long as the money is properly managed, there won't be major problems. From now on, no one can move a penny without my signature. He'll take full responsibility. Not a cent will be mishandled, Tang Chunyin promised seriously. Around 3 in the afternoon, hurried footsteps echoed down the hallway. Nudishan stormed into the poverty office, furious. Tang Chunyin had made several calls before he answered, but the moment he heard Lu Hao's warning, it was like he got a jolt of energy and rushed over. Lu Hao sat inside his office. Even through the door, he heard Nudishan cursing loudly. What was inevitable had finally arrived. Sure enough, less than a minute later, the office door was slammed open with a jarring bang. Nudishan charged in like an out-of-control bull, eyes bloodshot. With a heavy slap, he struck the desk and shouted, Lu, on what grounds are you docking my pay? Because I'm the new director of the poverty office, Lu Hao said evenly, not flinching in his chair. You. Nudishan fumed, cursing profanely. His fist suddenly shot out toward Lu Hao's face, but Lu Hao swiftly dodged. I'm warning you. This is the township government office. You're already under disciplinary review. If you dare lay a hand on me, you'll be the one who ends up paying for it. Lu Hao sneered, throwing the words out like a challenge. Niu Dashan trembled with anger. His fists clenched so tightly they cracked audibly, but he knew Lu Hao was telling the truth, was the one under disciplinary action. If he made a move, he'd be the one punished. Suppressing his rage, he jabbed a finger fiercely through the air at Lu Hao. Just you wait. We're not done yet. Lu Hao shrugged indifferently, his tone blunt. Better be here early tomorrow, otherwise, your entire year's performance bonus will be docked. No sooner had he finished speaking than the phone on the desk rang abruptly. Lu Hao reached out and picked up. On the line was Sun Xiaolei from the party and government office. Director Lu, Secretary Lin wants to see you in her office for an official talk. An organizational talk was routine procedure. Lu Hao had been at Feng Township for some time and had just taken over as head of the Poverty Alleviation Office, so the call didn't surprise him. But hearing Secretary Lin made his heart skift. Heard people mention her several times before, grateful and curious, yet had never met her. Rumor had it that Secretary Lin was the most beautiful woman in Feng Township. Now that he finally had a chance to meet her, Lu Hao couldn't help but feel a little excited. Carrying his work booklet, he approached Secretary Lin's office door, took a deep breath, and knocked gently. "Come in," came a clear female voice from inside that sounded strangely familiar. Pushing the door open, he saw the woman behind the desk looking at him with a smile. In that moment, Lu Hao felt as if had been struck by lightning, his head buzzing and his mind blank. Lin Xie caught his expression and smiled quietly. "What? Don't recognize me?" After a few seconds, Lu Hao found his voice again, stammering. "You're Secretary Lin? Didn't you see the nameplate outside? Am right, hurry, no fake. Don't just stand there looking lost. Come in and sit down." Lin Xie gestured him in. Lu Hao sat down awkwardly, then after a long moment whispered, Thank you, Secretary Lin. Why so nervous? When you see me normally, you're always animated. Now that I'm your superior, you can't speak?" Lin Xie's playful smirk deepened. "No, Secretary Lin," Lu Hao fumbled, cheeks burning. The huge difference in status left him momentarily speechless. Seeing his hesitation, Lin Xie softened her tone. "All right, when we're alone, you can just call me Xiaoya. Want some tea? If so, you have to make it yourself." Taking the cue, Lu Hao grabbed a cup and busied himself at the tea table. The simple act helped calm his racing heart. Returning with the tea, he smiled carefully. "Xiaoya, I really didn't expect you to be Secretary Lin. I'd heard colleagues say you're quite mysterious." Lin Xie tilted her head with interest. "What else did they say?" Lu Hao scratched the back of his head and laid it all out. "They said you're beautiful, influential, the top beauty in Feng Township, that you're cold as ice, a lone wolf, and like to scare people, though I think that last part is clearly nonsense." Lin Xie's gaze softened, a slight smile lifting the corner of her lips. "They weren't wrong. I'm just not as fierce with you." Really? Then why did you lie to me and say you were a teacher at the school?" Lu Hao stood frozen at the door, instinctively objecting. He hadn't actually said he lived in the school's staff housing, but subconsciously, he had just assumed that Lin Xie, who lived there, was a teacher. Now that assumption was suddenly shattered, leaving him speechless. Thinking back to last night, when Sun Xiaolei handed him the keys and mentioned that some of the staff housing was reserved for the township government, it made perfect sense that Lin Xie lived there. With this in mind, Lu Hao lowered his head to sip his tea as his mind started to race. Everything he had encountered since arriving in Feng Township seemed to connect with the Lin Xie in front of him. He stared at her without blinking. "Why are you looking at me like that? Do I have a flower blooming on my face or something?" Lin Xie rolled her eyes. "Xie, ever since I came to Feng Township, I've been targeted so many times. Have you been secretly helping me all along? Did you also suggest canceling my punishment and pushing me to become the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office?" Lu Hao finally voiced the question that had been gnawing at him. "I did help you before, but the key factor behind the disciplinary investigation and its reversal wasn't me," Lin Xie replied with a serious tone. "I was just going with the flow. It was Zhao Gang's idea to make you the Poverty Alleviation Director." She had expected Lu Hao to press further, and so didn't mention Yi Zi at all. Lu Hao furrowed his brows again. He had thought the truth was clear now, but the doubts only deepened. "Still got questions?" Lin Xie saw right through his thoughts. "Yes, Zhao Gang used to force me to take the blame for things, and now suddenly he's recommending me for this position? That's really suspicious," Lu Hao said, worried that Zhao Gang might be setting a trap and unwilling to let his guard down. "If you get the position, just focus on doing a good job and don't overthink things," Lin Xie said as she lifted her cup. "As long as you don't make mistakes, you can avoid the traps others set for you. Once you prove yourself as the director, there will be plenty of chances for promotion later." Lu Hao nodded. They had reached an understanding with her explanation. Then they moved into the official organizational meeting. Lu Hao poured out all the mess at the Poverty Alleviation Office. A few years ago, when Song Bo was in charge, a chemical plant had been introduced with lots of subsidies. While it created many jobs for locals, it also severely polluted the environment and water sources in Feng Township. Wastewater discharge didn't meet standards, nearby farmland was affected, and many crops suffered lower yields. Hearing this, Lin Xie frowned deeply and told Lu Hao to quietly keep an eye on the chemical plant's activity and later report it to the Environmental Protection Bureau. Leaving Lin Xie's office, Lu Hao felt an unexpected surge of joy. He hadn't realized that Secretary Lin was actually Xie, someone he was with day and night. Returning to the Poverty Alleviation Office, he buried himself in paperwork. Village records were chaotic, support data was incomplete, and projects were stalled. He didn't stop until 9 o'clock at night. By then, Feng Township was long after dark. Without the city's neon lights and nightlife, the streets were cold and empty after 9. The streetlight wiring had been broken again for days, so Lu Hao pulled out his flashlight and, stepping through patches of mottled moonlight, followed the path toward the staff housing at the township school. Suddenly, The roar of several motorcycles came from both ahead and behind him, and blinding headlights flashed straight into his eyes, making it hard to see. Before Lu Hao could react, a steel baton slammed hard into his back. He staggered forward several meters, barely managing to steady himself while a burning pain shot through his shoulders. Almost immediately, 5 or 6 men jumped off their motorcycles, each brandishing a baton and closing in with hostile expressions. What do you want? How dare you assault a government official? Lu Hao's eyes narrowed sharply as he demanded. Humph. Even if you're the biggest boss around, we're not afraid of you. You dare dock Brother Nyo's wages? Don't think you'll get away with it. One thug snarled viciously. Lu Hao had been half in disbelief until now hadn't expected Nyo Dashin was behind this trouble. His gaze suddenly turned icy as he shouted into the shadows, Nyo Dashin, if you've got the guts, come out yourself and teach me a lesson. Are you such a coward you have to send others? He knew all too well that Nyo Dashin must be nearby. Men like him only took satisfaction from watching others get beaten up. As expected, a smug voice rang out from the darkness. Lu Hao, when you're lying on the ground with your teeth kicked out, begging for mercy, let's see how arrogant you still are. Dock my pay once, and I'll send someone to rough you up once. We're in this poor, backwater town with busted cameras. The cops won't find out when we beat you. Nyo Dashin shouted triumphantly. Now get him good. Determined to teach Lu Hao a lesson, Nyo Dashin didn't want anyone at the township government to think they could push him around. A cold smirk appeared on Lu Hao's face as he pointed at Nyo Dashin's men. Your words just reminded Mezents you're all here. I haven't had a good fight in a while. He tossed off his jacket, revealing a pristine white tank top, and beckoned challengingly to the thugs. They couldn't stand Lu Hao's arrogance and charged, baton raised, yelling fiercely. Lu Hao deftly sidestepped one swing, then delivered a powerful roundhouse kick that sent a thug flying several meters back, the sheer force stunning even Nyo Dashin. The others couldn't get near him either. Those batons might as well have been toys to Lu Hao. In less than 2 minutes, he had knocked them all down, moving so fast that Nyo Dashin was left gaping. You probably haven't looked at my personnel record, huh? I served in the military during college, was always top in hand-to-hand combat. Even won the regional championship, Lu Hao said with a cold smile as he cracked his wrists. That smile was like a blade to Nyo Dashin's pride. The thug's cries of pain made his legs weak, and he turned to flee in panic. But Lu Hao wasn't about to let him go. In a flash, he grabbed Nyo Dashin's shoulder and executed a textbook over-shoulder throw. The burly man, around 180 pounds, crashed to the ground with a scream. Lu Hao immediately followed up, his fists like sledgehammers pounding Nyo Dashin's face. Each blow made flesh tremble, and the pain made him howl. At first, Nyo Dashin cursed through gritted teeth, but Lu Hao stayed silent, delivering blow after blow. Within minutes, Nyo Dashin couldn't hold out anymore and started begging desperately. Stop, I admit I was wrong, I'm begging you. If you hit me again, someone's going to die. Seeing him plead, Lu Hao finally stopped, slowly standing up and shaking his bloodied fists free. You little bastard, if you've got the guts, try and kill me, Nyo Dashin sneered, realizing Lu Hao wouldn't actually go all out, so he summoned his bravado once again. Slap. Lu Hao didn't indulge Nyo Dashin for a second, swung his hand back and delivered a sharp slap. Talk to me properly. I'm not trying to kill you, but beating you into the hospital is more than doable. The slap landed, instantly leaving a red mark swelling across Nyo Dashin's cheek. He covered his jaw, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flashed with a mix of anger and humiliation. Lu Hao withdrew his hand, his gaze cold and hard, like he was staring down a stray dog ready to snap at any moment. He wasn't fond of violence, but he knew that if he didn't rein Nyo Dashin in today, the Poverty Relief Office's work would be sabotaged behind the scenes in the future. Lu Hao, don't get cocky. I'm calling the cops, see if you can get away with this. Nyo Dashin gritted his teeth, his voice echoing down the narrow alley. In Fengshui Township, he prided himself on never having taken such a loss before. If word got out, others would laugh him right off his feet. Lu Hao pulled out a cigarette, lit it with a flick of his lighter, his tone cool and detached. Call the police? On what grounds? You ambushed me with your gang. Me counterattack is self-defense. If anyone's calling the cops, ITLLB me. Besides, you said yourself there's no surveillance here. Cops can't find evidence even if they want to. He exhaled the first plume of smoke, his sneer cutting into Nyo Dashin's eardrums like a razor. Nyo Dashin choked, trembling all over, but didn't dare argue the facts Lu Hao stated were true. Lu Hao crouched down in front of him, flicked off the ash from his cigarette, then suddenly grabbed a fistful of Nyo's hair, yanking his head back slightly. I tolerated you before because you were, at least, kind of my superior. Now, what are you? You better figure out who you actually are and stop pushing my limits. The sharp pull made Nyo Dashin's scalp burn with pain, but he forced himself to roar back with grit. Lu Hao, don't forget this is Fengshui Township, my turf. If you make things hard for me, I'll make sure it's blood or death between us. His words hit heavy, his eyes wild with desperation, as if cornered. Lu Hao studied that stubborn glare, and his expression darkened suddenly. Blood or death with me? You've got no right. I graduated from a top university, 985, no less. I'm not a government clerk, but I can grab a decent job in a big city and easily bring home 10 or 20,000 a month. You? Heard from co-workers, your whole family lives off your measly pay. Lose your job, and your wife and kids will be starving too, right? By the way, which village is you from? Where's your daughter in school? They'll look into all that know your enemy, understand? The casual threat hit Neo Dashin like a bucket of ice water. A chill ran through him. His voice wavered. What are you trying to do? Lu Hao blew out a smoke ring and shrugged, feigning innocence. You wanted blood or death, remember? If I can't make life hard for you, it'll make it even harder for your whole family. The words made cold sweat break out on Neo Dashin's back. He never expected this young guy, whom he thought he could easily control, to hide such ruthless intent. Lu Hao's smile vanished as his tone turned icy. What? Ready to give up? I've already assigned the poverty relief work. I don't need you to keep things running. You're already under disciplinary review. Stir up trouble once, and I dock your pay. You'll be left with only the bare minimum every month. Let's see how you survive then. And your backer, Li Haoding, you know better than I do, you're already a dead man to him. Me sitting here proves you weren't worth him turning against Zhao Gang for you. He kicked you aside like a dog. Are you still going to be his pawn? The cigarette burned out between his fingers, the last sparks dropping to the ground. Lu Hao's voice and the dying ember faded together into cold silence. Neo Dashin glared fiercely but couldn't utter a word, his mind a storm of bitter emotions. It was Li Haoyan who had been behind, urging him to target Lu Hao. He even promised to secure a permanent civil service job for his niece and to get him appointed as head of the Poverty Alleviation Office. But in the end, none of that was fulfilled, and instead he ended up with a disciplinary record. Thinking about this, Neo Dashin's heart tightened painfully, his back teeth grinding hard. Blood mixed with sweat trickled down his face as he stared blankly at the ground. Suddenly, a cigarette Lu Hao handed him caught his eye. Neo Dashin paused briefly, then snorted coldly, clamping the cigarette between his fingers. He wiped the blood off the back of his hand, lit it, took a deep drag, and heavily dropped down onto the steps beside Lu Hao. Lu Hao seized the moment. I know it was Li Haoyan who ordered you to come after me, but you're a man and your fortiche dangled a big piece of meat in front of you, and you went snapping around like a dog? Isn't that ridiculous? Think about it. Have I ever really wronged you? What good will it do you to keep opposing me? Smoke curled between them. Neo Dashin kept his head down, silently puffing his cigarette, brow furrowed in thought. Lu Hao said nothing further, his tone calm but firm, leaving no room for refusal. From now on, just work straight in the poverty office and follow the rules. I promise to let the past go. We'll call it even. After speaking, he helped upright the motorbike fallen by the roadside, swung onto the seat, and called back, get on. For what? Neo Dashin narrowed his eyes at him. To take you to the clinic for stitches, so you don't bleed out here. Lu Hao rolled his eyes, his voice sharp. Tough on the outside, honest underneath. Neo Dashin stubbed out his cigarette, muttered as he climbed onto the back seat, then waved to the group of hired thugs following behind. All of you come with me, go get checked out. Don't let any serious injuries happen. The motorbike roared as it headed toward the clinic nearby. The checkup was a relief, just surface wounds. Neo Dashin had a few cuts on his face. Lu Hao had a bloodstain on his back and a scratched arm. After a simple dressing, Lu Hao paid quietly and turned to leave. Neo Dashin hadn't said a word the whole time, brows tightly knit in a tangled frown. Under the night sky, the Yunding Grand Hotel was brilliantly lit. In a luxurious private room, political socialite Lu Ruyan, dressed in a cheapao, moved gracefully around the round table, her slender waist swaying as she poured Maodai for two male guests. She smiled lightly. I'm hosting tonight. Let's treat the two leaders to a good meal and build some rapport. After exchanging pleasantries, County Magistrate Li Zhen sipped his wine and glanced at Li Haoyan, his words edged with sharpness. Li Township Chief, I asked you to take care of Lu Hao, and what happened? In such a short time, he's ended up as head of the poverty office. I'm surprised. Li Haoshan's face stiffened, cup pausing midair. He hurriedly explained, County Magistrate, this really isn't on me. I already had Lu Hao slapped with a serious demerit, but that damned Lin Xia exposed it to the City Discipline Commission. Zhao Gang, that fence-sitter, was too scared to offend her and instead pushed Lu Hao into the poverty office chief role, completely ignoring my situation. He smoothly shifted the blame to Zhao Gang and Lin Xia, painting them as opponents of Li Zhen. Sure enough, Li Zhen's expression darkened. He had been county magistrate in Anqing County for over 10 years. While not omnipotent, no one dared openly defy him. Zhao Gang's actions unsettled him. As for Lin Xia, she had some backing behind her, making it risky to move against her now, which only frustrated him more. Sensing the chill in the atmosphere, Lu Ruyan softened her tone to smooth things over. County Magistrate, this can't be all on Li Township Chief. In personnel matters, Zhao Gang is the party secretary and second-in-command. He's always under pressure. You should consider promoting Li Township Chief a step higher. Li Zhen pondered briefly, a flicker of thought crossing his eyes, then nodded. Yeah, Hao Yin should be recommended. At those words, Li Haoshan's heart soared. He quickly stood, raised his glass to Li Jun, bowing deeply, and shot a grateful look at Lu Ruyan. Thank you, County Magistrate. I toast to you. He had been worried about how to bring this up to Li Jun, but Lu Ruyan's timely words had been a huge help. Li Jun wasn't blinded by Li Haoshan's flattery. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, I want to know what your next move is. That guy Lu Hao definitely can't be allowed to live comfortably. He had no intention of letting Lu Hao off. 2 years ago, the son of a certain high-ranking official was assigned to the Anqing County government for some experience, but ended up causing a serious injury in a drunk driving accident. Lu Hao happened to be passing by and insisted on detaining the offender until the traffic police arrived. When the case blew up, Lu Hao testified in court, forcing the official's family to pay a huge compensation while their son was expelled from the party and sent to prison. Public sentiment in Anqing County was furious, but the official blamed Li Jun for not handling it smoothly. Li Jun then confronted Lu Hao, claiming he had found a scapegoat and wanted Lu Hao to give false testimony, but Lu Hao had flatly refused. Since then, Li Jun had harbored resentment against Lu Hao. Back then, Lu Hao had the support of the county party secretary, Lu Yuanda, which made Li Jun hold back. Now that Lu Yuanda was in trouble and his dismissal was imminent, Li Jun had no qualms about going after Lu Hao. After Li Jun promised him a promotion, Li Haoyan worked even harder, smiling coldly. County Magistrate, matters in the township are complicated. With Lu Hao in that post, it's almost impossible for him not to make mistakes. Sometimes it's out of his control. Who knows, one day, he might end up the same way Songbo did. Hearing this, Li Jun's expression softened slightly, and his tone grew meaningful. That's right. If you have an idea, just do it. By the way, I asked the County Finance Bureau to allocate 300,000 yuan in poverty relief funds to Fengshui Township. Find a way to divert the money and settle the bill with Mr. Liu's company first. Li Haoyan understood immediately and nodded firmly. No problem. He'll take care of it. Lu Ruyan remained calm, clinking glasses with Li Haoyan as she smiled. Then he'll have to thank you in advance, magistrately. The three of them enjoyed the meal thoroughly. Before they left, Li Haoyan couldn't help but ask, County Magistrate, I heard Lu Yuanda's dismissal notice is about to be issued. The new county party secretary has arrived and is apparently staying at the Yunding Grand Hotel. That rumor moves fast. Li Jun belched slightly, but didn't look well. Yes, Secretary Yi is staying there. Lu Ruyan, a socialite in political circles, noticed Li Jun's grim expression and gave Li Haoyan a glance before lightly saying, Magistrately, you might not know yet. Secretary Yi is only here for a brief stint. Once she leaves, the position will be our still county magistrate lease. Li Haoyan suddenly realized had spoken too freely just now and quickly expressed loyalty. Who holds the post of party secretary isn't important. What matters is that Anqing County belongs to County Magistrate Li. The real boss in my eyes has always been County Magistrate Li. Wherever you are, that's where I look. Li Jun was pleased to hear this, but still whispered a warning. Keep that kind of talk behind closed doors. Don't embarrass me out there. Yes, you can count on me. Li Haoyan quickly raised his glass in a toast. He was eager to find out whether Secretary Yi had already arrived at the county office. If the news was true, personnel changes were inevitable. With a new official in place, someone would have to be moved. If County Chief Li gave a little push, Li Haoyan had a good chance to replace Zhao Gang and become the top leader of Fengshui Township. Once that happened, dealing with Lu Hao would be a breeze. The next morning, Lu Hao stepped into the poverty alleviation office. Except for Niu Dashan, everyone else was already at their desks, heads down and busy. The new reward and punishment system announced last night had clearly motivated the team. Director. Good morning, Director. Everyone looked up and rose to greet him. Tang Chunyin stepped forward. Director Lu, the county treasury has transferred the 300,000 yuan poverty alleviation funds. Shall we distribute it immediately? Not yet. Lu Hao slowed his pace and spoke seriously. First, we must thoroughly verify the information on all poor households. Anyone who doesn't meet the criteria must be removed. The money has to go to genuine impoverished families. This area of work had been a chaotic mess before. It was common for Songbo to embezzle relief funds or claim subsidies fraudulently. Lu Hao was determined to clean things up for good. Tang Chunyin nodded frequently. She was a native of Fengshui Township with relatives and friends in every village, so she knew the local situation well. By the way, Director, what happened to your arm? She suddenly noticed a fresh bloodstain peeking out from under Lu Hao's sleeve. It's nothing, I fell last night. Lu Hao brushed it off, glancing at his watch. Only 2 minutes until work started. But Niu Dashan was still nowhere to be seen, which disappointed him. Just as he was about to return to his office, the door slammed open and Niu Dashan burst in, breathless. Everyone was stunned. The burly man had a bandage wrapped around his head, his face swollen like a pig's snout, and his arm bruised purple and blue. Glancing at the fresh wound on Lu Hao's arm, a subtle tension filled the room. Feeling everyone's gazes, Niu Dashan's face flushed with embarrassment, and he bellowed, What are you all staring at? No one's working? The night before, he had led people to block Lu Hao, but was beaten down by him alone, his pride severely bruised. Now that he thought about it, He somewhat admired the Guille was a real fighter. After Niu Dashan's outburst, everyone except Tang Chunyin immediately buried their heads back in work. They all knew he had a reputation as a troublemaker in the township government, and nobody wanted to provoke him. He didn't say a word to Lu Hao, or even meet his eyes, but arriving on time was already a sign of cooperation. Lu Hao understood this and smiled faintly. Let's all work harder to quickly clean up the mess left behind by the previous poverty alleviation office. We absolutely cannot make the same mistakes again. His gaze swept over the team and finally rested on Niu Dashan. Niu Dashan, you'll take charge of reviewing all poverty assistance documents. Anyone who's unclear about something should come to you after all. You've been doing this the longest. This assignment surprised everyone in the office. Their eyes turned to Niu Dashan, all waiting to see if he would confront Lu Hao. But Niu Dashan didn't say a word in response. Instead, he shouted loudly, "Why are you all staring at me? I have work on my face, I'm busy working." Lu Hao paused briefly at the door, nodding to himself quietly. This was exactly the attitude he wanted to see. He turned on his heel and walked straight back to his office, mentally making a note of the little episode since the Discipline Inspection Committee hadn't found any corruption on Niu Dashan's part. It meant this man still had his bottom line. Moreover, with years of experience rooted in poverty alleviation work, he was no novice. If properly managed, he could be the key to untangling the messy situation in Fengshui Township's poverty relief efforts. That very afternoon, Lu Hao called a meeting with all the staff. At the meeting, he reiterated the reward and punishment system with a firm tone, then made some slight adjustments to the division of responsibilities. 1. Grassroots poverty alleviation assigned to Niu Dashan, who should make more village visits and go door to door. 2. Financial expenditures overseen by Tang Chunyin, with all funds passing through her hands first. The two lines would balance each other, making it clear where the money came from and where it was spent. This was Lu Hao's carefully considered optimal solution. He officially revoked the disciplinary action against Niu Dashan from the previous day, but made one thing clear. Anyone who crossed the red line again would face zero tolerance. Niu Dashan said nothing on the surface, but inside he felt a warmth. This new director was surprisingly willing to forgive past mistakes, which earned both his respect and gratitude. Over the next 2 days, Lu Hao was almost constantly on the move, leading the entire office staff over hills and valleys, rechecking the lists of all impoverished households, 5 guarantees households, and low-income families throughout the township. Under the scorching sun, he and his colleagues knocked on doors one by one, carefully recording income, housing conditions, illnesses, and more. The work was exhausting and tedious, but Lu Hao firmly believed every yuan allocated by the state must reach the hands of the people. The deeper he went, the more he realized that poverty alleviation was no easy task. The villagers' most frequent complaint was about the chemical factory that had come into operation several years ago. Many young people flooded into the factory hoping to earn more wages, but the pungent fumes and black wastewater caused years of smoke and stench to envelop several nearby villages. After hearing their grievances along the way, Lu Hao quietly resolved. The issue with the chemical factory must be thoroughly investigated and resolved. Changes in the poverty relief office became visible to the naked eye. Ledgers were clearer, procedures sped up, and village cadres complained less. The leadership of Fengshui Township noticed this as well. Hong Haifeng specially summoned Lu Hao to his office, patting his shoulder in praise. Good work. Keep it up. As the deputy township chief in charge of poverty alleviation, Hong Haifeng was more eager than anyone to see this reputation shine. That evening, just after returning to his office, Lu Hao's phone buzzed. The caller ID showed Li Haoyan. "Hello, Mayor Li." Lu Hao greeted politely, though he knew well that this leader had made things difficult behind his back several times before. Within the system, everyone wore masks. The only one to tear off the facade easily was someone straightforward like Niu Dashan. "Are you free tonight? Let's have dinner together," Li Haoyan said bluntly, with no small talk. Li Haoyan inviting him to dinner? Lu Hao was momentarily stunned, as if the sun had risen in the west. But he quickly recovered and agreed readily. "Sure, I'll be there on time." "Chiu Shui restaurant. Come after work," Li Haoyan said before hanging up. Lu Hao put down his phone and thought for a long time, but still couldn't figure out why Li Haoyan had taken the initiative to invite him out to dinner. He went over the relationships in his mind. Li Haoyan was loyal to Li Zhan, and if Li Zhan wanted to move against Lu Hao, who was an outsider, Li Haoyan would be the first to betray him. So this dinner was most likely a trap. But after all, Li Haoyan was the township chief, the second in command of Fengshui Township, and Lu Hao's direct superior. No matter what, he couldn't refuse out of face. As soon as the workday ended and Lu Hao stepped out of the office, he saw a black SUV parked in the courtyard. The car door was half open, and Li Haoshan's driver stood waiting by the side. "Director Lu, please get in the car. Township Chief Li is already waiting for you at the Chiu Shui restaurant." Though it was just a few steps away, they had gone to the trouble of sending a car to pick him up. Clearly, they wanted to make a big show. Lu Hao was wary but had no room to refuse. He nodded slightly. "All right, thank you," and got in. At that moment, Hong Haifeng, who had just come downstairs, happened to see this. His expression immediately darkened. Xiaoshui restaurant was less than 2 streets away from the township government, only 2 minutes by car. It was the most reputable farmhouse cuisine spot in Fengshui Township. The landlady was in her early 30s, a local. It was said she had been widowed young and raised her daughter on her own. She hired 2 local cooks. Though modest in scale, business was booming. The driver led Lu Hao through a corridor to the innermost private room. The room was simply furnished. A large round table made of cedar wood, old wooden windows, but for a poor place like Fengshui Township, it was considered decent. When the door opened, besides Li Haoyan, 2 other people were seated at the table. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned. Wang Xiaojie was there too. Then his gaze shifted to the other side, and he was even more surprised. Lu Ruyan, the well-known official elite socialite of Anqing County, was present. Lu Hao, didn't expect to see you again. Lu Ruyan stood up proactively, her face soft with a gentle smile. Lowering her voice, she added, there are no outsiders today, so I want to clarify one thing. I'm not involved with your cousin. The disciplinary committee has already investigated that and cleared it up. I only met him regarding some government matters in Anqing County. Don't misunderstand. Also, your cousin was returned by the disciplinary committee with a punishment. The dismissal order was issued today. You must have seen it, right? Lu Rian noticed Lu Hao's guarded attitude and patiently explained, hoping to dispel any misunderstanding first. Lu Hao showed no emotion on his face but quickly weighed the situation. Tang Chunyan had indeed shown him the red stamp file this afternoon about Lu Yuanda's dismissal, and he had even tried calling but the phone was off. Even if Lu Rian had no affair with Lu Yuanda, he held no fondness for her. Still, he had to say the polite things. If the disciplinary committee has concluded the matter, then of course Ms. Lu is innocent. It's my cousin's own mistakes that led to his dismissal, he said evenly, neither agreeing too much nor creating tension. After their brief exchange, Li Haoyan smiled and motioned them to sit. Lu Hao, since you're here, please have a seat. I heard you and Township Chief Wang used to work together at the county level, and that Chief Wang knows your fiancé well, so I specially invited him to accompany us. Then he signaled the waiter, bring the tea and pour some hot water. Li Haoyan greeted Lu Hao warmly and had the waiter pour the water. This whole scene left Lu Hao even more puzzled, but he still replied politely, you're too kind, Chief. As the smoke began to curl inside the private room, Wang Xiaojie casually tossed over a pack of Redan Gold Panda cigarettes with a grin, calling out, come on, Lu Hao, have a smoke. He lived in the same staff housing compound as Li Zhen and had managed to leapfrog into a deputy section chief role by constantly currying favor through gifts. Li Haoyan was Li Zhen's close protege and was very likely to secure the top position in Fengshui Township next. Wang knew the importance of picking sides. The moment Li Haoyan said accompany me, he nodded instantly. Still, he wondered in private why was Li Haoyan going to such lengths to invite Lu Hao tonight? Let's serve the dishes. Li Haoyan gestured toward the door, every movement exuding the authority of a leader. Hot dishes and cold plates flowed onto the table one after another. Lu Ruyan then came in carrying 2 bottles of sauce-flavored Mao Dai. With a loud pop, she pulled the cork and poured the wine cup by cup, filling them generously. It's truly an honor to have General Manager Lu personally pour our drinks, Li Haoyan said with a pleasant smile. Lu Rian's lips curved slightly as she replied, chiefly, you flatter me. It's my honor to dine with all of you. If Fengshui Township has any good projects in the future, you must look out for me. As she spoke, she flicked the last drop of wine into her glass. Lu Hao remained silent, holding his cup, still unclear what exactly Li Haotian's intention was in inviting Lu Rian at a moment like this. Speaking too much only risks trouble. Come, let's toast. Li Haoyan raised his glass first and tapped it crisply on the tabletop, signaling the start of the banquet. Wang Xiaojie quickly chimed in, and everyone began to drink for courtesy's sake. Before the first round had even settled, Wang Xiaojie jumped up to make a toast to the group, pulling Lu Hao beside him for another clink. Lu Hao knew well that Wang harbored ill intentions toward both him and Feng Jing, but with so many witnesses, it wasn't the time to break the facade, he forced a smile and swallowed his drink. Little Lu, this one's to you. Li Haoyan suddenly lifted his glass, locking eyes with Lu Hao. Lu Hao hastily stood and raised his cup slightly lower than Li's in respect. Chiefly, I couldn't let you toast me, we owe you. Without your support, I wouldn't have become the poverty alleviation director. There was a sharp edge in his words. Li Haoyan paused for a moment, then smiled slickly. Look at that 985 graduate, just different. They drank it down together, and everyone else took it as a sign of close camaraderie. Setting down his glass, Li Haoyan ladled some soup and spoke with the tone of official praise. Lu Hao, in the past few days you've been setting up rules, arranging personnel, and leading village visits, all of which the leadership team has noticed. The atmosphere around poverty alleviation is definitely turning around, showing you're a capable and worthy comrade. Lu Hao smirked inwardly, was certainly how Ian hoped he'd slip up. Still, he nodded respectfully. Thank you for your recognition, leader. I'll work hard and never betray your trust. Lu Hao, I often praise your outstanding work at the Poverty Alleviation Office when I talk with Feng Jing on the phone. But lately Fong Jing has had a heavier class load, so you should pay more attention to her. That one sentence caught everyone off guard, and the atmosphere at the dinner table briefly froze. Wang Xiaojie jumped in deliberately, his tone full of bragging. Yeah, I keep in touch with Fong Jing often too. Lu Hao held his wine glass calmly on the surface, but chuckled inwardly. He had just spoken to Fong Jing by phone earlier that day, and she said her class schedule wasn't heavy at all. She still had time to watch dramas after grading papers. Compared to that, Wang Xiaojie's remark felt like a transparent attempt to insert himself. Fong Jing's classes are light lately. Lu Hao nodded mockingly at Wang Xiaojie, feigning confusion. She said after finishing grading homework, she can watch some TV in the office. As soon as he finished, Wang Xiaojie's expression stiffened. Fong Jing had always treated him coldly. Only when asking about Lu Hao would she show a bit more warmth. Wang Xiaojie knew this well, but was helpless if he wanted to break them up. He knew it would be a long battle. After a few rounds of drinks, Lu Rian gave Li Haoyan a subtle look. Li Haoyan put down his cup, his tone seemingly casual, but suddenly shifted to the point. Xiao Lu, I heard the Poverty Reduction Fund recently received a new 300,000 yuan transfer, right? Lu Hao's heart tightened with a bad feeling. His drinking ability was forged in the military, and given tonight was essentially a trap. He remained clear-headed and sharp. Village chief, yes, a sum was just allocated. It's last quarter's special subsidy for impoverished households. He deliberately emphasized impoverished households and special to underline that the money couldn't be touched. Li Haoyan took a sip of tea, then revealed his goal. I know that. But hold off on paying the impoverished families for now, and pay the money to Director Lu instead. Village chief, this doesn't seem proper. Lu Hao frowned sharply, 1,000 curses racing through his mind. Li Haoshan's brow furrowed as his voice dropped half a tone. It's only a temporary transfer. You know Fengshui Township is strapped for cash, and nearly all county funds go to poverty relief. When finances improve, I guarantee the money will be restored to the special fund. Don't worry. Wang Xiaojie nearby was visibly thrilled. He expected Lu Hao to argue back, hoping the scene would escalate. Fearing Lu Hao would be stubborn, Li Haoyan added, the money isn't for Director Lu personally, but for her company. Last year, her company did waterproofing work on the township government building. They have contracts and invoices to prove it, so transferring the funds to them temporarily isn't against the rules. Lu Rian took the opportunity to draw closer and winked at Lu Hao, her voice dripping with sweetness. Director Lu, our company is having some cash flow problems. We really need your help. Unnoticed, she had loosened a button at her collar, revealing the curve of her chest, her charm unmistakably on display. Lu Hao had to admit this woman knew how to mesmerize. Unlike Lin Xie and Zi, every smile and frown from her exuded a seductive allure honed from years of navigating political circles. But Lu Hao quickly withdrew his gaze from Lu Rian and turned to Li Haoyan with a serious tone. Village chief, this money is designated as special funding to guarantee the basic livelihood of impoverished households, so it must be used for its intended purpose. If I allocate these funds to Ms. Lu, then what happens to the living expenses of those poor families? Lu Hao, why can't you be more flexible? Li Haoyan frowned, lowering his voice. When working at the grassroots level, you encounter all kinds of challenges. Allocating the funds to Ms. Lu according to the contract follows regulations and also obeys the village chief's orders. There's really no issue. Besides, if you don't tell the impoverished households, they won't even know about this money. If anyone asks, just say the county hasn't dispersed it yet. Wang Xiaojie jumped in with a tone that implied guidance. Director Lu, if anyone insists on asking, just follow the village chief's instructions. Poor families aren't going to check the accounts right away. His words hit the mark with Li Haoyan, who nodded in approval. Naturally, Wang Xiaojie was trying to curry favor with the village chief and also knew Lu Hao's temper. Deliberately provoking this conflict would let him benefit from the fallout. Lu Hao's face darkened as he raised another objection. But if this gets audited from higher up, how am I supposed to explain? Higher up? Which higher up? Wang Xiaojie shrugged nonchalantly. The village chief is sitting right here. If he doesn't investigate you, who would dare? Even if the county questions it, just say the funds have already been dispersed. If the sky falls, you have the village chief to back you up. What do you have to fear? Lu Hao's heart chilled at these words. He knew well that if trouble came, Li Haoyan would throw him under the bus. Song boss case was a clear warning. At that moment, Lu Rian picked up a black handbag from a nearby table and smiled warmly as she held it out to him. Director Lu, I wasn't sure what you like, so I just brought a few small tokens. The bag's opening revealed 2 packs of premium cigarettes and a thick red envelope worth at least 2 months of his salary. Li Haoyan immediately reinforced the point. Young Lu, Ms. Liu's matters are also our village government's concern. Allocating funds to her company is helping the government solve difficulties. Her project funding has been delayed for over half a year and is urgently needed. The subsidies for impoverished households can wait. It's not a big problem. By now, Lu Hao understood that playing dumb was useless. He gritted his teeth and pushed the bag back, his tone firm. Ms. Lu, I cannot accept gifts without merit. This is too extravagant. The atmosphere in the room turned sharply cold the moment he spoke. Li Haoyan, Lu Ruyan, and Wang Xiaojia all froze. Lu Hao's refusal was unmistakable. Li Haoyan tapped the table slowly, his voice low but threatening. Lu Hao, you should have heard the new county party secretary has arrived in Anqing County. Once the appointment is finalized, there will be personnel changes. If you handle this matter well, I will speak to County Chief Li to recommend you for deputy village chief. With narrowed eyes, Li Haoyan delivered his final card. The Poverty Alleviation Office was the richest and most influential department in Fengshui Township, and the director in charge of poverty relief held the most power among all mid-level officials, overseeing both matters and funds. Li Haoyan was frustrated because he hadn't managed to secure this position for himself. If the poverty alleviation director were his own man, one phone call today could have easily resolved everything, instead of feeling restricted at every turn. Thinking this through, he decided to raise the stakes. First, get Lu Hao on board, and once Lu eventually attained the top post, he could be dealt with later. Seeing Lu Hao's silence and thinking he was wavering, Lu Rian quickly seized the moment to persuade him. Lu Hao, as long as this money is allocated to me, I'll speak up for you with County Chief Li and guarantee you the deputy township chief position. She knew well that some officials craved power more than money, and for Lu Hao still in his 20s the chance to jump directly to deputy division chief was far more tempting than cash. Wang Xiaoji's heart raced at what had just heard Li Haoyan was offering such a big incentive. Fang Jing's parents were pushing Lu Hao to go for deputy division chief, and if Lu gave in, that promotion would be within easy reach, winning over the approval of Fang's family. After that, trying to win Fang Jing over would become nearly impossible for him. Lu Hao lowered his head, deep in thought. The deputy division chief post was undeniably attractive and would gain him Fang Jing's parents' blessing. But he didn't trust Li Haotian's offhand promises. Niu Dashan was a cautionary example. More importantly, he couldn't bring himself to betray the villagers by sacrificing their poverty relief funds for his own gain. Yet the words were out. Outright refusal now would publicly embarrass the township chief, which was a huge taboo in official circles. Taking a deep breath, he said sincerely, Township Chief, I'm young and inexperienced in poverty work. This is my first time facing such a situation. Could you please give me some time to think it over before I respond? Seeing Lu Hao resisting the lure of the deputy position, Wang Xiaojia was momentarily stunned and oddly impressed. If he were him, with a promise of a full division chief role, he'd have done anything. But he wasn't about to let Lu off easily. His face hardened as he said, Lu Hao, do you even need to think about this? You are just the poverty alleviation director. When the township chief tells you where to allocate the money, you sign off and do it. There's no reason to hesitate. He wanted to corner Lu Hao, force him into conflict with Li Haoyan. Sure enough, Li Haotian's expression darkened instantly, his eyes fixed coldly on Lu Hao. Lu Hao felt nothing but contempt for Wang Xiaojia, beyond stirring emotions. Now he and Li Haoyan were teaming up to pressure him like pesky flies buzzing nonstop. But he swallowed his anger and calmly replied, Township Chief Wang, I never said I wouldn't sign. But whoever signs is responsible. For something this serious, I need time to think carefully. Can't you give me a little more time? Wang Xiaojia slammed his hand on the table and stood up, ready to confront them, but Li Haoyan stopped him. Standing calmly, Li said, Xiao Lu, you do have a point. It's understandable you're caught off guard facing this for the first time. Go home and think it over carefully. Give me a clear answer tomorrow and transfer the money to Director Lu as soon as possible. Don't disappoint me. Having made his position clear, Li didn't waste any more words and got up to leave. Wang Xiaojia sneered coldly and shot a sarcastic glance at Lu Hao before turning away. Successfully shifting the blame onto Lu Hao pleased him greatly, with sure Li Haoyan now held a grudge against Lu Hao. Even if Lu finally relented and transferred the funds tomorrow, Li's suspicion and resentment would remain like a thorn in his heart. The private room quickly emptied, leaving only Lu Hao and Lu Rian behind. Lu Hao, your approach today really surprised me, Lu Rian said, her face half in shadow, a faint smile playing on her lips. Years ago, she had sent gifts through Lu when he worked under Lu Yuanda, only to be politely declined. Later, when Lu Yuanda got into trouble, everyone expected Lu Hao would learn to be more pragmatic, at least savvy enough to seek advantage and avoid harm. But it turned out he was still stubbornly single-minded. Seeing Lu quietly smoking, she lifted the elegantly wrapped gift box, and her tone grew teasing yet cautionary. I know you want to transfer the money to me. You're just stalling chiefly. But you need to consider the consequences. Is it worth making all those in power angry just for a sum of public funds? Many enter politics aiming to be honest officials, but they get corrupted before they even realize it. The waters in Anqing County run deep and turbulent. I don't have much faith in you. After leaving the words hanging in the air, she shook her head lightly and took her rejected gift away. The door closed behind her, leaving the room silent. Lu leaned back in his chair as smoke swirled under the dim yellow light. He understood that Li Haoyan had given him the whole night to think it over, probably convinced he wouldn't dare refuse the transfer. Yet Lu Rian seemed to see right through him, predicting with certainty he would never yield. That woman was truly not someone to be underestimated. After a moment's hesitation, He pulled out his phone and dialed Neo Dashin's number. Neo was in charge of poverty relief at the township government and was well experienced. They had shared drinks recently and gotten along well. The call was quickly answered by Neo's hearty voice. "Hey, brother, calling this late? What's up?" Lu smiled wryly and recounted everything Li Haoshan's dinner, the pressure to transfer funds to Lu Rian word for word. After listening, Neo let out a low, cold laugh on the other end. "If you want to end up like Song Bo, then go ahead and listen to him." Song Bo got involved simply because Li Haoshan's scheme framed him unfairly. Using the pretext of diverting funds meant for other village government projects, Li Haoyan accused Song Bo of misappropriating poverty alleviation funds. Song Bo dared not cross Li Haoyan, believing that with Li's backing, he was untouchable. So whatever Li Haoyan said, Song Bo obeyed without question. Neo Dashin spoke faster and faster, as if years of pent-up frustration were finally escaping. "If you agree just once to Li Haoshan's demands, there will be a second and a third time. Our county is poor, with lots of poverty alleviation funds every year, but the money given from above is tightly accounted for like 1 carat per hole. It's one thing if these projects are awarded to companies with some flexibility, but this time the funds were direct subsidies for poor households. If you dare to withhold that money, the elders from villages all around Fengshui Township will surely come banging drums and blocking you in the county." He paused there, breathing heavily. All those previous fake bills were signed by me and Song Bo. Song Bo took the money, and Li Haoyan left no evidence behind. If the truth ever came out, Li Haoyan could wash his hands clean immediately. Song Bo is a living example of that. Luckily, I was cautious. I only helped with fake paperwork, but didn't pocket any money. In the end, I just got punished, didn't end up behind bars operating a sewing machine. After unloading his heart, he gritted his teeth and warned Lu Hao, "Remember, if you dare move that money for him, you'll become the next Song Bo. The mess I'm in now is all thanks to Li Haoyan. Don't make my mistake." Neo Dashin's warning over the phone finally confirmed Lu Hao's suspicions that Li Haoyan was indeed the mastermind behind the Poverty Office corruption scandal. After hanging up, Lu Hao recalled Li Haoshan's friendly smile at the drinking table and felt a chill run down his spine. Once your bottom line is breached, it's really the end. The neon lights outside Chioshui restaurant flickered as Lu Hao hurried through the revolving door. The night wind, smelling of alcohol and cooking fumes, hit him sharply. He hunched his shoulders and quickened his pace toward the parking lot. On the way, he called Lu Yuanda again. His cousin had just been released and should have contacted him, but there had been no word. The silence gnawed at Lu Hao's mind. This time, the phone didn't cut off automatically. Only a dull, constant tone answered. Lu Hao stared at the screen, his knuckles whitening as he was about to give up, when suddenly a low voice came through the receiver. "Cousin," Lu Hao blurted out, unable to hide his excitement. "Is that you, Lu Hao? How have you been lately?" Lu Yuanda's calm tone was as if nothing had happened. "Not bad. I've been transferred to Fengshui Township by County Chief Li." Lu Hao tried to keep his voice casual. He wanted to ask what exactly the disciplinary committee had found out, but stopped himself. If Lu Yuanda didn't volunteer the information, it was better not to press. Forcing the issue would seem insensitive. "Looks like my trouble dragged you down with me." Lu Yuanda sighed softly on the other end. He had always been at odds with Li Zhan, and with Lu Hao having crossed Li Zhan before, the bad situation now would surely give Li Zhan an excuse to make life harder for Lu Hao. "Don't say that, cousin. We're all civil servants. It's the same work wherever you are," Lu Hao quickly reassured him. Regardless of whether Lu Yuanda was really at fault, he had treated Lu Hao well all these years. His concern was sincere. He didn't want his cousin to feel guilty on his account. "You've got a pretty good mindset, but under Li Zhan's authority over the years, Anqing County has long been a solid, tightly controlled place. Even I couldn't find a crack to pry open and ended up backfiring. So whatever you do, be cautious and careful." The new party secretary, Yi, who's coming to replace me, was sent down from the provincial level. She's just arrived in Anqing County, and many people might be reluctant to work with her at first. You need to find a way to get her attention. This will benefit your future career. Lu Yuana spoke over the phone at a steady pace, his tone calm and measured, carrying the composure of someone seasoned by the ups and downs of officialdom. "Cousin, I understand," Lu Hao replied quickly, though inwardly he was troubled. A young local official newly arrived in the county seat. How easy could it really be to get noticed by the new party secretary? After a pause, Lu Yuanda slowed his tone. "Being an official means doing more practical work for the people. Fengshui Township is the poorest in Anqing County, but it's surrounded by mountains and water. It has great potential for tourism and farming. The problem is the chemical factory built a few years ago has poisoned the environment. I tried several times to order its closure, but Li Zhan always evaded responsibility. You should visit there again and get a real grasp of the situation on the ground." Lu Hao nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. He understood that his cousin was very familiar with each township's situation. No doubt that knowledge had helped him rise to the county party secretary position. Seizing the moment, he recounted in detail the conversation he had with Li Haoyan that evening. Lu Yuanda sneered. "You handled that right. You at least know where you stand." but don't carry all the pressure yourself. Hong Haifeng is in charge of poverty alleviation in Fengshui, right? You should tell him about tonight's matter as well. Taken aback at first, Lu Hao then understood and thanked him. Thanks for the reminder, cousin. I almost forgot. As executive deputy township head, Hong Haifeng was responsible for poverty work and ought to be informed. More importantly, Lu Hao needed to choose sides in Fengshui Township. He must steer clear of Li Haoshan's faction for now, but could use this chance to gauge Hong Haifeng's stance. If they agreed, Hong might back him if Li Haoyan made a move again. If someone from higher up is already speaking up for me, dismissal might be the best outcome. Idle, give me a break. Fengshui has real potential to escape poverty. I believe you can get things done on the ground. Lu Yuanda encouraged before hanging up. Without noticing, Lu Hao had arrived in front of the township middle school. The night was cool and still. Streetlights stretched his shadow long and thin. He took a deep breath and dialed Hong Haifeng's number. The call was answered after only a few rings. Hey Lu, I'm not asleep yet. What's up? Hong's voice was clear. Lu Hao got straight to the point, explaining what had happened with Li Haoyan and his own thoughts, then asked for Hong's opinion. I saw you leave the township government tonight in Li Haoshan's car, Hong said with a tinge of emotion. Usually I'm asleep by 10, but I stayed up waiting to see if you'd call. If you're really going down Song Boss old path, I'd be beyond disappointed. Lu Hao's heart jumped, and his palms grew clamorous. Every move was under Hong's watchful eye. Had he not made this call tonight, he might have lost Hong's trust for good. Let's do it your way. Tomorrow morning, come with me to inspect the chemical factory. Leave other matters to Tang Chunyan, Hong said firmly. Thanks, Director Hong. Lu Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, his voice sincere. You've got a lot of cunning, kid, but you're a smart one. Fengshui at last has an official willing to work hard. It's not a waste waiting for your call, Hong said with a mix of a teasing scold before hanging up. Without resting, Lu Hao called Tang Chunyan next. Chunyan, contact the credit cooperative immediately tonight. Tomorrow morning, withdraw all the funds from the poverty alleviation account and notify all eligible impoverished households to come collect their money first thing in the morning. In such a hurry? Tang Chunyan was taken aback. Yeah, I've already reported to Mayor Hong. You have to distribute all the money tomorrow, every last cent. Not a penny can be left undistributed, Lu Hao said firmly over the phone. If anyone asks, just say this was decided long ago. I understand. Tang Chunyan didn't ask any more questions. After hanging up, she immediately began contacting the accountants in each village. Lu Hao stretched and turned to head upstairs. Since Li Haoyan was scrutinizing the poverty relief fund so closely, he might as well release all of it outright and see what tricks they tried next. Let them be offended. He didn't regret it at all. This money was meant for impoverished families, and the common people depended on it to eat. No one could touch it. Fengshui Township was so poor that children couldn't afford school and farmers were short on grain. The thought that someone would covet the relief funds chilled him to the bone. Under the dim light of the hallway on the third floor, Lu Hao took out his keys and was about to open the door when suddenly Lin Xie's panicked scream came from the other side, followed by the sharp crash of things being thrown about, making his heart race. Startled, he hurried over and knocked on her door. Bang bang bang, Xie, it's me, Lu Hao. What's wrong? The door soon opened. Lin Xie's face was pale, her hair still dripping wet. There's a rat. Where? Lu Hao had braced himself for something like a fire or a thief, but it was just a rat. He was about to relax when she pointed toward the bathroom. He stepped inside the bathroom. Shower gel bottles and towel racks were overturned on the floor. Unclear if she had thrown them or the rat had knocked them down. Behind one rack, a gray shape was huddled. Lu Hao moved the rack aside, stepped on the rat's tail with one foot, then stomped down hard with the other. The rat twitched a few times before falling still. No worries. It probably came up through the pipes after we cleared the drain last time, he said, turning around then he noticed Lin Xie was only wearing a thin white bathrobe. The damp fabric clung to her skin, outlining her curves clearly, and her wet hair dripped down her neck and shoulders. Lu Hao froze for a moment. Lin Xie suddenly realized her state of dress, her ears flushed bright red, and she quickly turned and fled from the bathroom. A few minutes later, the living room lights were soft and warm. Lin Xie had changed and simply pinned her long hair up. Her face still held a warm flush, the same rosy glow Lu Hao had seen once before. The first time was when she accidentally walked in on him showering while unclogging the drain, and he was the one caught off guard. This time, the luck seemed to be on his side. It's so late. You should go home and get some sleep. You have work tomorrow, she said with a smile, pretending nothing had happened. Xie, I didn't mean to stare just now. Did you think I meant to? I tried not to bring it up, but you're the one dredging up the past. She rolled her eyes. Do you want me to give you a lecture on my body proportions or something? No, I'm leaving right now. As Lu Hao spoke, he grabbed the trash bag from the bin and headed for the door. The mouse from the bathroom was already inside, ready to be thrown downstairs. Was it fun to watch? Lin Xie suddenly called out from behind him, a sly smile playing at the corners of her mouth. Not fun. Not fun. Lu Hao shook his head desperately, trying to make a quick escape as if his feet were slick with oil. What? It was fun. Lin Xie pressed on, closing the distance step by step. Well, how exactly was it fun? Cornered against the wall, Lu Hao gave a helpless laugh. Sis, come on, don't tease me. I was wrong. Next time something like this happens, I'll just close my eyes right away. That's more like it. Last time I watched you, now you watch m'affairs fair. And never mention it again. Lu Hao muttered quietly. I didn't exactly see everything about you. What did you say? Lin Xie raised an eyebrow, snatching up a feather duster as if to swat him. Giving you a little attention, and you're all lit up? Looking for a beating, huh? The feather duster sliced through the air with a whoosh, and Lu Hao quickly pushed open the door and dashed away, his footsteps echoing as he hurried down the hallway. Once the door closed, the room fell quiet. Lin Xie suddenly realized her cheeks were burning, her ears flushed. She tried to take deep breaths, but couldn't calm the tiny flutter in her chest around Lu Hao. She could never quite keep up the professional leader facade, which was definitely a bad sign. Her phone's ringtone cut through the silence, flashing the name Yi Zi. She pressed the answer button, and Yi Zi's crisp voice came through. Xie, are you asleep yet? Not yet, just finished showering, Lin Xie replied, trying to keep her voice steady, afraid the other might detect any unease. I just took office, and there are definitely going to be some personnel shifts in the county. Do you have any suggestions? Without any small talk, Yi Zi went straight to the point in the middle of the night. Yi Zi was a year younger, Lin Xie's school junior, and close acquaintance. Both came from the same university. Given the complicated situation in Anqing County, higher-ups had long been planning to root out this stubborn problem. Otherwise, Anqing would never shed its poverty label, dragging down city and even provincial development plans. A year ago, Lin Xie had been assigned to Fengshui Township as an undercover piece, gradually infiltrating the grassroots level. As a result, she understood the reality of Fengshui and the entire county better than the newly appointed county leader Yi Zi. Now Yi Zi had parachuted in with her own political mission. Lin Xie had become the only person she could truly trust in Anqing County. I suggest transferring Zhao Gang from Fengshui Township. He's indecisive and ineffective, turning a blind eye to Li Haoyan, causing Feng Shui's decline and inability to shoulder major responsibilities. Hong Haifeng is better, might be worth promoting. After covering personnel in Feng Shui, Lin Xie briefly updated the county's other situations. The line was quiet for a moment as Yi Zi listened and took notes, then said seriously, all right, they'll prioritize those areas. Also, your position needs to be adjusted. Me? Lin Xie was taken aback. Yes, since I just arrived in Anqing County, I have no allies here, making it difficult to get things done. Besides, you've been in Fengshui so long that some people are cautious around you. Moving you out would actually make them lower their guard. Yi Zi was straightforward, revealing her plan without hesitation. Early the next morning, the poverty relief office was packed with people, laughter ringing out repeatedly, resembling the festive atmosphere of distributing New Year's sweets. Fengshui Township, the poorest town in Anqing County, didn't even have a decent bank branch. Most villagers were elderly with limited education, only able to make calls on their phones. Bank cards and electronic payments were completely foreign to them. To ensure the poverty subsidies reached people smoothly, the township had no choice but to use the most primitive and direct method distributing cash. Today's cash distribution was meticulously organized by Lu Hao, the director of the Poverty Relief Office, but he was nowhere to be seen at the moment. Early that morning, he had gone with Hong Haifeng, the township chief responsible for poverty relief, civil affairs, and production safety, riding in the government's dull gray van to the chemical plant. A phone call the night before had changed Hong Haifeng's impression of Lu Hao. Sending him to the front lines not only allowed Lu Hao to escape the messy internal affairs of the township government, but also gave him a clearer, first-hand understanding of Fengshui Township's poverty situation. The chemical plant was in a remote area by the riverbank, where phone signals were spotty and calls often dropped, so it was no surprise their calls couldn't get through. Inside the poverty relief office, stacks of cash were being handed out, with villagers receiving, signing, and fingerprinting in a strict, precise procedure, all under Tang Chunyan's command. She had carefully scheduled the arrival times of each group of villagers in advance. The noise coming from this office had inevitably drawn the attention of other township departments. Halfway through the distribution, hurried footsteps sounded outside the door. Wang Xiaojie burst in aggressively, his loud voice cutting through the room's chatter. Where's Lu Hao? Where is he right now? Tang Chunyan was momentarily taken aback, but responded politely. Director Lu went to the chemical plant with Chief Hong. To the chemical plant? Why can't we get through on the phone then? The plant is by the riverbank. The signal is poor. You've just arrived? Chief Wang, you might not know yet. Wang Xiaojie's expression darkened and his tone turned cold. Tang Chunyan, stop handing out money immediately. Who gave you permission to act on your own? Did the township leadership approve this? Tang Chunyan's heart sank, but she steeled herself and stuck to the explanation Lu Hao had given her beforehand. Chief Hong approved it long ago, and the distribution was scheduled for today. There's nothing wrong with the procedure, right? Stop everything. Not another cent is to be given out. And retrieve all money already handed out, understood? Wang slammed his fist on the table, his voice exploding through the room. Before he finished speaking, several recipients of the cash quickly surrounded him. Chief Wang, do you know how long it's been since we last got any aid? We already have the money in hand, and now you want to take it back? What are we supposed to eat? Believe me, if you try to take it back, they'll carry my old mother right to your office whether she lives or dies after that. You'll be responsible. The farmer's eyes burned with fury, their shouts rising louder and louder, boxing Wang Xiaojie in front of the desk, unable to move forward or back. Being new to the township leadership, he had never confronted grassroots villagers before and was now breaking out in a cold sweat. The bloodshot eyes opposite him were filled with deadly determination, practically daring him to try taking the money back. After several tense minutes, Tang Chunyin stepped forward to smooth things over, persuading the crowd to disperse, and finally allowing Wang Xiaojie to escape. Once outside, he stormed into Li Haoshan's office, dark-faced and grim. On the other side, Lu Hao followed Hong Haifeng into the chemical plant in Fanshui Township. The plant covered nearly 100 acres, with rows of grayish-white factory buildings. The walls were streaked with patches of oil stains that had been dragged down by rainwater into black streaks. This facility produced chemical agents, pesticides, fertilizers, and pharmaceutical intermediates. The roar of machines mixed with a pungent stench that hit you the moment you stepped inside. Everywhere in the plant, workers wearing blue caps, mostly local villagers, were busy at their stations. The plant had been approved by the county government to be set up in Fanshui Township because it could provide local employment and boost the township's finances, seen as a flagship poverty alleviation project. But as soon as the plant was built, management completely dropped the ball. Untreated sewage and waste gases were discharged almost directly. Surrounding vegetation was coated in a grayish dust, and the nearby river had long lost any trace of its original color. Lu Hao had only stood at the gate for a few minutes before the acrid air made him cough repeatedly. The owner personally accompanied the two officials on a tour of the main workshops. Hong Haifeng walked and spoke steadily, pointing out areas needing rectification from exhaust treatment to sewage piping, listing each detail clearly. The owner smiled broadly, constantly promising that everything would be guaranteed and strictly enforced. When it came time to bid farewell, the owner even insisted on stuffing 2 cartons of premium cigarettes and 2 bottles of fine baijiu into the van's trunk, but Hong Haifeng refused with a cold look. Once the car doors were shut, Lu Hao lowered his voice. Director Hong, I want to check out the river where this plant discharges waste. Hong Haifeng was momentarily taken aback, but then instructed the driver to turn around. About 15 minutes later, the car stopped beside a dirt road behind the plant. As soon as Lu Hao stepped out, a pungent foul odor hit him. He circled around some weeds and saw a black pipe, about the thickness of an arm, emerging from underground inside the plant, pouring dark waste liquid in a steady stream. The murky river surface showed almost no reflection and floated with a layer of oily film. The stench was like burning plastic mixed with rotten sewage gas, making him wrinkle his nose. Had seen similar scenes in documentaries back at university, but standing here in person made the impact far more immediate. Director Hong, if this chemical plant keeps operating like this, the rivers and air quality in Fanshui Township will only get worse, Lu Hao said, frowning deeply. I'm well aware, Hong Haifeng gave a bitter smile. I've suggested shutting it down to Secretary Zhao and Director Li, but they insist on rectification first. The plant's got powerful backers. They just give lip service, then turn a deaf ear. You just saw it for yourself. Powerful backers? Lu Hao was surprised. I heard that Director Li's distant cousin owns shares here. Hong Haifeng lowered his voice. But it's just a rumor. Hard to know if it's true. Lu Hao's heart sank. He knew this was no simple matter. Hong Haifeng patted his shoulder. Let's go have lunch first, then we'll come back this afternoon. I used to be the only one in the government watching this, but at least now I have you. We need a long-term plan, can't just recklessly ruin someone's livelihood, or the trouble will only get bigger. Lu Hao nodded, understanding they still needed to gather more information. It wasn't until after 3 p.m. that the two returned to the township by van. As soon as they entered the poverty alleviation office, Lu Hao asked, have all the funds been distributed? Just finished about half an hour ago. Tang Chunyin closed her folder, excitement barely contained. Just like you predicted, Wang Xiaojie stormed in furious, trying to stop the funds and even demanding a rollback. But several villagers surrounded him, and he practically went weak in the knees. Lu Hao gave a thumbs up. Well done. Oh, by the way, Tang Chunyin lowered her voice. Wang Xiaojie said you should go see Director Li as soon as you get back. His face looked terrifying. I tried to advise you to wait until tomorrow. Eventually, I have to go. Can't avoid it, Lu Hao said quietly. Let's keep today's matter low-key for now. Having said that, he headed upstairs to the 3rd floor of the township government building and knocked on Li Haoshan's office door. Who is it? Come in, a tired, irritated voice called from inside. Lu Rian had contracted many projects in Fanshui Township, both poverty relief and regular infrastructure. Whenever the township government allocated funds, Lu Rian would kick back a portion to Li Haoyan. Now, with the township's finances nearly drained, the money had to be drawn from poverty funds. Li Haoyan had assumed that a word from him would make Lu Hao cooperate, But Lu Hao had struck at the root directly, giving money into the villagers' hands. The fury inside Li Haoshan's heart was obvious. In the office, Wang Xiaojie had been scolded by Li Haoyan all day long. Li Haoyan was so full of anger with no outlet that he poured all his fury onto Deputy Village Chief Wang Xiaojie, relentlessly berating him. How could a proud Deputy Village Chief fail to keep an eye on Lu Hao? Originally, as long as Lu Hao hadn't disbursed the poverty relief funds to the villagers, even if Lu Hao refused to allocate them to Lu Rian, Li Haoyan could have called the credit union in his capacity as village chief and intercepted the funds first. But he never expected Lu Hao would act so quickly. The night before, Li Haoyan had expressly told Wang Xiaojie to keep a tight watch on Lu Hao and report any movements immediately. What was the result? The money was already paid out before Wang Xiaojie even realized it. This was the worst day Wang Xiaojie had had since becoming a civil servant, his head buzzing, feeling like he was being roasted alive. Footsteps sounded at the door. When Lu Hao pushed it open and stepped inside, Wang Xiaojie sprang up from the sofa with a scowl and sneered coldly. Well, Lu Hao, so you finally show your face. I thought you'd hide forever. Lu Hao was prepared for this, but maintained proper decorum. He stood firm and spoke solemnly. Village Chief Li, Village Chief Wang, am here to admit my mistake. Last night, I planned to call Tang Chunyan to delay using that fund, but I drank too much and fell into a deep sleep as soon as I got home. Early this morning, I was called by Village Chief Hong for an inspection at the chemical plant, and got so busy I forgot the matter completely. When I remembered, I immediately called Tang Chunyan, told me Village Chief Hong had already set today for the disbursement, and many impoverished families had already received the money. It was only then I realized the trouble I caused. I sincerely apologize to both of you. I didn't do my job properly, and failed to stop Tang Chunyan in time. No sooner had he finished than Wang Xiaojie sneered. Lu Hao, you know the truth, and I know it even better. Don't think being just a lowly director of the Poverty Relief Office means you can do whatever you want. Fengshui Village is not yours to command. This time you've not only slapped my face, but also slapped Village Chief Li's. Today's matter. Enough about today. You can leave now, Li Haoyan interrupted abruptly, his gaze freezing cold. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned. He had expected Li Haoyan to scold him as harshly as Wang Xiaojie did, but instead, he got off with a single sentence. Village Chief, already told you to leave, still not going? Wang Xiaojie waved impatiently. Lu Hao didn't linger. After a few polite words, he turned and left. Outside the office, he didn't feel relieved. Instead, he felt a stone pressing down on his chest. The casual dismissal signaled that even harsh words were deemed a waste of breath, which was certainly no good omen. After the door shut, Wang Xiaojie ground his teeth and said in a low voice, Village Chief, are we really going to let him off that easily? Li Haoshan's face darkened, letting out a cold laugh. What else can we do? It's already done. I thought that rookie wouldn't manage the Poverty Relief Office, well, especially with Niu Dashan stirring things up. I expected the office would only get messier. But I didn't expect him to not only tame Niu Dashan, but also run the office smoothly and by the book. I have to admit, the guy's got some ability. If we want to move against him now, there's no good excuse. And besides, Zhao Gang will definitely protect him. It's not as simple as we thought. Li Haoyan was well aware that Lu Hao could no longer be manipulated by him. Since that was the case, insulting Lu Hao would be pointless, only causing himself more trouble. If he couldn't control his opponent, why not just let him have his moment of pride? Wang Xiaojie remained unwilling to accept the situation. Just wait until I sit in the top spot, let's see what waves he can still stir up then, Li Haoyan said with narrowed eyes, his smile tinged with a cold edge. In his eyes, Lu Hao was like a tough piece of cured meat, neither yielding to softness nor hardness. For now, he couldn't be subdued, but the future was uncertain. Wang Xiaojie froze for a moment, then realized, if Li Haoyan dared to say such things out loud, it was definitely a done deal. Then I guess I should congratulate Secretary Li in advance, he quickly flattered. You've got some manners, kid. Li Haoyan was surprised at first, but then clearly pleased by the title, a faint smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. At the same time, Lu Hao returned to his office. His phone showed a missed call from his mother. He immediately called her back. Lu Hao came from a single-parent family. His mother, Su Hong, raised him alone. She ran a bakery in the county town, famous far and wide for delicious breads and pastries, with decent business. When the call connected, Su Hong said she had something to do that evening and asked him to come home early. Since Lu Hao was transferred to Fengshui Township, he hadn't been back home. It was Friday, and he didn't have to work over the weekend, so he had planned to spend time with his mother. Just after hanging up, there was a knock at the office door. Niu Dashan entered with a serious expression. Director, there's something I need to tell you. Don't make it so formal. Just get to the point, Lu Hao said, smiling as he gestured for him to sit. Niu Dashan chose his words carefully. Before, 5 households listed as impoverished had early notice from Mayor Wei. In this new village survey, we found they don't meet the criteria, so we removed them all. They didn't get subsidies this time. So Mayor Wei contacted you? Lu Hao raised an eyebrow. Wei Bin was the other deputy mayor of Fengshui Township. He oversaw land and investment promotion. Although not a party committee member, he held considerable authority. Neo Dashin nodded with concern. I did exactly as you signed, no exceptions for those who don't qualify. But Mayor Wei hung up without a word. He was clearly angry. Before Neo finished, Lu Hao's desk phone rang sharply. He picked up. A cold voice came through. Director Lu, this is Wei Bin. Hello, Mayor Wei. What brings you to call me personally? Lu Hao said quickly, masking unease with cordiality. Don't put me on like that, Director Lu. I'm just asking why villagers who used to get subsidies are suddenly excluded? Wei Bin's tone was sarcastic. They don't meet the requirements anymore. Secretary Zhao talked to me specifically, saying the Poverty Alleviation Office can't let something like Songbo happen again. Mayor Wei, some things I really can't do, Lu Hao explained. Using Secretary Zhao to pressure me? Wei Bin sneered, then abruptly hung up. The dial tone beeped alone. Lu Hao put down the receiver and shook his head helplessly. Great, another one offended. At this rate, your job's going to be extremely difficult. Why not find some middle ground? Neo Dashin, having overheard the call, cautiously suggested. Lu Hao shook his head firmly. No way. We absolutely can't do anything that breaks the rules. Wei, the township head, might hint at things, but we just pretend we didn't hear. Even if he's angry inside, he wouldn't openly give an order that line. He won't dare cross. He paused, scanning the roster on the table. I just rubbed Li Hao Yin the wrong way, and now I'm butting heads with Wei Bin too. But this door can't be opened. There are over 10,000 people in Fanshui Township, whose family doesn't have some connection to the township. If everyone asks someone to grab the quota for impoverished households, what about those truly destitute with no way out? I understand. Neo Dashin nodded vigorously. From now on, if anyone asks, they'll stick to the original line. He thought to himself with admiration. If it were him, he'd never dare go against the leaders like this. The township head's office door was suddenly flung open, and Wei Bin stormed in, full of fury. Township head, that brat Lu Hao is way too arrogant. If this keeps up, our township government won't have a shred of goodwill left. What now? Li Hao Yin didn't look up, but his tone was clearly irritated. The 5 households I gave you a heads up about before. He kicked them all out this time. Wei Bin was boiling. When I called to question him, he just replied, doesn't meet the requirements, and even dragged Secretary Zhao in to pressure me. If he can't handle something this small, how am I supposed to make a living in Fanshui Township going forward? Li Hao Yin suddenly raised his eyes, calmly asking, how much did you take from them? Wei Bin's mouth tightened. Getting subsidies for people who didn't qualify? There had to be kickbacks. Besides, his position as deputy township head was cemented by bribing Li Hao Yin. He knew Li's mindset inside out. Township head, it's not about the money. Lu Hao just doesn't take us seriously. Wei Bin forced a smile and dragged Li Hao Yin down with him. He even offended you today when the payments were being made. Wang Xiaojie couldn't stand it either. Li Hao Yin slammed the table hard. If he doesn't take us seriously, then you figure out how to deal with him. All you do is run to me to complain without bringing any ideas. What good are you? Leaders hated it when subordinates only brought problems without solutions. Wei Bin's eyes darted, his expression darkening. Township head, actually, there is a way to make sure Lu Hao never recovers. Li Hao Yin was about to scold him again, but stopped cold at that. Wei Bin leaned forward, lowering his voice to whisper by the desk. After work, Lu Hao drove his old Jetta back to the county seat. Twilight was settling outside his window as he stopped to buy half a pound of braised beef and 2 cold dishes for dinner. Just as he entered the city, his phone buzzed. Fang Jing calling. No sooner had he answered than she burst out complaining. Lu Hao, what on earth is going on? What do you mean what's going on? Lu Hao frowned, gripping the steering wheel. Wang Xiaojie told me everything. Township head Li personally treated you to dinner, only asked you to handle a simple matter, and even promised that if you succeeded, he'd go to county head Li to secure you a deputy section chief position. Is any of that true? It is. Lu Hao sighed. Wang Xiaojie was definitely stirring trouble in front of Fang Jing, but it really happened, there was no denying it. Don't you want that deputy section chief position? Fang Jing pressed him further. Fang Jing clenched her anger and retorted sharply. She had originally thought Wang Xiaojie was just spreading rumors, but it turned out everything he said was absolutely true. Of course I want the promotion. But if you really wanted the deputy section chief post, why did you mess up the task Director Li assigned you? How does offending him help you? Are you out of your mind? The opportunity was right there, and you didn't even know how to cherish it. Her voice rose so much that her phone's earpiece buzzed. Thinking about Wang Xiaojie's claim that Lu Hao had voluntarily given up the deputy section chief position made her blood boil. Lu Hao lowered his voice and patiently explained, Fang Jing, Li Hao Yin is just dangling empty promises. There's no way he's truly going to promote me. Our township's politics are very complicated. The tasks he asked me to do were against regulations. If I actually did them, I'd probably end up in trouble, just like Songbo. Wang Xiaojie is working with him to create discord between us. Don't listen to their nonsense. He knew Fang Jing was eager for him to get promoted, but some traps you jump into are hard to get out of. It's not worth risking so much just for a deputy section chief title. But Fang Jing wouldn't give up. I just want to ask you, is Director Li your boss or not? Right? If your boss tells you to do something, you have to do it. Even if it's wrong, you still have to do it. Higher ranking officials always have the upper hand. You've been in the system so long, and you don't understand this truth. Growing up in a family within the system, she had long developed her own understanding of officialdom. Ability matters, but connections matter even more. Lu Hao felt a knot tighten in his chest. He believed responsibility mattered in the system. Once you break rules and get caught, you often become the scapegoat for your leaders. Especially with someone like Li Haoyan, he wasn't worth risking himself for. Sighing, he suppressed his emotions and said softly, "Forget it, Fong Jing. One day when you're no longer a teacher and you work in government yourself, you'll realize things aren't so simple." "That's what I plan to." Fong Jing pursed her lips. "If I get the chance, they'll definitely jump to a government agency. And they'll do better than you. But you know that if you got promoted to deputy section chief, we could get married sooner?" Though her tone softened, her resentment still seeped through. Lu Hao said seriously, "If it weren't for your parents' opposition, I'd have already registered our marriage." "Don't blame them. They're pushing you to get promoted for our future. If you stayed a regular staff member forever, could accept gifts for us. But once you're a deputy section chief, it's different. Since my dad became deputy director of the Agriculture Bureau, he gets gifts every week," Fong Jing said proudly. Lu Hao didn't want to listen anymore, so he made an excuse that he had things to do and hurriedly hung up. Fang's family study room, used solely for receiving gifts, was packed full of tea leaves, cigarettes, alcohol, and health supplements. If the disciplinary committee didn't investigate, they'd be fine. But if they got involved, it could turn into a huge problem anytime. "You have to hurry with that deputy section chief promotion. We agreed to settle it within a month, and now there's only half a month left. If you don't work harder, my parents will really cancel our marriage," Fong Jing reminded Lu Hao before ending the call. Lu Hao felt unusually restless. He had planned to visit Fong Jing over the weekend and maybe get a little closer to her. But just the thought of hearing her nagging in person cooled his newly sparked desire instantly. As night fell, he slammed his foot on the gas pedal, and the car's headlights cast a long shadow along the dimly lit street. Less than 20 minutes later, he pulled up in front of his mother Su Hong's bakery. The bakery was simply named Su Hong. The two-story building's exterior was painted a soft pink, though the signboard looked a bit weathered and stained. The first floor covered around 100 square meters with 3 rows of glass display cases, filling the air with the warm scent of freshly baked bread. The second floor was the living space for mother and son. Though not located in the town center, the shop sat right next to the old square, where pedestrians passed by continuously. "Mom, I'm back," Lu Hao said as he pushed open the door, causing the wind chime above to jingle softly. Su Hong was weighing bread for a customer. She glanced up and, freeing a hand, pointed to a small plate on the counter. "Aunt Hongxia hasn't arrived yet. Dinner's still in the pot. If you're hungry, take a piece of bread first to fill your stomach." The display cases were lined with buns of various fillings: strawberry, red bean, mung bean, all sold by weight. There were also several trays of pastries, lightly fragrant with sugar. The shop sold out almost every day. Su Hong had just turned 50 this year. She had Lu Hao at a young age, but in recent years her gray hair had become noticeably more abundant. Under the warm lights, her busy figure exuded a capable energy, stirring a swirl of emotions in Lu Hao: happiness mixed with bittersweetness. His father had died in a car accident years ago. His mother never remarried. His grandparents and other relatives had never been part of their lives. Thinking about all the hardships Shed endured tightened his chest. He took off his jacket and bent down to organize cardboard boxes in the corner when the door jingled again and a customer came in. Lu Hao looked up, stunned. "Yi? Lu Hao, what a coincidence. Are you here to buy bread too?" Yi glanced surprised and paused lightly in her step. "No, not buying bread," Lu Hao smiled. "This is my mom's shop. Tomorrow's the weekend. I'm off work today, so I came home early. I heard this place has a good reputation in Anqing County, so I stopped by. Didn't expect it was your mom's bakery." Yi raised her eyebrows and pulled a clear plastic bag from a hook on the wall. Half joking, she added, "So I get a discount, right?" "No discounts here, free of charge," Lu Hao laughed heartily. He picked up a mung bean bun and slipped it into the bag, handing it to her. "Try this one. It's really good." The bread here wasn't flashy in appearance, but made with solid ingredients: fresh butter, flour ground daily, no additives or preservatives. It went straight from the oven to the display case and was often sold out before it cooled. Lu Hao spoke with confidence about it. Yi bit into the bun gently. The crust was soft, and the mung bean filling was smooth and sweet, with a subtle hint of osmanthus. Her eyes lit up involuntarily. "Your mom is really talented. My mom's cooking is even better than her baking." Lu Hao took the opportunity to invite her. "How about dinner at my place tonight?" Yi shook her head gently. "Maybe another time. I have something to do today." A flicker of envy crossed her eyes. Her mother had died early, and these years she had mostly relied on takeout and restaurants to fill her stomach. Seeing Lu Hao's natural joy speaking of his mom inevitably stirred old memories. At the checkout, she casually mentioned, "By the way, there's more to the story about your cousin. It's complicated." Though he was dismissed, at least he's okay. Things should settle down for now, so hopefully, he can get some rest. "You helped with that?" Lu Hao's heart skipped a beat. "Of course. Didn't I tell you before that I would do my best?" Yi rolled her eyes, so Lu Hao thought she was joking last time. Lu Hao scratched the back of his head and forced a sheepish smile. When they sat together for lunch that day, she casually mentioned, "Can you help put in a good word?" But he hadn't taken it seriously. Later, when Lu Yuanda called saying, "Someone up top suddenly spoke up for me," he just assumed it was Lu Yuanda using his own connections. Only now did he realize it was probably Yi Zi working behind the scenes. "Thank you." Lu Hao looked genuinely grateful. He really didn't want his cousin to get into trouble. This favor from Zi was like a lifesaver for him. It was easy to help your cousin, but the deputy section chief position you want is trickier. You'll have to work harder yourself at your job, Yi Zi said as she picked out some bread, speaking seriously. "No worries. Compared to my cousin, who am I? As long as he's safe, it doesn't matter if I can't get deputy section chief for now. They'll focus on poverty alleviation. There will be plenty of chances later," Lu Hao said calmly. They weren't related, but he had saved her life once, and now she was running around on Lu Yuanda's behalf. He didn't dare ask for more favors. Lu Hao's attitude surprised Yi Zi a little. She expected him to get excited from the favor and be eager to climb up through her connections, maybe even pressing about the deputy section chief position. But he didn't. His calmness made her think he was reliable and not greedy. Yi Zi was about to put the bread on the scale when Lu Hao grabbed the bag and swiped his card. "Last time I didn't get to pay the bill, so you're definitely not paying for the bread this time," he said, slipping the receipt into his pocket. The glass door was pushed open by the wind and closed again as Zi got into her car and drove off. "Don't keep staring. She's already driving away," Su Hong said, wiping her hands as she stepped out from behind the counter with interest. "Is she your friend?" "Yes, someone I just met," Lu Hao replied. "What's her name?" "Zi. Nice name, and she's pretty too. But I warn you, you're engaged to Fong Jing. Don't cause any trouble. If you hurt Fong Jing, I won't forgive you," Su Hong said firmly, hands on her hips. "Don't worry, Mom," Lu Hao said quickly. Since he started dating Fong Jing's visits always made Su Hong smile, and she was very pleased with her future daughter-in-law. "By the way, Aunt Hongxia is coming over later. She said she needs to talk to you, so I called you back," Su Hong added. Years ago, Su Hong ran the bakery alone, but as she got older and customers increased, she hired help Yu Hongxia from Feng Shuixiang. Yu Hongxia had been working there since Lu Hao's high school days, hardworking and honest, and had become Su Hong's close friend, helping share the workload. Recently, Yu Hongxia hadn't come because her husband was hospitalized. At 7 in the evening, Yu Hongxia hurried over from the hospital. Su Hong brought the reheated meal to the table. Under the light, Yu Hongxia's eyes were red and swollen, clearly from crying. "Aunt Hongxia, my mom said you're looking for me. There's no one else here. Tell me what's going on. If I can help, I definitely will." After Lu Hao finished speaking, tears started streaming down Yu Hongxia's face again. "Lu Hao, Auntie really has nowhere else to turn," she said, wiping her tears, her voice hoarse. "Your uncle has been working on the front lines at the chemical plant all these years. Not long ago, he was diagnosed with pneumoconiosis. Now he's hospitalized and has to use oxygen every day." The sterile smell of the hospital ward still seemed to linger in her mind as she took a deep breath and continued. "The chemical plant's safety and hygiene standards are terrible, but they refuse to take responsibility. When we asked the factory for compensation, they just kicked us out and denied any connection between my husband's illness and their operations. There are several other workers also diagnosed with the same disease," she said, her eyes reddening once more. "No one in the township or county government is willing to help. I've already borrowed and sold everything at home. On top of that, I still have to support the children's schooling. I honestly don't know how much longer we can keep going." Lu Hao frowned and said instinctively, "Is it the chemical plant in Fengshui Township?" "Yes. I heard from your mom that you've been transferred to work in Fengshui Township. Could you try talking to the factory for us? They just can't keep denying this." Yu Hongxia looked up at him with tear-filled eyes. Lu Hao felt the weight in his chest and hesitated to make any promises, but still nodded seriously. "Aunt Hongxia, they'll look into the situation first. Our township leader, Director Hong, cares a lot about the issues with the chemical plant. Please don't worry. Wait for my news, okay?" He thought to himself that if what Yu Hongxia said was true, not only were the plant's environmental practices terrible, but they also completely neglected worker health and safety. It was only a matter of time before something serious happened. All right. As long as you're willing to help, they'll be satisfied," Yu Hongxia said, pulling her hair back as more tears fell. In a low voice, she added, "I've already been to the safety supervision, health, and environmental protection departments, but no one wants to take on this hot potato. Going to court means filing a lawsuit, but the lawyer fees are scary. I really have no other options. That's why I thought of you." "Hongxia, let's eat first," Su Hong said softly, handing her a tissue. Since Lu Hao agreed, I'm sure he'll do his best. At the dinner table, Yu Hongxia went over the whole story about the chemical plant again in detail, describing how she had been turned away by various departments these past days. Between the lines, it was clear the plant was backed by some powerful and complicated interests. Lu Hao listened attentively and silently took notes of every key detail, but found himself at a loss for a better plan. After dinner, Yu Hongxia hurried back to the hospital to care for her husband. Over the weekend, Lu Hao took his mother Su Hong to the mall to pick out some clothes and spent a couple extra days at home, keeping her company. Early Monday morning, there was a township government meeting. This weekly meeting was initiated by Lu Hao Shenalways held with the township head, deputy heads, and heads of various government departments. Zhao Gang and Lin Siyeb belonged to party offices and were not included. The system itself wasn't bad, as it allowed a focused discussion of work arrangements. Li Haoyan scanned the room and got straight to the point. Okay, let's start. First thing, Deputy Director Kong officially completed his retirement last week, leaving a deputy section chief position open. Everyone here has a chance. Recently, you've all been doing better, so put in some extra effort. As he spoke, his gaze briefly landed on Lu Hao, a faint, knowing smile playing at the corners of his lips. A soft stir ran through the room. Several people's eyes gleamed with sudden eagerness and ambition. After all, Deputy Director Kong had been semi-retired for some time. This was just the official confirmation now that he reached the required age. Li Haoyan said this partly to remind everyone that the deputy section chief position does exist, but who gets appointed depends largely on their own opinion. He spoke slowly, his gaze sweeping the conference room like a spotlight, lingering on every face. Then, as if nothing had happened, he turned to Lu Hao and added, "The deputy township chief seat isn't just an empty promise. But if anyone dares to defy my plans, don't expect to sit in that chair." After finishing, he raised his hand, signaling the party and government office staff to distribute the meeting materials. Each department, briefly report on our recent work. By custom, the Poverty Alleviation Office usually reported in the first 2 slots, but after a discreet hint from the party and government office, Lu Hao was quietly moved to last. For the first 10-odd minutes, various departments spoke in turn. Li Haoyan nodded occasionally and asked a few questions, keeping a relatively mild tone. When it was Lu Hao's turn to speak, he had barely started when Li Haoyan picked out trivial details and nitpicked relentlessly, his choice of words biting. Data is data, but details show attitude. Did you even look carefully at the materials you submitted? The atmosphere in the meeting room suddenly grew tense. In official circles, no one is a fool. Everyone understood clearly that Li Haoyan was taking this opportunity to assert his authority, sending a message that he didn't trust Lu Hao. Anyone who associated closely with Lu Hao was effectively opposing him. At the corner of the table, Hong Haifeng cleared his throat once or twice, subtly reminding Li Haoyan to ease up. Lu Hao silently endured the entire scolding, bowing his head to take notes without a single word of protest. It wasn't that he enjoyed being berated, but in the bureaucratic hierarchy, the higher-ranking official always had the upper hand, and Li Haoyan was more than one level above him. When someone used petty tactics to annoy you, sometimes the only option was to swallow it. After a brief silence, Li Haoyan opened a fresh document and rapped twice on the table to pull everyone's attention back. All right, the wildfire prevention season is upon us again. The next month is peak time. I don't need to emphasize how important wildfire prevention is to the state. Our Fengshui Township has extensive forest areas and is a key national forest zone. The city government is watching closely. Here is a county notice just issued. The language is very strict, so everyone must implement it carefully. He pushed the file across the table and continued issuing instructions. As usual, Director Hong is responsible for safety. This time you'll be in overall charge again, coordinating the police station and related departments. Patrols and emergency response must be in place. We need to increase publicity in villages near the forest. Hong Haifeng nodded and marked his work log. Li Haoyan slowed his speech suddenly. Also, this year higher authorities are placing special emphasis on this. I have decided to form a temporary wildfire patrol team to strengthen daily inspections and eliminate fire risks at their source. Lu Hao, you'll be the team leader. Lu Hao looked up, momentarily caught off guard. What's up? Li Haoyan narrowed his eyes. This isn't a joke. If a fire breaks out, you're the first responsible person. That's a political task. He added, you're the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, so you should get out to the grassroots more. Our Fengshui Township's forests have tourism potential. Use this patrol as an opportunity to do on-site research, figure out suitable development approaches, and help Fengshui Township escape poverty as soon as possible. The official reasoning sounded noble, but was clearly aimed at Lu Hao. Understanding this fully, Lu Hao still responded calmly with okay, and wrote a few symbolic lines in his notebook. One of the unwritten rules in bureaucracy is completing all tasks assigned by leaders. Offending Li Haoyan meant the dirty and tiring work would naturally fall to him. Doing it well was his duty. Doing poorly meant taking the blame. At that moment, on the other side of the table, several colleagues shot looks ranging from pity to malicious delight. Wang Xiaojie and Wei Bin were grinning so broadly, they could barely keep their mouths closed. This was the inevitable consequence of crossing Li Haoyan. After the meeting, Hong Haifeng took Lu Hao with him to the Forest Fire Prevention Office, known as the Forestry Fire Prevention Department. The office was small, with a red banner hanging on the wall celebrating the recent years of zero fire accidents in Fengshui Township. Hong Haifeng had served as director of the office for years. But this year was different. Underneath the Forestry Fire Department, a new patrol team had just been established. Lu Hao was appointed as its captain and also given the deputy director title. Forest fire prevention was the township's top priority every year and highly valued by the higher-ups. This meant Lu Hao, already head of the Poverty Alleviation Office, suddenly had a major new responsibility, keeping him constantly busy. Forming the patrol team was the first big challenge. All members were temporarily pulled by Lu Hao from various departments, either hotheads who didn't get along with Li or older employees just waiting to retire. The fire prevention routine, publicity, and procedures were the same year after year, with no incidents. So when the patrol team was suddenly established, many grumbled. At meetings, those assigned to the team either zoned out or openly dozed off. Even mild-tempered Lu Hao frowned. These people were unreliable, and as patrol captain, he was just a figurehead no one took seriously. But the work had to move forward. After consulting Hong Haifeng, Lu Hao divided the entire township's forest area into sections. Every 3 patrollers would cover one area, working in shifts 247. On paper the plan was flawless, but if the team members didn't actually comply and slacked off, there was little he could do. After so many peaceful years without a fire, no matter how strict he would seem like he was overreacting. That week, Lu Hao barely sat still in his office. He attended multiple forest fire prevention meetings and followed Hong Haifeng rushing from village to various departments and the local police station. His voice was hoarse, and he felt completely drained as if all the moisture had been squeezed from him. On Friday afternoon, Lu Hao pushed open the door to the Poverty Alleviation Office and glanced around. Tang Chunyan wasn't there, and his heart sank. Old Nyo, where's Chunyan? She's not here? I wanted to talk to her about the villagers working at the chemical factory. He remembered Chunyan mentioning quite a few people in the village worked there, and since he was free today, he planned to get more information on Yu Hongxia. He had already updated Hong Haifeng about Yu Hongxia, and Hong reminded him to keep quiet and investigate discreetly no matter what. They couldn't act against the factory without solid proof. Neo Dashan was tidying up some files. He wiped his sweat and said, Chunyan's dad suddenly had trouble breathing at noon. They called an ambulance to the county hospital. She asked me to tell you she had to leave. She's gone there now. When exactly? Lu Hao asked, alarmed. Not long ago. What's wrong? Serious? Not sure. Chunyan hasn't said much. But seeing how worried she is, it must be bad. Lu Hao nodded, handed out some grassroots materials, and returned to his office. After a moment of thought, he picked up his phone and called. I heard your dad is ill. How's he doing? Is it serious? There was a long silence on the other end, broken only by quiet sobs and intermittent cries echoing through the hospital corridor. After a while, Chunyan choked out in a hoarse voice. Dad was diagnosed with pneumoconiosis last year. This morning, he suddenly had trouble breathing. When the ambulance arrived, he was nearly gone. He's now in the ICU. The doctor said if he delays treatment, they'll have to start full therapy immediately, or it could develop into lung cancer. Hearing this, Lu Hao frowned deeply, his voice heavy with worry but steady. Then what are you waiting for? Let him stay longer in the hospital to receive professional treatment. Many illnesses end up developing into cancer if neglected. After Tang Chunyan said this, a doctor's voice urging someone came from the next bed. She paused hurriedly. The doctor's calling me. I have to go. Before she finished speaking, the call was already disconnected. Lu Hao stood frozen holding the phone, feeling that something was off, but unable to pinpoint what. After hesitating for a moment, he dialed Hong Haifeng's number, requesting half a day off, saying he planned to visit Tang Chunyan's father at the county hospital. Hong Haifeng agreed without hesitation, just reminding him, the sooner you go, the sooner you come back. At the township government courtyard, Lu Hao stepped out of the office building. Just as he opened the car door, a clear voice came from behind. Lu Hao, where are you going? He turned to see Lin Xia, slipping her phone into her suit pocket with a light step. I'm heading to the county hospital. Is Secretary Lin going out too? Lu Hao asked casually but deliberately used the formal title Secretary Lin, just in case a colleague overheard and misunderstood. What a coincidence. I'm going to the county hospital too. Mind if I catch a ride? Lin Xia smiled, waving the documents in her hand. Both township government vehicles had been taken by Zhao Gang and Li Haoyan today, so she didn't feel like driving her own car. Running into Lu Hao was convenient. The front passenger door was pulled open. She settled in and fastened her seatbelt, casually asking, what brings you to the county hospital? Tang Chunyan's dad has pneumoconiosis. Seems pretty serious. I'm going to check on him, Lu Hao said, starting the engine with a slight frown. Pneumoconiosis? Lin Xia paused. Is her dad still working at that chemical plant in Fengshui Township? Lu Hao nodded. During his morning runs a few days ago, he heard about the factories exceeding dust emission limits and things involving Yu Hongxia and others. Lin Xia had also told him that before he was transferred here, some chemical plant workers had even come to the township government to protest, holding diagnosis papers of pulmonary fibrosis, demanding compensation. The police were called in to disperse them, and the factory kept operating as usual. The matter eventually died down. That chemical plant issue won't be resolved anytime soon. Lin Xia lowered her voice in warning. If you really want to do something, bring Hong Haifeng along. He's in charge of safety production. If you go alone, Li Hao Yin will definitely give you a harsh scolding. Lu Hao gripped the steering wheel and cautiously asked, I heard some leaders are backing that factory? Probably. Lin Xie glanced ahead. But within the system, without evidence, don't say anything carelessly. After leaving the township government gate, Lu Hao finally asked, why did you suddenly go to the hospital? You seemed fine this morning when running. I've actually not been feeling well. But you're not a doctor. How would you know? What's wrong? Which department are you going to? Gynecology. Lin Xie blushed and shot him a glare. Why do you have to be so nosy? An awkward silence hung in the car. Lu Hao laughed sheepishly, privately scolding himself for prying into such a personal matter. Anqing County Hospital. Lin Xie went into the gynecology department, while Lu Hao headed straight to the intensive care unit. The hallway lights were harshly white. On the bench outside the ICU, Tang Chunyan clutched her phone, her face drawn and tired. Calls came one after another, and each time she hung up, her worry deepened. Chunyan, how's it going? Lu Hao approached quickly. She looked up, surprised. Director? What are you doing here? I'm worried about Uncle. Came to check on him, Lu Hao said quietly. How is he now? They managed to revive him. But he hasn't woken up. Tang Chunyan tightened her grip on the phone, her eyes red. The lung fibrosis has worsened a lot since last year. I told him not to work at the chemical plant, but he insisted. Said he needed to earn more money. She stopped mid-sentence and turned away. The family was struggling financially. Her younger brother was still in university, and there were elderly parents to support. When she went to college, the family was buried in debt. Only last year, when she ranked first to become a government employee, did things improve a little, but the income was still barely enough. What did the doctor say? Lu Hao pressed. They recommend hospitalization for a full course of treatments like lung lavage. Tang Chunyan took a breath. If untreated, his breathing could fail any time like today. Then follow the doctor's advice. Lu Hao said firmly, knowing there was no time to waste with silicosis. But she lowered her head, tears gathering on her lashes. Lu Hao's heart clenched. Is it because of money? He recalled Yu Hongxia's husband's similar illness, which cost a lot. Judging from Chunyan's expression, it was almost certainly the issue. The hospital wants 50,000 to start. I've only worked just over a year and saved 20,000. There's no savings at home. I called relatives and friends and managed to borrow 10,000 here and there. But I'm still short 20,000, she said weakly, helpless. If not pressed, she wouldn't say a word. No wonder you hung up so quickly just now. Lu Hao pulled out his phone while reassuring her. If it's about money, that's easy to handle. After completing the transfer, he looked up. I just sent you 20,000 on WeChat. Get your uncle the proper treatment first. We can think about the rest later. Director, I can't accept this. Tang Chunyan's voice trembled with disbelief. Lu Hao had only recently been transferred to Fengshui Township. Their relationship was strictly professional. Her relatives had at most lent her a few thousand, yet he sent her 2 full 10,000s in one go. This isn't a gift, it's a loan. You can pay me back when you can. Lu Hao smiled gently. My salary is so low. I still have to support my family. I'm worried I won't be able to pay you back anytime soon. She wiped her tears, words tangled. Forget all that for now. The money comes first. Let's get him treatment. Lu Hao patted Tang Chunyan on the shoulder reassuringly. Tang Chunyan nodded repeatedly, quickly wiping her tears, choking with gratitude. Director, thank you so much. They'll definitely work hard and repay you someday. This girl from the countryside was simple and sincere, overwhelmed and acting like a helpless child. Watching her cry and laugh, Lu Hao couldn't help but smile gently, his tone softening. This isn't about work, and you don't owe me anything. Go pay the fees quickly and take good care of your dad. Once everything is settled at the hospital, you can come back to work. I have some things to handle here, so I'll head out first. After saying goodbye, he turned and took the elevator down to the first floor. As the doors opened, the noisy outpatient hall filled his view, with long lines at the payment counter and a steady flow of people at the pharmacy. His phone vibrated. Lin Xie a message saying she was almost done and that he should wait for her on the first floor. Lu Hao, is that really you? Why aren't you at work? What are you doing at the county hospital? A familiar voice came from behind. Lu Hao turned to see Feng Jing holding a bag of medicine, immediately asking with concern, You're sick? Why didn't you tell me? Although they had clashed recently over promotions, their years of friendship were undeniable. Hearing she was at the hospital, Lu Hao naturally worried. Feng Jing felt touched but teased him with a playful eye roll. Look at you being so nervous, like you want me to be sick. My dad has high blood pressure. I didn't have class today, so I came to get his medicine. Relieved by her explanation, Lu Hao gave a goofy smile. Tomorrow's the weekend, how about coming back to Fengshui with me? We met for your dad's birthday last time and kept in touch by phone. So he didn't finish, but the implication was clear. He wanted to spend some cozy time together. Feng Jing pouted her bright red lips and scoffed, In your dreams. I told you. Only when you get promoted to deputy section chief will I come to Fengshui to see you. Then she asked, But why are you here at the hospital? Lu Hao explained why he came. At first, Feng Jing wasn't too concerned about his help to a colleague, but when she heard he had lent Tang Chunyan 20,000 yuan, her expression immediately darkened. She's just your colleague, technically your subordinate. If she were giving you gifts and begging for favors, that would make sense. But you're lending her money 20,000 yuan at once. Fang Jing frowned and rebuked him bluntly. Have you forgotten that we're going to buy a house after we get married? What if she can't pay you back? If you have money, you should use it to get in good with the leadership and get promoted sooner. In her view, the rural county of Anqing had limited resources, and working in township government hardly offered a way to advance. Lending money to a subordinate was risky and likely irrecoverable. People strive to rise higher, while money tends to flow downward. She fully supported using that money to build relationships with superiors, but helping out a junior colleague like that was a waste. Lu Hao hadn't expected Fang Jing to react so strongly to this matter. Not wanting to argue with her, he was trying to think of a way to smooth things over when Lin Xia suddenly appeared, smiling as she approached. Lu Hao, I'm done here. Let's get ready to head back. By the way, shouldn't you introduce me to this lady? The sudden arrival of his female supervisor instantly broke the tense atmosphere. Lin Xia wore a light gray trench coat, her eyes gleaming with a warm smile as she looked at Fang Jing, her tone cheerful but measured. Fang Jing was momentarily taken aback, instinctively clutching the file folder containing the medical report tighter. Her gaze flicked between Lin Xia's polished makeup and slender figure, a flicker of caution crossing her face. Secretary Lin, this is Su, my fiancée Fang Jing. She's a teacher at the county high school. Lu Hao spoke quickly, using the formal introduction to bring both women onto the same page and to divert Fang Jing's attention. Fang Jing, this is my superior, the deputy party secretary of Feng Shuixiang, Lin Xia. She came to the hospital today for a checkup and I happened to be driving her here, he added, his pace brisk but steady, worried the two women might clash. Fang Jing, who had been wary of Lin Xia's sudden appearance, visibly relaxed upon hearing the word leader. She pressed her lips into a polite smile, adopting her usual composed and gracious manner. Hello, Secretary Lin. Lu Hao often mentions you on the phone. I'm glad to meet you in person at last. Lin Xia nodded gently, her smile unchanging. I've heard about you too. You two are getting married soon, right? Make sure to invite me to the wedding banquet. A few friendly words quickly narrowed the distance between them. Within seconds, a subtle rapport blossomed among the three women. They walked side by side toward the hospital exit, the setting sun spilling golden light through the glass walls, bathing the corridor in warmth. During the conversation, Fang Jing smoothly took out her phone and exchanged WeChat contacts with Lin Xia. As they reached the stairwell, Fang Jing casually mentioned, Lu Hao just lent 20,000 yuan to Comrade Tang Chunyan's father for medical treatment. He's really considerate of his colleagues, always been so warm-hearted. I fully support him. Her tone carried admiration, subtly passing this information to Lin Xia. Lu Hao felt a twitch in his temple, but kept smiling, silently grateful for Lin Xia's timely arrival that had eased the earlier awkwardness. Lin Xia looked at Lu Hao and gently patted the back of his hand. He's always been diligent in his work. The township just opened a deputy head position recently. If Lu Hao keeps up the effort, he stands a very good chance. Fang Jing's eyes lit up, her face betraying her joy as she turned to give her fiancé a satisfied, encouraging glance, silently saying, see? Your moment to shine is coming. Hastily, she added to Lin Xia, Secretary Lin, sorry for troubling you. Lu Hao's grassroots experience is a bit thin, and he can be stubborn. We'll definitely rely on your guidance in the future. Please feel free to ask if there's anything we can do to help. Lin Xia nodded lightly, gracefully accepting the goodwill. The three stepped outside, where the cool evening breeze blew away the stifling hospital air. The heavy weight pressing on Fang Jing's heart finally lifted. She silently thanked fate that this seemingly strong female leader held her fiancé in high regard and showed none of the rumored ambiguous intentions. Yet just a little while ago, Wang Xiaojia had repeatedly complained to her about how poorly Lu Hao was doing in Feng Shuixiang, about which leaders had offended. Those worries had made her anxious so many times, leading to calls where she argued with Lu Hao endlessly. After chatting with Lin Xia today, she realized that Lin actually had a pretty good impression of Lu Hao and kept praising him. This was a big relief for Fang Jing, reassuring her that Lu Hao was not hopeless in Feng Shuixiang. She quietly considered that if Lin Xia could speak up for Lu Hao at a critical moment, his chances of being promoted to deputy section chief might improve significantly. So at the dinner table, Fang Jing casually brought up the idea of giving gifts and using connections. Lu Hao frowned slightly, having worked with Lin Xia for a long time. He knew she disliked underhanded tactics. He wisely stayed silent to avoid ruining Fang Jing's enthusiasm in person. As expected, Lin Xia smiled and shook her head, smoothly responding, Fang Jing, times are different now. You can't get far just by talking. Your own abilities matter far more than flattery or gift-giving. Lu Hao is a good example, quiet, hardworking, and reliable. You're right, Secretary Lin. That's exactly Lu Hao's strength. Fang Jing agreed on the surface, but inwardly, she wasn't fully convinced. In official circles, connections always come first. How many really rise purely on ability? But since Lin Xia was her superior, she didn't dare object. As the gathering was about to end, Lin Xia glanced at her watch. It's getting late. I need to head back to the village. Lu Hao's off duty tomorrow. Why don't you stay and keep Fong Jing company? He'll just take a cab home. Fong Jing wasn't about to let her boss take a cab alone. She hurriedly stood up, smiling while showing off a bit. Secretary Lin, Lu Hao should send you back. My dad's blood pressure has been high lately, so I need to rush home to take care of him. He's the deputy director at the County Agricultural Bureau and has a lot on his plate. He'll visit Lu Hao and Feng Shuixiang another day. She expressed filial piety while subtly name-dropping her father's official post. Lin Xie caught the implied message and only nodded slightly before getting into Lu Hao's car. Before leaving, Fong Jing lowered her voice and reminded, "Make sure to seize the chance and get along well with Secretary Lin." Night deepened as the car left the county town. Lin Xie leaned against the passenger seat, teasing, "It's obvious your fiancé cares about your future more than you do." Having heard Fong Jing's deputy section chief strategy on the phone many times, Lu Hao smiled wryly. "Lately, she's obsessed, never stops talking about my promotion." "That's understandable. Women always want their men to succeed," Lin Xie said, looking out at the glowing lights with a gentle tone before adding a warning. "But being too obsessed can hold you back instead." The car headlights cut through the countryside darkness. By the time they reached the village school dormitory, it was pitch black. Rolling up her sleeves, Lin Xie headed back into the kitchen to knead dough and make pancakes, the smell of fresh bread wafting through the air. Lu Hao brought over 2 sodas and thanked her with an informal toast. "Thanks for speaking up for me this afternoon." He knew Fong Jing's satisfaction as she left was thanks to Lin Xie's timely intervention. From now on, it wouldn't be so easy for Wang Xiaojie to badmouth him in front of Fong Jing. After a busy day, Lin Xie went to bed early. Lu Hao turned off the lights and stepped out, planning to go straight home, but his left eyelid had been twitching non-stop since morning. That persistent twitch made him feel uneasy deep down. "Hey, village chief, everything is set. Are you sure we won't run into any trouble? Can you guarantee everything will go perfectly?" "Don't worry, I've got this," Wei Bin said confidently over the phone. "This time, not only will that kid get into serious trouble, but Hong Haifeng, who's in charge, won't escape either. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Just wait and watch the show." Li Haoyan still felt uneasy and whispered, "Be careful not to backfire on yourself. Otherwise, you'll end up shooting yourself in the foot." "No way. The patrol team always slacks off, and there's never been trouble in the forest before. They don't pay attention. Besides, it's Friday today, and tomorrow's a day off, so no one will patrol the mountain. Just relax," Wei Bin said firmly. Only then did Li Haoyan hang up satisfied, put on his coat, and head to the township office. He planned to stay there, ready to pick up the phone and rush to the scene at the first sign of trouble, putting on the appearance of a diligent and responsible official. Meanwhile, a cold night wind whipped through the trees as Lu Hao rode his old motorcycle along the winding mountain road. He first checked the forest far from the chemical plant, where the mountain breeze carried the fresh scent of grass and wood, and the soft sound of a stream could be heard nearby. The air was cool and refreshing, inviting deep breaths. But when he reached the woodland behind the chemical plant, the stench was suffocating, and blackened waste floated on the river's surface. Even the air seemed covered in grime. Li Haoyan said the forests in Fengshui Township had development potential, but Lu Hao knew the truth. As long as that chemical plant stayed open, any talk about ecotourism was just empty words. By the time he finished this round and started heading back down, his phone showed it was after midnight. Just as he was about to turn around and rest, a flicker of orange-eared light appeared on a distant hilltop. His heart tightened. Could it be a fire? He gunned the engine, the motorcycle bouncing over the gravel road, the glow intensifying into leaping flames. The bike couldn't climb the steep slope, so he slammed on the brakes, threw it aside, and ran up the hill, calling the village officials below. "Quick, get the villagers and tools to fight the fire." Then he called the patrol team and the fire department, and reported the situation to Hong Haifeng. The night wind howled as he entered the forest, catching sight of a shadow sneaking quietly downhill. Lu Hao shouted, "Hey, there's a fire on the mountain. Don't run, help me put it out." The figure heard him but seemed whipped into flight, sprinting even faster and vanishing into the darkness. There was no time to chase. Gritting his teeth, Lu Hao kept climbing. When he reached the fire's origin, his heart sank. Half the hill was already ablaze. Trees and brush burned along 3 connected mountain ridges with crackling sounds, sparks flying as the fire spread downhill. The village lay right at the foothill, and if the fire reached it, the consequences would be disastrous. He searched everywhere for water and usable branches, but barehanded, he was helpless. Then the howling wind suddenly intensified, fanning the flames higher like a giant beast bearing its fangs. The scorching heat surged toward him, making him sweat profusely and burn with every breath. Instinctively, Lu Hao stepped back several paces, his heart falling into a deep abyss. Fortunately, at that moment, the village chief from the foot of the mountain arrived with a group of villagers. They all held buckets and various tools, ready to fight the fire, but when they saw the flames shooting several meters high, everyone trembled with fear. Who would dare get close to such a massive blaze? "Lu Director, what do we do now?" The village chief stared at the wall of fire, his voice trembling, completely stunned. Lu Hao wiped the sweat forced out by the heat wave from his forehead and said in a low voice, "First, notify all the villagers at the foot of the mountain to evacuate immediately." That's already been done. The village chief stamped his feet anxiously. But Fengshui Township is already poor. If the fire burns down everyone's homes, how will they survive? We have to fight the fire director, Lu. Please call the fire department right now. I contacted them as soon as I came up. Lu Hao stared at the curling tongues of flame, pacing nervously. The fire is too fierce. By the time the fire department arrives, this place will already be an inferno. Then what should we do? The village chief's eyes were blank, his only response to keep asking. Annoyed by the constant questions, Lu Hao forced himself to stay calm, took a deep breath, and said, "Before the fire department gets here, we have to stop the fire from spreading. It's such a huge fire, how can we stop it? Our little buckets of water won't put a dent in it. Besides, who would dare get close?" The villagers all murmured fearfully, their faces full of dread. "They'll go in first to check the situation. Wait here for me." Lu Hao abruptly snatched an iron hoe from a villager and strode toward the edge of the fire. The village chief grabbed him in panic. "Director Lu, what are you doing? You can't go in there. It's a death trap." "I know what I'm doing," Lu Hao shouted back. "We need to understand how the fire is spreading before deciding the next step. The forest is huge. If the fire keeps burning, the consequences will be unimaginable. Stay here and don't cause chaos, got it?" Before he finished, he broke free and charged into the blaze. The flames leapt toward him, the heat wave flipping his coat's edge. The villagers could only watch helplessly as his figure was swallowed by the fire, their hearts nearly stopping. Minutes later, Lu Hao staggered out. His coat was riddled with burn holes, his hair charred and stuck to his forehead, his arms and cheeks streaked with scratches and blood. Despite the disheveled state, he still stood tall. "Director Lu, you're burned. You need to go to the hospital." The village chief's voice trembled. Lu Hao waved him off. "I'm fine. No hospital for me. Gather all the villagers here, I have something to say." The mountain wind howled, the firelight casting pale faces around them. Lu Hao knew he had already reported the fire situation up the chain, but before real help arrived, this place could turn into a sea of flames at any moment. As the villagers gathered, he took the village chief's megaphone. His voice was hoarse but firm. "Everyone, listen carefully. I just went in and saw that the fire has spread completely. Down the mountain, it's all shrubs and grass that will only fuel the fire further, and we can't put it out. But we can cut a fire break at the mountain's entrance to block the fire." In his mind, Lu Hao quickly mapped out the terrain. He had worked with firefighting teams when he was in the army. Clearing fire breaks was the most effective and only timely method. "Now, everyone follow me." He raised the iron hoe high, the megaphone sound ringing loud and clear. "Where I say to cut, you cut. We have to clear this fire break before the flames reach down." As Lu Hao spoke, he took the lead heading down the mountain, urging the village party secretary to go and notify the remaining villagers. The plan was to gather everyone able to move, organize them to cut trees and clear grass, creating a network-like firebreak. All right, they'll go round up people again. But the fire up the mountain, the village party secretary agreed reluctantly, glancing nervously back at the flames licking the mountainside. "Forget about the fire up top for now," Lu Hao said firmly, quickening his pace. "Our priority is to stop the fire from reaching the houses. Once the firefighters arrive, they can focus on the mountain blaze." His thoughts zipped through the plan crisply and decisively. Without hesitation, the secretary turned and sprinted down the hill. Lu Hao led the roughly 20 volunteers to the mountain foot, dialing up the secretaries of neighboring villages one by one. He told them to immediately mobilize their able-bodied youth, bring shovels, and come reinforce their line. The signal flickered in and out, so he had to repeat his message 3 or 4 times before it went through. If someone else had made those calls, the village officials might have delayed. After all, the fire hadn't reached their land, and firefighting meant no extra benefit. But Lu Hao was different. Recently, when poverty subsidies were confirmed, had gone door to door throughout the surrounding area, registering dozens of previously overlooked households. Hundreds of people remembered this kindness well. When they heard Lu Hao's voice, no one hesitated to grab tools and head into the night, stepping lightly on the dew. The villagers were simple and honest. The poorer they were, the more they understood the value of helping one another. Since Lu Hao took charge of the poverty relief office and applied rules strictly but fairly, the villagers genuinely felt care from the government. Now that Lu Hao was in trouble, everyone wanted to give back. Lu Hao selected a location on the steep slope, several dozen meters above the foot, for the firebreak. Raising his machete, he swung the first blow, sending branches flying. Over 20 villagers followed, cutting trees, trimming grass, and clearing dry twigs. Within 10 minutes, several more groups arrived. Quickly, the number reached nearly 100. "Director Lu, where should we work? Put me in a group." Breathless but eager, the crowd asked excitedly. Lu Hao raised his megaphone and directed the work while dividing people into several teams, assigning each a hillside section. He also arranged people to hand out water, move stones, and clear routes. The scene was hectic but organized. Firelight flickered on their faces, sweat and dust mixed as mountain breezes scattered embers. In less than half an hour, over 200 people had joined. Looking at this sudden firefighting force, warmth welled in Lu Hao's chest, but there was no time to linger. The fire had already turned half the sky red, and the firebreak had to be finished immediately. At that moment, the township chief Hong Haifeng arrived. Looking up at the blazing mountainside with deep anxiety, he frantically called to coordinate more personnel and fire trucks. But when he saw the dense crowd in front of Lu Hao, his face revealed awe. Such rallying power, let alone Lu Haoyan. Even he, the poverty relief chief, might not have made it happen. Yet Lu Hao had done so in just a short time since arriving at Fengshui Township. Soon, fire trucks blared their sirens heading uphill. Human manpower, machinery, and water cannons combined forcefully. The front line was finally held down firmly. After more than an hour, the fire was extinguished, or more accurately, it had largely burned itself out. The firebreak cleared by Lu Hao and the villagers played a crucial role in stopping the fire's advance, and also made it easier for the firefighters to mop up the remaining flames. A gap was hacked out of the few dozen meters of forest belt, trapping the fire tongues halfway up the mountain. Thick smoke billowed upwards from the break. By this point, Lu Hao's clothes had been shredded to rags by branches, and his arms, shoulders, and back were cut open and bleeding profusely. While cutting the firebreak, he slipped and tumbled down the steep slope, his entire right leg throbbing in severe pain and unable to be lifted. It took several villagers working together to carry him out of the fire zone. If they'd been a few minutes later, he might have been burned alive. When Hong Haifeng arrived, all he saw was Lu Hao's bloodied, mud-smeared face and his dangling right leg. Without a word of nonsense, he shouted hoarsely, "Take him straight to the county hospital." Then he stayed behind to oversee the fire scene. Just as Lu Hao was carried down the mountain, Li Haoyan stormed over with several staff in tow. The hillside was a chaotic mess jarred with chips and swirling black smoke everywhere. Li Haoyan looked around angrily and barked, "Where's Lu Hao? How could such a huge fire break out, and you didn't report it immediately? You let the fire spread. That's dereliction of duty." After berating Lu Hao, he turned to Hong Haifeng. "You're in charge of safety. You're equally responsible. Wait for the investigation." Hong Haifeng was a military transferred officer with a short temper. Seeing Li Haoyan ignore Lu Hao's injuries and jump straight to blaming people made him snap back immediately. The two men exchanged fierce glares, ready to come to blows if the villagers hadn't stepped in to keep them apart. Li Haoyan gave up arguing, declaring he was taking direct control of the scene to prevent any resurgence of the fire. He bypassed Zhao Gang, the deputy county mayor in charge, and reported the situation straight to County Chief Li Zhen. He knew exactly what he was doing. The bigger this incident got, the less likely Zhao Gang could protect Lu Hao. Before dawn, Wei Bin arrived. Li Haoshan's face was ashen as he pulled him aside and launched into a tirade. "Wei Bin, did you pick this fire site? Are you trying to kill me?" If that break hadn't been cut, the houses below and 2 more mountain peaks would have gone up in flames. If anyone died, not just Lu Hao, but both of us would be finished. Wei Bin's face drained of color as he whispered in defense, "Township chief, who would expect such strong winds in the middle of the night?" Li Haoshan's hands shook with rage, but he forced himself to lower his voice. "Forget it. What's done is done. Luckily, only 1 mountain was burned and no one was hurt. I've already reported to County Chief Li. For now, things are still within the scope of our plan." "What's his attitude?" Wei Bin asked cautiously. "Furious." Li Haoyan scoffed. "He demands a serious investigation. They'll take the blame and move on, but Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao won't get off easy." Hearing this, Wei Bin breathed a sigh of relief. Then, glancing around, he lowered his voice further. "I heard the new party secretary Yi is about to reshuffle personnel. If Hong Haifeng gets demoted or disciplined township chief, if you put in a good word for me with County Chief Li, and I can get the position of executive deputy township chief, I won't forget your favor." Li Haoyan paused, then laughed teasingly. "You're a crafty one." Wei Bin quickly put on a big smile and pulled out 2 thick envelopes he'd prepared in advance, pressing them into Li Haoshan's hand. Wei Bin had long had his eyes on the executive deputy township chief position. With a bit more power, he could someday be promoted directly to township chief, a proper section chief rank. But there was only one spot, and for him to take it, Hong Haifeng had to be pushed out. This incident was the perfect opportunity. County Hospital. Lu Hao had just been wheeled out of the operating room, the anesthesia wearing off. His entire body felt drained of strength. He collapsed onto the hospital bed, sweat beading on his forehead, biting his teeth against the pain. The worst injury was his right lega fracture, encased tightly in a thick cast from thigh to ankle. His arms and shoulders were wrapped in bandages covering abrasions. This was the most serious injury he'd suffered since leaving the military, but also the one he accepted most calmly. At least the fire was stopped halfway up the mountain, sparing the dozens of households below. No matter how painful, it was worth it. The hospital room door slammed open. Lincia practically rushed in, her voice trembling. "How is he? What did the doctor say? Why are the injuries so bad?" She'd heard about the wildfire on the way here and learned that Lu Hao had been hurt. She was so anxious, she almost ran all the way to the county hospital. Just last night, they'd eaten together. Now he was lying in a hospital bed. This sudden shift felt surreal. Lu Hao grinned faintly, forcing a relaxed expression. It's nothing. Just a fractured leg, way lighter than what I went through in the army. Back then, he had represented his military region in competitions, suffering even worse injuries midway, but still pushing on alongside his comrades. He believed he could endure this pain too. Lin Xie stared at him sharply. You're still joking? What exactly did the doctor say? Is it serious or not? Really not, Lu Hao replied casually. I'm young. With some rest, he'll be walking again soon. No lasting damage. Seeing the worry in her eyes, a warmth spread quietly through him. She exhaled deeply, but remained uneasy. Pouting, she said, I only believe half of what you say. I'm going to ask the doctor myself. Afraid he was downplaying it. She shot him a reproachful glance and headed for the hallway. About 10 minutes later, she came back. Lu Hao raised his uninjured hand with a smile. See, I didn't lie. The doctor said it's just an ordinary fracture. An ordinary fracture? Does it have to be an amputation for you to call it serious? Lin Xie stomped her foot in frustration at his casual attitude. After such a massive fire, Hong Haifeng said you led the charge into the flames, even rallied the villagers to chop the fire breaks yourself. Why play the hero? If you died, you'd be laughing with the king of hell by now. Lu Hao scratched his head, voice turning serious. I knew the risk before we started fighting the fire, but I had to lead. If the fire spread, the rest of the mountain would burn. What about the dozens of households at the foot? The consequences would be devastating. His mind was focused on that one thought, so he hacked at the fire breaks desperately. Having worked with local firefighters in the military, he was well acquainted with this kind of danger and stood at the most perilous points. Because he led from the front, the villagers followed bravely. If Head hesitated, they would only have become more fearful. Lin Xie was silent for a moment, then sighed softly. You did the right thing. But you know how most people in the system just want to avoid blame, not achieve glory. Even if you fought the fire with everything you had, you're unlikely to hear a single word of praise. Lu Hao chuckled lightly. Taking the lead to fight the fire is my responsibility. I don't care whether others praise me or not. I'm not seeking credit, I just want to be able to face myself without guilt. Lin Xie rolled her eyes and spoke seriously. Responsibility? Do you know what Lu Hao said? He said that as the patrol team captain and deputy director of the Forest Fire Prevention Office, you failed to detect the fire promptly and take action. Instead, you let the fire spread, nearly endangering people's lives and property. He's already reported the situation to the county and wants to hold you accountable, make you the scapegoat. Got it. In officialdom, leaders only care about results. The fire may be out, but nobody cares about the process. If a fire occurs due to negligence, someone has to take responsibility. After she finished, Lu Hao's eyelid twitched slightly. That old fox Lu Hao was quick to push him forward as a scapegoat when trouble came. Lu Hao thought to himself, when they appointed me as patrol team captain, maybe their intentions weren't good. Could it have been planned all along? His brows furrowed as he quietly asked, do you think there's something suspicious about this fire? Don't tell me you suspect someone set it on purpose? Lin Xie froze, her expression tightening. Lu Hao fell silent for a moment, then said seriously, I don't have evidence, just suspicion. But when you connect the dots, the coincidences feel too much. Go ahead and analyze it. I'm listening. Lin Xie dropped the teasing tone, her face serious. Lu Hao organized his thoughts and explained clearly. First, Fengshui Township never had a patrol team before and never dealt with fires. This year, Lu Hao suddenly formed one, and specifically named me captain. Then he pushed the deputy director role of the Forest Fire Office onto me, making me directly responsible for forest fire prevention. That means if anything goes wrong, the blame falls on me. Then boom, fire actually happens. Coincidence, right? Second, the patrol team members were all picked by him, and they're all slackers. When the fire broke out, none of them were on patrol, they were all at home sleeping. The patrol team is just for show. I'm the only key person. Third, and most important, I rushed to the mountain as soon as I noticed the fire, but I saw someone sneaking down the mountain. When I called out, he ran even faster. It was already past midnight. Who would normally be on the mountain at that hour? Lastly, the timing of the fire itself is suspicious. High heat and drought can cause wildfires, but natural fires usually start during the hottest part of the day, not in the cold, early morning hours. If I hadn't been riding my motorcycle through the forest and spotted the flames early, that fire could have spread wildly with the midnight mountain wind. We wouldn't have had time to cut fire breaks, and it might burn houses or even cause casualties. I'm still saying the same thing, you need to show proof for all of this. Lin Xie frowned deeply, but made her position clear. She did trust Lu Hao, but the saying words without evidence mean nothing was there, and if this got to others' ears, it might turn into an excuse for Lu Hao to shirk responsibility. Lu Hao recalled the scene, speaking softly. At the time, I was just focused on putting out the fire, didn't think much else. Later, I slipped down the hillside and accidentally found a water bottle that smelled strongly of gasoline. I just grabbed it and handed it to Hong Haifeng before coming down. After saying that, he instinctively reached for the cigarettes and lighter on the bedside table. His leg throbbed painfully, and he wanted to light a cigarette to relax. But Lin Xia was quick and snatched them away. You're already confined to bed and still want to smoke? Confiscated. She stuffed the cigarettes and lighter into her bag. Lu Hao could only scratch his head and offer a wry smile. Lin Xia comforted him. All right, don't overthink it. Just focus on healing. If someone really is targeting you, they'll make another move in the next few days. Let's wait and see. Changing the subject, she asked, are you hungry? We'll go get you some fruit, milk, and daily necessities. Your face is covered in dirt, you need a wet towel to wipe it off. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Hao cleared his throat. Can you help me sit up? I need to use the bathroom. No way. The doctor just told us you absolutely can't get out of bed these days. But I have to go, can just hold it in. Then you'll have to do it in bed. How do you even do that in bed? Lu Hao flushed red. Hold on for now, they'll be right back. Lin Xia rolled her eyes at him and quickly left the room. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a bag. Most prominent inside was a white urinal, the kind commonly provided in hospitals for bedridden male patients. Along with it were a clean towel and a few oranges. Lin Xia soaked the towel in water and approached the bed. Close your eyes. Lu Hao chuckled softly and obediently shut them, letting her carefully wipe the dust off his face and hands. The warmth of the towel against his skin made him relax slightly. You're hurt this badly but still able to laugh, pretty optimistic, she teased casually. Can't cry about it. What's done is done. No use overthinking. Lu Hao sighed, quietly enjoying her care. After drying him, Lin Xia peeled an orange and fed him segment by segment. In that moment, Lu Hao suddenly had a strange illusion. The girl in front of him looked just like his girlfriend. Thinking this, he reached for his phone, intending to text Fang Jing to let her know he was safe, but worried shed panic. He hesitated and put it down. Lin Xia gave a faint smile. Want to call home? Or Fang Jing? Lu Hao replied honestly, forget it. If I tell them now, they'll rush over and make a fuss. They'll wait until I'm feeling better in a few days. He didn't call his mother or Fang Jing. Lin Xia nodded in approval of his choice. Then, half joking, she raised the urinal in her hand. Since you need to pee, do you want to do it yourself, or should I help? As she reached to lift the blanket, Lu Hao shuddered and quickly smiled nervously. I'll do it myself. Really? Are you sure you can manage alone? Her eyes sparkled with a teasing gleam. I injured my foot, not my hand. In the hospital room, Lin Xia crossed her arms and looked at Lu Hao on the bed with amused interest. Under her sharp gaze, Lu Hao's cheeks flushed slightly as he mumbled softly. Maybe you should go outside for a bit? It's not like I haven't seen it before. Why are you shy now? Lin Xia teased, pursing her lips. It's different. Lu Hao's voice dropped even lower. Okay. She raised her hand in surrender. He'll stand guard at the door for you. Remember, don't move your injured leg around. And call me if you need help getting up, got it? Seeing the rare embarrassed look on his face, she stopped teasing and turned to leave. Once the door closed, Lu Hao was alone. He lifted the blanket and struggled to pull off his underwear before reaching for the bedside urinal. His left leg was fixed in a cast, suspended awkwardly. Compared to the high-difficulty moves he and Fang Jing had done back in bed, this was nothing. Just as he finished, the door handle turned again, startling him. He quickly pulled the blanket over his lower body and widened his eyes toward the door. Lin Xia covered her mouth to suppress a laugh as she came to the bed, unfazed, and lifted the steaming urinal. Walking toward the bathroom, she joked, have you been dealing with some heat lately? You smell a bit. Her words almost broke Lu Hao's composure. His ears heated instantly. Since going to Fengshuixiang, he hadn't been intimate with his fiancée Fang Jing. Frustrated and exhausted, his body was naturally overheated. Watching Lin Xia bustling around the ward, cleaning and helping, a deep gratitude blossomed inside him. Though they were only boss and subordinate, and though she was a germaphobe, was the first to come care for him after his accident. If it had been Fang Jing or even his own mother, it wouldn't have been any different. He wasn't sure when it happened, but their relationship had grown beyond mere superiors and subordinates. They'd become like siblings, or even close friends who shared everything. With her, he had never felt so at ease, more relaxed than even with Fang Jing. While Lin Xia stayed by his side during drip treatments, dozens of kilometers away the Fengshuixiang fire scene was tense. Following the county party secretary Li Zhen's orders, the deputy county head in charge of fire safety rushed to inspect the site. Later, at an emergency meeting he chaired at the Fengshuixiang government, his fury was obvious as he repeatedly stressed, we must handle this seriously and hold those responsible accountable. In front of everyone, he announced, Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao were suspended immediately, while other involved personnel were on standby for further action. Though a temporary measure, everyone knew a formal punishment was imminent. Sitting quietly in a corner, Li Haoyan smiled assuredly. Lu Hao would likely be fired, and even if Hong Haifeng wasn't dismissed outright, he would almost certainly be removed from office. For Wei Bin, this was fantastic news. He could almost see himself stepping into the executive deputy town head's chair. Wang Xiaojia was also gleeful, already scheming to call Fang Jing after the meeting and embellish the events. Once the meeting ended, Deng Song hurriedly burst into Zhao Gang's office. Secretary Zhao, Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng have been suspended. I think Li Haoshan's coming on strong, and it might be aimed at you. Last time, Zhao Gang had defied many objections to promote Lu Hao as the poverty alleviation director, partly to support the mysteriously connected Lin Xie. Now that intervention from the county leadership intervened, Zhao Gang's influence was limited. Li Haoyan strutted arrogantly like he considered himself the next leader. If Zhao Gang were removed over this, and Li Haoyan took over, Deng Song's chances of promotion to executive deputy town head would be slim, especially since Wei Bin had a closer relationship with Li Haoyan. Zhao Gang sipped his tea calmly. Why panic? We're not the ones who need to worry. This may not be bad for us, maybe it's a good thing. A good thing? Deng Song stared in confusion. If Lin Xie has some backing, this will reveal it. Zhao Gang set down his cup resolutely. She's always protected Lu Hao. Now that he's suspended, and the scandal is so big, he'll almost certainly be fired. If she really has close ties to him, she'll pull some strings behind the scenes. In the end, the punishment will likely be symbolic, then it'll blow over. We don't need to fear being implicated, and certainly won't be dragged in ourselves. Zhao Gang spoke with calm certainty. Anqing County Hospital. The midday sunlight slanted through the ward window, carrying a faint scent of disinfectant mixed with the aroma of lunch. Lin Xie had just finished reviewing the morning meeting's details with the party and government office, but she purposely left out the part about Lu Hao being suspended because right now, the priority was to let him focus on healing, and she didn't take the temporary suspension decision too seriously. At that moment, Lin Xie was sitting beside Lu Hao's bed, holding a meal box and helping him eat slowly. Suddenly, the door was flung open, and Feng Jing rushed in, her face paler than the ward walls, her voice shaking as she asked, Lu Hao, how are you? She hadn't paid much attention upon hearing about the fire in Feng Shuixiang village earlier that morning, but then she received a call from Wang Xiaojia, who insisted that Lu Hao's negligence had caused a major forest fire in Feng Shuixiang. That not only had Lu Hao been suspended, he was also injured and hospitalized. As soon as the call ended, Feng Jing panicked and immediately took a taxi to the county hospital. Her eyes landed first on Lin Xie, who was sitting nearby. Feng Jing's steps faltered, but she quickly switched to a composed smile and said, Secretary Lin, we meet again. Lu Hao was injured while fighting the fire, so as a leader, I came to check on him. Lin Xie replied gently, both explaining herself and politely acknowledging Feng Jing. Feng Jing's thoughts were in chaos, but she cautiously asked, do you know that he's been suspended? Her words made Lu Hao slightly startled. Indeed, Lin Xie had warned him earlier that Li Haoyan would make a big deal out of the fire to assign blame, but he hadn't expected such swift action. Lin Xie frowned lightly. She hadn't wanted Lu Hao to be distracted, but since Feng Jing had brought it up first, she had to respond. I am aware. But when it comes to stopping the fire from spreading, Lu Hao performed very well. He is a competent government official. The suspension from the county is only temporary and does not represent the final verdict. At least, I do not agree with it. After hearing this, Feng Jing felt somewhat reassured. She hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Secretary Lin. I hope you can say more good things about Lu Hao. Don't worry, I won't stand by and watch him be punished. Lin Xie glanced at her watch. I still have work to attend to. Please take good care of Lu Hao. Feng Jing thanked her again and personally saw Lin Xie to the door. Only after Lin's figure disappeared down the corridor did she return to the ward. Along the way, she worried about Lu Hao's injury and resented Li Haoshan's opportunistic scheming. If Lu Hao hadn't crossed that person earlier, he wouldn't have been targeted like this. Even worse, if he were suspended or fired, Feng Jing's parents would never consent to her marrying him. Thinking about this made her initially want to scold Lu Hao harshly and even imagine the worst breaking up. But Lin Xie's parting words, I do not agree with it, were like a shot of courage, rekindling a spark of hope inside her. Sitting down by the bedside, she gently peeled back the thin blanket covering Lu Hao's legs, revealing the thick cast underneath. Her heart tightened as she looked up and gave him a mock stern glare. When will you finally stop making me worry? What am I supposed to do if you're heroically injured while fighting the fire? End up a lonely widow? Seeing her eyes redden, Lu Hao lifted the one usable hand and gently squeezed her fingers. I'm doing my best to rest. As for the suspension, don't worry. Secretary Lin already said she'll help. He gave a small smile, offering a little comfort to Feng Jing as well. Lu Hao knew very well that the reason Feng Jing found out about his accident so quickly was most likely because Wang Xiaojia had told her. Normally, given Feng Jing's personality, she would have immediately blamed him. But the ward was unusually quiet now. He caught sight of Feng Jing quietly peeling an apple, the faint rasp of the blade against the skin barely audible. Thinking back to Lin Xie's words just now, he felt a surge of gratitude. Women really do understand each other better. Feng Jing cut the peeled apple into small pieces and held them to his lips. Her voice was calm but resolute. They'll make sure our parents keep a closer eye on the county's political winds. Even if it means giving gifts, this time you must not be punished. Otherwise, the promotion to deputy section chief will be delayed. The promotion to deputy section chief had recently become her favorite topic. Weighing his injuries and situation, Lu Hao was too tired to argue and simply responded with a hum. The hospital corridor's lights receded behind Lin Xie as she stepped out, the ease on her face replaced by a shadow of worry furrowing her brow. By her judgment, this disaster was almost certainly orchestrated behind the scenes by Lu Hao. But given the current circumstances, it was nearly impossible for her alone to turn the tide. If no evidence could prove the fire was deliberately set, it would be considered a natural fire, placing responsibility on inadequate prevention. Although Lu Hao had risking his life to rescue people in the blaze and earn merit, as the patrol team leader, his fault could not be overlooked. Merit was merit, fault was fault, and how it would ultimately be judged depended entirely on the people upstairs. The problem was, those people upstairs were precisely Li Haoyan and Li Zhen's faction near deadlock. If this was truly a trap set by Li Haoyan, they would have calculated every step in advance. To break free, they would need to silence all of them, an almost impossible task. Lin Xie rubbed her temples in frustration. She had no choice but to pull out her phone and call Yi Zi, explaining Lu Hao's complete analysis without holding back. On the other end, Yi Zi's tone grew serious at once. I understand the situation. That sly old fox Li Zhen took advantage of the fact that I just arrived in Anqing County and hadn't gotten a full grasp of things yet. He only gave me a brief report and assured me he would handle it, telling me not to worry. Clearly, the problem is far more complicated than he let on. She paused, then asked, "How is Lu Hao?" "He's fine. Don't worry," Lin Xie added. "His fiancée Feng Jing is with him." "Good. Xie, go back to Fengshui Township quietly and check the fire situation on the ground. Wait for my instructions." Yi Zi finished, then hung up. Only the low hum of the air conditioner filled the office. Yi Zi sat down in front of her computer and opened Douyin. Before Lin Xie had called, she had already seen several videos of the Fengshui Township fire flames lighting up the night sky, far worse than the localized fire Li Zhen had reported. One clip even showed a bloodied Lu Hao being carried from the inferno by villagers. The shaky footage was enough to make anyone's heart race. Seeing this, Yi Zi suddenly had a spark of inspiration. Yi Zi flipped through her phone contacts and then dialed a number. The moment the call connected, a clear, cheerful laugh came through the receiver. "Yi, you beauty. What's the occasion? Calling me yourself today? Shanshan, does your TV station need any news material right now?" Yi Zi got straight to the point. "Definitely. Our ratings keep dropping day by day. Everyone's busy watching short videos. We even had to start accounts on Douyin and Kuaishou. Why, do you have something?" "There was a sudden forest fire this morning in one of the townships under our county. I have first-hand video footage." Yi Zi opened her album and forwarded a clip she just saved from Douyin. "The person in the video is a key firefighter. You can do an in-depth report, and I'll arrange people here to cooperate." "Got it." Shanshan's voice instantly brightened. "I'll report to my superiors right away." By evening, the Zhonglin City TV station's crew and interview van were parked at the charred foot of the mountain. Reporters and cameramen set up their shots, filming the scorched slope and tree trunks still simmering with smoke. Guided quietly by Lin Xie, the crew gathered several villagers who had helped fight the fire, recording their calm but ash-covered testimonies. In the county hospital ward, the white porcelain lights cast a faint yellow glow on the curtains. Feng Jing set a meal box on the small table and patiently served piping hot stew pancakes, feeding spoonfuls to Lu Hao by his side. "It's getting late. You should go home now. I can take care of myself." Lu Hao finished the last bite and looked up, urging her. Before dusk, Feng Igua had already called Feng Jing twice, pressing her to return home. Lu Hao felt even more embarrassed. In the past, Feng Igua and his wife would have come to visit him no matter what. Now that he was no longer useful, they considered letting Feng Jing off the hook for breaking the engagement as generous enough. But Feng Jing was resolute. "He'll call Dad soon. I'm not going home tonight. Your leg is injured. You can't walk for a couple of days, and it's hard to get to the bathroom during the night. You need someone to watch the foredrip and have the nurse change it on time." She knew that if she obediently followed her parents' orders to go home, Lu Hao would be upset inside, even if he didn't say so. Besides, she was still his fiancée no matter what happened. Taking care of him right now was her responsibility. Lu Hao might soon face disciplinary action or even dismissal. If that happened, they would have to withstand their family's strong opposition together. For all these reasons, she wanted to stay by his side. Lu Hao paused, feeling a warmth in his heart, and didn't insist she leave. When the night nurse came to change the four, Feng Jing stepped into the hallway and called her father for the third time. "No way. You're not even married yet. Staying overnight at the hospital is out of line. What if you break up later? That kind of thing will ruin your reputation." Feng Iguo's voice was low and firm on the other end. "Jingjing, come home quickly," Jiang Lan chimed in beside him. "Let Lu Hao's mother care for him." "Dad, Mom, Lu Hao hasn't told his mother yet because he doesn't want to worry her. So I have to stay tonight." Feng Jing's tone was firm. "Suit yourself." Feng Iguo's voice hardened. "But I'll warn you, I hear County Chief Li is determined to fire Lu Hao. If he gets kicked out of the civil service, you have to break off the engagement. To move up in officialdom, he needed a more eligible son-in-law. Lu Hao clearly doesn't qualify now. The punishment hasn't been officially confirmed yet. Don't be so hasty." Feng Jing frowned. then relayed Lin Xie's information to her father. After Lu Hao was transferred to Fengshui Township, she also got a sideways look at the township's leadership team. Lin Xie had connections behind the scenes, so it wasn't impossible she could truly help Lu Hao. Feng Jing still held on to that hope. When she thoroughly explained this analysis to her father, Feng Aigua, the old man on the other end of the line was clearly taken aback for a moment, then grumbled with dissatisfaction. As long as he can't get promoted to deputy section chief, you break up with him. I know, he'll think about it, Feng Jing said impatiently, ending the call without even saying goodbye, simply hanging up. The hospital ward smelled of disinfectant. The heart monitor beeped steadily. Feng Jing put away her phone and went back to wearing a gentle smile as she patiently fed Lu Hao his medicine. A nurse watching them interact couldn't help but praise. They really are a perfect match. The night was deep and quiet. Feng Jing decided to stay overnight to keep watch. There were 2 beds in the ward, the other one empty. She carefully folded her jacket at the bedside, turned off the light, and lay down. In the early hours, she heard the alarm beep and immediately got up to call the nurse for a fluid change, then helped Lu Hao to the bathroom, using a urinal which she emptied into the toilet. She turned back. Her slender figure looked soft and busy under the moonlight. Lu Hao leaned against his pillow, watching the curve of her waist and shoulders, feeling warmth in his chest. Over the years, Feng Jing had always been gentle and considerate, her job respectable and figure outstanding. He thought to himself, what reason could he have to be dissatisfied? What's wrong? You've been staring at me, Feng Jing said, touching her face as if something was on it. I feel a little pent up. Lu Hao licked his dry lips. But you just went, Feng Jing started, then instantly understood what he meant and her ears flushed red. She gently patted his shoulder, scolding softly. You're hurt and still restless, always thinking those messy things. Can't help it, right? It's been a long time since I touched you. You'll be careful, it should be fine. Lu Hao took her hand and quietly tucked it under the blanket. Feng Jing pulled her hand away embarrassedly, walked a few steps to switch off the light, then locked the ward door. In the dimness, only their soft breathing was left. That same night, in a luxury private room at the Anqing County bathhouse, the lighting was suggestive. Li Jun, Li Haoyan, and Wang Xiaojia sat side by side on leather sofas, enjoying foot massages from attractive technicians. Fragrant steam mingled in the air, while the crystal chandelier reflected scattered lights on the walls. When the massage ended, Wang Xiaojia waved the technician away, the door closing quietly behind them. With the outsiders gone, Li Jun lifted his teacup, nodding in satisfaction. County Magistrate Li, this operation went well. Forest fire prevention is a red line. Anyone neglecting their duties will not be spared. Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng must be severely punished. Li Haoyan smiled along hurriedly. Both are already suspended. What to do next depends on your call. Li Jun raised his eyebrows proudly, but feigned modesty. Well, it's not so simple. I have Secretary Yi above me. She just arrived, but the official notice hasn't been released yet. She's only met a few county committee members. No one else. Not even me. I can't figure out her agenda. Still, the handling of Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng needs to be reported to her first, or else she might think I'm running Anqing County all by myself. Wang Xiaojia nodded knowingly. County Magistrate Li is right. Secretary Yi is from the province, unfamiliar with this place. Outwardly, we have to show her respect. The unspoken meaning was clear. Respect was just for show. Behind the scenes, who cared if she was really the county party secretary? A newcomer from the province, even a rising star, had to watch her step in front of these local bigwigs in Anqing County. Wang Xiaoji's words naturally struck a chord with Li Jun. Li Jun glanced sideways at him and shook his head with a smile. Xiaojia really knows how to talk. No wonder you've climbed up to deputy section chief at such a young age. Keep working closely with Director Li, and there will be plenty of opportunities ahead. Thank you for your guidance, County Chief. Wang Xiaojia beamed, his mind already calculating. As long as he stuck close to Li Jun, it wouldn't be long before he advanced from deputy to full section chief. Seizing Li Jun's good mood, Li Haoyan quickly placed the gift box he'd prepared since morning on the tea table. The lacquered box gleamed, with gold-embossed characters reading new tea from southern Yunnan. Holding it with both hands, he said, County Chief, I heard you like tea, so I arranged to bring some fresh leaves back from Yunnan for you to try. Li Jun took the gift box, lightly lifting the lid with his fingertips, barely glancing inside. The outer packaging was fine cardboard, revealing a bronzed metal container beneath. The lid was deliberately left slightly ajar by Li Haoyan, half exposing a red 100 yuan bill tucked inside. A smirk tugged at Li Jun's lips as he casually pressed the lid down. Not bad. When it comes to social etiquette, Director Li really knows how to play it. Definitely a potential leader. Hearing this, Li Haotian's expression brightened, as if the position of party secretary of Fengshui Township had just moved a step closer. By the way, Li Jun suddenly said, his voice dropping, I heard that Lu Hao was injured while putting out the fire and hospitalized? Yes, he was sent to the county hospital. Li Haoyan replied quickly. What kind of injury? Is he dead? Li Jun sneered, eyes flashing with bitterness. Years ago, Because of Lu Hao, he missed the chance to become county party secretary, and his career had faced continual roadblocks ever since. That grudge still simmered deeply inside him. I heard he broke his leg. Li Haoyan shrugged, voice dripping with malice. But life is unpredictable, could get into a car accident and die any day, or choke on his own spit for all we know. Knowing Li Jun despised Lu Hao, he deliberately poured salt on the wound. Wang Xiaojia leaned in too. Director Li, could you help me find out which ward Lu Hao's in? They'll visit him tomorrow since he's injured, and I'll let him know about his dismissal. The two men fed off each other's animosity, making Li Jun feel quite satisfied. His smile deepened, never fading from his face. The next morning, Lu Hao opened his eyes and stretched lazily. Though he hadn't slept long, Fang Jing had been exceptionally attentive and considerate, perfectly matching his mood. The argument they had the night before seemed to have dissolved with the darkness. Fang Jing had bought steaming hot tofu pudding and soup dumplings early, squeezed toothpaste onto the brush, then stood by his bedside holding a basin, smiling as she helped him rinse and wash his face like a devoted wife. Leaning back on his pillow, Lu Hao grinned mischievously, making Fang Jing blush as she gave him a mock scolding glance. It was Sunday, so Fang Jing didn't have to work. In the morning, as she cut a crisp, fresh apple and fed it to Lu Hao, a knock came at the ward door. Wang Xiaojia, dressed sharply in a suit, stood there carrying a box of milk and forced a concerned smile. Lu Hao, I heard you fractured a bone, so I came to see how you're doing. Is the injury serious? When will you be discharged? His eyes flicked to Fang Jing's side, clearly surprised to see her, then quickly masked it with a broad smile. Ah, Fang Jing's here too. Yesterday he had hinted to Fang Jing that Lu Hao might be fired, hoping it would cause a rift between them. He hadn't expected her to show up overnight to take care of him. It was quite a shock. Fang Jing came last night and stayed to take care of me. Lu Hao raised his eyebrows. If she's this thoughtful all the time, I might never want to leave the hospital. Lu Hao knew Wang Xiaojia had taken a liking to Fang Jing, and his few words made Wang's expression shift awkwardly. Fang Jing gave Lu Hao a sharp look while stuffing a peeled apple into his mouth. Just eat your apple quietly for now, she whispered, sounding exasperated. You're hurt, yet still so slick with your words. Xiaojia is at least a deputy township chief. You should ask him to speak on your behalf with county chief Li. The more people helping you, the better. Try to make sure the county doesn't punish you. Thoughts what really matters. The hospital room smelled faintly of disinfectant, and a bouquet of chrysanthemums Fang Jing had just bought sat on the bedside table. She knew Wang Xiaojia liked her. Though she had no intention of accepting him, she understood the county town was small, and it never hurt to have a deputy section-level official as an acquaintance. Keeping good relations might come in handy someday. Wang Xiaojia stood at the foot of the bed, pretending to sigh helplessly, a faint look of worry on his face. I've already spoken well of Lu Hao, but County Chief Li has to follow County Head Li's lead. Lu Hao, you need to be mentally prepared. The punishment will come soon. It'll probably be dismissal. Seeing Fang Jing carefully feed Lu Hao the apple just now had sparked a jealous fire in him. Now, as soon as he said the words and saw her face darken, he inwardly felt triumphant. If Lu Hao were dealt a severe punishment, with Fang Jing's temper, there was no way she'd accept it quietly. They'd likely fall out and then he'd have a chance. Xiaojia, is this really already decided? Fang Jing frowned, lowering her voice further. Wang Xiaojia put on a look of regret. Yesterday Township Chief Li already reported the fire incident to County Head Li. It's basically set. Lu Hao will be dismissed, Hong Haifeng will be demoted. The official notice could come as soon as tomorrow. Lu Hao's face darkened too. Wang Xiaojia had come specifically to the ward to deliver this news, clearly confirming Li Jun's decision and gloating quietly. Knowing Li Jun's long-standing dissatisfaction with him, now using the fire as an excuse to ruin him, Lu Hao felt suffocated and anxious in his chest. Xiaojia, Fang Jing's voice trembled with urgency. The official notice isn't out yet, right? Is there still some room to negotiate? Can you try talking to County Head Li again? As long as he's not dismissed, even demotion's okay. We'll pay whatever it takes. She grasped Lu Hao's hand. Her fingertips were icy cold. As long as it was just a demotion, she could still argue with her parents and move forward with their marriage. But if he was dismissed, it meant total job loss, and in this small county town, that meant the end of any future. Her parents would never accept their relationship. Fang Jing simply couldn't accept that outcome. Wang Xiaojia felt a surge of satisfaction. This was exactly the response he had been waiting for from Fang Jing. Outwardly calm and polite, he replied sincerely, Fang Jing, since you've brought it up, I'll make sure to keep face for you. I'll give it a try, though I can't promise it will definitely work. As he spoke, a sly pride simmered inside him. Li Jun was the one who was handling Lu Hao's mess. Wang himself was powerless. But as long as he talked enough to convince Fang Jing that he was doing his best, he could slowly build his presence. Thank you so much, Fang Jing said, gratitude spilling over in her voice. Looking at her, Lu Hao sighed quietly to himself. Fang Jing was still too naive about politics. He squeezed her hand gently and said firmly yet kindly, don't trouble anyone else. I'll deal with this myself. Fang Jing's expression darkened instantly. You deal with it. How can you? Wang Xiaojia lives in the same neighborhood as County Chief Li. He has plenty of chances to speak well for you. Taking advantage of the moment, Wang Xiaojia kindly jabbed again. Lu Hao, Fong Jing is right. This is much more serious than that last poverty relief case. Last time the Municipal Discipline Commission's surprise inspection saved you, but now you've made such a big mess. If County Chief Li won't let it go, who else dares to? At your rank, you can't handle this on your own. His tone dripped with schadenfreude. He could hardly wait for Lu Hao to give up and quietly accept being fired. Lu Hao furrowed his brow, but didn't argue further with Fong Jinghe knew that if he ended up quarreling with her, it would only provide Wang Xiaojia with a laugh. Seeing they hadn't fallen out, Wang Xiaojia felt slightly disappointed. He stood up, straightened his clothes, and feigned politeness. Fong Jing, I've still got matters back home, so we'll be going now. Don't worry, I'll do my very best to fix Lu Hao's situation. We really appreciate it, both Lu Hao and I, Fong Jing said politely as she stood and walked him to the ward door. After Wang Xiaojia left, Fong Jing returned to Lu Hao's bedside and urged again, Lu Hao, I know you don't like Wang Xiaojia, but when you're under someone's roof, you have to keep your head down. More people mean more strength, and more friends are always better than more enemies. Don't let things get too tense. Lu Hao didn't reply. Fong Jing's approach to relationships wasn't entirely wrong, but towards someone like Wang Xiaojia, he considered him long since an enemy, not a friend. That afternoon, Fong Jing's phone suddenly vibrated. It was her father, Fong Aigua. Hello, Dad, she answered softly, clutching the phone as she prepared to step out of the ward. The father was probably still against her relationship with Lu Hao, and she didn't want him to hear anything. Is Lu Hao nearby? Fong Aiguo's voice was low and grave. He's here. Fong Jing hesitated, glanced at Lu Hao, and stopped walking. These days, even if the speakerphone wasn't on, if the phone was close enough, snippets could be overheard. Lu Hao had already figured out it was Fong Aigua on the line, and that they were talking about him. Put it on speaker. I have something to say to Lu Hao, Fong Aigua demanded in a stern elder's tone. Fong Jing hesitated, but soon Lu Hao took the phone. Uncle Fong, I'm here. Please say what you need to. Seeing Lu Hao speak, Fong Jing turned on the speakerphone. Then Fong Aiguo's authoritative voice came through the line. Lu Hao, I've already asked around. The county government has made a clear decision to dismiss you from public office. At first, I thought that if you couldn't get promoted to deputy section chief and Fong Jing insisted on marrying you, then her mother and I would just accept it. But now that you've botched your work and lost your job, it's no longer appropriate for you and Fong Jing to be together. Since Fong Aigua was promoted to deputy director of the Agriculture Bureau, his tone had been increasingly condescending, as if every word was an official decree. Lu Hao felt a knot tighten in his chest, but said nothing. After all, Fong Aigua was his elder and Fong Jing's father. It was Fong Jing standing nearby who grew anxious. Dad, that's enough. I'm hanging up now. Don't hang up. Fong Aiguo's voice hardened. Neither your mother nor I will ever approve of your marriage. It's better to get it over with. Quickly break up with Fong Jing. That's all I have to say. Think it over carefully. Without waiting for a reply, he hung up after 2 beeps. The ward fell so silent, it was possible to hear the drip of the 4-line. Lu Hao forced a bitter smile. The official dismissal notice hadn't even arrived, but Fong Aigua was already impatiently pushing them to break up. Troubles just kept piling up. Seeing the grim look on Lu Hao's face, Fong Jing spoke gently. Don't think too much, just focus on healing. When I get back, they'll try to talk to my dad again. Don't take his words to heart. She knew her father's words were harsh, but she also understood that if Lu Hao was dismissed, their future would be difficult. Though she kept those fears to herself for now. Lu Hao lay on the hospital bed, struggling for breath beneath the weight on his chest. Despite risking everything to save the fire, he wasn't rewarded. In fact, he now faced dismissal. Li Zhen's iron grip over Anqing County's corrupt political scene left him feeling powerless, and with Fong Aigua now forcing him to break up with Fong Jing, it was just one blow after another. Noticing his low spirits, Fong Jing went back to the county high school to fetch her laptop, then insisted Lu Hao watch movies with her that evening to help distract him. Meanwhile, Zhonglin City TV's evening news ran a several-minute report on the Fengshui Township forest fire. For nearly 2 minutes, footage focused on Lu Hao's selfless heroism. Pictures of him leading villagers to clear fire breaks, scenes of him being carried out with a broken leg played repeatedly. Villagers who took part in the firefighting gave interviews, with Lu Hao's name mentioned throughout. The station capitalized on this, running an additional 10 minutes of follow-up coverage after the main broadcast. The program interviewed more locals praising Lu Hao's decisiveness and bravery. The closing segments introduced a mystery. One villager mentioned seeing someone sneaking away down the mountain that night, corroborating what Lu Hao told Lin Xia. Another pointed out a gasoline-smelling water bottle, highlighted in close-up by the reporters. The TV report was simultaneously pushed across Zhonglin TV's digital platforms and Douyin account. Videos of Lu Hao being carried from the fire, covered in blood, went viral and sparked heated discussions across social media. Lu Hao was completely unaware of the online booze, was watching movies with Fong Jing as the news aired. When the internet exploded with comments, Fong Jing, catching his mischievous gaze, locked the hospital room door behind them, and they lost themselves in each other. That brief intimacy let him forget his troubles, if only for a moment. That night, Fang Jing cared for Lu Hao with all her heart. Thinking that their future might be torn apart by her parents' pressure, she did her best to make every moment count, revealing all her skills because if they couldn't stay together until the end, this felt like her way of making amends. The next morning, in the office of the propaganda minister at the Anqing County Committee, Song Shanyong pushed open the window, letting the cold wind mixed with smoke into the room. The computer screen on his desk was scrolling through headline after headline: forest fire in Fengshui Township, grassroots cadres risk lives to fight fire. Overnight, the entire internet was flooded with news of the wildfire, but what truly ignited public attention was Lu Hao, the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, who had led people to forcibly cut a firebreak through the forest. This should have been a perfect opportunity to showcase a positive example, yet Song Shanyong's brow was tightly furrowed. Just moments ago, he had discreetly learned from the county government that County Chief Li Zhen had decided not to commend Lu Hao but to hold him accountable, with an official document for his dismissal about to be issued. The online outpouring of praise and the county's decision stood at odds. What was the propaganda department supposed to do? Meanwhile, at the dining table in the municipal party committee's family compound, Geng Shanshan stirred sugar into her soy milk while scrolling on her phone, proudly looking up. Dad, my report this time was pretty good, right? Thanks to a single call from Yi Zi and her own sharp news instincts, she had gone deep into Fengshui Township's front lines, capturing the entire rescue operation amidst the fire. As soon as the program aired, the city TV station's ratings and followers on major platforms surged. Amid the widespread praise, Geng's father put down his newspaper and nodded slightly. It really broadened your perspective. You should do more grassroots documentary reporting like this. The civil service system needs young people who are willing to get things done. By the way, what was the name of that cadre? Lu Hao, director of the Poverty Alleviation Office in Fengshui Township, Anqing County, Geng Shanshan answered. Her father suddenly frowned. Daughter, do you think Anqing County might be using this fire as a chance to deliberately promote Lu Hao as a propaganda symbol, trying to leverage it for more funding from the city? There have been impoverished counties putting on shows before. Dad, Geng Shanshan rolled her eyes and cut him off before he could finish. The higher up you get, the more suspicious you become. I was at the scene myself. Villagers said Lu Hao was temporarily appointed by the leadership as the patrol team leader, and on that day, he happened to be patrolling, saw the fire early, and immediately organized villagers to fight it. He analyzed the fire scene and surveyed the terrain, then rallied several hundred villagers to hack out a firebreak with sheer effort. In the end, everyone tumbled down the mountain. Rumor had it they nearly got burned alive, but luckily someone discovered them in time and carried them out. And you've seen plenty of interviews with the locals. Their eyes are sharp as ever. The TV in the living room was still showing fire rescue interviews. Geng Shanshan was animatedly explaining, even gesturing as she talked. Her father just nodded and casually picked a rib from the plate into his bowl, speaking calmly. Every year, several outstanding grassroots cadres emerge across the country. The county should be able to handle this well. Dad, you don't sound worried at all. Geng Shanshan pouted and set the remote down on the coffee table. I've heard that not only is Anqing County refusing to commend Lu Hao, they're actually preparing to hold him strictly accountable. The county government plans to fire him, though the official notice hasn't come yet. Don't you think the Anqing government must be blind? Is that true? Geng's father paused with chopsticks halfway to his mouth. There's more. Geng Shanshan slid her chair forward. Villagers said that when they went up the mountain to fight the fire, they saw someone sneaking down the slope, and they found a water bottle filled with gasoline near the fire site. Maybe it wasn't a natural wildfire at all, but arson. Her father frowned deeply. And what about Lu Hao now? He's injured and hospitalized. Supposedly, only the town party deputy secretary has visited him. No county leaders have shown up. This is outrageous. Geng's mother, who had been quietly eating, suddenly interjected. He got hurt fighting the fire, and their county chief is nowhere to be seen? Geng's father's face darkened completely. He set down his chopsticks and pulled out his phone. Xiao Zhou, send a commendation letter to Anqing County's organization department on behalf of the city party's organization department. Tell them the city plans to recognize Lu Hao as this year's outstanding party member of Jianglin City, and instruct them to prepare the materials immediately and report back. If they still don't get the message, then they're unfit for the job. After hanging up, his expression softened slightly. Dad, that was awesome. Geng Shanshan immediately gave him a thumbs up. You're made for organizational work, quick and sharp as a hawk. Stop flattering your old man. He grumbled, but clearly pleased, putting down his bowl and leaning back in his chair. Anqing County Party Committee. After hanging up the phone, Song Shanyong learned from the county committee office that Secretary Yi had just entered his office. He quickly dialed the internal line. Secretary Yi, do you have time? I have urgent matters to report to you and the organization. Come to my office. 2 minutes later, Song Shanyong recounted the entire situation in detail. Secretary Yi listened with a stern face, flipping through documents as she said, this is such a major issue. and even the city TV station went to cover it. And you're just reporting now? Where have you been all this time? Her words came down like a thunderous reprimand. Song braced himself and said, Secretary Yi, at first, the county government wanted to hold Lu Hao strictly accountable, so I didn't dare publicize the fire incident. He had prepared his excuse in advance. Enduring the scolding was one thing, but he refused to take the blame. Just then, there was a sudden knock at the door of Secretary Yi's office. As Secretary Yi finished speaking, people outside hurriedly pushed open the door. The door panel rattled lightly as a square-jawed man stormed into the office. Lu Hao, the current Minister of Organization of Anqing County Party Committee. His black-rimmed glasses rested firmly on his nose. Though just over 40, his posture was rigid and alert. Secretary Yi, the Municipal Organization Department, suddenly sent a commendation letter for Comrade Lu Hao. They plan to name him one of this year's outstanding party members citywide and want us to prepare the materials immediately. I'm guessing they must have seen the news online about the Fengshui Township fire. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in such a hurry. Lu Hao held up the red-headed official document at chest height, adding his own analysis as well. Secretary Yi's frosty gaze swept over them. Even the Municipal Organization Department is moving faster than us. What on earth is your propaganda department doing? And you, Organization Department, if the city is going to commend Lu Hao, why hasn't your department shown any sign of support? Lu Hao hadn't expected to be immediately called out right after his report. He forced a smile while replying awkwardly, Secretary Yi, I heard from the county government office that the county officials are preparing to hold Lu Hao accountable and punish him. So, we didn't dare act rashly. After all, County Magistrate Li Zhen's opinion carries a lot of weight. As the county organization minister, he, like propaganda minister Song Shanyong, knew the rules of officialdom well. Li Zhen was a hometown figure with deep roots, but Secretary Yi was the top leader. As county party standing committee members, their first loyalty was to her. When it came to power struggles between the first and second leaders, they never chose sides openly. Instead, they always deflected blame onto the county government. Secretary Yi gave a slight, cold smile, seeing right through their thoughts but choosing not to expose them. Immediately convene an expanded standing committee meeting. Get the heads of the Public Security Bureau, Forest Fire Prevention Office, and Emergency Management Bureau here. We must make a quick statement and align closely with the city authorities. This was her first direct confrontation with Li Zhen since arriving in Anqing County, and she was determined not to show any weakness. Yes, ma'am. Song Shanyong and Lu Hao responded in unison and quickly turned to arrange the meeting. As they exchanged glances at the door, both breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had been slow to act, at least they reported the situation before the leaders heard it from elsewhere. Otherwise, the scolding wouldn't have stopped at just a few words. Fengshui Township, third floor of the town government building. Deng Song pushed the door open, sweat still drying on his forehead. Secretary Zhao, the situation is worsening. It looks like trouble is coming. Zhao Gang leaned back in his chair, eyes coldly raised. Can you keep it down? The sky isn't falling. Of course, I've checked the internet. This is the information age. I'm not blind or deaf. He had no right or desire to interfere with how Li Zhen disciplined Lu Hao. But with the internet flooded with reports of Lu Hao fighting the fire and the city TV naming him a firefighting hero, any punishment from the county would seem absurd if it got out. With public opinion and higher authorities watching closely, Zhao realized he couldn't just stay silent. He had to make some move. If the situation changed, he needed to leave an impression on Lu Hao to avoid being blamed later. Have the driver get the car ready. You're coming with me to the county government right away. What are you going to the county for? Are you out of your mind? Of course, it's to visit Lu Hao in the hospital. No matter how the county officials feel about Lu Hao, he's our firefighting hero from Fengshui Township. He's injured now, so as the top leader here, I absolutely have to pay him a visit. Got that? Hurry up and prepare the car. Oh, and bring plenty of gifts. Deng Song nodded repeatedly under this intense grilling and then rushed out of the office. A few minutes later, a black SUV started up in the courtyard. Its trunk was packed with fruit, nutritional supplements, and 2 banners emblazoned with hero of the fire scene. The driver floored the accelerator, kicking up a cloud of dust as they sped toward the county hospital. Anqing County Party Committee meeting room. Rows of tall leather chairs were neatly arranged. All key cadres at the section chief level were present, including members of the standing committee, the deputy county head in charge of safety, and officials from emergency management. Aside from the few familiar faces among the standing committee members, many present were seeing the newly appointed county party secretary for the first time. Everyone had heard she was a woman, but no one dared underestimate Heronly. Someone formidable would be assigned to Anqing by the provincial authorities. Secretary Yi sat at the head of the table, her gaze briefly scanning the group. Her clear, calm voice echoed through the room. I won't waste time on pleasantries. Regarding the forest fire, we must respond immediately to stabilize public opinion and give the city an explanation. Minister Lu Hao, please start by reporting on the letter from the Municipal Party Organization Department. Minister Song, you summarize the online reaction. Lu Hao and Minister Song rose one after the other, opening their files and reporting truthfully with the data, letters, and internet commentary item by item. The bright lights in the meeting room were harsh and glaring. Every document on the table shimmered faintly under their glow. Li Jun sat to Secretary Yes right, his expression darkening bit by bit as the reports unfolded. Of course, he had seen the news himself. He had planned to quietly sanction Lu Hao, but when Luo Wayman mentioned the city's organization department's draft commendation letter, Li's brow furrowed deeply. Suddenly, Secretary Yi turned to him. County Headley, I hear there's a plan from the county government to punish Lu Hao, even dismiss him from public office? Secretary Yi, who told you that? It's pure rumor. I've never made such a decision. Li Jun immediately straightened up, speeding up his speech while trying to sound calm. With the city watching closely, punishing Lu Hao now was clearly impossible. Moreover, since no official disciplinary document had been issued yet, he could still claim it was misinformation. Secretary Yi smiled faintly, but said nothing more. Then how do you think this situation should be handled, County Headley? Li Jun collected himself, lowering his voice evenly. In any sudden forest fire, someone has to be responsible. Lu Hao, as the grassroots leader, did contribute to firefighting, but it's possible he was not without fault. I believe his merits and demerits cancel each other out, and the matter should end here. Of course, this is only my personal opinion, and everyone is welcome to express theirs. His eyes scanned the room, but no one responded. The second-in-command's position was clear. No one dared contradict the top leader. Secretary Yi let out a light hum, her tone remaining even. Then let me speak. It is an undeniable fact that Comrade Lu Hao has merits in firefighting. The municipal organization department has already drafted a commendation. If our county remains indifferent, it will not only discourage the grassroots, but also give outsiders the impression that we only know how to punish and never recognize merit. I propose all personnel who participated in firefighting be commended, especially Comrade Lu Hao. 1. The county government awards Lu Hao a second-class merit and publicly commends him across the county. 2. The organization department prepares to name him an outstanding county-level party member, an excellent young cadre. 3. Since Fenshui Township lacks a deputy head, I suggest appointing Lu Hao as deputy township head, promoting him by half a rank. As her words trailed off, the meeting room fell silent for a moment. Several section-level cadres glanced at each other quietly. No one dared question her. Li Jun's hand stiffened slightly on his water glass, but he said no more. To echo the original closing line. Besides, it just so happens Fenshui Township has a vacancy for deputy township head, so we can appoint him to that position, raising him by half a grade. As soon as Yi Zi finished speaking, Li Jun's face darkened. Although the meeting room was brightly lit, it couldn't suppress the sudden tension that filled the air. The standing committee members exchanged glances, each feeling uneasy. By convention, a newly appointed county party secretary usually went along with the local mayor's opinion on such a non-critical issue to maintain harmony. Yet no one had expected Secretary Yi to openly reject Li Jun's proposal without leaving any room for compromise. Li Jun took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions, but a seemingly gentle smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Narrowing his eyes, he spoke slowly with a sharp edge. Secretary Yi, when a fire breaks out, Lu Hao, as the primary person in charge, must also bear responsibility for inadequate fire prevention and patrols. We can't overlook his negligence just because he contributed to the firefighting efforts. Don't you agree? When he said this, Li Jun had hoped Yi Zi would give him some face and handle the matter by the rules. Instead, she countered by proposing a commendation for Lu Hao, clearly using the forest fire incident to send a warning and make it clear who was really in charge. Yi Zi smiled softly, but a coldness lurked beneath it. Mayor Li is right that someone must take responsibility for this, but it doesn't have to be Lu Hao. You all saw the news, right? Plastic bottles filled with gasoline were found at the scene, and villagers suspect arson. Her tone shifted as she fixed her gaze on the police chief. The County Public Security Bureau must immediately lead the formation of a joint investigation team. Whether it's fingerprint collection or door-to-door visits, the bottom line is fast, accurate, and thorough. We must get to the bottom of the cause of the fires in Fenshui Township's forest. Her words were measured but resolute. I warn you all, this can't be a mere formality. Don't come back to me without solid evidence. Report any progress to me first thing. She locked eyes with the police chief and then glanced at Li Jun. If this is arson, the perpetrator must be severely punished. If it's a natural disaster, then that's fate. Lu Hao discovered the fire immediately and was on the front lines fighting the flames. Why should we let him take the fall? That would break the morale of grassroots comrades and the people. Mayor Li, what do you think? Li Jun's smile stiffened, but anger churned inside as he maintained the practiced smile of a bureaucrat. Since Secretary Yi feels that way, we'll follow your lead. However, about appointing Lu Hao as deputy township chief, I suggest holding off for now. There will be personnel adjustments at the county level soon, so he can act as deputy township chief temporarily. We can confirm his appointment after he proves himself. Knowing the municipal organization department had already praised Lu Hao, Li Jun realized he had no solid ground to oppose, and had to go along with the flow. But by making Lu Hao acting deputy rather than officially appointed, he left himself room to maneuver. When the next round of personnel changes came, he could bargain at the standing committee meeting demanding to place his own people in certain positions as a political trade-off. His years as county mayor taught him every situation had room for negotiation. Yi Zi nodded lightly, her tone calm but firm, refusing to give any further ground. Then let Lu Hao serve as acting deputy township chief for now. Are there any other opinions from the comrades? Since Li Jun had given a way out, she returned some grace and kind. The top two leaders in any government matter always had to compromise, seeking balance while maximizing benefits for their factions. Now that the two of them had reached an agreement, no one else dared to voice opposition. After the meeting, County Magistrate Li was asked to arrange for county leaders to visit Comrade Lu Hao at the hospital, as a way for the county to respond to public opinion regarding Lu Hao's firefighting efforts. Secretary Yi nodded and added, the propaganda department must follow up proactively. We need to publicize this incident, organize all party members and cadres in the county to study Comrade Lu Hao's spirit, so that city leaders and the public can see our stance. This is the kind of outstanding grassroots cadre the party needs. With these simple instructions, Secretary Yi stood up to signal the end of the meeting. Li Jun had already verbally agreed earlier, and upon hearing these detailed arrangements, naturally raised no objections. As he stood, he glanced briefly at the Public Security Bureau chief. The two exchanged a knowing look before striding out of the conference room. At the county hospital, the morning sunlight streamed through the narrow gap in the curtain, casting a streak of light on the ward floor. Lu Hao hadn't had a moment to rest all day. The nurse had just finished checking his temperature when familiar footsteps echoed down the corridor. On his first day of hospitalization, Lin Xie had stopped by to see him. Tang Chunyin and Niu Dashan also returned with fruit and condolence cards. Hong Haifeng had come twice, visiting the day before and again today, bringing nutritional supplements. Despite his suspension and impending disciplinary review, these colleagues' visits warmed Lu Hao's heart until it felt a bit bittersweet. The three chatted briefly about work progress, and seeing he needed rest, they took their leave and returned to the office. Just as they stepped out, there was a knock at the door again. Zhao Gang and Deng Song entered. Zhao wore a gray jacket, looking somewhat apologetic. Lu Hao was stunned. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that he, a suspended township cadre, would have Secretary Zhao Gang personally come to his hospital room. He propped himself up on the bed rail and started to get up. Secretary Zhao, why are you and Director Deng here too? Don't move. You're the patient, just lie down. Zhao set a flower basket on the bedside table and sat on the edge of the bed, his tone tinged with concern. Lu Hao, I've been meaning to come see you for a while, but you know, the Fengshui Township fire was a heavy responsibility on me. I've been tied up with it. I came as soon as I had a chance today. By the window, Fang Jing stood quietly, inwardly fuming at the sudden appearance of visits the previous days, and now showing up after all the other subordinates had come. Was it just to save face? Still, she felt genuinely moved for Lu Hao. Thank you for your concern, Secretary Zhao, Lu Hao said gratefully, but kept his guard up. If he hadn't overheard Zhao urging Deng to discipline him days ago in the boiler room, he might have been truly touched by Zhao's warmth. Zhao sighed. Regarding your suspension and subsequent accountability, I've spoken highly of you to County Magistrate Li. But I'm only a township party secretary. How much influence I have. Who knows? Just wait patiently for the outcome. He shook his head slightly, his expression both resigned and quietly indignant, striking just the right balance. Lu Hao nodded in agreement. Secretary Zhao, I understand. I bear some fault, and am grateful you're willing to speak up for me. Your achievements outweigh your mistakes. Zhao raised his voice a bit. You made a huge contribution in fighting the fire and deserve praise. He'll push the county committee to give you a fair resolution. He pounded the bed rail, radiating righteous conviction. Secretary Zhao, thank you so much. Having a leader like you must be a blessing I earned in a past life, Lu Hao said respectfully, though inwardly he smirked. Fang Jing felt elated. If all the leaders spoke up for Lu Hao, maybe he really could keep his job. At last Zhao turned his gaze toward the young woman attending Lu Hao and smiled. And who might this be? His eyes landed on Fang Jing. Secretary Zhao, I'm Fang Jing, Lu Hao's fiancé. My father is Fang Aigua, the deputy director of the Agricultural Bureau. Fang Jing introduced herself right away, letting those three words Fang Aigua drop casually. In her mind, this not only boosted Lu Hao's standing, but also reminded Secretary Zhao that Lu Hao's future father-in-law holds an important official position, which might earn him a bit more influence when it really counts. Sure enough, Zhao Gang looked momentarily surprised, then broke into an approving smile. He patted Lu Hao on the shoulder warmly and said in an even friendlier tone, Lu Hao, you're one lucky guy. When you get married, you must invite me to the wedding banquet. As they chatted casually, the hospital room door suddenly opened. Lu Hao, expecting a nurse, turned and was stunned to see Fang Aigua and his wife standing in the doorway. Dad, Mom, what are you doing here? Fang Jing stepped forward first, clearly surprised. She quickly introduced them both. This is Secretary Zhao, party secretary of Feng Shuixiang, and Lu Hao's boss. Secretary Zhao, this is my father, Deputy Director Fong Aigua. While speaking, she gave her father a subtle look, silently signaling him to hold back for now. Judging from the situation, she suspected her parents had come to pressure her to break up with Lu Hao, and she didn't want a scene in front of Zhao Gang. Hello, Secretary Zhao. Fong Aigua shook hands and greeted politely. Deputy Director Fong, please don't be so formal. With such an outstanding daughter and future son-in-law, I'm quite envious, Zhao Gang responded with official pleasantries. After the usual polite exchanges, Jiang Lan pulled Fong Jing aside and lowered her voice. This is some chicken soup I just made. Make sure Lu Hao drinks plenty later. The saying goes injuries take 100 days to heal, so he needs proper nourishment. Fong Jing was momentarily confused by this. Weren't her parents supposed to pressure her to come home? Why would they bring chicken soup? Seeing her father chatting happily with Secretary Zhao and praising Lu Hao every now and then only fueled her growing questions. Checking his watch, Zhao Gang gave Deng Song a knowing glance before standing to leave. It's getting late. I need to get back to work. I won't disturb your family gathering any longer. Lu Hao, take good care of yourself. With that, he left. No sooner had Zhao Gang gone than Fong Aigua stepped forward to speak, but the hospital room door opened again. This time, a group of people in white coats entered, led by the orthopedic surgeon who operated on Lu Hao, followed by the hospital director and deputy director. The doctors first asked about Lu Hao's recovery, and the director added, if there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. We'll do our utmost to assist. One after another, the officials spoke with such attentiveness that Lu Hao kept thanking them, although he felt increasingly puzzled about the true purpose of the visit. Fong Aigua and Jiang Lan stood quietly to the side, whispering to each other with obvious satisfaction at how things were unfolding. Once the medical staff departed, a calm finally settled over the room. Lu Hao and Fong Jing exchanged looks, both sensing something strange, but unable to pinpoint what exactly was off. With no one else around, Lu Hao quickly said, Uncle, Auntie, please sit down and have some fruit. So many people came today, I didn't even get a chance to properly talk with you. It's nothing, Lu Hao. Your aunt and I came this time too. Before Fong Aigua could finish his sentence, Lu Hao's heart was already pounding with anxiety. Was almost certain they had come to talk about how he wasn't a good match for Xiao Jing. But before he could respond, the ward door suddenly swung open, and a middle-aged woman rushed in, gasping for breath. Lu Hao. Lu Hao. Mom, I'm fine. It's just a leg injury. Don't make such a big deal of it. Seeing it was his mother, Su Hong, Lu Hao hurried to get out of bed. Don't move. Your leg is broken, and you say you're fine? Su Hong pushed him back down gently, her eyes full of worry. If I hadn't been scrolling through short videos and seen you being carried out of the fire, then saw the comments saying you were hospitalized, I, as your mother, would have been completely in the dark. Lu Hao could only smile helplessly as his mother fussed over the plaster cast and kept talking. Had also seen the viral fire rescue video that morning and noticed Feng Shuixiang fire trending online, with countless comments praising him. But before he could look closer, visitors had already started streaming into the ward. Now even Su Hong was here, showing just how much attention this event was getting online. Even Lu Hao himself was surprised. Mother-in-law, father-in-law, you came too? Seeing Jiang Lan and her husband, Su Hong greeted them warmly. She was always straightforward and never shy about showing a friendly smile whenever they met. Yes, Xiao Jing has been taking care of Lu Hao for 2 days. We just came to check on the young couple since they're already engaged, Fong Aigua replied cheerfully. His words stunned Fong Jing, and Lu Hao was even more incredulous. Had expected Fong Aigua to use the mother's presence to insist on breaking them up. He was already thinking of how to explain, but unexpectedly, the future father-in-law's attitude had completely reversed, as if he no longer opposed the match. Fong Jing shook her head slightly, signaling that it wasn't her who had convinced her father. Lu Hao's mind raced with questions, but he didn't have time to think further. Bang! The ward door was pushed open again. The hospital director walked in, followed by a group of people, then reporters and cameramen from Anqing County Television. Under the bright lights, microphones and cameras suddenly made the ward even brighter than the operating room. County Magistrate Zhang, you came in person? Minister Song, Minister Luo, you came too. Welcome, welcome. Fong Aigua was the first to respond. Having met these county leaders before, he immediately smiled broadly and greeted each of them, not forgetting to introduce. This is Lu Hao, my future son-in-law. Eager to impress the leaders, Fong Aigua had long forgotten that Lu Hao had previously worked at the county committee. In fact, Lu Hao knew every leader present quite well, especially Propaganda Minister Song Shanyong, who used to ask him for cigarettes as a way to indirectly gauge Lu Yuanda's opinions on propaganda work. Ever since Lu Yuanda's accident, these people had distanced themselves from Lu Hao. Some greeted him with barely a nod, others pretended not to see him at all. No one expected that now they would all gather in Lu Hao's hospital room to represent the county in expressing sympathy for this former colleague and now firefighting hero. These leaders probably never dreamed that someday they'd again stand before Lu Hao, this time on behalf of the county, to offer their regards. Lu Hao, back when you were at the county committee, I already had faith in you. No matter where you are, A true gem will always shine. You're the hero who saved Anqing County from the fire. As soon as the hospital room door opened, Zhang Donglai, the deputy county head in charge of Anqing County's safety, briskly approached the bedside, beaming with warmth. He reached out and firmly grasped Lu Hao's hand, speaking with the familiarity of an old friend. Behind Zhang Donglai stood reporters from the county TV station and staff from the publicity department. Camera lights snapped on with a sharp click, and several cameras clicked incessantly, capturing every angle. Lu Hao's shoulders tensed. He still felt a bit awkward facing the cameras. In contrast, Fang Jing projected confidence and grace. Standing slightly to the side next to Lu Hao, she tucked his blanket more snugly around him, subtly showcasing her role as his fiancée. She caught a quick encouraging glance from Fang Igua and noticed the sudden warmth from the county officials. Putting it together with the stream of visitors earlier that morning, she quickly sensed the change in the county's attitude. What looked like bad news was turning into good. The smile on her lips never faded. Holding Lu Hao's hand, Zhang Donglai raised his voice so every camera could catch it. Look at his awareness. This is what you get from a 985 university graduate. Then, in front of everyone, he officially announced the honors. A second-class merit award, outstanding party member, excellent young cadre, countywide commendation. He listed the titles with emphasis, fearing Lu Hao might not take them all in, and quickly added, by the way, the deputy township head position in Fengshui Township is vacant. You'll serve as acting deputy. Work hard, and there's a chance for permanent appointment. With that, he patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. Seeing the reporters wrapping up, he exchanged a few polite words with his colleagues and led the group out swiftly. The entire visit was sudden and brief, but they got all the footage and official lines they needed. After the crowd dispersed, the hospital room returned to quiet. Sitting at the bedside, Lu Hao's mind was still reeling. Deputy township head? Deputy section chief? Looking down at the 4-line in his hand, a wave of happiness seemed to pour directly into his heart. As long as he didn't make any serious mistakes, acting in the position practically guaranteed a formal promotion. Fang Jing hadn't expected such a turn of events either. She had only hoped Lu Hao wouldn't be punished, yet by a twist of fate, he was promoted. Overjoyed, she nearly jumped out of her seat. Grasping Lu Hao's hand, her voice trembled with excitement. Dad, Mom, Lu Hao isn't punished. He's been promoted to deputy section chief. He's now the deputy township head. You're so worked up, Fang Igua said, finally relaxing the furrow head worn all morning. This fire caught the city's attention. The city TV station aired the news yesterday, and it even trended online. The city's organization department sent a commendation letter for Lu Hao. Have you two not been following the news? At last, a genuine smile appeared on his face. It was a rare moment. Fang Igua actually smiled at Lu Hao. After the county committee meeting broke up, Fang Igua managed to pick up some news. He heard that the newly arrived party secretary, Yi, had spoken up for Lu Hao during the meeting, which caught Fang off guard. In the noisy hallway as people were still dispersing, Fang Igua was already turning things over in his mind. Li Jun had initially planned to discipline Lu Hao. So how come so suddenly the city TV station was publicly praising Lu Hao's firefighting rescue? Could it really be just a coincidence? The more he thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. If Lu Hao had simply gotten lucky and snagged a deputy section chief acting position, the spotlight on him would fade soon enough. But if he really had a new patron behind him, this young man was no longer just some acting deputy, he might be on a fast track all the way up. Fang Igua made up his mind. He wouldn't openly oppose Lu Hao and Fang Jing's marriage anymore. At least on the surface, he would show proper respect. With that resolved, he hurriedly called Jiang Lan and, carrying a fruit basket, headed straight to the county hospital. When the ward door opened, Lu Hao was leaning against a pillow, scrolling on his phone. The trending topic on the screen still read grassroots cadre rescues people in fire, and the comment section buzzed endlessly. Although the heat had somewhat cooled, it still drew considerable attention. Watching the screen flicker, his thoughts strangely aligned with Fang Iguo's. Both felt the exposure had come too fast, too suddenly. Could it have been Linxia or Zi? Two familiar faces flashed through his mind before the sudden aroma of chicken soup interrupted his train of thought. Lu Hao, drink some of the chicken soup my mom specially made for you. Right now, your top priority is to recover your health, Fang Jing said firmly as she placed a thermos on the bedside table. Fang Igua smoothly sat on the bed's edge, lowering his voice but retaining an official's austere authority. Fang Jing is right. But I have to remind you, you are still just the acting deputy township chief. Although the acting title will likely be removed soon, don't let down your guard. When caution is needed, you have to be cautious. I understand. Thank you, Uncle Fang. Lu Hao took a sip of the rich soup, its savory flavor unable to mask the complicated emotions within. He knew the real reason Fang Iguo's attitude had shifted. The county's early whispers of his promotion had eased Fang's once stern gaze into something more approving. Jiang Lan glanced at her watch. It's getting late. Uncle Fang and I will head back first. Fang Jing has taken a few days off from school to take good care of you. Mother-in-law, let me see you out. Look at me, coming empty-handed while you prepared the soup. You've really gone to some trouble. Su Hong hurried to stand and accompany her in-laws out. She had said almost nothing before, completely stunned by the news of Lu Hao's promotion, but now that she had gathered herself, she was eager to show proper manners. Quiet returned to the ward. Lu Hao held the empty bowl, feeling none of the expected warmth, only a faint sense of melancholy. Back when Lu Yuanda was in charge, Fang Igua had courted favor with constant flattery, hinting he should speak up for him. But now the tide had turned. Fang Igua, wearing the dual robes of elder and deputy bureau chief, spoke with a tone that carried a gentle reprimand reminding him to shed the acting title soon, was proof deep down he still wasn't fully satisfied. Su Hong quietly pushed the door open and came back, closing it softly behind her. Only mother and son remained in the room now. She sat on the bed's edge, red-rimmed eyes patting Lu Hao's hand as tears slid down between her fingers. Xiao Hao, there were too many people just now, and I couldn't say some things. Her voice trembled. I don't expect you to be some big official. As long as you're healthy and safe, that's enough for me. She understood very well. This deputy township chief position was bought with her son's life risk at the fire scene. To others, the higher the rank, the more glorious it looked. But to her, the higher the rank, the more eyes from above kept watch, and the risks grew exponentially. Just like this time with Lu Hao gaining media attention for rescuing people from the fire, Su Hong had long worried that certain powerful figures might start focusing on Lu Hao, potentially bringing trouble to both his and her lives. Mom, I know I scared you this time. I won't be so reckless again, Lu Hao said, holding Su Hong's hand gently, his voice low and sincere. Only then did Su Hong finally let go of the worry she'd been carrying. She had endured so much hardship raising Lu Hao on her own, no one could understand what she'd been through. This son was her whole world. If anything really happened to him, she would have gone mad. Seeing her mother still emotionally unsettled, Lu Hao patiently comforted her some more until a smile appeared on her face. Her son was promoted to deputy section chief through his own efforts, and she was genuinely happy as a mother. Soon, Fang Jing returned to the ward carrying lunchboxes. Su Hong stayed a while longer, chatting with the two of them before finally getting up to go home. As she left, she muttered, "I'll cook you a nice meal tonight. They'll heat it up and bring it over." After the hospital door closed behind her, Fang Jing linked arms with Lu Hao, beaming with excitement. "Once you're discharged, we'll finalize the wedding house arrangements." Lu Hao nodded, his own face unmistakably relieved. At midday, the ward door opened again. Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaojie came in. As soon as he stepped inside, he noticed the drip in Lu Hao's arm and glanced at Fang Jing. A flash of jealousy crossed his eyes but quickly changed into a broad smile. "Lu Hao, congratulations. Not only did you avoid punishment this time, but you got promoted to deputy section chief. Really a blessing in disguise. I even went to County Head Li's house last night and spoke up for you. Xiaojia, whatever the reason, thank you," Fang Jing said with a polite smile, though she understood perfectly well. Wang Xiaojia and Li Zhen lived in the same neighborhood, and having the county head on your side was a huge advantage. From her upbringing, she knew it was important to maintain these connections for future benefit, so she kept her tone courteous. Lu Hao smiled along. "Many thanks to County Head Wang for your support behind the scenes. Without it, this promotion wouldn't have gone so smoothly." He knew Wang Xiaojia and Li Haoyan were on the same page, both secretly hoping he'd be fired. By playing along now, he put Wang Xiaojia in an awkward spot. Pretending not to catch the hint, Wang Xiaojia continued grinning. It's nothing. By the way, I heard there'll be personnel changes in the county government soon. That acting label you have might be removed shortly." Fang Jing had felt a bit proud at the county head Lu mention, but that last reminder about the acting title furrowed her brow. Being an acting official always meant uncertainty. When Li Zhen was acting county secretary, everyone thought it was a done deal, but then the province sent someone else straight in Secretary Yi. If even the county secretary position was that unstable, the deputy section chief was even less secure. Seemingly casually, Wang Xiaojia added, "Also, Secretary Zhao might be transferred. Our Li Haoyan could become party secretary. Lu Hao, you don't have much interaction with Li Haoyan now. You'll need to work on that." His words carried a sharp undertone, instantly putting Fang Jing on edge. Even if Lu Hao's position was confirmed, if Li Haoyan became the top boss, Lu Hao's days would get tough. Wang Xiaojia noticed her expression change and quietly grinned inwardly. Finding a trivial excuse, he took his leave promptly. His goal was to drive a wedge between the two. As soon as he left, Fang Jing couldn't hold back and started nagging Lu Hao. "You have to stay close to the leadership, visit more, send gifts when needed. Before, you had Lu Yuanda backing you, so you could avoid playing politics, but now, if you don't adapt, you'll definitely lose out." Lu Hao had already seen through Wang Xiaoji's Plunto Sao discord between him and Fang Jing. Hearing her go on non-stop, he chose not to argue, simply smiling and nodding. The two of them didn't even quarrel over it. The deputy secretary's office of Fengshui Township. Over the past few days, Lin Xia had called 3 times a day, asking repeatedly about Lu Hao's condition. Yet she never went back to the hospital. She knew Fang Jing was keeping watch there. Next door was Wei Bin's office. Around 3:30 in the afternoon, a police car from the County Public Security Bureau pulled up at the township government gate. Two officers pushed the door open and immediately took away Wei Bin, who was still handling paperwork. The whole office building erupted like a bomb had gone off. Heads popped out to look, people pulled out their phones to spread the news, and gossip buzzed from the hallways all the way into the courtyard. Only Li Haoshan's door remained tightly shut. He sat in his chair listening to the noisy footsteps outside, suppressing his breath. Had known Wei Bin was in trouble, but he had to act clueless and couldn't tip Wei Bin off even a little. On the day of the county meeting, Lu Hao had not only escaped punishment, but was praised on the spot. That's when Li Haoyan realized there would be big trouble and he even feared getting implicated himself. Later, when he called Li Zhen, the other party just told him to stay in the office and trust that Wei Bin was the mastermind, and he had nothing to do with it. Li Zhen's hint immediately calmed him. The rest was just pretending not to hear or see anything. Why was Wei Bin arrested so fast? Because at noon, the arsonist turned himself in. The culprit was a notorious small-time troublemaker in Fengshui Township, from the same village as Niu Dashan. For 5,000 yuan given by Wei Bin, he went up the mountain and set the fire. Wei Bin had confidently assured him that once the fire started, someone would come to put it out, and nothing serious would happen. The troublemaker believed it, thinking no one would notice. But as soon as the fire broke out, Lu Hao arrived first at the scene. When he tried to run further down, villagers caught sight of him at the foot of the mountain. Even the inconspicuous plastic bottle used to ignite the fire was collected as evidence. By evening, news of the fire was everywhere, and the culprit grew more and more panicked. The police had just surveyed the scene, and villagers recalled seeing a stranger running down from the mountain. He was almost breaking down. Although surveillance cameras in Fengshui Township were few, even a blurry shadow could lead the police to uncover the truth. The arsonist remembered that Niu Dashan from his village worked at the township government, so he sneaked over at midnight to ask for help only to be severely beaten by Niu Dashan first, then dragged to the police station to confess. Tang Chunyan was the first to inform Lu Hao of this news, but Lu Hao was too overwhelmed to care. Ever since the online report titled "Young Cadre Bravely Risks Fire to Save Lives" appeared, his phone hadn't stopped ringing since evening. All calls came from unfamiliar numbers claiming to be media from Jianglin City, each wanting an exclusive interview. Lu Hao had no idea how his number leaked and could only refuse every call. Eventually, he just hung up as soon as he saw an unknown number. But the reporters were more persistent than calls. Over the next few days, some even waited outside Anqing County Hospital to confront him. Lu Hao had no choice but to contact the hospital and switch rooms, locking the door tight every day. Being naturally low-key, facing cameras, and being on the news was even more unbearable for him than staying bedridden. After less than 11 days in the hospital, his body was basically recovered. Though he should have stayed at least half a month, he could no longer stand the media harassment and insisted on being discharged. On the day he left, Zhao Gang even arranged a special vehicle from the township to pick him up, which made Fang Jing feel quite proud. Originally, Hong Haifeng and the officials from the Poverty Alleviation Office were also supposed to come, but Lu Hao turned them down. Being discharged from the hospital didn't mean he was fully healed. His right leg was still tightly wrapped in a cast, and he could only walk with crutches. The doctor conservatively estimated it would take at least another month for a complete recovery. Instead of returning to Fengshui village, Lu Hao went straight to Su Hong's bakery and settled into the small room above the shop. During the 10 days he was hospitalized, Fang Jing hardly left his bedside. She criticized Lu Hao's work on his official duties but took meticulous care of his daily life, which quietly touched him. After discharge, he spent over 20 days resting upstairs, making it easy for Su Hong to bake downstairs and to watch over him whenever needed. Every day right after class, Fang Jing would rush over to help him peel fruit or bring foot baths. Though she teased him for being clumsy, she cared for him attentively. Meanwhile, Fang Aigua and his wife softened their attitude toward Lu Hao. They were no longer as warm as before, but never mentioned their opposition to his marriage with Fang Jing again. Lin Xie maintained daily contact through a single WeChat message, a simple "How are you feeling today?" or a short emoji, continuing until the end of the month. It wasn't until Lu Hao's cast came off that she finally called him. "How's your recovery going?" Lin Xie's voice was still clear and bright over the phone. "I can walk normally now, just can't do any intense exercise for the time being," Lu Hao replied, smiling as he shuffled around the living room with his crutches. The doctor recommended another 10 days to 2 weeks of rest, but he felt he was doing well and planned to return to work in the village next Monday. "I hadn't come to see you for a while. Don't be mad, okay?" Lin Xie teased lightly. "How could I? You're the boss, after all." Lu Hao laughed along. Since Fang Jing showed up in the hospital room, Lin Xie hadn't visited anymore. He understood it was to avoid any awkwardness, but he still felt a bit disappointed after all. They had unknowingly become friends. Lin Xie chuckled softly. "But now you're a boss too, aren't you? Acting deputy mayor of the township isn't an easy position." She spoke sincerely, impressed by how Lu Hao had nearly lost his life, but now had a second chance. Even she couldn't help but admire his courage and luck. Yeah, but see, there's something I've been wondering about, Lu Hao admitted. You're asking if it was the city TV station that suddenly reported on you? Yeah, you're not secretly behind this helping me out, are you? Lu Hao pressed. Lin Xie set her teacup down on the table and glanced at him coldly. I'm not the one helping you. I'm just a deputy secretary of a rural township party committee. What authority do I have over the city TV station? Besides, even if someone stirred things up, that's secondary. The main reason is that you did something good. The people of Fengshui Township uploaded the video of you putting out the fire on D, and that's the real assist. Otherwise, even if someone wanted to help you, they might not be able to push it through. Lu Hao nodded, accepting her explanation for now, but still felt the situation was more complicated. If it wasn't Lin Xie, then who? His mind involuntarily flashed to Yi Zi. Don't overthink it. Lin Xie brought the conversation back. There's been a lot of movement in county-level deputy and principal section chief posts lately. You should pay more attention to that. Forget other towns. Fengshui Township has changed quite a bit. First, your heroics brought Zhao Gang some credit. The county said he's an effective leader and transferred him to be acting director of the County Transportation Bureau. Hearing this, Lu Hao felt a chill once Zhao Gang left. The township party secretary position was vacant. Just as he thought, Lin Xie continued. Wei Bin was taken away by the police, but he took responsibility for everything. So naturally, Li Haotian became the acting party secretary of Fengshui Township. Also, Hong Haifeng, who used to be in charge of security, benefited from what you did and is now the acting township mayor. These decisions all came from the county committee. And what about you? Lu Hao couldn't help but ask about her future. I'm keeping it under wraps for now, Lin Xie smiled lightly. But chances are I'll be transferred out of Fengshui Township. Once I'm gone, you'd better watch out. With Li Haotian in charge, he'll definitely try to trip you up. Lu Hao gave a bitter smile. Fortunately, he was now part of the township government's leadership team. If he was still just the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, he might really be at Li Haotian's mercy. Just then, his phone lit up. Fang Jing was calling. After a few rings, she hung up. After saying goodbye to Lin Xie, Lu Hao walked into the hallway and called her back. Who were you just on the phone with? Fang Jing asked as soon as he answered. With Secretary Lin, he lowered his voice. She told me about the personnel changes in the township. I agreed to return to work on Monday. Although his relationship with Lin Xie was completely above board, he still felt inexplicably nervous saying her name out loud. Oh, and by the way, Fang Jing's voice was filled with barely concealed happiness. My parents invited you over for dinner tonight. Hearing the clear softening in his future in-law's attitude, Lu Hao smiled and agreed, feeling relieved. Of course, he accepted without hesitation. Although Fang Aigua and his wife had treated him poorly before even going so far as to kick him when he was transferred to Fengshui Township, didn't hold a grudge, despite disliking their snobbish behavior. After all, they were Fang Jing's parents. That noon, Fang Jing called with a serious tone. Don't come empty-handed when you visit. I'll tell you what to buy. Do I really need to buy this much? Lu Hao frowned instinctively as she read out the list. Of course. Last time Wang Xiaojie came to my house, he brought big bags of gifts. You're my fiancé. If you bring less than him, how do you think my parents will see you? Fang Jing said firmly. Lu Hao didn't argue, but still found it hard to understand her perspective. Over 6 years, his feelings for Fang Jing had always been sincere. She was beautiful and well-proportioned, radiating youthful vitality even in just a tank top and jeans. After graduation, he passed the civil service exam and was assigned to the county committee, where their life and intimate relationship remained harmonious. But ever since he was transferred to Fengshui Township, they began to have disagreements over things like this. Following Fang Jing's instructions, he prepared fine liquor, premium cigarettes, and top-grade tea for Fang Aigua, along with skincare and health supplements for Zhang Lan. When he told his colleague Su Hong, she frowned but reminded him, if you're marrying a wife, you have to spend the money required. Around 5 in the afternoon, Lu Hao drove to the county's biggest mall. He bought 3 bottles of high-end white liquor, 2 cartons of Yunyan cigarettes, a box of Tiguanyan tea, a complete skincare set, and 2 boxes of matching health capsules, almost 6,000 yuan in total after card payment. If it were his first visit, he could accept the cost, but had been with Fang Jing for 6 years, visiting countless times for holidays and celebrations. Previously, coming empty-handed or just eating meals without gifts was never remarked upon. So having to prepare such expensive presents now made him feel awkward, as though he was somehow beneath others. But Fang Jing's family was a typical cadre household that valued gift status. Since Fang Aigua was promoted to deputy director of the Agricultural Bureau, he simply wouldn't accept gifts lacking sufficient value. Thinking of this, Lu Hao sighed while driving. As the streetlights came on at dusk, he pulled into the residential complex where Fang Jing lived. Downstairs, Fang Jing was already waiting. Her white dress made her skin look even more radiant, and her sapphire blue heels sparkled under the lights. Graceful and poised, she drew every eye at first glance. Lu Hao parked, carried the bags of gifts from the trunk, bottles clinking softly and the tea boxes fitting snugly into plastic bags. Fang Jing stepped forward, glanced around approvingly, and smiled. Not bad at all. My parents will definitely be happy when they see these. More than making your parents happy, I want to see you happy. Since tomorrow's the weekend, you have to spend some quality time with me. Lu Hao gave Fong Jing a sly wink. They hadn't seen each other for about 20 days, and in a few days had have to return to work in Fang's hometown. This weekend was one he simply couldn't miss. Fong Jing teased him with a mock pout, cheeks flushed lightly, and the two of them walked upstairs side by side, each carrying big bags. From the stairwell came the sound of a key turning, then the door clicked open. Jianglan peeked out and called toward the stairs, Fong Jing, is that you and Lu Hao? Mom, you have sharp ears, Fong Jing replied with a smile. Good, everyone's here then. Hurry up and come eat. I made a lot of good dishes today, Jianglan said, her eyes landing on the gift box Lu Hao held. The high-end packaging clearly showed it wasn't cheap. By the entrance, Jianglan had already set out slippers. She said politely, Lu Hao, it's fine that you came, you didn't have to bring anything. But a satisfied smile slipped through. It's all for Uncle and Auntie, not worth mentioning, Lu Hao said, handing over the gift box. Jianglan took it and went into the study, which was partly used as storage. Inside were neatly arranged premium cigarettes, liquor, and various health supplements. She placed the new gift box on the shelf, her expression even happier. In the living room, Fong Igua got up from the sofa and clapped his hands. Since everyone's here, let's start eating. Lu Hao, have a few drinks with me tonight. He maintained the usual respectful tone of an elder, but was noticeably more polite than before. Lu Hao knew why. Had just been promoted to deputy section chief, and Fong Iguo's attitude had shifted accordingly. He wondered what it'd be like if he ever reached deputy county level. He clearly saw their true nature. But thinking about his many years with Fong Jing, Lu Hao just smiled and let it slide. At the dinner table, Lu Hao began by pouring wine for everyone in the proper junior to senior order, full cups for himself and Fong Igua, about 1/3 for Fong Jing and Jianglan. Ming's Hillen liquor poured into the glasses, its aroma quickly mingling with the dishes. He raised to a drink first. Fong Igua raised his glass. Tonight's dinner celebrates Lu Hao's promotion to deputy section chief. I heard the personnel changes in the county are mostly temporary, and the official appointment will come soon, so don't worry. Lu Hao, keep up the good work, Fong Jing smiled gently. Shed intended to remind him to get along well with the new top leader Li Haoyan, but kept those words in her heart for now. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie, and thank you, Fong Jing, Lu Hao said, clinking glasses softly with the three of them. The dishes were abundant. Glossy sweet and sour fish, stewed dried bamboo shoots with tender meat that was rich but not greasy, bright red spicy crayfish, Bamboo Grove Farm chicken soup, with a rich broth. Jianglan had clearly put a lot of effort in. After a few drinks, the warm steam mixed with the scent of liquor filled the room. After several rounds, Fong Igua put down his chopsticks and looked Lu Hao in the eye. Your promotion is largely thanks to that fire rescue incident going viral online. The city leadership noticed, and instead of punishment, you got commendation. Actually, there's something I'm quite curious about and want to ask you. Uncle Fong, please ask anything. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, but then replied. Fong Igua, feeling the effects of the wine, smiled broadly and said, with so many hot news stories these days, why did the city TV station suddenly report on you? And so quickly too, they went to the fire scene the very same day. In such a short time, your firefighting story became an internet sensation. Lu Hao, don't take this the wrong way, but do you have relatives or friends in leadership positions at the city TV station or some city department? Fong Jing immediately frowned at once, setting down her chopsticks with an unmistakable tone of displeasure. Dad, how can you ask that? Lu Hao risked his life fighting the fire. Isn't it only natural the city would report on him? Fong Igua waved his hand slightly, his tone softening but deliberate, explaining with precision, Fong Jing, I'm not the only one curious about this. Our county's organization department and propaganda department leaders are puzzled too. That's why I'm asking. If Lu Hao really has connections in the city, he wouldn't be hiding it from us, right? That kind of backing would definitely help if you're dealing with officials later on. At this point, Lu Hao finally understood the real intention behind the meal. Fong Igua was trying to see if he had someone in the city. If he really did have a patron, it would undoubtedly be a fast track for Fong Igua's future career. Thinking this, Lu Hao felt the food suddenly lose all appeal. After the fire, Lin Xie had personally denied helping out. So the only behind-the-scenes helper Lu Hao could think of was the mysterious purple robe. But the existence of purple robe was an absolute secret to him. Of course he wouldn't reveal it. Raising his cup, Lu Hao explained sincerely to Fong Igua. Uncle Fong, I heard from our township party secretary Lin that the city TV station's fire scene coverage had her full cooperation. The TV station saw villagers uploading videos of me fighting the fire on Douyin and thought the positive footage was rare, so they rushed over from the city. I honestly just got lucky like a blind cat running into a dead mouse and managed to turn a dangerous situation around. I see. Fong Igua nodded slightly, raising an eyebrow as if weighing this explanation. Douyin short videos are extremely popular now, so it's not surprising the city TV station would catch wind of it. Jianglan exchanged a look with him but didn't press further. Lu Hao pretended not to notice and clinked glasses with thema crisp sound carrying a hint of polite formality. He no longer cared what the Fong couple thought. As the dishes emptied and the wine ran dry, just before they rose from the table, Fong Ai was set down his cup seriously. Lu Hao, you're now acting deputy township head. Has your new office been arranged? What work are you in charge of? Hearing this, Lu Hao forced a somewhat awkward smile. I start work next Monday. As for the responsibilities, the township office should have made arrangements, but they haven't notified me yet. Oh, is that so? You really need to be more proactive about this. Show your loyalty in front of the leaders. There aren't that many lucrative positions in the township government, so you have to actively compete for key roles, like poverty alleviation. Otherwise, you'll never get any benefits as a deputy township chief, Fong Ai was said casually while picking up some food, speaking in a steady tone. He had worked his way up from the grassroots and knew the ins and outs of township politics well. Some deputy chiefs get no gifts or favors all year and are just figureheads. Others have popular portfolios with endless requests, making the perks and influence much bigger. Uncle Fong, thank you for your advice. I'll do my best. Lu Hao nodded, but inwardly he was calculating. If they just assign me miscellaneous tasks, not only will I have no achievements, but it'll be difficult to advance further. The dinner gathering stretched past 8 o'clock. After finishing the last light soup dish, everyone moved to the living room to continue drinking tea. The conversation circled around the usual topics, and Lu Hao began feeling the awkwardness of overstaying. So he stood up to take his leave. Fong Aigua and his wife politely saw him off without trying to keep him longer. Fong Jing trailed behind Lu Hao as he went downstairs. The night was cool, and street lamps cast long, thin shadows. The two squeezed into Lu Hao's Jetta and closed the doors. The noisiness faded away, leaving only the intimate sound of their breathing inside the car. Fong Jing leaned back against the passenger seat, her blinking eyes like a clear spring in the night. They chatted quietly about school matters, teasing each other softly, lingering in light-hearted affection for over 10 minutes. Only when Zhang Lan called to urge her did Fong Jing reluctantly open the car door. They'll be starting at the township office next week. When you're free, come visit me there. Lu Hao took the chance to invite her. They'll come once your appointment as deputy township chief is official. They'll bring some plans for you too. Oh, and you need to hurry on the wedding apartment. Talk with your mom about using the housing fund to buy a 140 square meter place in the county seat. It shouldn't be hard, right? Fong Jing pouted slightly, her tone playful but with a hint of coaxing. She knew Su Hong's bakery had been booming in the county these years, and their finances must be comfortable. A few days ago, Su Hong had even said they wanted to buy them a house. Since they were getting one, Fong Jing naturally hoped it would be bigger and more comfortable. Okay, they'll discuss it with my mom, Lu Hao replied readily. Husband, I'll head back first. He'll spend the weekend with you properly, Fong Jing whispered in his ear, breathing softly like orchids, then blushed deeply before hopping out and jogging toward the apartment entrance. Thinking of how Fong Jing combined purity with passion, Lu Hao felt a warm flush in his chest, and a smile curved his lips. He pressed the accelerator, and the Jetta rolled out of the complex. He had not drunk much at the dinner and felt clear-headed, but it was still technically drunk driving. Luckily, checkpoints were rare in Anqing County, so he took his chances driving home. Rolling the window down halfway, the night breeze brushed in, carrying a faint sweet scent of osmanthus flowers that revived his spirits. Stopping at a red light, his phone lit up with an unknown number. Hello, who's this? He asked, worried it was a wrong number. On the other end came a cool yet familiar female voice. Lu Hao, it's me Z. Where are you? Z. Lu Hao was momentarily stunned. Her previous phone number had always shown as being from the provincial capital, but this time the caller ID was from Jianglin City. I'm in the county seat, about to head home, Lu Hao said, then instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. Can you come back a little later? Want to have some tea together? Yi Zi asked over the phone. No problem, Lu Hao replied simply. Great. Then come to Xian Yuan Tea House next to the Yunding Grand Hotel, where we met last time. They'll be waiting for you in private room number 8. After hanging up, Lu Hao recalled others' comments about that tea house, a rare, elegant spot in Anqing County, though he had never been there himself. A few minutes later, the car passed the park on the east side of Yunding Grand Hotel. In the night, green bamboo swayed gently, and 2 antique lanterns half hidden by the bamboo shadows cast a warm, soft glow on the sign, Xian Yuan Tea House. Lu Hao parked and followed a quiet path inward. Underfoot was a cobblestone walk paved with bluestone slabs spaced perfectly for a leisurely stride. As he reached the entrance, a delicate yet deeply penetrating aroma of tea greeted him. Before he could take it in fully, a young waitress in a late green qipao hurried out. Sir, are you here for tea? Lu Hao glanced around. Simple wooden latticework, dim lighting, and soft zither music, everything felt oddly out of place in a county known as poor. I'm here to meet someone in private room 8. Oh, you must be the guest for room 8. She's been waiting quite a while. Please come with me. The girl's voice was gentle, and her every movement graceful and professional. Lu Hao nodded silently to himself, having visited upscale tea houses in the city with Lu Yuanda a few times. He knew this level of service wasn't inferior at all. Clearly, the owner had invested well in staff training. Turning two corners along a corridor, a carved wooden door was quietly pushed open. Inside, soft lighting bathed the room, with an ink painting of bamboo and cranes hanging on the wall. The faint steam of fragrant pure tea rose in the air. Yizi was already seated by the tea table. Her black sleeveless dress outlined a slender figure, her dark hair casually pinned up with just two small earrings for adornment, exuding an understated yet unmistakable elegance. As Lu Hao took his seat, he couldn't help but compare her to Fang Jing. Fang Jing was youthful and pretty, but always carried a provincial, somewhat gaudy air. Yizi, both in looks and demeanor, quietly outshone her. She didn't need to speak, just sitting there. She radiated an uncommon nobility. This unintentional comparison only clarified the gap between them further. A woman like Yizi, wealthy and worldly with big business ambitions, likely had even richer backing. Had he not saved her once during an accident, they probably would never have crossed paths in a lifetime. He understood clearly that there was no chance for anything deeper between them. At best, they could just be friends. Do you drink tea, Guanyin? Yizi smiled gently, raising the teapot and lightly shaking it in the air. It doesn't matter to me, as long as it's tea. I'm not that particular, Lu Hao replied, settling into the rattan chair and unconsciously rubbing the armrest. Lately, had been drinking tea made from an old tea tree behind the Fanshui township government, picked personally by Tang Chunyan and gifted to him. Its flavor was pure, so had been using it as his daily staple. Yizi withdrew her gaze and poured a full cup of amber Guanyin tea for him. I prefer drinking tea. This pot is the highest grade, you should try it. The aroma of the tea rose with the steam, filling Lu Hao's nose. He lifted the cup and took a gentle sip. The fragrance was fresh and inviting, the taste smooth on the tongue, and a subtle scent blossomed instantly. He sincerely praised, this tea is really good. Truly delicious. Though not an expert in tea, he could tell quality when he tasted it. Yizi also lifted her cup and took a small sip. She added softly, tea Guanyin of the highest grade can cost over 3,000 yuan per jin. That expensive? Lu Hao's eyebrows lifted in surprise. Yes, Yizi nodded, eyes drifting to the window. If only the tea from our county could sell for this price. Lu Hao pondered for a moment and set down his cup. Anqing County produces tea, too? Yizi was taken aback for a moment. Yes, but it's black tea, and the flavor is a bit coarser. However, the old tea tree behind our township government, although its tea tastes different from tea Guanyin, I think it's just as good, Lu Hao stated confidently. Her interest piqued by his description, Yizi smiled lightly. Really? When will you invite me to try some? That tea is picked and roasted by some older female officials in town. After I transferred to Fanshui township, some colleagues shared some with me, and I'm almost out. They'll check with them to see if the ladies in the office still have some left. Lu Hao made a mental note. If you call them dama aunties, you definitely won't get any. You have to call them sister. But now that you're the deputy township chief, I guess whatever you ask, they'll be happy to give. It's not like anyone would miss a chance to curry favor with a leader. Yizi teased half-jokingly. Lu Hao froze for a moment. She obviously knew had been promoted. He asked directly, speaking of which, I've been meaning to ask, did you get some friends to help me? Yes, Yizi nodded frankly. I saw the video of you putting out the fire and tipped off some friends at the city TV station. Lu Hao felt his suspicion confirmed. Clenching the cup tightly, he was moved. It really was Yizi. I don't even know how to thank you. Without her push, he probably would have been trapped in trouble, not rewarded with a promotion to deputy section chief. You don't need to thank me. I only gave it a little nudge, Yizi said seriously, looking at him. If you hadn't led the villagers and risked your life to fight the fire, I wouldn't have been able to help. Lu Hao pressed on. And about this promotion to deputy township chief, did you pull strings for that too? To him, Li Shenting would rather give him a commendation or bonus than let him hold a position with real power. Clearly, someone had spoken up for him under the pretext of the firefighting. You mentioned at lunch that you wanted to be promoted to deputy section chief. My official friend said it's not easy. Leaders need solid reasons to convince the majority before promoting anyone. Yizi, he said with a faint smile over her teacup. Your firefighting story just happened to be the opening. It's less that my friend helped, and more that you proved yourself. She smiled warmly. In the world of officialdom, many decisions aren't made solely by one leader's decree. Especially when the top two officials are at odds, they tend to sabotage each other. So no matter what decision is made, it has to have a plausible justification. The night was cool, and the tea room was softly lit. Lu Hao lifted his cup of Guanyin tea and said solemnly, tonight, we'll toast with tea instead of wine. Though I'm borrowing your tea, I truly appreciate you and your friends. Without you, I wouldn't have become deputy section chief. His tone was sincere. On the surface, his promotion this time seemed straightforward. Someone had spoken up for him at a crucial moment, helping him win a benefit he deserved anyway. But in his heart, he knew that many at the grassroots level, despite years of diligent work and outstanding ability, never got that one influential patron to speak up for them, and they remained mere clerks their entire career. For him, Yi was that benefactor. Yi lifted her teacup with a faint smile. You saved my life. Helping you is only right. Now that the Lu Yuanda matter is settled and you've been promoted, both things you promised have come true. I wanted to meet tonight to ask, is there anything else you need my help with? Lu Hao shook his head without hesitation. You've already done so much for me. I really don't need anything else. Yi raised an eyebrow and gently set down her cup, scrutinizing him. That's a quick answer. No second thoughts? If you're short on money, you can just say so. Her words caught Lu Hao off guard. She thought that since Head tasted success with her help, he should carefully consider and maybe make some additional requests. Yet he refused outright without a second thought, which surprised her. In fact, when she told her family about the life-saving favor, they advised her to see Lu Hao again and ask what he needed even if it was hundreds of thousands or millions. It was best to settle it all at once now rather than risk temptation or future complications. That was why she arranged this meeting tonight. Money? Lu Hao's heart skipped a beat as thoughts of the house crossed his mind. He had planned to buy an 80 square meter two-bedroom apartment, but Fang Jing suggested getting a larger one. At 140 square meters there was a big price difference. Even if Su Hong contributed all their savings from the past years, there would probably still be a large shortfall. The truth was, he was short on cash. If he could get some from Yi, his immediate troubles would be solved. But the thought of asking a woman for money felt improper. Besides, he saved Yi out of instinct when he was still in uniform, a soldier's duty, and never expected repayment, let alone to ask for money. With that in mind, Lu Hao shook his head again decisively, his expression serious. I really don't have anything else I need help with. Are you sure? Don't regret it later. Yi half joked, but spoke thoughtfully. Most people lose control over money and power once they get a taste of it. She assumed that since Lu Hao had just been promoted to deputy section chief, his next move would be to aim for full section chief. But he hadn't mentioned a word about promotion, which surprisingly made her like him more. Of course, this was just her leadership mindset at work. It had nothing to do with romance. Lu Hao laughed heartily. Regret what? I'm deputy section chief now, and I'll do my best to make a real difference for the people of Fengshuixiang, helping this town lift itself out of poverty as soon as possible. With that, he lifted his cup and took a slow sip of Tiguanyin tea, his eyes shining with determination. Seeing his enthusiasm, Yi couldn't help but ask, what kind of real difference do you want to make? The sudden question caught Lu Hao off guard. When he first started working, he spent his days buried in paperwork at the county committee, making tea, delivering documents. It wasn't until he was assigned to Fengshui Township that he truly stepped into grassroots work. Back then, running around the poverty alleviation office, managing low-income benefits and subsidies for impoverished households, he worked solidly and diligently. Many villagers in Fengshui still remembered Lu Hao's kindness. Otherwise, when that mountain fire broke out, he wouldn't have summoned dozens of people to help with just a few words. But enthusiasm alone wasn't enough to push things forward. Shutting down the chemical factory, building roads to the most remote mountain villages, he wanted to do all these. Yet time and again the county government blocked him. Hong Haifeng had heard him mention it, but there was no response at all from Li Haoshan's side. At that moment, Yi's sudden question, what do you want to do most? Rekindled the fire deep inside Lu Hao's heart. What I want most right now is to shut down the chemical factory in Fengshui Township and have them compensate the affected workers, he said with unprecedented seriousness in his eyes. Why? Yi raised an eyebrow slightly. Without hesitation, Lu Hao poured out the long-suppressed facts in one breath. That factory didn't meet a single national standard from its approval to production. Safety measures were inadequate. Sewage was discharged directly into the river, and the once green mountains and clear waters of Fengshui were ruined by them. Worse, most of their workers were local migrant farmers. Many developed pneumoconiosis, but the factory just shrugged it off, saying it's none of our business. Treating the disease costs money. Those villagers' homes have long been emptied. If this factory keeps operating like this, the mountains will be stripped bare, the water will stink, the air will worsen, and one day an accident might happen that kills someone. By then it'll be too late to regret. He didn't stop at vague accusations. She gave concrete examples. Yu Hongxia's husband, Tang Chunyan's father, both Fengshui locals who worked at the factory and were now suffering from pneumoconiosis, yet the chemical plant refused to pay them a single cent. These living cases were more convincing than any statistic. Yi's eyes flickered. But I heard that Anqing County's coal mines and chemical industries have been flagship projects, and hardly anyone ever mentioned so many negative impacts. Over the past few days, Shed repeatedly summoned industrial leader. Severion's story was consistent. Anqing County was poor, couldn't produce decent agricultural products, tourism efforts had stagnated for years, and the only fast way to make money was through industrial projects. Yet this grassroots official stubbornly insisted the chemical plant was a hidden danger threatening health and the environment. Why had successive county leaders turned a blind eye? This puzzled her. Lu Hao smiled bitterly. You're here to do business, so county leaders will only tell you the good things and never mention the risks behind development. By the way, what exactly does your company do? Surely you're not planning to invest in a chemical plant or cement factory here. Seeing Lu Hao testing the waters, Yi Zi felt a flicker of unease. After all, she had told him up front she was a business owner. Her official appointment as county party secretary had already been issued, but was being kept under wraps and not yet posted on the Anshan County Party website. Once that paper went public, Lu Hao would definitely find out she was actually the county party secretary. She wondered how he would react. Would he resent her for keeping it from him all this time? On second thought, she realized there was no need to care about these things. The reason Yizi had invited Lu Hao to the Xianyuan tea house today was simply to clarify whether he had any other demands, so she could settle that debt of kindness all at once. She understood very clearly. From now on, she was the county party secretary, and he was the deputy township chief. Official affairs followed organizational procedures, and personal matters were best kept separate. Both the party organization and the Yi family had nearly meticulous plans for her life, career promotions, further studies, even a timeline for marriage prospects. All she had to do was follow the steps. Lu Hao was just a local official with no resources or opportunities to leave a mark on her life path. In Yi Zi's view, today felt more like a dignified and restrained farewell. Since taking office, she had kept a low profile, mainly staying within the county party building. Now that the matter with Lu Hao was properly resolved, she would follow her superior's arrangements and focus on normal organizational work. If Lu Hao hadn't suddenly brought up pollution issues at the chemical plant, they would have finished their tea and gone their separate ways long ago. If the chemical plant truly posed a hidden danger, as the county's chief official, she needed to stay alert. But she also knew that Lu Hao was at the grassroots level, with limited access to information, so she couldn't jump to conclusions based on just his words. A follow-up on-site investigation would be necessary before making any judgment. Amid the lingering aroma of tea, their conversation shifted to the company Yi Zi mentioned. She spoke lightly, saying that the company wasn't involved in industry but served ordinary people's needs, aiming to improve the quality and convenience of their lives, so the team could grow stronger. Lu Hao casually asked, "Is it a hotel, a shopping mall, or that new supermarket that just opened? Could it be owned by you?" Yi Zi couldn't help but smile. "That supermarket has nothing to do with us. If you go shopping there, I can't give you a freebie." "I'm just making small talk, small talk," Lu Hao replied sheepishly, taking a sip of his Tiguanyin tea. His laughter had a trace of awkwardness, was getting more excited as he talked with Yi Zi, but had recklessly overlooked how she clearly didn't want to go into detail. "You'll know when the time comes," she said, drinking the last bit of hot tea from her cup. "It's getting late. Let's end here." Lu Hao glanced at his watch. The hands were nearing noon. "It's already this late?" he exclaimed. "Yeah, let's go." Yi Zi nodded slightly and pushed open the door first. The hallway was bathed in warm yellow light. The wooden floor was carefully polished to a shine. The tea room door closed softly behind them with a muffled thud. Outside, they walked along a cobblestone path under the gentle winter sunlight resting on their shoulders. A thought crossed Yi Zi's mind. Time always flies when you're with someone you like. She privately mocked herself for not actually liking Lu Hao. Most it was admiration. Her nature was to long for love, but her family background and surroundings constantly reminded her that love was a luxury she couldn't afford. She and Lu Hao were from different social classes, their life paths barely intersecting. Today was likely their last time alone together. As they reached the street corner, Lu Hao couldn't hold back. "Where do you live? Want me to walk you home?" "No need. I live nearby, just a few minutes walk." "You should head back," Yi Zi said calmly, cutting the distance between them cleanly. Lu Hao was taken aback. Suddenly, he sensed an invisible wall had risen between them once they left the tea house. He stood still and watched her polite smile, but her gaze no longer lingered on him. When Lu Hao's figure disappeared around the corner, a fleeting trace of sadness flickered in Yi Zi's eyes, quickly replaced by a firmer expression. Without looking back, she walked away. Over the weekend, Fang Jing spent both days with Lu Hao, helping him pick out clothes, shopping at the mall, dining, and watching movies. Of course, there was also their intimate time together. Lu Hao was particularly eager, asking for her several times. During the day, the couple was inseparable, laughing in front of the fitting room mirror at the clothing store, fingers intertwined on the escalator, whispering softly when the cinema lights dimmed, all so sweet it bordered on cloying. When night fell and they returned to the hotel, the noisy city was shut out behind the door, but inside, the air was so charged it might have ignited. The next morning when they parted ways, Fang Jing remained as pragmatic as ever, urging Lu Hao to make buying a house a priority and reminding him to remember to give a gift to Li Haoyan. Lu Hao didn't care much for her official-style way of thinking, but still complied. After all, relationships always require some compromise, or with Fang Jing's temperament, an argument was inevitable. Early Monday morning, Lu Hao drove straight to Fang Shui Township. There was a steamed bun shop near the township government that had a good reputation, and he figured filling his stomach before work couldn't hurt. Outside the shop, steam rose from bamboo steamers as a few villagers hunched over their breakfast. The aroma of hot buns mingled with soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil, filling the air. Lu Hao casually chose a table and ordered 2 baskets of thin-skinned, generously filled xiao long bao and a bowl of hot congee. He dipped the buns in vinegar with a bit of chili, eating them one after another until they were gone. Just as he lifted the bowl to drink some kanji, his phone vibrated. It was Tang Chunyan calling. Chunyan, why so early? He asked casually. Normally, Lu Hao would chair the township meeting at 9 a.m., and it was not yet even 8. Lu Hao thought maybe the meeting had been moved up, and Tang was calling to remind him. After all, today was his first official day back at work, and had already informed colleagues at the Poverty Alleviation Office and the acting township head Hong Haifeng, plus sent a WeChat message to Li Haoyan 2 days earlier showing deference to the top leader to avoid giving them any leverage. Director Lu, where are you? Tang Chunyan's voice was anxious. At the bun shop having breakfast. Have you eaten? Want me to bring you some xiaolongbao? Lu Hao replied casually. There's been a big incident. A small explosion just happened at one of the chemical factory buildings. People have died. Hong Township head wants you to come immediately and go to the site. Explosion? Deaths? Lu Hao felt his head spin. Just last night, he told Yi how the chemical plant's safety measures were severely lacking deficient protections and alarms, waiting for an accident to happen. The prophecy had come true, and on his very first day back from injury no less. I'm on my way. Hanging up, he paid quickly, then rushed to his car and floored it toward the township government. Outside the Feng Shui Township government building, a few officials had already arrived. The atmosphere was tenser than the early morning air. Lu Hao glanced around, but didn't see Li Haoyan. Instead, he spotted Hong Haifeng in the lobby, on the phone with a furrowed brow. Tian Wei, the head of the Safety Supervision Office, was present too, looking grave. Tian Wei was about Lu Hao's age, and though the safety office wasn't a deputy section-level unit, it was the key middle-level department responsible for the township's safety oversight and hazard inspections. Chemical plants like this one were their highest priority. Right after hanging up, Hong Haifeng didn't give Tian Wei any face and sharply scolded him. How exactly have you been supervising? How many times have I told you to step up inspections at the chemical plant and push them to fix the safety issues? Yet here we are with an explosion. One young worker is confirmed dead, several others injured. What on earth have you been doing as the safety supervision chief? Tian Wei was sweating profusely, trying hard to explain. Director Hong, I have been personally leading inspections frequently lately. Inspections, my foot. Hong Haifeng shouted angrily, slamming his hand on the table. I bet you've been spending your time at hotels and restaurants. There might not have been accidents before, but now that someone's dead, how do you expect me to report this to the higher-ups? His voice was tight with fury, his face flushed red. As the township mayor in charge of safety, Hong Haifeng knew the safety bureau's situation all too well. Tian Wei, relying on his private connection with Party Secretary Li Haoyan, had been paying lip service but shirking real responsibility. He was even socializing privately with people from the chemical plant, utterly neglecting his supervisory duties. Hong Haifeng had repeatedly reported these issues to Li Haoyan, but Li only gave vague verbal promises about talking to Tian Wei before promptly forgetting the matter. Seeing Hong Haifeng becoming more and more fierce in his rebuke, Lu Hao worried he might bring up Li Haoyan next, so he quickly stepped in to ease the tension. Mayor Hong, I think we should head to the site first. We can only fully understand the situation and tackle the problems once we're there. Originally, Hong Haifeng had planned to wait for Li Haoyan before leaving, but since he couldn't get through by phone and saw the time ticking away, he realized the delay wasn't doing anyone any favors. Let's go, we're leaving now. With that, he pushed open the door and stepped out. In the courtyard, Hong Haifeng's black SUV was parked by the main gate. The driver had already started the engine, warm air blowing from the vents. Hong Haifeng motioned for Lu Hao and Tian Wei to get in, and the vehicle sped away from the township government. Another car carrying several senior cadres followed closely behind, their headlights slicing through the dim winter haze of the streets as they headed straight for the chemical plant. The atmosphere in the vehicle was heavy and tense. Hong Haifeng leaned back, brow deeply furrowed, mentally reviewing how he would handle things on site. A death means grieving families will undoubtedly make a fuss, and the county will demand accountability. He had just been appointed acting mayor, with the official notice still pending, and such a major crisis had struck already. It felt like a storm hitting a leaking roof. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, and suddenly he glared fiercely at Tian Wei. Sitting sideways in the back seat, Lu Hao was collecting his thoughts and spoke up. Director Tian, have you reported this to the County Safety Bureau? Have they figured out the exact cause of the explosion? Was the alarm system or protective equipment insufficient? A few days earlier, Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao had warned Tian Wei over the phone to get familiar with the procedures and spend more time in the field to avoid scrambling once formal responsibilities took effect. Because of this, Lu Hao was particularly invested in getting as much information from the scene as possible. Tian Wei's bitter resentment showed clearly on his face as he retorted sharply, no one picked up at the Safety Bureau office. I couldn't reach the director's phone, so I stopped trying. As for the cause of the explosion, how am I supposed to know? You should be asking the chemical plant. Being publicly reprimanded in front of so many made him visibly sour, his words dripping with resentment. Before he finished, Hong Haifeng's barely suppressed anger erupted again. What nonsense are you spouting? Someone died. If you can't reach the director, why not call the deputy director? And what do you mean, asked the chemical plant. When an explosion happens, your first job is to get the facts from the plant and report to leadership. If the leaders have to take care of that themselves, then what use is the government's safety bureau? Tian Wei was scolded mercilessly, his face darkening as he kept making calls to the county safety supervision bureau, all the while nursing a growing grudge against Lu Hao. As soon as the call connected, his throat dry, he rattled off the details of the chemical plant explosion from start to finish. The response was predictable. The bureau chief unleashed a torrent of harsh rebukes that left Tian's ears ringing. After hanging up, his face looked as if it had been smeared with ash, his expression as ugly as if he'd swallowed a fly. Seeing Tian unreliable, Hong Haifeng immediately pulled out his phone and called Deputy Director Gao Tao of the safety station, directly asking about the cause of the explosion. Although Tian was the one running errands on the surface while covertly obstructing matters, some inside the safety station were willing to side with Hong Gao. Tao was one of them. On the other end, Gao spoke succinctly. The chemical plant lacked any safety alarm system or protective measures, which directly led to the dust explosion. Hong's chest heaved with tension, his fingers trembling as they gripped the phone. Even though Gao's assessment still needed on-site verification, the plant clearly bore the main responsibility, and the accusation of lax supervision could soon fall on Fengshui Township. If the county dug deeper, Hong's position as acting township head might be at risk. Fortunately, only one workshop exploded, not the entire chemical plant in a chain reaction. According to rescue reports, there was one death, one critical injury, and 6 minor injuries. All the wounded had been sent to the hospital, and the township firefighting team was controlling the blaze. The accident was serious, but it hadn't yet drawn media attention, giving Hong a tentative sense of relief. Lu Hao listened closely and furrowed his brow, analyzing. Head of the township, this chemical plant can no longer stay in Fengshui. Beyond the safety flaws, it has long discharged pollutants, contaminating the air and rivers. Villagers have developed silicosis and still haven't received compensation. I suggest using this accident as an opportunity to forcibly shut it down. You're right, Hong squinted thoughtfully. They'll bring this up at the party committee meeting. In the past, as the executive deputy township head, Li Haoyan had ignored his opinions entirely. Now as township head, so long as Hong pushed the issue, Li would have no choice but to put it on the agenda. Tian Wei's face grew even more sullen hearing their plan to close the plant. The fees he collected from that factory each year were no small sum. Had turned a blind eye to safety risks because it was profitable. If the chemical plant shuttered, his income would dry up. His hatred doubled instantly, especially towards Lu Hao. 20 minutes later, the sirens still blared outside the chemical plant's gate. Deputy Director Gao Tao had arrived ahead of others. In his early 30s and a few years older than Tian Wei, Gao had always worked diligently, but never advanced due to lack of connections. He had repeatedly reported the plant's safety lapses to Tian, but had been dismissed each time. Cautious by nature, Gao bypassed Tian and privately informed Hong Haifeng of the problems. Gradually, others began to see him as aligned with Hong. Regarding the problems at the chemical plant, the company has never been willing to invest money in renovations. After all, safety alarms, protective equipment, wastewater treatment, and air pollution controls require huge expenditures, which the plant naturally wants to avoid. Meanwhile, Li Haoyan had always turned a blind eye, and that's what ultimately led to today's explosion. When Hong Haifeng and his 2 companions arrived, Gao Tao almost jogged up to greet them, lowering his voice to report, "Secretary Li is already inside." "Secretary Li? Li Haoyan is here?" Hong Haifeng raised his eyebrows in surprise, clearly not expecting this. "Yes, he arrived 15 minutes ago, along with Township Chief Wang Xiaojia. The plant manager is here too, trying to comfort the bereaved families," Gao Tao briefly updated them. Lu Hao froze slightly and exchanged a meaningful glance with Hong Haifeng. Li Haoyan had told Hong over the phone to stay in town and wait. If Lu hadn't reminded him, Hong might have kept waiting foolishly. But now Li Haoyan had taken the lead. To those unaware, who arrived first was crucial. Li Haoyan appeared diligent and responsible toward the villagers, while Hong Haifeng looked late and indifferent to the dead. This public impression weighed heavily on Hong Haifeng's mind. "Let's get in quickly." They quickened their pace and rushed into the plant. The air post-explosion was thick with chemical and burnt odors, stinging and tangy as it burned their noses. Gao Tao got a few professional protective masks from the security guard at the gate and handed them out. Everyone put them on immediately. Inside the factory, parts of the walls were blown open, scattered with shards of glass and metal fragments. Firefighters tread through dusty water mixed with debris, busy cooling and securing hazards. Next to the collapsed workshop, the only casualty had been carried to the courtyard center, covered with a white cloth. Workers and villagers who had come upon hearing the news crowded around, murmuring anxiously amid stifled sobs. "You owe me for my son. He was only 32, the backbone of our family, and now he's just gone without warning." The mother of the deceased screamed, heartbroken, her voice rising above the commotion. "If you don't pay, none of us will leave." Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao pushed through the crowd, immediately spotting Li Haoyan, Wang Xiaojia, and the factory manager. Li Haoyan glanced at them briefly, then at Gao Tao, his expression calm and unreadable. Behind him, Tian Wei silently positioned himself, signaling his backing if someone stood behind him. He wasn't afraid of Hong Haifeng calling him out in public. Hong Haifeng's heart grew cold, but he ignored Tian Wei, walking straight over to greet Li Haoyan, secretarially. So you've been here all along? I was just waiting for you at the township government for a while. His tone was polite on the surface, but carried a subtle edge. He was clearly irritated that the seasoned Li Haoyan had outmaneuvered him once again. Li Haoyan pretended not to have heard clearly, and said, I was in such a hurry to get here that I forgot to ask Xiaojia to give you a report. It's good that you've arrived. The injured have already been taken to the hospital. But the family of the young man who died is causing a scene. They refuse to leave and are demanding compensation. A heavy weight pressed on Lu Hao's heart. Life for the poor was utterly devoid of dignity. In this kind of impoverished place, people could only toil under scorching sun and pouring rain, eating dust and dirt just to survive. To earn money, they had no choice but to work at the chemical plant. And if they died, they were treated not as lost souls, but as bargaining chips for compensation, denied even the chance to rest in peace. Under the blazing sun, a crowd had gathered in front of the chemical plant. Two bodies covered with white cloths were laid out in the most conspicuous spot. A few tattered bamboo mats did nothing to shield the air, thick with the pungent scent of chemicals. Li Haoyan and Hong Haifeng hurried over alongside County Chief Zhang. Every township official was present without exception, followed closely by the grim-faced plant manager Liang Kuan, a man Lu Hao's age, but dressed in a sharply pressed suit, the son of the so-called richest family in Fengshui Township. Shortly after the accident, Liang had immediately called Li Haoyan, prompting the swift arrival of the leaders. When the villagers heard their county officials had come, they naturally gathered, their eyes full of grievance and hope. Li Haoyan scanned the crowd and quietly instructed, Manager Liang, please speak to them. Ask them to move the bodies away first. Too many people gathered here is blocking the way. Then we can discuss other matters. Liang Kuan nodded and stepped forward, trying to raise his voice. Everyone listen. The accident has already happened, and the township leaders and County Chief Zhang are here personally. Let's move the deceased first. Don't block the entrance. Regarding compensation, our chemical plant will definitely take responsibility. Next to the white cloths, a grieving family member suddenly broke free, eyes red with fury. She yelled sharply, if you want to solve this, do it here. We won't take a single cent unless you pay 2 million yuan. But we will never move the bodies. 2 million? Liang Kuan almost jumped in disbelief. Are you crazy? The highest salary at our plant is only 3,000 yuan. 2 million? Do you think the chemical plant is made of money? If it were a few 100,000 yuan, he might have accepted it. But the outrageous figure that was thrown out broke his composure. The family member stood firm. Don't think we don't know. You're exploiting us because Fengshui Township is poor. You pay only a third of what people get elsewhere. The rest goes in your pocket and that of the officials. Now that someone has died, isn't compensation the least you owe? Hearing their family secrets exposed in public, Liang Kun's face turned purple with anger as he retorted sharply, nonsense. The development of Fengshui Township these years has all relied on our plant. How many people from the surrounding villages work here? Without us, with only the farming income you get, how would you afford to get married or build a house? It's just because it's close to home. A villager shot back. If it weren't for convenience, we would have left for other places long ago. This place is awful. The air is choking. Masks don't even help. So many people have developed lung diseases and pneumoconiosis working here. Up until now, no one has seen a single cent of compensation. Embarrassed in front of the officials, Liang Kun's anger boiled over, his neck veins bulging. You're heartless. Without us, you wouldn't have earned this little bit of money. Now you want to blame us? If not you, then who? An old factory worker yelled, stepping forward. Since the plant opened, our green mountains and clear waters have disappeared. Rivers and wells are polluted. The air is gray every day. Before it was injuries, now people are dying. You must take responsibility. Exactly. A roar of agreement came from the crowd. The chemical plant must be held accountable, and so must the township government. They must compensate. Every worker from the surrounding villages who got sick working here should be paid back one by one. Originally, this was just a matter of compensating for a death, but Liang Kuan couldn't immediately calm the villagers. As a result, the old issue of workers at the chemical plant suffering from pneumoconiosis and demanding compensation resurfaced. Outside the plant, the charred walls still emitted white smoke. Dozens of agitated villagers blocked the main gate, their voices rising and falling in protest. Those previous pneumoconiosis cases had once been reported to township and county authorities, only to be suppressed. Now, using the recent fatal explosion as an excuse, the old grievances erupted all at once, converging into a tidal wave of anger. Zhang Donglai stood in the factory yard, wincing at the mixed stinging smell of gunpowder and sweat. He had been sent by the county party secretary and county mayor to handle the accident. At first, he expected to settle things in a couple of hours and then report back. But now, the situation on site was spiraling out of control. Secretary Li, with things like this, how are you planning to handle it? Zhang pulled Lu Hao aside, dodging villagers swinging wooden sticks, and lowered his voice to ask. Zhang knew well that if physical clashes broke out and he got accidentally hurt, it would only make matters worse. Li Haoyan was about to respond when Wang Xiaojia leaned in and said, Secretary Li, Chief Cheng from the local police station has arrived with more than 20 officers, including police and auxiliary personnel. Cheng Rui, chief of the Fengshui Township Police, had been called as backup by Li Haoyan in advance. Hearing that reinforcements were here, Li's confidence visibly hardened. County Mayor Zhang, at this point, expecting them to disperse on their own is unrealistic. I recommend having the police step in. Anyone blocking them should be arrested, Li said steadily, his eyes sharp and forceful. Zhang frowned. How confident are you that can settle things? He was eager to quell the unrest, but worried that heavy-handed tactics might inflame tensions. Half an hour, no longer, Li Haoyan gave a precise guarantee. Before he finished, Cheng Rui led his team through the factory gate. Their uniforms stood out starkly in the dim light, and the villagers immediately erupted. They called the police. Going to arrest us? Do they think we're pushovers? We want leave without full compensation, grab your sticks. Shouts rose as wooden clubs and bricks were lifted, the air suddenly taut with hostility. Hong Haifeng stepped forward, unable to hold back any longer. County Mayor Zhang, I think we should avoid involving the police if possible. After all, the chemical plant is responsible for the deaths. The villagers' demands for compensation are justified. Arresting people isn't appropriate. We should listen to their grievances and try to reason with them. That's the real solution. Zhang Donglai did not respond immediately. Li Haoyan sneered, grievances? They're asking for 2 million yuan. What else is that if not extortion? Where is the chemical plant supposed to get that kind of money? If Town Chief Hong thinks reasoning will work, then you try it. Half an hour, see if you can settle this. He added with pressure. Town Chief Hong, both the county mayor and party secretary are watching closely. This needs to end quickly. If you can't handle it, we'll have to take stronger action. Zhang looked to Hong Haifeng, waiting for his response. Hong took a deep breath, but finally agreed. He'll give it a try. No matter what, this was an opportunity. If the police forcibly arrested people, it would only deepen the villagers' resentment further. He called over Lu Hao, and the two of them approached the deceased family to learn more about their situation. Hong Haifeng's gaze swept over the family members, and he spoke in a low, serious tone. Brother, sister, this is such a heartbreaking event today. As the township leader, I feel for you deeply. We're here to resolve the issue. You've already stated your compensation demands, and the township government will definitely coordinate with the chemical plant to get you as much as possible according to regulations. It may not reach 2 million, but I promise you will get everything we can provide. We will not let you suffer a loss. The person is gone, and quarreling won't help. The important thing is to get the compensation money. Don't you agree? The figure of 2 million felt high even to him. 1 million seemed more realistic. But he couldn't make decisions for the plant, so he kept emphasizing doing our best. The deceased's parents cried until their eyes were red and swollen, their dust-covered faces plainly showing their honest farming backgrounds. The wife wiped her tears and said through gritted teeth, at least 1.5 million. We want leave if it's less than that. That's right. The mother took up the words, voice trembling but resolute. Our family depends on my son's income. I have 2 grandchildren to raise, and money will be needed in the future. Now that my son's gone, who will support the family? Hong Haifeng slowed his speech and adopted a conciliatory tone. I can't decide this alone, but I guarantee that the township government, including myself, will do our utmost to help you fight for this. Let's disperse for now, okay? The father pointed to a few people standing a few meters away, his voice hoarse but firm. You don't speak for us. You're just the township head. Over there we've got the township party secretary, the deputy county mayor, and the chemical plant manager, Liang. They're the ones who decide. Let them come. Their village had previously gone to the county to protest about pneumoconiosis, and the deceased father had gone with them once, so he knew exactly who were township leaders and who were county officials. Hearing this, Hong Haifeng could only helplessly look toward the silent Lu Hao. Lu Hao felt it was his moment to speak, so he crouched down and said, Uncle, Auntie, you're right. Those 2 are definitely senior to township head Hong. But right now, they're not thinking about how much money to give you. They want you to disperse immediately. Especially Secretary Li, he's strongly demanding the police arrest people to forcibly calm things down. Township head Hong fears if you act rashly against the police, they won't hold back and might hurt or detain you. Then you'd suffer worse losses, and compensation talks would stall. So I suggest you go home to handle the funeral first. After your emotions settle, we can discuss compensation. After he said this, many villagers instinctively looked toward the police, clearly still wary of them. My name is Lu Hao. I was just promoted to deputy township head. Before he could finish introducing himself, someone from the villagers interrupted sharply. Deputy head Lu, I know you. You handle poverty relief and have been to our village to investigate poor households. Is it true your mother runs a bakery in the county seat? Our villager Yu Hongxia has worked at your mother's shop for years. She said she told you about someone at the chemical plant having pneumoconiosis and asked you to coordinate compensation. When will you give us an answer? Lu Hao was momentarily stunned, not expecting the pneumoconiosis issue to come up again. Hong Haifeng's heart sank. The matter of the deceased was already unresolved. If the pneumoconiosis issue flared up now, the scene would become even more chaotic, only making the county leaders more unhappy. Lu Hao had considered this possibility, but showed no sign of panic. Instead, he spoke earnestly. Since you and Aunt Hongxia are from the same village, I hope you can trust me. Whether it's the compensation for the pneumoconiosis patients or this fatal incident, I will do everything in my power to fix the problems at the chemical plant. If I can't solve it, then I don't want this official position. I will resign immediately. His resolute promise to stake his position silenced the noisy crowd instantly. Many villagers froze, their expressions filled with mixed emotions. Seizing the moment, Lu Hao continued, uncles, aunts, sisters, your sons and husbands worked so hard while alive. Now that they're gone, we can't leave their bodies exposed here like this. They deserve a proper burial and peace. As for the living, we can continue talking slowly. Standing here blocking the road only wastes time. Even if the factory agrees to pay 1.5 million yuan, they might still renege on the payment. Listen to me. Take the deceased back home to hold the funeral and leave the compensation talks to me and Township Chief Hong. The bereaved families exchanged glances, their eyes softening noticeably. Villagers nearby nodded in agreement. Nobody wanted their loved ones' bodies exposed under the sun any longer. Besides, with the police present and the factory a known power in Fengshui Township, insisting further wouldn't help. As Lu Hao said, immediate compensation was unlikely. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lu Hao added, my mom runs a bakery in the county seat. Aunt Hongxia knows me well. Are you worried you won't find me? Someone in the crowd chimed in, I know Township Chief Lu. Before, some poor families in our village were eligible but never received subsidies until he took over poverty relief. Those who tried to cheat were all kicked out by him. Yeah, when the forest fire broke out recently, he rallied people from several villages to fight it. He's a real hero. I even saw videos of him online. Another voice echoed. A villager nodded. Township Chief Hong has been around for years, and Lu has done a lot of real work. They're trustworthy. Thanks to the persistent assurances from Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao, the villagers' anger visibly began to subside. Yet, at some point, Wang Xiaojia quietly slipped out from the crowd and hurried back to a black official car parked nearby. As the door opened, he gasped out a report to Zhang Donglai and Li Haoyan. County Chief Zhang, Secretary Li, Hong, and Lu have said a lot, but the villagers won't listen. They only agree to reduce compensation from 2 million to 1.5 million yuan and they demand payment today. He deliberately twisted the facts, omitting that the situation was already improving. Li Haoyan, struggling to find leverage, immediately fanned the flames. I told you many villagers in Fengshui Township are stubborn old foxes. You can't reason with them, you have to use force. That's what they fear. That morning, he had already coordinated with Police Chief Liang Kuan. First, use police to disperse the crowd and show county leaders the situation is under control. Then delay compensation. After all, these troublemakers had been stuck in poverty for years. They couldn't stir up much chaos. Zhang Donglai stared out the car window at a few lingering villagers. Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng were still patiently trying to reason with them. His brow furrowed deeply, exhausted. Secretary Li, if we bring in the police, how long until this is settled? Half an horno, less than that. 15 minutes, Li Haoyan said firmly, glancing at the police cars nearby. By then, there won't be a single villager outside the factory, only the workers going about their jobs. This was exactly the outcome he wanted. If Hong and Lu couldn't convince the villagers, it would justify his hardline approach. Li Haoyan was determined not to let things slide otherwise. Secretary Li, you have extensive grassroots experience, so let's settle this quickly. Zhang Donglai's voice fell like a hammer, adding an oppressive weight to an already tense standoff. County Magistrate Zhang, I'll handle it right away. Please wait here for a moment. Leave the rest to me. Li Haoyan replied with his chin raised confidently. His tall frame, combined with the slight tilt of his head, made him look even more assertive. With hands on his hips, he stood like a wall blocking the crowd. He then signaled with a wave. Wang Xiaojia, Cheng Rue, and several police officers pulled from the town quickly fell in behind him. Led by Liang Kuan, they moved toward the crowd. The police uniforms reflected the cold light of the setting sun. The clinks of batons and radios colliding sounded low and metallic, casting a grim atmosphere over the once noisy square. The villagers noticed the sudden surge of authority. They had originally agreed with Lu Hao to send the deceased away first. But now, facing Li Haotian's advancing group, their remaining courage dissolved almost instantly. Some instinctively raised bricks in their hands. Others crossed wooden sticks over their chests clinging to these crude weapons as if they could somehow fend off the panic in their hearts. Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng were surprised by this shift as well. Director Hong, you said it was necessary to do ideological work. Is that still useful now? Li Haoyan sneered, his tone dripping with scorn. Hong Haifeng was momentarily speechless. He hadn't noticed Wang Shaoji's subtle instigation. Lu Hao, however, saw it clearly and couldn't help but chuckle lightly. Secretary Li, we intended to educate the villagers all along. But with so many people suddenly showing up, of course they're scared. Wang Shaojia immediately jumped in with a sharp tone. Lu Hao, what are you implying? Are you accusing Secretary Li of interfering with your work? You clearly failed to do your job, yet you're trying to shift the blame. You're a leader now. Watch your words. You know what you've done? Lu Hao retorted coolly. He wasn't buying any of it. I did nothing wrong, don't slander me. Wang Shaoji's eyes darted nervously, though he tried to look righteous. Li Haoyan waved his hand impatiently. Enough, stop arguing. Lu Hao, your and Director Hong's approach isn't working, go take a break. County Magistrate Zhang has authorized me to take full control. Invoking County Magistrate Zhang was Li Haoshan's way of cloaking himself with authority. Hong Haifeng wanted to argue more, but could only sigh helplessly, glancing long at the tense villagers before stepping aside. Lu Hao did not leave. Instead, he watched coldly, curious to see what tactics Li Haoyan would employ. Li Haoyan gestured to Cheng Rui, who stepped forward and barked. By order of the Township Party Committee, everyone must disperse immediately. The deceased should be sent to the funeral home without delay and laid to rest soon. Compensation matters will be handled later. Any attempt to exploit the death, injuries, or sickness for extortion is illegal. Do you understand? Behind him, several fully equipped officers stood grim-faced, hands on their batons, forming a disciplined line like a mobile steel wall. The villagers' thoughts were scattered, but all were intimidated by this display. Lu Hao's earlier words echoed in their minds. No matter how much you protest, the outcome won't change. But if the police arrest or beat you, you'll suffer in silence. Seeing the atmosphere freeze, Li Haoyan rattled his wristwatch again, his voice cutting into the crowd like shards of ice. Bring the body away first. Anyone who blocks this will be arrested immediately. In the next moment, several officers stepped forward. Behind them came stretchers from the funeral home, showing Li Haoshan's preparations were complete. This time, there was only crying. No one dared resist. The bodies were wrapped in white cloth and carried onto the ambulance. The ambulance doors slammed shut with a clang, its taillights fading into the distance, leaving behind only the villagers with blank expressions and the grieving families. Cheng Rui stood behind the riot shield, raising his voice to announce again. A small explosion occurred at the chemical plant today, and it has been ordered to halt operations for rectification. Everyone must leave within 5 minutes. No more disturbances allowed. Outside the police cordon, armed officers stood shoulder to shoulder, their riot forks flashing coldly to block any passage. Seeing the situation was under control, Lu Hao moved through the crowd from left to right with Hong Haifeng, quietly urging, everyone, please go home for now. Safety is the priority. We will follow up on compensation and other matters afterward. After early efforts to calm them, the villagers' emotions had been subdued to the lowest point. Hearing the phrase follow-up matters, they gradually lowered their heads and dispersed. A dozen minutes later, only scattered ashes remained in the empty field. Li Haoyan adjusted his sweat-soaked shirt and hurried to meet Zhang Donglai. Speaking rapidly, County Chief Zhang, I've handled the situation. As long as the crowd withdraws, the follow-up will be manageable. Our township can handle the compensation. Please report back with confidence. In these few words, he took full credit for the success. But without Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng's earlier firefighting work, the villagers facing heavily armed police would inevitably have lost control. Now the credit was being stolen, leaving Hong Haifeng's face ashen with anger. Zhang Donglai, however, was buoyant, patting Li Haoshan's shoulder. Secretary Li, your decisive methods and skillful handling of grassroots conflicts are commendable. I will report this thoroughly to the two top leaders. He then turned to leave, but after a few steps stopped and fixed a sharp gaze on Hong Haifeng. Chief Hong, Secretary Li's approach deserves recognition. Then he glanced at Lu Hao, smiling broadly. Lu Hao, your youthful courage in firefighting is understandable, but you lack grassroots experience. Learn more from Secretary Li in the future. This public endorsement made Li Haoyan beam with pride. Noticing Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng's sullen expressions, he smiled all the more brightly. Hong Haifeng forced a grim smile. Yes, Secretary Li is definitely worth learning from. Though resentful inside, he could only endure it. After all, Li Haoyan was the main official and backed by higher-ups. Seizing the moment, Li Haoyan raised a few polite words to ease the tension. Chief Hong is also impressive, having served in the military and bringing fresh ideas to complex problems. His practiced flattery flowed back and forth. Lu Hao remained silent. This kind of mutual backslapping was commonplace in the county party committee. He had grown numb to it. But after this episode, Lu Hao truly understood Li Haoshan's playbook. Arrive first on scene, coordinate with the police in advance, precisely deliver the calming results the leaders expected, then execute without regard for consequences. So long as the leaders were pleased, everything else could be resolved later. And if anyone in Fengshui Township dared to stir up trouble again, Li Haoyan would not hesitate to crack down. Such a thunderous hand was definitely not to be underestimated. As the workday was winding down, Lu Hao stood in the corridor, feeling the westward sun on his face, but his mind was still consumed by the chemical plant's problems. That morning, when he left the plant, Li Haoyan and his companions openly chatted and joked with the factory director Liang Kuan. In front of both Liang and Hong Haifeng. They even invited Liang onto their private car, clearly signaling that there was no room for the others to interfere. The big question was whether the chemical plant would continue operating or shut down for rectification. Lu Hao had been turning this over in his mind all day. In the afternoon, he had planned to discuss it with Lin Xia, but she had gone to the county party committee instead. His phone buzzed. It was a message from Hong Haifeng. Let's go handle some business in the county town after work. In the courtyard of the township government, as evening approached, cars, motorcycles, and electric bikes started to pull out one after another. When Lu Hao stepped out of the office building, the township government's old Great Wall pickup was already waiting at the door, its door wide open. The funds in Fengshui Township were tight, and this truck had been used for many years. The paint was faded, and rust spots showed along the edges of the cargo bed. The driver, Xiao Shi, nodded a greeting to Lu Hao, who smiled back. Climbing into the truck, he casually asked, "Did Director Hong say what business we're handling in the county town?" Hong Haifeng normally only contacted him during working hours. This was their first private outing, so Lu Hao was naturally curious. The director didn't say, Xiao Shi replied brusquely. 2 minutes later, Hong Haifeng came downstairs carrying a briefcase and settled into the back seat. He gave a calm instruction, Xiao Shi, head to that chicken stew place in the county town. The cabin fell strangely quiet. Hong Haifeng closed his eyes and leaned against the seat, signaling Xiao Shi to turn on the radio. The broadcast was about party building and current political affairs. Hong scarcely said a word but listened attentively throughout, occasionally nodding in acknowledgement. As they entered the county town, the truck passed by the Yunding Grand Hotel, the most luxurious area in Anqing County. Neon lights reflected off the glass facade, and rows of black executive cars waited at the entrance. Without slowing, the pickup drove on a little further and stopped diagonally opposite Yunding. On the street corner was an unassuming little eatery known throughout the county as the King of Chicken Stew. The soup was rich and white, the meat tender. Lu Hao had been there before. Its reputation was well-deserved. They went up to a private room on the second floor by the window. Looking out, the bright lights and bustle at Yunding Grand flashed into Lu Hao's mind, reminding him of the first time he had dinner there with Yizi. Hong Haifeng noticed his gaze and asked with a smile, "What? Hoping to dine at the Yunding? That place is pricey. Rumor has it the owner is some big shot in the city. When the hotel was built, the county gave them many perks. Now many official receptions are held there. That food's not great, just overpriced gimmicks." Lu Hao shrugged. "Huh, I'm right with you on that. I've eaten there too, just so-so." Hong laughed heartily and motioned to order chicken stew, some cold dishes, and barbecue. Xiao Shi carried the wine from the trunk into the room, then politely left to eat on his own downstairs. Lu Hao raised his hand to open a bottle, but Hong Haifeng quickly grabbed it. "Today I'm treating." He'll open the wine. "Lu Hao, this is the first time I'm treating you to a meal, so don't mind the quality of the liquor. With my meager salary, I can't afford anything better. Let's just share this bottle today," Hong Haifeng said, holding up a bottle of Erguo Tu. Under the dim light, he poured a full glass for Lu Hao first. The liquor slapped against the old ceramic cup, spreading a ring of pale white bubbles. Seeing that Hong only poured for himself, Lu Hao stood up immediately, took the bottle, and refilled Hong's cup until it was about 70% full. He smiled and returned the toast. "Actually, it's not about what you're drinking, but who you're drinking with and whether you can truly enjoy it together." Hong was momentarily surprised, then raised his eyebrows with a smile. "You're a smooth talker, that's for sure. Anyway, thanks for keeping me company with this gloomy drink." Lu Hao clearly understood the implication behind those words and replied, "Chief Hong, about the chemical plant issue today, I don't think you were wrong. The villagers had all agreed to back down if it weren't for Wang Xiaojie stirring up trouble behind the scenes. Credit wouldn't have gone to Secretary Li. But County Magistrate Zhang doesn't see it that way." Hong raised his glass and took a sip, then sighed and put it down with a helpless look. Leaders only care about results. The fact is that once Secretary Li stepped in, the situation was stabilized. So his approach is seen as effective. I have a different style from him, so when we work together forming a team, there will inevitably be disagreements. Today might just be the beginning." He paused, then finally spoke the matter had been holding inside. "Also, the chemical plant resumed operations this afternoon, without even suspending for a safety inspection. It was approved by Secretary Li. He said we can't delay the villagers from earning their wages. If the factory misses a day, workers lose a day's pay." At this point, a flicker of irritation flashed across Hong's eyes. "Regarding the restart, Li Haoyan didn't even discuss it with me or notify me. It was the deputy director of the safety supervision station, Gao Tao, who secretly told me. They actually resumed work." Lu Hao was shocked, completely unprepared for Li Haotian's unilateral decision. The chemical plant remained a ticking time bomb. Secretary Li's words and actions hadn't addressed the root of the problem. For now, the situation was temporarily contained, but sooner or later, it would explode again. At the dinner table, Lu Hao carefully set down his glass and said to the solemn-faced Hong Haifeng, "Director Hong, you stepping forward today is a great start. It's common for the top leaders in any government department to have differences between their words and minds. If similar issues arise again, I want you to stand firm on your principles. I will definitely support you." He could tell this dinner was Hong Haifeng's way of testing where he stood. So Lu Hao spoke frankly, not fearing whether it would offend Li Haoshan after all. Li's influence behind the chemical plant was subtle but undeniable. Hong Haifeng lifted his glass, eyes shining. "Comrade Lu, I've been watching you closely these days. You're, just as I thought, you share my compassion for the poor people in Fengshui Township, longing to help them escape poverty. Too bad my ability is limited. If I were the party secretary, I'd definitely put you in a key role." Now a little tipsy, Lu Hao smiled half jokingly, half earnestly. "Director Hong, that's easy. You just have to become the party secretary of the township yourself." He thought to himself, there's no hope relying on Li Haoyan for Fengshui's poverty relief. But Hong Haifeng truly wants to help the people, and that's worthy of support. Hong Haifeng laughed heartily. "If you became county secretary someday, maybe I'd still have hope. But I haven't even been formally appointed as township chief yet, and you're already talking about party secretary. It's too soon. Come, drink. They'll toast you for trusting me and opening your heart tonight." Lu Hao raised his glass and drained it. After several rounds, Hong Haifeng's face was flushed red and his spirit high. "From today on, the person with the most say in Fengshui Township is you. I'm nearly 35, quite a bit older than you, and I've served in the army straightforward and tough. From now on, just call me Big Brother, and he'll call you Little Brother, all right?" With that, he tipped back his glass and drank it all. Lu Hao followed suit, then solemnly refilled Hong's glass. "Big Brother, these are small matters, but promise me one thing. Fengshui Township needs leaders like you who truly care about the people. No matter what obstacles come up, don't compromise. Do things your way. I will always stand with you. Secretary Li is powerful in the county, and some leaders may not look kindly on you. But the new county party secretary's stance isn't clear yet. If we really break new ground in poverty relief, we might catch his attention, and your chance to become township party secretary could come." He didn't say it outright, but he trusted Hong would understand. Hong's eyes brightened, his liking for Lu Hao growing. Li Zhen was deeply rooted as the local county head of Anqing County, but as long as the new county party secretary was around, he couldn't dominate everything. "You're right." He clinked his glass heavily with Lu's. "Little brother, you've opened my eyes. I want compromise. Another drink." Glasses met again and again until the bottoms showed. The room grew warm with alcohol fumes, and Lu Hao felt stifled, so he pushed open the window for fresh air. Outside, the sky was still light. He happened to glance toward the entrance of the Yunding Grand Hotel and caught sight of two familiar figures, Li Haoyan and Deputy County Chief Zhang Donglai, standing side by side, seemingly waiting for someone. Lu Hao was pondering whether to alert Hong when Hong himself moved to the window, following his gaze. Just then, a red Hongqi car with license plate ending 666 slowly pulled up in front of the hotel. Li Haoyan and Zhang Donglai immediately stood to welcome the occupant, respectfully opening the back door. "That must be County Chief Li," Hong Haifeng said suddenly. A short, stocky man with a balding head and dressed in formal attire stepped out of the red-flagged official vehicle, none other than County Chief Li Zhen. At the hotel entrance, Zhang Donglai and Li Haoyan had already been waiting at the end of the red carpet, greeting him warmly with practiced smiles. They shook hands with Li Zhen one by one, and then escorted him into the lobby. The chemical plant incident had just been resolved, and Li Zhen's sudden appearance made Lu Hao wonder if he was here to congratulate Li Haoyan and the others. He glanced instinctively at Hong Haifeng, who he had just encouraged to stay strong. Now that Li Haoyan could sit at the same table as both the county chief and deputy, Lu Hao worried this might discourage Hong. But Hong Haifeng remained calm and composed. After watching the group enter the hotel, he turned back and asked Lu Hao, "Had enough to eat?" "Yes, plenty," Lu Hao replied with relief, nodding immediately. "Then come with me." Hong stretched his shoulders and gave a knowing look. "Don't worry, I'm fired up now." Downstairs, Hong went to the front desk personally to settle the bill. He never made the driver pay when hosting, a rule he always stuck to. Xiaoshi pulled the car up to the curb. Once inside, Hong announced their destination: "Take us to the county funeral parlor." Lu Hao was taken aback. Wang Xiaojie had been assigned by Li Haoyan to watch over the deceased relatives, and Lu Hao was curious where Hong was headed. Turns out they were both going to the funeral parlor. "That poor kid died at the chemical plant so young," Hong said quietly. "As the township chief, I have to pay my respects." Hong Haifeng was a native of Anqing County, born and raised in Fengshui Township. When choosing his position after military service, he gave up better options to return to Fengshui, the county's poorest township. Some mocked him as foolish, but only he understood his desire to genuinely help the local people. Yet the politics at the grassroots were complicated, hampering his efforts repeatedly until Lu Hao appeared, like a shot of adrenaline, reigniting his dormant passion. The funeral parlor sat on the western edge of the county town, and the farther they drove, the darker the night grew. As they neared, cold wind seeped through the car window cracks. Because Li Haoyan feared the family might cause trouble if the body was sent back to the village, he had arranged for the corpse to go straight to the funeral parlor without a home wake. Lu Hao had never attended a funeral before and felt a bit uneasy. But luckily the alcohol hadn't fully worn off and Hong was with him, so his courage was steadier once they got out of the car. Inside the dimly lit mourning hall, 2 flickering red candles stood before the coffin. The scent of sandalwood mingled with the cold dampness of disinfectant. The deceased's parents and some close relatives knelt vigil by the coffin, while 2 village officials sat wearily against the wall, struggling to keep their eyes open. Wang Xiaojie stood watch in a corner, frequently glancing toward the door. When Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao entered, Wang froze for a moment, then hurried over. "Chief Hong, you came here." The 2 village cadres also roused themselves to stand and greet him under Wang's watchful eye. They dared not be negligent. "I brought Lu Hao to pay respects to the deceased." "Nothing else," Hong said evenly. He approached the coffin and bowed deeply 3 times, with Lu Hao close behind. After bowing, Hong took out 3 bundles of 100 yuan bills, 3,000 yuan in total, and neatly placed them on the offering table. Lu Hao paused, rifling through his pockets and finding only a few hundred yuan, which he added next to the paper money. The other township and village officials present quickly followed suit. Those who hadn't bowed now hurried to do so, and those who hadn't contributed money tossed in a symbolic 200 yuan. Though Wang Xiaojie felt reluctant, all eyes were on him, so he handed over 2 100 yuan notes and bowed respectfully. Hong turned to Wang and instructed, "Call Xiao Sun at the party and government office. Arrange for township and village cadres to take turns guarding the vigil. No one is allowed to leave until this is resolved. Each person will get 100 yuan per day overtime pay. Also allocate 20,000 yuan from township funds to cover the funeral expenses." Wang Xiaojie's expression flickered slightly as he tentatively asked, "Chief Hong, shouldn't we report this to Secretary Li as well?" Hong Haifeng's eyes grew cold, and he sneered. "Do you mean to say I can't even handle such a small matter on my own and have to ask Secretary Li for permission? What kind of township head am I, a mere figurehead? Or in Wang's eyes, is Secretary Li the only one that matters, and I don't even exist?" The moment he finished speaking, Wang Xiaojie's heart skipped a beat, and a cold sweat broke out on his palms. Lately, he had practically been shadowing Li Haoyan everywhere, and deep down, he hadn't taken Hong Haifeng seriously at all. That careless remark slipped out without a second thought. Wang scolded himself silently. Even if he truly only answered to Li Haoyan, he shouldn't have been so blunt about it. The smart move would have been to placate Hong first, then ask for approval later once he was out of sight. "No, no, no, Chief Hong, that's not what I meant." Wang hurriedly forced a smile. "You don't need to explain," Hong Haifeng said expressionlessly. "Go see Secretary Li now and just say this was my decision." With that, he turned and led Lu Hao toward the grieving family. Wang Xiaojie was left frozen on the spot, awkward and unsure what to do. By the funeral tent, the earlier outbursts of crying had finally quieted down. Seeing Hong Haifeng bow in person to offer condolences, pay money on site, and promise the township would cover all funeral expenses in full, the family's emotions visibly eased. Fengshui Township had been poor for generations, and its villagers were simple folk who settled into subdued sobs upon hearing the government's commitments. The deceased father tremblingly handed Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao cigarettes, repeatedly begging them to help secure more compensation. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Hong Haifeng left without looking back or acknowledging Wang Xiaojie again. Seething inside, Wang turned and called Li Haoyan, peppering the complaint against Hong with exaggerated grievances. But Li Haoyan replied coolly, "Do as Chief Hong says." The line went dead, leaving Wang dumbfounded. In the following 2 days, the entire township scrambled to deal with the chemical plant accident. The county issued a general directive. An accident response team must be established to work with village officials to visit each household, ensuring compensation meets public satisfaction. Li Haotian's firm stance earlier had a strong deterrent effect. The deceased's family no longer dared to cause trouble. Ultimately, the plant paid 350,000 yuan in death benefits. Other injured parties received between 30,000 and 100,000 yuan, depending on their injuries. The turmoil slowly subsided. With the accident handled, the accountability phase began immediately. The county investigation team moved into the township government, interviewing key leaders, examining documents, conducting on-site inspections, and visiting village officials, workers, and residents. They also brought in experts for liability assessments. The scale of the operation made it clear the county was taking the matter very seriously. In the end, they concluded that although the explosion was limited in scope, it caused 1 death and multiple injuries. The primary responsibility lay with the chemical plant's lack of safety alarms and preventive measures, and the relevant personnel were to be held strictly accountable. However, before the accountability results were announced, leadership changes were already ordered. The appointment of Li Haoyan as Fengshui Township Party Secretary was made official. Hong Haifeng smoothly became township head, and Lu Hao shed his acting title to become deputy township head. Everyone understood that issuing appointments at this moment meant the township leadership would be exempt from accountability for the accident. Clearly, the lower-level staff would be the ones to take the fall. The first to take the blame was Tian Wei, the director of the safety supervision station. He was in charge of managing safety inspections and pushing for corrective measures, but his efforts had been insufficient. Now that the chemical plant had an accident, he had to step up and take responsibility. Even Li Haoyan couldn't openly shield him. After some behind-the-scenes maneuvering by Li Haoyan, Tian Wei was not fired. Instead, he was demoted from director to an ordinary staff member, carrying the mark of a disciplinary downgrade. Once the demotion news spread, private chatter in the township government surged. Some said Tian Wei and Li Haoyan were distant relatives, and others confidently labeled Li Haoyan as uncle. Besides Tian Wei, several other staff members at the safety supervision station received warnings or demerit penalties. In comparison, Deputy Director Gao Tao was the exceptiona survivor. 2 years ago, Hong Haifeng had patted Gao Tao on the shoulder and warned him that the chemical plant was bound to have a serious accident sooner or later. He advised Gao to avoid involvement with anything connected to the plant because when trouble struck, those responsible would be the scapegoats. In hindsight, that warning probably saved Gao Tao's career. The chemical plant was also slapped with a hefty fine, and the county ordered it to urgently rectify the safety conditions of its facilities, forbidding any similar accidents in the future. However, Lu Hao's inquiries painted a frustrating picture. The plant's machines continued roaring non-stop, production never stopped, safety investments were zero, and no one cared about the worsening air and water pollution. That morning, Deng Song, the propaganda committee member and director of the party and government office, suddenly called with a brief message. There's a leadership meeting at 2 p.m. Then he hung up. Since Zhao Gang's transfer, Deng Song had lost all his previous enthusiasm for anyone. Even when Lu Hao ran into him in the hallway, he got nothing more than a perfunctory nod. Hong Haifeng quietly analyzed the situation. Deng Song was clearly upset. Back when he was running errands for Zhao Gang, he thought he'd contributed a lot and expected Zhao, after becoming head of the County Transportation Bureau, to pull him into the county government as a deputy director or at least push him up to the executive deputy township chief position. Instead, after Zhao transferred, he was barred from even entering Zhao's home, and not a word was said about promotions. Now that the leadership lineup in Fengshui Township was set, the vacant executive deputy chief position would go to someone else. Deng Song had no choice but to bottle up his frustration. After hanging up, Lu Hao stood up from his desk and went upstairs to knock on Lin Xie's office door. Recently, Lin Xie had been frequently visiting the county committee, so they hadn't had a proper conversation in a while. Xie, last time you said you'd be transferred. Why hasn't your appointment come through yet? Lu Hao sat down on the sofa and couldn't help asking. The appointments for their group had long been announced, but Lin's transfer order was still nowhere in sight, not even any rumors about where she might be headed. What? Are you hoping I leave that badly? Lin Xie lowered the documents she was holding and teased half-jokingly. Of course I don't want you to be transferred. Lu Hao smiled and shook his head. You are the deputy party secretary in Fengshui Township. When we meet, you can still speak up for me with Hong, the township chief. If you leave, Li Haoyan will definitely be even more brazen. But honestly, more than worrying about those things, I just hope you get promoted. While Lu Hao started out joking, his expression grew serious by the end. If Lin Xie had a better assignment, it would definitely be more fitting than staying in Fengshui Township. The appointment will be finalized soon. Where you're going, you'll find out in due time. She closed the file, turned to the corner of the office, and tossed a coffee capsule into the automatic coffee machine. The machine rumbled softly, and shortly afterward, a freshly brewed latte was handed to Lu Hao. Give it a try, Lin Xie said, nodding toward the cup. I'm guessing you didn't come just for coffee? Nothing escapes your eyes. Lu Hao smiled as he held the cup. I need to ask a favor. Something about the Poverty Alleviation Office? She responded without hesitation. Exactly, Lu Hao nodded. At this afternoon's leadership meeting, could you propose Tang Chunyan for the position of Deputy Director for the Poverty Alleviation Office? Since Niu Dashan was disciplined, that deputy post has been vacant. Lu Hao was already a deputy township chief. With the upcoming reshuffle at the meeting, he might soon resign from his role as director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. If Tang Chunyan could secure the deputy position ahead of time, she'd have an edge in competing for the director role later. He had already spoken to Hong Haifeng, who had no objection, but only their 2 votes wouldn't be enough. Having Lin Xie's backing would make it difficult for Li Haoyan to veto the proposal without reconsidering. These minor matters are easy to handle, Lin Xie said, putting down her pen and suddenly looking up. It's you who needs to be careful. You're deputy township chief now, responsible for specific duties. Don't forget, you've rubbed Li Haoyan the wrong way. Have you thought about whether he'll even give you anything to manage? And if he deliberately dumps a hot potato on you, what's your plan to handle it? Lu Hao set the cup down on the edge of the table, stretched, and smiled wryly. He'll just take it one step at a time. After all, he's the top leader. Hong Haifeng had warned him of the same thing. What was troubling was that, so far, Li Haoyan hadn't even consulted Hong Haifeng, his second-in-command, about the division of responsibilities. It was clearly wanted to announce decisions directly at the meeting. For party leaders, openly refusing duties in public is tantamount to a direct challenge to the organization. Right now, the biggest hot potato in Fanshui Township was undoubtedly safety supervision. The chemical plant kept running every day, and an accident could happen at any moment with potential casualties much worse than before. The last accident officially only punished Tian Wei, the director of the safety supervision station, but in reality, it was a warning from the county to the township if anyone died again. The deputy township chief in charge of safety would face severe penalties. Previously, Hong Haifeng managed this mess, but now that he was promoted to township chief, it was no longer appropriate for him to oversee safety directly. The township had to appoint another deputy leader to take over. Everyone knew the unspoken rule: safety issues are unforgiving. Once the chemical plant causes another accident, the responsible leader will definitely be held accountable by the county. If Li Haoyan really decided to dump this ticking time bomb on Lu Hao, he wouldn't even have a valid reason to refuse. In the world of officialdom, higher rank always crushes the lower. That's the bitter reality of politics. 2 p.m. Lu Hao arrived at the meeting room right on time. Several members of the leadership team were already seated, quietly exchanging words. The rectangular conference table was lined up neatly with nameplates, black characters on a red background, each silently marking authority and seniority. Lu Hao scanned the nameplates in order: party secretary, township head, deputy secretary, chairperson of the People's Congress, armed forces minister, then several deputy township heads in charge of various departments. His own name was the last on the list. As the most recently promoted deputy section chief in the team, he was naturally assigned the seat at the end, with Wang Xiaojie directly in front of him. Wang Xiaojie had taken his seat early and, spotting Lu Hao enter, immediately called out loudly, "Township head Lu, come sit here." Fresh blood joins the team. "Welcome, welcome. This must be your first official leadership meeting, right?" "Yeah, first time, and right next to township head Wang." "That's quite the honor," Lu Hao replied with a smile, placing his notebook and pen on the table. He understood Wang's words were a subtle reminder that, although both were deputy section chiefs, he still ranked below Wang in seniority. But Lu Hao was no pushover. His gentle, smiling comeback, pointing out that Wang's name tag was right beside his own, was a tactful way of turning the challenge around. Their exchange, sharp but quiet, didn't go unnoticed by the seasoned veterans present. A few almost chuckled. Soon after, other leaders arrived one by one and took their seats. Xiao Sun from the party and government office moved around efficiently, pouring tea and handing out water. These menial tasks usually fell to the party and government office staff in a township setting. The door opened again, and Hong Haifeng entered carrying a notebook and a cup of water, closely followed by Lin Xia. Xiao Sun quickly approached to refill Hong's cup. Since that day when Hong dined with Lu Hao and was officially appointed as township head, he seemed wound tight, like a clockwork toy, alert and energetic. Lin Xia, meanwhile, remained cool and distant, polite but aloof in front of others. After the second and third ranking leaders took their seats, Deng Song, also director of the party and government office, called Li Haoyan. "Secretary Li, everyone is here." In previous leadership meetings, Li Haoyan had always been the second to last to arrive. Now he was the very last, making a distinct impression as he entered 2 minutes later and sat at the head of the table, right beside Hong Haifeng. The others slightly bowed their heads, and the atmosphere snapped into formal order. While tidying his notes, Lu Hao's eyes drifted to the far end of the table. Somehow, a young man had appeared there wearing black-rimmed glasses, with a refined expression and an age about the same as Lu Hao's. A pen and notebook were positioned before him, but no nameplate. According to the protocol today, no outsider could sit at this table without Li Haoyan's approval. The young man caught Lu Hao's gaze and lifted his head gently, offering a faint smile as a quiet greeting. "Today we held a leadership team meeting with several key agenda items. The first was the county government's request for our township to submit corrective suggestions regarding the safety management of the chemical plant. Township Chief Hong Haifeng was asked to convey this message." The meeting room was stuffy, with the faint smoke of mosquito coils lingering in the air. A row of glass water cups sat neatly along the center of the long table. Hong Haifeng opened his notebook and calmly, though with a hint of suppressed frustration, read aloud the county's list of required improvements. Install new safety fences, update the fire extinguishing equipment, retrain the workers. Each item echoed previous directives almost verbatim. Lu Hao sat by the window, lightly tapping his fingertips on the table. He listened attentively but felt increasingly disheartened. The so-called new measures urged by the county government were ones the Township and Safety Supervision Office had raised long before the accident, yet the chemical plant had never implemented any of them, which ultimately led to this disaster. Fanshui Township had always been financially strained, now relying on ecological damage to eke out a meager source of revenue. If the money really reached the residents, that would be one thing, but in reality, it all ended up in the pockets of a few. Lu Hao had already made up his mind. The chemical plant was dragging down poverty alleviation efforts and must be shut down. Only by shifting to agriculture and tourism could the township find a real path forward. But not a word about closure was mentioned in the county's opinion, so he swallowed down his objection. After finishing the reading, Hong Hai-feng closed his file. Without missing a beat, Li Hao-tian moved on to the next topic. There will be adjustments to our leadership team. Since Comrade Lu Hao has recently been promoted, his responsibilities will need to be rearranged. He glanced at the chart in his hand. The division of labor between Chief Hong and myself will continue as before. The safety supervision duties, which were previously under Chief Hong, are now to be assigned to Comrade Lu Hao. Hearing this, Lu Hao raised his eyebrows slightly, but was not surprised. As the newcomer to the team and someone who had had a falling out with Li Hao-tian, it was only natural for him to inherit the hot potato of the safety supervision work. Li Hao-tian smiled and scanned the room. This is the decision from the party committee. Does anyone have any objections? The deputy officials shook their heads repeatedly, voicing their agreement with relieved expressions. As long as they didn't have to oversee the chemical plant, they didn't care who did. Wang Xiaojia, sitting next to Lu Hao, couldn't hold back and burst out laughing, quickly chiming in his approval. Li Hao-tian then turned to the side. Chief Hong, Secretary Lin, do you have any opinions? Hong Hai-feng had anticipated this and didn't rush to respond. Instead, he deflected. I think we should first hear Comrade Lu Hao's own views. Lin Xiu nodded, leaning forward slightly. Lu Hao, what do you think? Feel free to speak openly. Both Xi and Hong Hai-feng remained neutral, clearly wanting to see how Lu Hao would respond. For a moment, all eyes turned toward Lu Hao. Lu Hao knew that even if he refused, Li Hao-yin would force the safety supervision duties onto him. Least dominance was clear, refusal was pointless. It was better to go with the flow and gain more leverage for himself. He paused to consider, then spoke with measured seriousness. Secretary Li, to be honest, I have some reservations. Everyone knows the chemical plant recently had an accident. If I take charge of safety supervision and another incident happens, the responsibility falls on me. The pressure would be immense. Everyone in the meeting room expected him to outright decline. But then he shifted tone and continued. However, since the party committee trusts me, I am willing to obey the organization's assignment. The greater the pressure, the stronger the motivation. I believe I can manage both safety supervision and poverty alleviation well. That said, my burden will be heavier. I hope the organization will promote Deputy Safety Station Chief Gao Tao to Station Chief to assist me with safety supervision. At the same time, I suggest promoting Tang Chunyin to Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office to help me carry out that work effectively. I promise not to let the party committee down. As his words settled, the room fell silent as deep as still water. Li Haoshan's face darkened without anyone noticing. The original plan was to propose soon that Lu Hao step down as Director of Poverty Alleviation, handing that lucrative post to Wang Xiaojia. Unexpectedly, Lu took on safety supervision while holding on to poverty alleviation responsibilities as well. Li Haoyan cast a cold glance at Wang Xiaojia. Wang caught the hint and spoke sharply. Director Lu, Secretary Li appointed you to oversee safety supervision, not to continue managing poverty alleviation. Don't misunderstand the leadership's intention. Poverty alleviation at the township level was always a prized assignment, with plenty of resources involved. A few days ago, Wang Xiaojia had asked Li Haoyan for that role, and Li had verbally agreed. Now, there was no way to let this cooked duck fly away. Comrade Lu Hao was originally the director of the Poverty Alleviation Office and knows the work well. I think it makes sense for him to continue overseeing it. Hong Haifeng suddenly spoke up. There were problems in the Poverty Office before, but since Lu took over, it has gradually gotten back on track. I also feel it's better for him to continue. What if changing personnel causes new issues? Secretary Li, what do you think? Lin Xia added her support. With 2 or 3 senior officials backing him, Li Haoshan's expression grew colder, but realizing he could offload the hot potato of safety supervision to Lu Hao first, he suppressed his anger and sneered. Mayor Hong, Secretary Lin make good points. Comrade Lu Hao, you will also temporarily be in charge of poverty alleviation. He knew well that most of the poverty funds had already been spent in previous years, with little left this year, so it didn't matter much if Lu took temporary charge. He also had inside news that Lin Xia would soon be transferred, leaving Hong Haifeng isolated. Then it would be easy to readjust roles and assign poverty alleviation to Wang Xiaojia. Seizing the moment, Lu Hao pressed further. Secretary Li, what about Tang Chunyin and Gao Tao? How do you plan to arrange their roles? If he didn't bring them up, Li Haoyan would likely move on quickly and let their positions fade into the background. Secretary Li, I think Comrade Lu Hao's request isn't unreasonable. He's managing 2 important responsibilities, and he definitely needs capable deputies. Hong Haifeng offered timely support. Director Hong is right. Erase the plan. Tang Chunyin will be appointed Deputy Director of the Poverty Alleviation Office and will take charge of its work. The Safety Supervision Station will be temporarily led by Deputy Director Gao Tao. Whether they get promoted to full director depends on how well they perform, and the organization will evaluate that later. The lights in the conference room were a bit harsh, and Li Haoshan's lips curled into a faint, knowing smile as his gaze briefly lingered on Lu Hao. He clearly understood that Lu Hao wanted to officially confirm Tang Chunyin and Gao Tao's promotions, but deliberately only offered them temporary acting titles for now. Thank you, Secretary Li, Lu Hao said, standing up with courteous words, though inwardly he knew that without Hong Haifeng and Lin Xie's silent backing, he wouldn't even have secured this small victory. The outcome was exactly as he expected. Any other comments on this matter? Li Haoyan looked around the room. Everyone exchanged glances and shook their heads. Then let's move on to the next topic: personnel adjustments in each department. He opened the list and began reading with a steady, authoritative pace. First, the Agriculture Office, then the Planning and Construction Office. Li Haoyan cut through the names like a sharp blade, making decisions one after another. The Agriculture Office, Planning and Construction Office, Urban Development Office, Environmental Protection Office. All the heads and deputy heads were almost completely replaced. Some were promoted, others dismissed. These mid-level cadres were generally below deputy section level, so their fate rested entirely on the word of the township leadership. Lu Hao was silently stunned by Li Haoshan's ruthless moves. Except for the Poverty Alleviation Office and the Safety Supervision Station, all other positions were now filled by Li Haoshan's own people. He even casually replaced the deputy chief of the township police station. Most of those in new roles had already privately coordinated with him. After the adjustments, Li Haoyan closed the list and smiled as he asked, Director Hong, Secretary Lin, any other opinions about these personnel arrangements? He deliberately saved this agenda for last that had conceded a bit on Lu Hao's case earlier, but now it was time to place his own people. Hong Haifeng would need to return this favor. Hong Haifeng thought, what a sly fox, but smiled on the surface, no objections here. Secretary Li's arrangements are very appropriate. Lin Xie quickly followed with a similar endorsement. With the top three leaders all nodding their approval, no deputies dared to raise objections. Clearing his throat, Li Haoyan said, finally, the Party and Government Office. Previously, Comrade Deng Song served as Propaganda Committee member and concurrently director of the Party and Government Office. The workload was heavy, and it even caused him to grow a lot of white hair. I propose that Comrade Deng focus fully on propaganda work going forward. The Party and Government Office Director position should be taken over by Chun Hui, a talented newcomer recently transferred to our township. The room went silent in surprise. Chun Hui? New here? What's his background? Li Haoshan's gaze moved to the seat at the end of the table, his tone polite. Comrade Chun Hui, please introduce yourself to everyone. Actually, it wasn't just Lu Hao. Everyone else in the conference room had already noticed the extra person at the table, but no one dared to ask about him. Everyone understood clearly that sitting at this long table without a nameplate was almost certainly a special arrangement by the leadership, so it was best not to question it. Hello everyone, my name is Chun Hui. I just graduated from graduate school and am new to the grassroots level. I look forward to working with you all, Chun Hui said, standing up with a tone that was both humble and confident. His gaze slowly swept across the room, nodding respectfully to each leader. But his eyes lingered a little longer on Lin Xie, betraying a subtle but unmistakable admiration. Lin Xie felt that gaze brush over her and instinctively frowned slightly, but she said nothing. Li Haoyan smiled as he spoke next. Comrade Chun Hui is a top talent. He had many better opportunities, but chose to come to our Fengshui township. His high level of political consciousness and strong dedication to serving the people are something we should all learn from. The fact that the party secretary personally introduced him like this at the leadership meeting made it clear that Chun Hui had substantial backing. Everyone exchanged glances, silently upgrading the status of the new director of the Party and Government Office several notches in their minds. In contrast, Deng Song, whose power had just been stripped down to only the propaganda role from the Party and Government Office, felt much worse. After the meeting, he went straight to knock on Li Haoshan's office door. After the meeting ended, the township government leaders' offices were reshuffled. Hong Haifeng specifically instructed Xiao Sun from the Party and Government Office to give up his original office for Lu Hao. Hearing this, colleagues from the Poverty Alleviation Office were delighted and eagerly helped move all of Lu Hao's files and personal items over. Compared to before, this deputy section-level office was much more spacious. The wood-grain desk faced the window, and opening the back window revealed rolling hills, an expansive view. A gentle breeze brought the fresh scent of grass and trees. Standing by the window, Lu Hao felt quite satisfied. Suddenly, he remembered a recent tea chat with Z about the old tea trees behind the mountain. Z had said she wanted to try their flavor. Just then, there was a soft knock at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Tang Chunyin entered carrying a bag of golden tangerines, her smile warm and sincere. Director Lu. Thank you. These are tangerines grown in our village. We just harvested them and wanted to bring you some fresh fruit to try. Lu Hao had already told her at the meeting that he was about to be promoted to deputy director in charge of the Poverty Alleviation Office. He smiled and gestured. Chunyin, you don't have to be so polite. This is all thanks to your hard work. But if you really want to thank me, do me a small favor. He invited Tang Chunyin to sit down and peel the tangerine, releasing a fragrant aroma. He handed her half a segment. Director Lu, as long as I can help, I will do my best. Tang Chunyan responded earnestly, almost overly serious. Lu Hao was slightly embarrassed by her nervousness and waved his hand with a smile. Don't be so tense. It's something personal. Do you remember when I first arrived? You gave me tea from the old tea trees behind the mountain? Do you still have any left there? Tang Chunyan froze briefly, clearly not expecting it to be such a simple request. She had been mentally imagining something complicated, but quickly composed herself and said, we're out, but a few of the older women in town who are about to retire might still have some. He'll go ask right away. After Tang Chunyan left, Lu Hao thought of Fong Jing. Since the official appointment was announced, Fong Jing had been urging him to organize the leadership team's divisions of responsibility and sort out the new office. Now that everything was settled, he called Fong Jing right away. Fong Jing, I've moved into the new office, and the team roles are finalized. You've been nagging me to send over some green plants. When are you coming? Really? That's great. So what are you in charge of now? Fong Jing's voice on the other end brightened immediately. Poverty alleviation. Lu Hao hesitated slightly, deliberately leaving out the part about safety supervision. The chemical plant explosion was still a sensitive topic, and if he brought it up, Fong Jing would definitely complain. Not bad, not bad. There's a lot to gain there. Fong Jing sounded pleased, then added, I don't have many classes tomorrow afternoon, so we'll come see you then. He'll be waiting. Lu Hao hung up, feeling a surge of excitement. At this age, full of energy, he was determined to take Fong Jing to his place tomorrow and enjoy some quality time together, so she wouldn't come all that way for nothing. In the evening, the corridor was lit by the stark white glow of fluorescent lights, casting a chill in the air. Before long, Tang Chunyan appeared at Lu Hao's door, carrying a white canvas shoulder bag, and knocked briskly with a bright smile. Chief Lu, these are tea leaves from the old tea tree. I brought them for you. You got them so fast? Lu Hao was surprised. The town's supplies had already been snatched clean. I asked some of the older ladies in the offices, and they said they were out. Just happened to run into Aunt Wang from the cafeteria. She still had a tin, so she gave it to me. Tang Chunyan handed over the tea, pride clear in her voice. Lu Hao took the metal tin and gently twisted it open. An immediate dry, fresh fragrance burst out, carrying a faintly cool, woody scent. He pinched 2 leaves with his fingertips. The veins were clearly defined, dark green and glossy, very different from the curled buds you usually find on the market. These old leaves held a deep, rich aroma that instantly cleared the mind just with a sniff. That's right, this is it. How much? He asked instinctively. No charge. Tang Chunyan shook her head. Aunt Wang is from our neighboring village, very decent. They'll just share some of the fresh tangerines I picked with her. Okay, please thank her for me. They'll treat you to a meal sometime. Lu Hao placed the tea canister on the corner of the desk, then picked up 2 heavy tangerines. Take some of these back with you, they're sweet. After Tang Chunyan left, the office fell quiet. His phone vibrated. Hong Haifeng's name flashed on the screen. Come to my office, let's talk. Lu Hao thought for a moment, slipped the 2 selected tangerines into his coat pocket, locked the door, and strode down the corridor. At the far end of the hallway, Chun Hui, the newly appointed director of the party and government office, carrying a neatly wrapped fruit basket, walked confidently into Lin Xia's office. Come on, little brother, have a seat. Let me pour you some tea, Hong Haifeng said with a smile as they stepped into the house. Lu Hao settled onto the sofa and glanced around the tidy living room. Smiling, he waved his hand dismissively. Village chief, don't be so formal or you'll feel awkward. Dinner's coming up soon, so skip the tea. Just plain water will do. Hong Haifeng set the kettle back on the coffee table and tooted. All right then, but you're really slippery. Secretary Li forced the safety supervision work on you, knowing you couldn't refuse, and yet you somehow used the opportunity to make a request. You probably didn't notice, but his face was practically turning dark at that moment. Now, even poverty alleviation falls under your responsibilities. He lifted his chin slightly, eyes full of admiration. Overall, that's not a bad thing. If you hadn't spoken up, Secretary Li would have handed poverty relief over to someone else. Lu Hao scratched the back of his head, a hint of bashfulness in his smile. I owe that to you, Village Chief Hong, and Secretary Lin. Without your backing, Secretary Li definitely wouldn't have agreed. That was a fact. On his own, Lu Hao couldn't have persuaded Li Haoyin to relent. It was the united front of Hong Haifeng and Lin Xia that stopped Li from pushing back further. Otherwise, these two would have also obstructed any mid-level appointments from Li going forward. Changing the subject, Hong Haifeng sobered and leaned forward slightly. Now that it's settled, you're in charge of safety supervision, but it's a huge headache. You've got to find a way to make sure the chemical plant doesn't cause any more problems. Lu Hao's expression grew serious. I believe we have to push the county for support to shut down the chemical plant and promote green rural development. That's the only real solution to ensuring production safety and improving Fengshui Township's environment. I think so too. Hong Haifeng nodded, then frowned. But the county leadership isn't on the same page. You know how closely Secretary Li is tied to County Chief Li, and the chemical plant's backed by relatives of Secretary Li. Closing it down won't be easy. At that moment, Lu Hao suddenly pulled 2 plump, golden tangerines from his backpack. His fingers deftly peeled the skin, separating the segments and arranging them on the coffee table. He offered one to Hong Haifeng. Hong Haifeng blinked in surprise, took it almost instinctively, and bit in. Sweet juice exploded on his tongue, making him raise his eyebrows. Lu Hao grinned and asked, "Pretty sweet, right? These tangerines taste better than anything you find in the big supermarkets in the provincial capital. They're all natural and grown by Tang Chunyin's village. There are a lot of people live streaming fruit sales online now, and they get better prices than what the middlemen pay. If we could help the villagers tap into that market, the folks in Fanshui Township could raise their incomes a lot. Way better than working themselves to death in the chemical plant." That afternoon, while eating tangerines with Tang Chunyin, Lu Hao had already been thinking about this. Now he laid out his ideas clearly. Hong Haifeng propped his chin in his hand, signaling him to go on. Also, Lu Hao added, piling the peels neatly together, his eyes brightening. Fanshui Township has clean mountains and clear waters perfect for tourism development. If we can attract companies to invest, we might create specialty rafting experiences on the mountain streams. That would increase revenue for the township government and help drive overall development. During the forest fire prevention period, Lu Hao had ridden his motorcycle through every mountain trail, becoming intimately familiar with Fanshui Township's terrain. The mountain away from the chemical plant was fresh and humid, with bubbling springs and the fragrance of plants filling the air. If developed properly, it would be an ideal spot for tourism and vacationing. If it weren't for the chemical plant continuously damaging Fanshui Township's ecological environment over the years, the air quality here would be much better, and the rivers would be clearer, not gradually turning dark and foul-smelling like they are now. Lu Hao pointed toward the tall smokestack in the distance, billowing gray-white smoke, and let the thoughts in his heart spill out all at once. The chemical plant must be shut down as soon as possible. We should start by promoting green rural development to get the environment back on track. Hong Haifeng's eyes lit up as he listened, but furrowed his brow, hesitating for a moment before shaking his head with concern. "You're right about everything, but actually making this happen won't be that simple. Why would big city enterprises come invest in our township? Just a few words from you, Secretary Li, or even the county leaders they'll just think we're daydreaming. They definitely won't agree to shut down the factory." Lu Hao nodded, having anticipated this. Still, he remained calm. If the chemical plant stays open, the pollution will only get worse, making poverty alleviation even harder. We can start by setting an example, raising the flag for green rural development first. Once they see real results, the county will take notice. Then when we bring up shutting the factory again, there will naturally be support. Hong Haifeng was inspired by these words. Suddenly slapping his thigh, his voice echoed through the office. "All right. Write me an overall plan first, explain clearly how Fanshui Township will overcome poverty, and go into detail about how well prepare for green rural development." "Well, act immediately." Lu Hao agreed enthusiastically. Near evening, Hong Haifeng remembered he had to rush back to the county seat for some social obligations, and casually asked if Lu Hao wanted to come along. Lu Hao had already promised Lin Xia he'd eat over at her place, so he politely declined. They chatted as they walked out of the office. Hong Haifeng locked the door behind them, the crisp click of the lock bolts sounding especially loud in the empty corridor. Side by side, they headed toward the stairwell. Next door was Li Haoshan's office. Just as they reached the door, a faint click came from inside. Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng exchanged glances and stopped in their tracks. A moment later, the door opened, and Li Haoyan stepped out. Hong Haifeng reacted quickly, smiling as he greeted him. "Secretary Li, heading out late too?" Li Haoyan replied lightly, his gaze sweeping over Hong Haifeng before resting on Lu Hao with a half-smile. He casually asked, "What were you two talking about, so late?" Lu Hao quickly greeted Secretary Li as well. Li Haoyan didn't even twitch an eyebrow. He simply walked past the two of them, turned down the corridor, and descended the stairs with crisp, purposeful steps. As for the question he had casually tossed out earlier, he clearly didn't care whether anyone answered. When Lu Hao and Hong Haifeng reached the first-floor lobby, a brief roar of a car engine came from outside. The chauffeur had already put Li Haoyan into the official vehicle. The taillights blinked, and the car sped away. Hong Haifeng's driver, Xiao Shi, tactfully drove to the entrance. As the window rolled down, Hong Haifeng waved to Lu Hao, saying, "See you tomorrow." Then he got in and left the county government compound. The dusk had settled deeply, so Lu Hao decided to walk home. As for Li Haoyan, having just seen him and Hong Haifeng walking side by side, he didn't care at all. He had already thoroughly offended the secretary. Even if he now bowed and smiled to make amends, it wouldn't change anything. Entering his apartment building, Lu Hao assumed Lin Xia was already home cooking. He raised his hand to knock, but heard no response. He glanced down at his watch. The time was nearly 7 o'clock. They had planned to eat together tonight. Even if Lin Xia had gone out for groceries, she should have been back by now. A cold chill ran through him as he instinctively pulled out his phone and dialed. Back at the township government office building, Lin Xia sat inside her office. Her phone screen lit up with Lu Hao. She instinctively hung up, then quickly sent a WeChat message. "I have something to handle. He'll be back later. Start dinner, and he'll call you." The reply came immediately. Okay. Only after reading the message did she put her phone down and shift her gaze to the man in the room. Since Chun Hui arrived, she had deliberately kept her head down, flipping through documents as if deeply occupied, refusing to look at him. Chun Hui didn't seem bothered. He set the fruit basket on the coffee table and quietly played a mobile game while leaning on the sofa. Finally, Lin Xia closed the documents and lifted her cold eyes. Now that you've been transferred here, what exactly do you want? Chun Hui was her ex-boyfriend, more precisely, her first love. They attended the same university, though she was 2 grades ahead of him. Back then, Chun Hui came from a notable family and was handsome. After relentless pursuit, he won her over. She graduated first and passed the civil service exam. He stayed to study further and secured a guaranteed postgraduate spot thanks to family connections. In the 4th year of their relationship, on Chun Hui's birthday, she secretly showed up to surprise him only to see him holding another beautiful woman as they entered a hotel. That image had haunted her ever since. You finally talked to me. Chun Hui immediately put away his phone, his smile softening. Xia, you should understand. I came to this godforsaken poor place all for you. No need. I don't deserve that. Please leave my office. Lin Xia's lips curled with clear disgust. After discovering Chun Hui's betrayal, she decisively broke up with him, deleted and blocked every contact, and proactively requested a transfer to remote Feng township to bury the past and work. During the year plus, she served as deputy party secretary. Sleepless nights often left her haunted by thoughts of Chun Hui. She couldn't give a shred of warmth to someone who had hurt her so deeply. Xia, don't be like this. Chun Hui pleaded softly. You weren't like this before. I know I was terribly wrong back then. I was young, reckless, couldn't resist temptation. But now I'm mature. I'm sure the only woman I truly love is you. That's why I came to find you. Chun Hui stood in front of Lin Xia's desk, speaking very earnestly. He wore a humble smile, but inside he quietly resented himself. If only during those years they dated, Lin Xia had let him get close even once, he might not have ended up looking for other women outside. He dared not voice this thought aloud, knowing it would only infuriate her and shatter any chance of reconciliation. You came looking for me? Do you really think Lin Xia would trip over the same man twice? Lin Xia looked up, her cold laugh utterly devoid of warmth. She had already survived the hardest days after their breakup. Since Lu Hao was transferred to Feng township, her life had settled into a steady rhythm: morning runs, shared meals, evening chats. Time had quietly erased the pain, leaving only a faint shadow of that once unforgettable first love. But she hadn't expected Chun Hui to enter the government system after his master's degree, much less follow her trail to Feng township. When she saw him again in the conference room, she was truly taken aback. After all, he was her first love. Even though she had moved on, meeting him stirred up hidden emotions. It wasn't easy getting my father to transfer me to Feng Shui. Chun Hui slowed his words, careful not to scare her off. Now we're colleagues, so we'll spend a lot of time together. Xia, just give me one more chance. I promise I won't let you down. Nearly 2 years of silence had sharpened Chun Hui's awareness of how much Lin Xia had changed. Before, a few sweet words and an apology could calm her temper. Now, she rejected him outright, her eyes even carrying disgust. This clear distance ignited a fierce mix of frustration and panic within him. From Chun Hui's perspective, with his father's powerful position, women lined up to flatter him, and even more lined up to be with him. Yet Lin Xia never took him seriously, which only made him crave her more. We are colleagues now, but soon we won't be, Lin Xia said evenly, her voice firm and distancing. Chun Hui, just transferred here, hadn't caught up with her current situation. What do you mean? He asked, surprised. I'm being transferred again? To the county committee, she said bluntly. You won't see me anymore. Chun Hui paused, then leaned back on the sofa casually. So what? If you don't want to see me, they'll find you at the county committee. We're both in Anshan County. I'm advancing fast at the grassroots level. Soon enough, they'll be at the county committee too. We'll still be colleagues. Lin Xia frowned slightly at his overconfident swagger. Chun Hui wasn't bluffing. Whether or not his father intervened, local officials would push him forward out of favor. That's your problem, not mine. It's over between us, so give up on this, she said firmly, picking up her bag. I'm going back to eat. The office needs to be locked. You should leave. With no expression, she turned and headed for the door. Chun Hui hurried to follow, offering soft words and apologetic smiles, hoping to stir some old feelings. But Lin Xia didn't waver. She firmly locked the door behind her and strode down the stairs decisively. Night had fallen, and the corridor lights stretched their shadows long and thin. Lin Xia's steps were steady, her bag swinging slightly with each pace. Chun Hui followed behind, his shoes clicking urgently on the concrete steps. At the stairwell entrance, Chun Hui lost patience and raised his voice, his words echoing in the empty hallway. Xia, just be honest with me. Have you fallen for someone else? Lin Xia froze for a moment, but didn't respond or even glance back at Chun Hui. Only after that familiar figure disappeared completely around the corner of the hallway did Chun Hui suddenly realize that the poised and confident Lin Xia before him was no longer the girl who once had eyes only for him. Lin Xia, I won't let go. Don't think you can escape from my grasp. The man's voice was low and heavy, like a thunderclap caught in his throat. After leaving the township government building, thinking that Lu Hao was still waiting to have dinner together, Lin Xia stopped by the small supermarket next door. She quickly picked out a couple of heads of greens, a piece of pork belly with skin, and some fresh eggs. On her way home, she took out her phone and sent a WeChat message to Lu Hao. Come help me cook. Chun Hu's sudden appearance had briefly dampened her mood, but an ex-boyfriend she had long since written off wasn't worth wasting emotions over. For Lin Xia, having a good meal with someone she cared about was what really mattered. Back at home, she rolled up her sleeves and headed into the kitchen. Lin Xia's knife skills were clean and precise. Before long, all the ingredients were prepped. Lu Hao stood by the stove, cooking and stirring as the sizzling oil crackled. Inside the freezer, there was still a small bag of dried silver fish. Lu Hao casually added some segments of white radish and slowly simmered a pot of milky silver fish and radish soup that soon filled the room with a savory aroma. Finally, he fried a plate of golden, crispy fried steamed bun slices. The first crunch was satisfyingly crispy on the outside, yet soft inside, utterly tempting. Not bad at all. Your cooking is every bit as good as mine. Fong Jing is lucky to have you. Lin Xia teased with a bright smile, a hint of envy flickering in her eyes. Lu Hao wiped his hands and suddenly remembered. Oh, Fong Jing said she's coming over tomorrow. How about we all have dinner together? I'll invite Tang Chunyin and Niu Dashan too. Should be lively. That won't work. Lin Xia shook her head apologetically while placing the last dish of stir-fried greens on the table. I already asked Li Hao Ian for leave. I'm going home tomorrow to spend some time with my parents. Lu Hao, recalling Shed mentioned being single, joked half seriously, suddenly going back. Don't tell me your family's pressuring you to meet someone? I have plenty of admirers. Do I really need blind dates? Lin Xia rolled her eyes but smiled with quiet pride. Since transferring to Fenshui Township, she hadn't gone home even for New Year's, afraid Chun Hui would show up and cause trouble. This reunion confirmed Shed let go of him for good. She might as well take the opportunity to go home, avoid Chun Hui, and kill two birds with one stone. Lu Hao clicked his tongue in admiration. Any guy who marries you must have saved the galaxy in his past life. If only Fong Jing weren't already in the picture, he might just fall for her himself. Just as they sat down to eat, a sudden urgent knock came from the door. Who is it? Lu Hao asked, surprised. This was the staff residence for the local middle school. Mostly teachers lived here, and besides him and Lin Xia visiting each other, no one ever knocked on the door in the evening. Almost 9 o'clock. How could it be? With a slap of his slippers on the floor, Lu Hao went to open the door. He froze on the spot. Township head Lu. Director Chun. Chun Hui also looked surprised. Township head Lu? You live here? According to the door number the party office clerk Xiao Sun had given him earlier, this was supposed to be Lin Xia's residence. So, how was Lu Hao the one opening the door? No, I live across the hall. This is Secretary Lin's home. I hadn't eaten, so I came over to mooch a meal, Lu Hao explained with a smile. He never called Xia by her given name in front of others. Chun Hui responded indifferently, but his face stiffened for a moment. If Lu Hao lived across the hall, it was clear he'd spent quite a bit of time with Lin Xia. Director Chun, coming to see Secretary Lin so late. Anything urgent? Lu Hao asked cautiously. Nothing serious. Chun Hu's expression returned to normal. I'm new here, and the township government placed me on the floor below you. I was on the balcony just now and caught the smell of cooking from upstairs. My stomach started growling, so I thought I'd come by for a taste and pay Secretary Lin a visit. He had assumed Lin Xia was home alone and that it would be convenient for a heart-to-heart talk, but he hadn't expected Lu Hao to be here, instantly ruining his plan. Well, come on in and have some food then. We just finished cooking, Lu Hao said, stepping aside to let them in. At this point, it would be rude to turn guests away. Then I'm fortunate. Chun Hui smiled politely as he entered. Lu Hao turned and saw Lin Xia leaning against the dining table, smiling but shooting him a sharp glare that clearly expressed her displeasure at him, recklessly inviting trouble. Startled, Lu Hao was also baffled by the strange look she gave him. Secretary Lin, it's quite late for you to just show up for dinner. I almost feel embarrassed, Chun Hui said awkwardly, standing in the doorway with his hands rubbing together nervously. His forced Secretary Lin felt stiff even to himself, but he couldn't reveal his past with Lin Xia in front of Lu Hao. The bowls and chopsticks are in the kitchen. Help yourself, Lin Xia said coolly, stepping aside to let him pass. If Lu Hao weren't here, she would have kicked Chun Hui out long ago. For now, she had to pretend it was their first meeting. The living room was bathed in soft yellow light, and 4 dishes with soup were already laid out on the table. Once the 3 sat down, Lin Xia remained as calm and taciturn as ever, quietly eating. Chun Hui, once he got started, talked endlessly about city news, countryside stories, and even the poverty alleviation in Fenshui Township. When Lu Hao casually mentioned green rural development, Chun Hui quickly chimed in. The two seemed to hit it off, but Lin Xia lifted her eyes with a slight frown. She recalled how, back when she dated Chun Hui, he was talkative and always praised for being capable. But now, all those accolades meant nothing to her. It was Lu Hao who'd rushed toward the fire without hesitation, whose eyes were clear and attitude resolute, who truly mattered. The clock on the wall pointed to 10 o'clock. Lin Xie set down her chopsticks. It's already 10. I'm going to take a shower. Have you two eaten enough? She said brightly, clearly signaling them to leave. I'm full. I'll wash the dishes. I can't just freeload dinner. Chun Hui replied after a brief pause, eager to save face. No need. He'll do it. You should head back early. You both have work tomorrow, Lin Xie said as she stood, taking the bowls into the kitchen with a chilly expression. Lu Hao felt puzzled. This wasn't how they usually interacted with Chun Hui, but he could only blame Chun Hui. Guessing Lin Xie was wary of misunderstandings. All right, Secretary Lin. We'll get going then, he said politely, shaking hands. As Lu Hao left, Chun Hui naturally didn't linger either. He waved to Lin Xie and followed Lu Hao away, each heading home. The next afternoon, a government vehicle from the Agricultural Bureau drove into the township government compound. The door opened, and Fong Jing stepped out with her handbag. The driver carried out 5 or 6 pots of green plants, money plants, succulents, anthuriums, and spider plants sent specially by Fong Igua to bring his daughter's beloved plants along. There was still some time before leaving work, and the cadres in the courtyard quietly whispered. Fong Jing was Lu Hao's fiancée, with a well-off family and parents in the system. Lu Township head has both career success and a happy family. It won't be long before he gets promoted to a full section chief, someone said with envy. Wang Xiaojie had planned to go to Li Haoshan's office, but passing by the corridor window, he spotted Fong Jing in the courtyard. Hearing the gossip, jealousy churned inside him. Lu Hao came downstairs to meet Fong Jing and led her into the second-floor office. Fong Jing looked around, then out the window toward the hillside behind the town, smiling with satisfaction. This office is quite nice. Yes, it used to be Hong Township Head's office, Lu Hao nodded. By the way, I think the position of Executive Deputy Township Head is still vacant here, Fong Jing said, suddenly thinking of Hong Haifeng. Hong Haifeng used to be the Executive Deputy Township Chief, and now he has been promoted to Township Chief. If Lu Hao could also have the title of Executive Deputy before his name, he would become a party committee member. In the narrow office, Fong Jing held a thermos cup and spoke rapidly as she analyzed the personnel structure. In townships, many deputy chiefs are just deputies there, not party committee members. If you can manage the dual deputy positions, you'll have an advantage when it comes to a promotion to a full departmental level leadership role. Who knows? You might even succeed Hong Haifeng someday. You've got some wild ideas. I just got promoted to Deputy Township Chief, and you're already expecting me to become Executive Deputy? That's not so easy, Lu Hao said, reaching out to tap her forehead with a slightly helpless tone. Fong Jing pouted defiantly. It's all about effort. Isn't being an official about climbing the ranks? Besides, you're still young. Nothing is impossible. She glanced around the room, taking in the freshly painted walls and the floor still dotted with plaster. Now that you're the Deputy Township Chief, don't the people below you treat you with great respect? I don't feel that way, Lu Hao shrugged, turning his gaze to the playground outside the window. We're all civil servants here, just colleagues. As long as we get our work done properly, that's enough. I don't like communicating with people while putting on airs. That's where you're wrong. Fong Jing rolled her eyes. Your mother's not a system insider, so she probably couldn't teach you the rules, but having worked in the county party committee, you should know leaders have to carry some authority. Without that, over time people won't see you as a leader. That's what my dad learned from experience. She paused, lowering her voice though still unable to hide her pride. Also, my dad pulled some strings and sent a few gifts, so I'm about to be promoted to deputy grade head. When that happens, I'm going to have to carry myself seriously in front of the teachers. It's not pretending. It's just human nature, you have to adapt. Lu Hao listened skeptically but smiled in return. Sounds like you're more cut out for leadership than I am. How about we switch roles? You'll be a teacher instead. They laughed together until a sweet female voice came from the doorway. Township Chief Lu, where should I put these plants? Also, hey, race today's newspaper, I brought it up for you. Lu Hao was about to carry the plants himself, but Fong Jing insisted, why would the deputy township chief be moving things? Just then, Tang Chunyin and 2 colleagues from the Poverty Alleviation Office passed by. After greeting them, Fong Jing called them in with a request to give a hand. Under Fong Jing's direction, 3 pots of pothoes and a money tree were quickly arranged along the windowsill and in a corner. The faint scent of leaves helped mask the smell of fresh paint and new furniture. Xiao Tang, Fong Jing clapped her hands and raised her voice deliberately. Your township chief Lu is now responsible for poverty alleviation. It's a tough job. From now on, you and your team will be in charge of keeping his office clean every day. She deliberately used the formal title Township Chief Lu and named Tang Chunyin directly, making Lu Hao extremely uncomfortable. The sip of tea he had just swallowed nearly caught in his throat. Fong Jing, no need, I can handle the cleaning myself. I don't need anyone else's help. Lu Hao stepped aside to block the doorway, unable to watch any longer. She asks others to move the plants, and even expects someone else to clean the office? He's not disabled. How can you say you don't need help? You're the deputy township chief. Your time is precious, and your work is busy. There's no way you clean your office every day. Does Secretary Li clean his own office? Of course not. The party and government office staff take care of it. Fong Jing stood firm and argued confidently. In fact, most leaders' offices really are tended to by their subordinates. Sister Jing, don't worry. We'll take care of the cleaning for Deputy Lu. Tang Chunyan hastily nodded, sensing the tension rising and wanting to smooth things over. Thank you. Fong Jing gave a polished professional smile. Lu Hao met her gaze and found he couldn't argue further. Instead, he gave Tang Chunyan a look that said, you go first. Tang caught the meaning, smiled faintly, and said, Sister Jing, you and Deputy Lu can chat some more. I won't disturb you. Xiao Tang, wait. Fong Jing suddenly called after her and stopped her. Could you please refill our tea? Tang Chunyan froze in place, a surge of frustration welling up. She hadn't been at the government office long. If it was Lu Hao or another township leader asking her around, she'd understand. But Fong Jing wasn't her direct superior. Why did she behave like she was so high and mighty? Turning her back to Lu Hao, she took a deep breath and forced a smile. Of course. She walked over to the table, picked up the electric kettle, and refilled both their teacups. Steam rose softly from the rims. Thanks, Chunyan. Lu Hao reached the door and wore an apologetic expression. He couldn't understand why Fong Jing wanted to make things difficult for the poor girl. On the stairs, Tang Chunyan finally couldn't hold back her tears any longer, which fell suddenly with a soft pat. Just then someone came up the stairs, and she hurriedly wiped them away. Xiao Tang, what's wrong with your eyes? Did someone bully you? Wang Xiaojia greeted as he walked toward her. Township Chief Wang, it's nothing, just got some dust in my eyes. Tang forced a smile and quickly hurried down the stairs. Back in the office, Lu Hao frowned. Fong Jing, Chunyan only recently became a civil servant. When I first came to Fanshui Township, she was pretty kind to me. You don't have to call her Xiao Tang all the time and boss her around like that. What? Feeling sorry for her now? She's even younger than me, and not bad looking. If you're so protective, could it be you like her? Fong Jing pouted. Her looks aside, your gaze towards her was off. Women's intuition tells me she probably likes you, or at least has a crush on you. Don't talk nonsense. Chunyan and I are just colleagues. You're the one I'm engaged to. Lu Hao reached out and pinched her cute nose. Wrong. You're her superior. When I assign her tasks, I'm reminding her of her place. You're deputy township chief now. You can't let subordinates think you're too easygoing. You need to establish authority and put on the leader's demeanor. You're off to a good start. Don't ruin your deputy position the hard way. Fong Jing spoke with certainty and confidence. Lu Hao didn't really like it, but after a moment's thought, he forced a smile and said, when it comes to leadership theories, you always have a whole set of ideas. I'm honestly impressed. He knew very well that Tang Chunyan and Fong Jing rarely crossed paths. All he needed was to explain the situation to Tang Chunyan later, and it would be over. No need to get tangled up in front of Fong Jing. Of course. Don't you know who I am? Fong Jing lifted her chin, puffing out her chest with a hint of pride. The door was slightly ajar when a somewhat flippant voice slipped inside from the entrance. Well, if it isn't our beautiful Miss Fong. What wind blew you here? Without looking up, Lu Hao recognized the voice immediately. It was Wang Xiaojia. Startled by the voice, Fong Jing exclaimed, Wang Xiaojia, you scared me. Grinning, Wang Xiaojia stepped into the room, casually adjusting his glasses with one hand. I just saw the Agriculture Bureau's official car outside and thought Director Fong had come in person, but turns out it's the big lady herself. His obsequious expression immediately made Lu Hao feel uneasy, but Fong Jing ate it up, perfectly comfortable with the flattery. I'm no big deal, just a regular teacher. But yeah, my dad did send a car for me today. I've already told the driver to head back to the county. How will you get home later? Want me to have the township prepare a vehicle for you? Wang Xiaojia stepped closer, acting all thoughtful. As the deputy township chief, he didn't have a special car like Li Haoyan or Hong Haifeng, but the township did have an old vehicle reserved for deputy officials that could be arranged in advance. No need. Lu Hao has a car and will give me a ride. He's also a deputy township chief, so he can just tell the party and government office to use the township car if needed. Fong Jing gave Lu Hao a meaningful glance and politely, but firmly declined. Before, when Lu Hao was just a clerk, she had to be more cautious talking to Wang Xiaojia. But now that Lu Hao was also a deputy chief, she naturally felt more confident. Lu Hao appreciated Fong Jing's stance and stood up, dusting off his pants. Thanks for the offer, Deputy Wang. He'll take good care of my fiancée. Wang Xiaoji's face stiffened for a moment before he forced a smile and suggested, since you're here as a guest, why not let me treat you and Lu Hao to a meal? Let's have a little get-together. Lu Hao immediately sensed the obvious motive. Wang Xiaojia wanted to curry favor with Fong Jing. Just as he was about to politely decline, Fong Jing beat him to it with a nod. Sure, I won't say no then. Fangshui Township's Chioshui restaurant has amazing farmhouse dishes. It's way better than those county town places. Let's go there. You're right. Their fish is so tender, even the bones are chewable. Wang Xiaojia slapped his thigh. He'll go back to the office to call the owner and reserve a private room. With that, he smiled and left the room. The moment the door closed, Lu Hao frowned sharply. You came all this way to see Mui agree to his dinner invitation? If Wang Xiaojia wants to arrange it, let him. Fong Jing leaned against the table, acting matter-of-fact. Knowing you, You'd pay for the meal yourself anyway. If he treats you, hell, just have the finance department pick up the tab later. This way, I'm saving you money. I don't care about paying myself. It's not even a work dinner, Lu Hao muttered, still a little annoyed. See, that's exactly why you shouldn't pay. You're a deputy township chief. No, if you still have to foot the bill for a simple meal, what's the point of the title? Besides, we're buying a house in the county soon. Isn't saving money better? Fang Jing explained seriously. Lu Hao was momentarily speechless. Back when he was just an ordinary clerk, he never realized Fang Jing could be so calculating. Now, just because she had landed a deputy township chief position and accompanied a leader to a simple meal, she actually thought about saving on the meal expenses, and with someone she didn't even like at that. As he was silently grumbling, the phone on his desk suddenly rang. Lu Hao picked up, hearing Wang Shaoji's affected yet humble voice. Deputy Chief Lu, let's meet after work at the #1 private room in Qiushui restaurant. I admit I spoke wrongly and acted poorly before, so tonight I want to pour you a drink and apologize. We still need to cooperate going forward. It was nothing but formal pleasantries, and Lu Hao was well aware of it. Still, he gave a perfunctory agreement. Fang Jing had already nodded, so he couldn't back out. After hanging up, Fang Jing's attention returned to the newly delivered potted plant. She wore a black gown that draped down smoothly from her waist, making her complexion look even fairer. Mist from the watering can condensed into droplets on the leaves. As she leaned over, her graceful silhouette was almost impossible to look away from. The office door clicked shut as Lu Hao locked it from inside. Unable to resist, he pulled Fang Jing into his arms from behind. Her cheeks instantly flushed red as she whispered teasingly, "Hey, you're pressing against me." Lu Hao breathed hotly into her ear. "How about coming over to my place? The 2-bedroom apartment the township gave me is quite spacious." Though there was still over an hour left before work ended, it wouldn't be hard to ask Hong Haifeng for early leave. "I'm not going." Fang Jing pouted and rejected him firmly. "The place isn't even yours, and 2 bedrooms are too small. Wait until you buy a place over 140 square meters in the county town." Reluctantly, he let go awkwardly. After all, he was a deputy township chief. Making a scene in the office could end up being gossip if anyone passing by overheard. So the two quietly leaned against the window, occasionally brushing hands and whispering softly. Using this intimate atmosphere, Fang Jing shifted the topic to business. The long-serving head of the County Agriculture Bureau was aging and about to retire. Among the deputy directors, her father, Fang Aigua, had the strongest shot at taking over, but whether he could hold the position depended on the county's standing committee. Her visit to Fengshui Township and the gift of the plant were just a pretext. The real reason was to get Lu Hao to lobby in the county for her father and speak favorably about him during the committee's deliberations. Lu Hao smiled bitterly. "After my cousin's incident, I lost all connections in the county and was demoted to Fengshui Township. Who do I have left to talk to?" Even though those with purple robes had powerful networks, he already owed many favors and wasn't willing to ask for more. That went against his principles. Fang Jing was not discouraged. If you don't have connections, why not use others' resources? Hong Township Chief is close to the County Deputy Party Secretary Xiao Hanwen, even came to the hospital to visit you. Since you two get along well, why not ask him for help? Hong Chief has been good to me, even treated me to dinner recently. Lu Hao rubbed his nose, his eyes briefly flashing. Fang Jing, you really know a lot. Lu Hao couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Even he didn't know which county official Hong Haifeng was close to. Yet Fang Jing had already figured it out. Of course, Fang Jing leaned back in her chair, eyes sparkling. I put in a lot of effort to find out. The rest is up to you. Find a chance to invite Director Hong to dinner, casually mention it to him, and get him to talk to Secretary Xiao. As long as someone at the county committee speaks up for my dad, his chances of becoming director of the Agriculture Bureau will definitely improve. At the county mayor's office, Lu Hao couldn't get involved, but if the deputy county party secretary could connect with Hong Haifeng, there might actually be a chance. Fang Jing finished speaking, looking at Lu Hao with hopeful eyes. He'll try to find the right opportunity. Lu Hao nodded. He didn't particularly admire Fang's patriotic political style, but after all, she was Fang Jing's daughter, his future daughter-in-law, so he wanted the old man to get promoted to a full section chief. This can't wait. The sooner the better, Fang Jing reminded him. There are several deputy directors eyeing that post. We have to help my dad get there. Got it. Lu Hao nodded again. With the matter settled, the two lowered their voices and started flirting quietly. As soon as the workday ended, Wang Shaoji's call came in. Director Lu, everyone's off work. Hurry up and come downstairs with Fang Jing. I'm waiting outside. Got it. Lu Hao replied. Fang Jing heard it clearly, swiftly slung on her expensive little shoulder bag, and urged, let's go, I'm starving. Just as they reached the door, Lu Hao turned back to his desk, pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from the drawer, slipped it into his pocket, and then went downstairs with Fang Jing. Outside the township government building, Wang Xiaojia stood cheerfully at the steps, and surprisingly, Tang Chunyan was there too. Lu Hao hesitated, then asked, Director Wang, Chunyan's joining us too? Yes, Wang Xiaojia patted Tang Chunyan on the shoulder. If you hadn't spoken up for her, she wouldn't be deputy director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. much less in charge of the work. Of course we had to invite her to thank you. Besides, the more the merrier. Lu Hao frowned slightly, worried Fang Jing might boss Tang Chunyin around at dinner. Just as he was about to suggest she stay behind, Wang Xiaojie cut in. Xiao Tang, don't you think you should thank Director Lu? Tang Chunyin froze for a moment. She had wanted to invite Lu Hao to eat, but only on her own. With the deputy director issuing a group invite over the phone, she couldn't refuse. Yes, of course I want to thank Director Lu. She forced a smile. Tonight I'm hosting Director Lu, Director Wang, and Jingjia. Don't call me Jingjia, call me Director Fang. Fang Jing waved her hand, but couldn't hide her pride. I'm about to be promoted to deputy grade director at the county high school, same level as you. When you get married and have kids, you'll have to go through Director Fang for their school stuff. Wang Xiaojie joked, half serious. Director Fang, don't be modest. At your promotion speed, I might have to start calling you Principal Fang in a few years. Praised by the two, Fang Jing felt like she was swimming in honey, repeatedly waving her hands, but smiling from ear to ear. Lu Hao could never say things like that. No wonder Wang Xiaojie lacks any real ability, yet still managed to get promoted to deputy section chief. His way of flattering people is truly top-notch. It's perfect for sucking up to the higher-ups. All right, enough of that. Let's go eat first. The crispy fish is still waiting for us, Fang Jing said with a smile as she closed the file in her hand and walked in front. She turned back to add, Xiao Tang, it won't hurt to have more meals with your two leaders. Fang Jing comes from a cadre family and was spoiled growing up in the county town. She's always straightforward when she talks, but with a natural air of superiority, especially when speaking to Tang Chunyin, who's from a rural background. Hearing this, Lu Hao furrowed his brow slightly, but didn't lose his temper in public. He slowed his pace to walk alongside Tang Chunyin at the back of the group, lowering his voice to explain, Chunyin, Fang Jing sometimes doesn't consider others' feelings when she speaks. She does the same to me. She means no harm, but if she made you uncomfortable, I apologize on her behalf. Director Lu, I don't mind. Tang Chunyin smiled and shook her head, her eyes showing understanding. I trust your judgment in choosing a wife won't be wrong. She had long noticed that Lu Hao was different from other township leaders, approachable, considerate, always thinking about subordinates. People like him were destined to go far. As for Fang Jing's personality, she simply didn't care. By the way, he'll cover the dinner tonight, Lu Hao quietly added. Just let me know how much you spend. If it were just Chunyin treating him to thank him, he wouldn't mind. But if she had to treat him, Fang Jing, and Wang Xiaojie all together, it didn't feel right. Especially considering Tang Chunyin's modest background. He didn't want her to spend more than necessary. Don't say that. I can still afford a meal. Tang Chunyin quickly waved her hand. Last time when her father was hospitalized, Lu Hao lent her 20,000 yuan and never pressured her to repay it. Now it was only a meal, so she felt embarrassed to have Lu Hao pay. By the window in the upstairs corridor, Chun Hui just happened to catch this scene in full view. So Lu Hao had a fiancée. Realizing this, Chun Hui inexplicably felt a wave of relief, and the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile. Autumn Water Restaurant. Boss Wu, I brought some folks along again to support your business. Wang Xiaojie shouted loudly as soon as he stepped inside, grinning proudly like a regular customer. Well, then I'd better thank Commissioner Wang. Came a hearty laugh from the kitchen. Today, they'll treat you to a cold dish actually, make it two. The clatter of spatulas still echoed when a strikingly elegant woman, still full of charm, lifted the curtain and walked out. This was Boss Wu Qiushui herself. Her clean, oval face sharply defined her features, her figure curvy, and in her 30s, her alluring presence only intensified in the warm lights. Last time when Lu Hao was newly promoted as director of the Poverty Alleviation Office, Li Haoyan had tried to win him over with a dinner here, but Wu Qiushui hadn't appeared then. Now seeing her in person, Lu Hao gave a silent nod of approval but quickly averted his gaze to keep his composure. Fang Jing noticed this subtlety and quietly admired his self-control. Wang Xiaojie slapped Lu Hao on the shoulder enthusiastically as he made introductions. This is our new Lu Xiangzhang Township Chief of Fangshui Township, Lu Hao. Boss Wu, you've got to take good care of him. Your business is going to boom. Then he pointed to the girl beside him. And this is Lu Xiangzhang's fiancée, Director Fang, vice head of the county high school grade. Her father is the deputy director of the county agricultural bureau. As for Tang Chunyin standing at the back, Wang Xiaojie didn't bother introducing her. Honored guests all. Wu Qiushui laughed softly, gracefully turning her waist to gesture, please. Lu Xiangzhang, Director Fang, please come to the private room. They'll make sure you're pleased today. Though Lu Hao felt irritated by Wang Xiaojie's over-the-top boasting, he reluctantly held his tongue. The four quickly took their seats in the private room. Autumn Water's home-style dishes looked and smelled irresistible. Lu Hao praised the food aloud, while feeling a growing heaviness in his heart. Before the dishes were even fully arranged, Wang Xiaojie started bossing Tang Chunyin around like a waitress, first sending her to fetch hot water for washing dishes, then asking her to pour tea and wine, then repeatedly urging to change plates and hasten the next dish. She barely got a chance to sit down or eat a bite. Finally, Lu Hao couldn't stand it and put down his chopsticks quietly. Chunyan, sit down and eat something properly. Just as Tang Chunyan pulled out her chair, Wang Xiaojia waved an empty cigarette pack. Chunyan, I'm out of smokes. Go ask Boss Wu for a pack. Lu Hao frowned. Commissioner Wang, you should go yourself. Let Chunyan eat first. Oh, it's just a pack of cigarettes. She can make a quick trip and be back to eat. Wang Xiaojia dismissed the issue with a wave, chatting nonchalantly with Fang Jing. He took for granted his deputy township head status, thinking sending a subordinate on errands was no big deal. Lu Hao gently tapped his wine glass on the table, smiling but firm. Chunyan is here to eat with us, not to run errands. Besides, she works in the poverty alleviation office, which is my responsibility. Isn't it inappropriate for you to assign her tasks like that, Commissioner Wang? Wang Xiaojia hesitated a beat, then laughed it off. No big deal. I'll go get the cigarettes myself. Didn't expect Lu Xiangzhang to be so protective of his subordinate, a real softie. I'm just trying to train Chunyan. If she wants to take your director job someday, she's got to learn to serve her leaders. Saying that, he turned and left the room. The phrase soft stuck in Fang Jing's ears like an alarm. She suddenly felt uneasy. Could there really be something going on between Lu Hao and Tang Chunyan? Sensitive as she was, the thought left a bitter taste, and she sneered inwardly. Lu Hao, you're both leaders. Why fuss over such a small thing? It's just a pack of cigarettes. Lu Hao frowned. Getting the cigarettes is small, but Commissioner Wang deliberately called Chunyan over, made her pay the bill, and kept ordering her around. That's really out of line. Fang Jing glanced at Tang Chunyan and lowered her voice, sharp as ever. So many people try, but fail to get leaders to treat them to a meal. Besides, Wang Xiaojia sending little Tang to run errands is just to give her more experience. Why make a fuss? Lu Hao couldn't help but retort. Experience? Using her like a beast of burden? A real top leader wouldn't keep sending underlings, especially female ones, running around during dinner. Only petty officials need to flaunt their power that way. Fang Jing shook her head, stern. Lu Hao, you're too narrow-minded. Ordinary officials who want to climb up have to curry favor with their superiors. Ability hardly matters as much as serving leaders well. The higher the rank, the bigger the ego. Leaders are expected to show off their power at the dinner table. You have to accept political reality. If you can't stand this small stuff, how will you get anywhere? I admit that catering to the leadership is part of political life, but one's future in politics isn't decided by that alone. Take Fang Shuixiang for example. What really matters is how he leads the villagers out of poverty. Always currying favor with the leaders is useless. People like that won't get far in officialdom. Lu Hao raised his hand to steady his teacup, his tone growing colder. This time, he showed Fang Jing no leniency. That's what you think. In reality, Fang Jing was about to object stubbornly. Director Lu, Director Fang, please stop arguing. Tang Chunyan, who had been quietly arranging the tableware with her head down, suddenly looked up. Her voice was soft but firm. I think Director Fang is right. If you can't tolerate something this small, what can I do? Besides, I serve you willingly. She was worried Lu Hao would keep quarreling with Fang Jing over her, and seeing her fiancé and friend argue face-to-face made her feel uneasy. Lu Hao sensed her concerns and furrowed his brow, realizing this was putting her in a difficult spot. The private room door opened, and Wang Xiaojia strolled in with a cheerful smile, carrying 3 unopened packs of cigarettes. Looks like you're having a good chat. He casually handed them out. One to Lu Hao, one to Fang Jing, and placed the last pack in front of himself, but there was no pack for Tang Chunyan. I don't smoke. You can have it. Lu Hao raised a hand to decline, his tone indifferent. Wang Xiaojia shrugged and quickly slid that pack over to Fang Jing's side again. Since Director Lu doesn't want it, he must be saving it for Director Fang. Director Fang doesn't smoke either, but you can always take it back and gift it to Director Fang at headquarters. His remark made Fang Jing beam with pleasure. Well then, thanks, Director Wang, she said as if it was perfectly natural, stuffing 2 packs into her small purse. Watching this, Lu Hao felt a deep discomfort. The Fang Jing before him suddenly seemed somewhat unfamiliar. By the way, I kept forgetting to ask. Fang Jing tidied the cigarettes and looked up at Lu Hao. Besides overseeing poverty alleviation, what other responsibilities do you have? Poverty relief might have some perks, but if Lu Hao also handled something like the general office or logistics, that would be even better. She was calculating in her mind. Before Lu Hao could speak, Wang Xiaojia beat him to it. Director Lu also oversees safety supervision, things like safety rectification at the chemical plant. Those fall under his duties. What? Safety supervision is your responsibility? Fang Jing's face went pale, shock evident in her voice. Yeah, Wang Xiaojia deliberately emphasized. Our township party committee unanimously agrees that Director Lu, being young, capable, calm-headed, and meticulous, is best suited for safety supervision. His gaze lingered meaningfully on Lu Hao with a sly smile. Lu Hao knew Wang Xiaojia was deliberately provoking Fang Jing, but it wasn't the place for a scene, so he just shot him a hard glare. Fang Jing's feelings were mixed, her brow tightly furrowed. The chemical plant had already had deadly safety accidents, and now Lu Hao was in charge of safety? If another incident happened, the county would punish him severely, might even face removal from his post. Lu Hao, safety supervision is way too risky. We should find a way to pass this off to someone else, even if it means greasing Secretary Li's palm a bit. She whispered urgently, anxious. Fong Jing, even if I don't do it, someone has to. Lu Hao sighed, resigned. Yeah, if you understand that, why can't it be someone else? Why must it be you? Fong Jing pressed, serious. This was a question Lu Hao couldn't answer. Deputy assignments were decided by Li Haoyan, clearly to mess with him. And with Wang Xiaojie present, if Lu Hao badmouthed Li Haoyan, Wang Xiaojie would definitely exaggerate and report it back. So Lu Hao could only say, the leadership trusts me and believes I can steadily advance the green rural development, shut down those chemical plants that pollute the environment and pose safety risks, and help the people of Fengshui Township escape poverty and become prosperous. Fong Jing paused, a glimmer lighting up her eyes. If that were really the case, Lu Hao managing safety supervision might not be a bad thing. If he could secure achievements in green rural construction, his chances for promotion would greatly improve. If you put it that way, then I'm not worried anymore, she said softly. Director Lu, this green rural development, shutting chemical plants, our township leadership has never given such instructions. Don't go off thinking on your own. Misunderstanding the leadership's intentions could cause trouble. Wang Xiaojie knocked on the table sharply, his tone cutting. As another deputy director, he knew no such directive existed and was convinced Lu Hao was bluffing Fong Jing, so he immediately sought to expose him. Lu Hao struggled to refute this idea, had only been discussed privately with Hong Haifeng. Whether it could be approved at the team meeting was uncertain. Suddenly, his phone vibrated. The screen lit up with Hong Haifeng, like a lifeline rescuing him. Hello, Director Hong, you're looking for me? Facing Wang Xiaojie, he had to be formal. Brother, I just ran into Chun Hui from the party and government office. He said your fiancé has arrived, and you two went out to eat, but didn't even invite me. That's not very friendly, Hong Haifeng joked. I didn't want to disturb you while you're busy. Lu Hao smiled politely. I haven't eaten yet. I'm coming over now to toast both of you. Where are you? Hong Haifeng asked readily. Private room 1 at Xiaoshui restaurant. Lu Hao gave the address, feeling much more at ease. After hanging up, Fong Jing frowned. Who's coming now? Director Hong heard you were here and insisted on joining to toast you. Lu Hao explained casually. Fong Jing was briefly surprised, but then her face bloomed with a bright smile. Director Hong is too polite. Xiao Tang, what are you waiting for? Order a few more dishes and bring out better wine. Hong Haifeng was the township head, a formal cadre. For him to come personally not only gave Lu Hao face, but might also help her father Fong Aguo's promotion. She was already calculating possibilities in her mind. Wang Xiaojie felt a bit suffocated. He knew Lu Hao had gotten close to Hong Haifeng recently. Otherwise, Hong wouldn't have publicly defended Lu Hao at the meeting. But he hadn't expected that even a trivial matter like Fong Jing coming to Fengshui Township to see Lu Hao would warrant Hong Haifeng coming in person. This was clearly taking Lu Hao far too seriously. Soon, Tang Chunyan called over a waiter to bring more bowls and chopsticks and tidied up the table, clearing the seat at the head. Less than 10 minutes later, Hong Haifeng strode in with his driver, Xiao Shi, trailing behind. The round table was spacious and the occasion informal, so Xiao Shi took a seat casually at the side. Hong Haifeng took the main seat, smiling as he raised his glass. Since the head of Lu's fiancé is here today, I must toast to both of you. Fong Jing is beautiful and gracious. Lu Hao has a bright future, truly a perfect match of talent and looks. Made in heaven. Thank you, Head Hong. The three raised their glasses and drank together. Fong Jing's eyes curved into crescent moons with her smile. Hong Haifeng's grand entrance made her feel this dinner was truly special. Lu Hao and Fong Jing exchanged looks filled with sweetness. Tang Chunyan noticed and felt a sudden, indescribable pang of envy, though she couldn't put it into words. Hong Haifeng set down his glass, glanced around the table, and his gaze settled on Tang Chunyan and Wang Xiaojie. Raising his glass again, he said, Xiaojie, Chunyan, you're both the elite of our township government. I toast to you as well. Let's all work hard together. Wang Xiaojie's heart sank instantly. After all, he was the deputy head of the township. How could he be lumped in with a grassroots cadre like Tang Chunyan? But he kept a smiling face and replied politely, Thank you, Head Hong. Please continue to guide me in the future. After another round of drinks, Wang Xiaojie suddenly put down his glass, his tone friendly but with a hidden edge. Head Hong, there's something I want to ask. Lu Head just mentioned shutting down the chemical factory to build a green township, saying it was a directive from leadership. Are you aware of this? He intended to undermine Lu Hao in front of Fong Jing, exposing him as a braggart. Unexpectedly, Hong Haifeng raised his eyebrows and nodded heartily. Of course I know. Lu Hao reported it to me. I think it's a great idea and even asked him to write up a proposal quickly. Xiaojie, do you think it's feasible? Wang Xiaojie was dumbfounded. He had assumed Lu Hao was bluffing but hadn't expected Hong Haifeng's full support. Fong Jing leaned closer with concern. Head Hong, do you really think Lu Hao's idea is good? Absolutely. Hong Haifeng slowed his speech for emphasis. If Fengshui Township wants to break free from poverty, it has to innovate. If the chemical factory drags on, it will destroy the environment. Where's the long-term development in that? Lu Hao's thinking is spot on. Don't you believe in him? No, no. I just think he's sometimes a bit too bold. Fang Jing hurriedly shook her head. Boldness gets things done. Hong Haifeng praised Lu Hao, looking impressed. Like when he rallied the villagers to put out that fire, something even I hadn't managed. But he did. Because of that, he got promoted directly to deputy division chief. Even I as township head benefited from that. Fang Jing, you have a good eye for men. Hold on tight, or you might lose him. The leader's praise made pride shine unmistakably on Fang Jing's face. She raised her glass. Head Hong, I toast you. Please keep supporting Lu Hao. Don't worry. The executive deputy head position in our township is still open. As long as Lu Hao works hard, he has a great chance. Hong Haifeng's tone was solemn, without a hint of joking. Those words lifted Fang Jing's spirits. She even began to think that Lu Hao overseeing safety supervision might not be such a bad thing after all. The dinner lasted for nearly an hour. During that time, Hong Haifeng raised his glass repeatedly, showering Fang Jing with praise for Lu Hao's work skills, his future prospects, almost all the compliments one could say. The atmosphere was lively yet tasteful. In contrast, Wang Xiaojia was mostly sidelined. When he tried to speak up, Hong Haifeng brushed him off casually. Seeing how wholeheartedly Hong Haifeng supported Lu Hao, Wang Xiaojia felt a chill run through him. These two clearly had a special relationship, almost like allies. No wonder Lu Hao was so confident at the leadership meeting, boldly making requests directly to Li Haoyan. By comparison, Wang Xiaojia felt more like Li Haotian's subordinate, who had to obey orders without question. Thinking this over made him feel even more unsettled. It wasn't until after 9 o'clock, when the dishes had cooled and the glasses were empty, that the meal finally wrapped up. When it came to paying, Hong Haifeng stopped everyone to the side, smiling as he waved his hand. Don't fight over it. He'll take care of it. Without waiting for objections, he swiped his card immediately. Outside the Qiushui restaurant, neon lights flickered as a gentle breeze carried the faint scent of food. Sensing the moment, Wang Xiaojia raised his voice deliberately. Director Lu, you've had quite a bit to drink, better not drive Fang Jing home. I've already informed the party and government office to send an official car for her. His tone was attentive, clearly showing how thoughtful he was. Hong Haifeng glanced at him. Then before Lu Hao could say anything, smiled and took over. No need for that. I'll take Fang Jing myself. Director Lu, you come along too well. Make sure your fiancé gets home safe. Director Hong's car is definitely more reliable. Take it easy on the road, Wang Xiaojia said with polite words, but his expression stiffened briefly. Soon, a black official vehicle slowly pulled out of its parking space. Hong Haifeng opened the rear door for them, but invited Fang Jing into the front passenger seat to make her more comfortable. The car headlights cut through the night as the city scene blurred behind. Inside the car, the noise died down and Hong Haifeng lowered his voice, starting a conversation. Fang Jing, I heard the County Agricultural Bureau chief is about to retire. Your father is the deputy director now, and at the right age there's a good chance for advancement. Fang Jing had been meaning to feel this out, but hadn't expected Hong Haifeng to bring it up first. She hid a hint of surprise behind a smile and replied, my father is working hard to move up. If Director Hong has any connections in the county who could put in a good word, I would be very grateful. She deliberately struck a tone half serious, half joking, both making a request and giving him room to decline. Lu Hao secretly clenched his fists, about to wait until they got out to bring up the matter with Hong Haifeng. He hadn't expected Fang Jing to say it outright and worried that if Hong Haifeng refused on the spot, the mood in the car would become awkward. Hong Haifeng paused for a moment, then burst out laughing heartily. All right. For Lu Hao's sake, I'll do my best to try. Then teasingly added, I didn't expect Director Fang's daughter to be so savvy about the tangled relationships in our county. Director Lu really has good taste, marrying such a smart woman. Hearing this praise, Lu Hao finally relaxed. Fang Jing handled the political nuances perfectly. She brought up her father's promotion delicately and didn't offend Hong Haifeng, which earned Lu Hao's respect. Fang Jing smiled lightly, and as for our Lu Hao, he's straightforward. We'll need Director Hong's continued support in the future. That should be my job. I need little brother Lu Hao's help as well. He's a rising star with lots of potential. He's bound to go far, Hong Haifeng said, patting Lu Hao on the shoulder. Fang Jing glanced at Lu Hao through the rearview mirror, feeling as sweet as honey inside. Although Lu Hao's relationship with Li Haoyan had grown strained, as long as he could connect with Hong Haifeng, the future still held great promise. The car was filled with a faint scent of alcohol and the cool air from the air conditioning. The driver, Xiao Shi, gripped the steering wheel and asked at the right moment, Miss Fang, which street do you live on? When he learned that Fang Jing's home was along the same route as Hong Haifeng's, he immediately turned the car around. A few minutes later, they arrived at the entrance of the neighborhood where Hong Haifeng lived. As Hong Haifeng got out of the car, he patted the door and glanced back to remind, Xiao Shi, drop Miss Fang home first, then take Director Lu back to Fengshui Township. He has work tomorrow, so don't delay. The car started up again, the night scenery rushing past the windows. After about 10 minutes, the lights of Fang Jing's community gate came into view. Lu Hao told Xiaoshi to wait a moment and accompanied Fang Jing as she got out. Walking down to the building entrance, Fang Jing's steps were light and brisk. She couldn't help but voice the plan swirling in her mind. My dad is at a critical stage now. If he can be promoted to director of the County Agriculture Bureau, there's still a chance for him to work his way up to deputy section chief. Director Hong has extensive connections in the county. Why don't you ask him again sometime and see how he responds? If there's a chance, they'll handle the gift giving. That's a small matter. Her words rushed out quickly, revealing how concerned she was more so than Lu Hao's own promotion to deputy section chief. After all, once Fang Igua became director, she would truly be a director's daughter, raising her social standing significantly. All right, I'll keep it in mind. Lu Hao nodded resignedly but couldn't hide his agreement. Well, I'm heading up now. You should get home soon. You drank quite a bit tonight. Make sure to drink plenty of water when you get back. Fang Jing waved her hand and was about to turn when she suddenly stopped, as if remembering something. She reached into her small bag and pulled out 2 boxes of the fine cigarettes Wang Xiaojia had given earlier, slipping them into Lu Hao's hand. Keep these. You're deputy township chief now. You need to win people over when you go out, especially the leaders' drivers. Don't give both packs to Xiaoshi. 1 box is enough. Don't spoil him too much. Lu Hao froze. Earlier, he had felt uneasy about Fang Jing taking the cigarettes, but now he realized she had been thinking ahead for him all along. A warmth spread through his heart. Got it. You should get home now. Fang Jing took a few steps toward the stairwell, then turned back with a sweet smile before heading upstairs. Lu Hao turned back to the car and handed 1 pack to Xiaoshi. Deputy Director Lu, you're too kind. Xiaoshi took the cigarettes with a grin, his smile wide but eyes nearly closed. If you need the car after Director Hong finishes work, just call me directly. Official cars are managed strictly now, but around here, as long as you're reasonable, no one says anything. Thanks, I appreciate it. Lu Hao smiled too. He silently acknowledged that Fang Jing was right in Anqing County. In a place like Fengshui Township, small favors could easily win people's goodwill. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Shieji's government vehicle, since Fang Jing hadn't taken it, had to bring him back to the county seat himself. Just as he stepped inside his home, his phone vibrated. Fang Jing was calling. Wang Xiaojia was momentarily startled but quickly answered. Hello? Director Wang, you drank quite a bit tonight. Are you home yet? Fang Jing's voice came over the line, lighthearted and teasing. Wang Xiaojia hadn't expected Fang Jing to call him so late at night to check on him, and he felt genuinely delighted. As soon as he answered, he rushed to report. Fang Jing, I've made it home. How about you? Director Hong's official car must have gotten here faster than me, right? The cars are probably the same. Fang Jing chuckled lightly, making casual small talk. Thanks again for arranging everything tonight. You're too kind. Wang Xiaojia was in high spirits, and the alcohol had mostly worn off. Next time you come to Fengshui Township, they'll make sure to treat you well. With the phone still pressed to his ear, their usual polite exchange ended, but there was an unspoken meaning lingering in the air. Sure enough, Fang Jing quickly got to the point. By the way, there's something I need to ask you for a favor. Our relationship is simple, just say it directly, Wang Xiaojia said knowingly. The real issue was about to come up. The County Agriculture Bureau director was about to retire, and the deputy director, Fang Igua, was still young. This was the perfect opportunity for him to be promoted. Fang Jing tactfully hinted she hoped County Chief Li could say a few words in favor of her father at the standing committee meeting. She didn't make a direct plea, but trusted Wang Xiaojia understood the subtlety. After all, it was thanks to Li Zhen that Wang Xiaojia had secured his deputy section chief position, so his connection was clearly more reliable than the Fang family's. He'll give it a try. I'll let you know as soon as there's news. Wang Xiaojia responded readily, then shifted the subject. By the way, did you tell Director Lu about this? Don't tell Lu Hao. Fang Jing's voice lowered slightly. You know his character. If Chief Li really agrees to help, I'm going to need your help to smooth things over between them again at the next banquet. She complimented Wang Xiaojia a little, knowing how to appeal to him. Originally, she hadn't wanted to bypass Lu Hao by going directly to Wang Xiaojia, but after getting home, her parents kept urging her to expand connections. More channels meant a better chance. For her father's future, Fang Jing reluctantly agreed. It's a small matter. Leave it to me. Wang Xiaojia promised resolutely. They'll notify you as soon as there's any news. After some more pleasantries, they hung up. In the living room, Fang Igua was anxiously waiting. Daughter, how did it go? What did Wang Xiaojia say? He said he'd do his best and keep me informed. Fang Jing placed her phone on the coffee table. Good. Fang Iguo's confidence soared. He had long suspected Wang Xiaojia had feelings for his daughter, and that personal connection meant Fang Jing wouldn't be turned down. Even if it was like using her as a pawn, he didn't care. Fang Jing continued reporting on the day's events. When we ate in Fengshui Township today, Director Hong was there too. On the way back, he brought up the Agriculture Bureau. I took the chance to ask for his help. Director Hong also has some influence in the county. What did he say? Same as Wang Shieji promised to do his best. Director Hong really values Lu Hao. They have a good relationship. His willingness to help is also out of respect for Lu Hao. Fang Jing deliberately emphasized Lu Hao's role. Not bad. Lu Hao has really established a foothold in Fengshui Township. Fong Igwa smiled broadly, feeling the network was nearly complete. He firmly believed that once the connections were sealed, his promotion was certain. It was past 10 o'clock at night. Lu Hao returned to the township government building. Every time he drank, he couldn't sleep afterwards. In the past, he could at least go to the dormitory to chat with Lin Xia, but tonight she had already gone home. Walking along the asphalt road on his way back, the words "shut down factories, restore greenery, revitalize the countryside" kept swirling in his mind. It wasn't just about whether Fengshui Township could truly escape poverty. It was also crucial for his own personal growth. Although the risks involved in overseeing safety were considerable, he believed that with a change in approach, he could achieve results. He was unwilling to watch the villagers remain poor forever, and he definitely couldn't accept just muddling through life in a small town. The world outside was vast. Fueled by this post-drinking excitement, he planned to draft overnight a Fengshui Township poverty alleviation and prosperity implementation plan. First get Hong Haifeng to review it, then try to get it approved at the leadership meeting, and finally submit it to the county government. Pushing open the glass door of the small township government building, the dimly lit hallway was quiet except for a light coming from under the door of the poverty alleviation office. Lu Hao paused in surprise and instinctively stepped inside. Who could still be working this late? Opening the door, he saw Tang Chunyan seated at her desk, with several bottles of canned beer neatly arranged beside her. "Chunyan, what are you still doing in the office so late?" Lu Hao closed the door behind him, puzzled. He thought Tang Chunyan had gone home after the dinner ended. "Director Lu, I bought a few beers. Do you want one? If you can drink, stay and keep me company," Tang Chunyan said, her expression slightly downcast. "Did Wang Xiaojie keep bossing you around today and put you in a bad mood?" Lu Hao sat across from her, pulling open a can of beer. "Come on, let's drink first." "I don't blame Director Wang." Tang Chunyan tapped the can lightly and smiled with relief. People like him aren't rare in the system. No backing, newly hired. Serving the higher-ups is just part of the job. But that's all secondary. What really matters is doing our own work well. Like our poverty alleviation office, the most important thing is to adapt to local conditions and help the people of Fengshui get out of poverty. Hearing this, Lu Hao got inspired and laid out his entire plan to shut down chemical plants, protect the environment, and develop new industries based on green mountains and clear waters. Tang Chunyan was a skilled writer, a local who knew the township inside out, so he trusted she could offer valuable advice. Sure enough, Tang Chunyan's eyes brightened the longer she listened. Excited, she stood up holding her can. "Director Lu, this is a fantastic idea. The government has been supporting green development these past years, but Fengshui is remote, and some leaders have done nothing, so the policies never really take effect. If we really shut down the chemical factories and leverage our ecological advantages, maybe other industries can lift us out of poverty. That'd be a win-win for the township and its people. That's why I want to write the plan tonight." Lu Hao glanced at the clock on the wall. "But it's late. You should go home and rest. We can work on it again tomorrow." "I'm not tired." Tang Chunyan shook her head, her voice full of energy. "After hearing your ideas, I'm even more awake. Let's start writing tonight. We can review it together after and see if anything doesn't make sense." "All right, let's do it." Lu Hao felt energized too. He opened his laptop and set out his notes and papers. In the dead of night, the only sounds in the poverty alleviation office were keyboard clicks and the soft pop of beer cans opening. Both young and full of energy, they knew that even if they worked through the night, they would still be able to perform well the next day. Working within the system to write official documents is the toughest task. Every word, every sentence draws close scrutiny from the leadership. The main point has to be clear, no unnecessary fluff allowed. If the wording isn't precise or doesn't resonate with the leaders, they'll nitpick every problem spot, and you're bound to get a severe talking to. Luckily, Lu Hao had early experience working in the county committee office under Lu Yuanda, drafting numerous materials for leaders at various levels. Over time, he developed a sharp skill set for choosing words carefully, avoiding pitfalls, and steering clear of mines. Late at night, the lights in the poverty alleviation office burned bright. Shoulder to shoulder with Tang Chunyan, Lu Hao squeezed in front of her old computer. The screen showed a blank title bar. They typed out a string of project names, but everything felt a bit off, not precise enough, not inspiring enough. They erased, thought again, erased again. After several rounds, Lu Hao finally settled on a direction, three-step plan. The keyboard clicked rapidly as a line took shape: plan for closing factories and restoring ecology in Fengshui Township, building a green countryside, and achieving prosperity through poverty alleviation. Step 1. Shut down chemical plants, restore the ecosystem. Step 2. Systematically develop a green countryside. Step 3. Use this to help locals escape poverty and achieve wealth. As he spoke, his fingers flew over the document, carefully laying out Fengshui Township's current situation, natural resources, and future path. Tang Chunyan chimed in occasionally. "We should include ecotourism and specialty agriculture." "Good. It'll add measures to support motivation and education." Ideas bounced back and forth, and the word count on the screen soared. At some point, 2 cans of beer appeared on the desk. Every time they got stuck, Lu Hao tapped the can. Tang Chunyan handed him a crisp clink that sparked fresh ideas. Her gaze lingered on the focused profile of his face, and a quiet ripple stirred in her heart from that meal when he shielded her from Wang Shieji's orders. She was certain that standing shoulder to shoulder with a man like him made any hardship worthwhile. Outside, the night deepened silently. By the early hours, the first draft was finally done. Tang Chunyan saw the bloodshot strain in Lu Hao's eyes and whispered, "Director Lu, let me check it over now and try to find any remaining issues. You should rest." He yawned deeply but didn't push back. "Okay, I'll take a quick nap. If you get tired, just finish it tomorrow morning. There's still time." He gave up his seat and laid down on the adjacent table, using his arms as a pillow. Within 2 minutes, his breathing evened out. Tang Chunyan continued marking up the draft, highlighting, annotating, and circling passages. The printer hummed steadily. Near dawn, she, too, could no longer keep going and drifted off with her head on the keyboard. As the sky brightened, birds outside woke Lu Hao. His arm tingled, and when he looked up, he noticed a small jacket draped over his shoulders. Tang Chunyan had covered him. She was still slumped over the computer, the screen showing track changes mode and a printed copy beside her, filled with dense pencil notes. The framework was solid, but the specifics of construction measures still needed fleshing out. Knew that well. Quietly, Lu Hao slipped the jacket back over her shoulders and tiptoed out. It was just past 6. The canteen hadn't opened yet, so he went straight to the kitchen, chatting with the cook to pack 2 bowls of plain congee, a dish of pickles, and 2 steaming baskets of soup dumplings. Returning with the warm breakfast, he found Tang Chunyan rubbing her temples as she woke. Seeing the food, a gentle warmth flickered in her eyes. "Eat something to fill your stomach first. You're off duty today. Go rest up properly," Lu Hao said, handing her the chopsticks. "I'm not tired actually. I'm feeling pretty motivated," she smiled. "With you here, I really believe Feng Township stands a solid chance to overcome poverty." After breakfast, they dove back into refining the details. By noon, Lu Hao finally tidied up the plan and bound it into a booklet before hurrying to the office of the township party secretary, Hong Haifeng, but had already gone to the city for a meeting. Lu Hao carefully placed the file on the desk, left a note, and planned to discuss it when the leader returned. Back at the poverty alleviation office, while brewing tea, Lu Hao glanced at the shelf and spotted the jar of aged mountain tea Tang Chunyan had given him a few days ago. He suddenly remembered his promise to Ziyido, let her taste this tea. Taking out his phone, he began planning to personally deliver it to her that evening, if possible. Office of the party secretary in Anshan County. A middle-aged man, his face partly hidden beneath the brim of his hat and a mask, leaned back against the sofa with a relaxed posture, yet exuded a strong presence. He was from the provincial capital. At that moment, he raised a white porcelain teacup to his lips and took a sip. As he gently tapped the cup lid against the rim, the crisp sound echoed clearly in the quiet office. "Secretary Yi, how have you been finding your time here in Anshan County? Are you settling in well?" He set down the cup, speaking casually. Yi Zi sat opposite him, poised but at ease. "Minister Yuan, I've mostly been familiarizing myself with the work these days." She recalled how this same Minister Yuan used to wear a stern expression on the podium, but now, dressed in casual clothes with one leg crossed over the other, he seemed much more approachable. Minister Yuan nodded with a smile. "I heard that since you arrived, you've only met with the county leadership team. Most of the heads and deputy heads of departments and townships haven't even seen you in person yet. Isn't that a bit too low-key? I wanted to get a feel for Anshan County first. You know what they say, sharpening the axe before chopping wood?" Yi Zi replied softly. "You've always been steady by nature. That's part of why the organization sent you here." Minister Yuan lowered his head slightly, a glint of sharp insight visible beneath his hat brim. Before he could finish, Yi Zi's phone suddenly vibrated. She ignored it, focusing on what Yuan was saying. But as soon as he paused, the phone vibrated again, the screen lighting up with the name Lu Hao. She was surprised. Why was he calling now? "Someone from the staff down below," she said apologetically as she silenced the call. "I've put it on silent. Please go ahead." "Someone from below?" Minister Yuan raised an eyebrow. "Who is it? Could it be that young soldier who once saved your life?" He had heard Yi Zi mention Lu Hao before, and with years of intuition, he quickly guessed. Yi Zi didn't hide anything. "Yes, he's now a grassroots civil servant in Feng Township. His name is Lu Hao. How have you assigned him here in Anshan County?" He wanted a deputy section chief position. After the recent mountain fire in Feng Township, he took the lead in risking his life to fight the fire, so I used that opportunity to promote him to deputy township chief. Minister Yuan was momentarily surprised, then nodded. "So that's him. I've seen the video of the firefighting online, a good cadre indeed, worthy of a deputy section chief." He had no objections to the promotion within his jurisdiction. However, he warned, how capable is he? Fighting the fire shows courage, but that doesn't necessarily prove workability. The top priority in Anshan County right now is removing the poverty label, which makes grassroots work especially critical. If he can't handle the job, be sure to adjust promptly. Yi thought over her interactions with Lu Hao and the information she had gathered from Lin Xia before replying seriously. He's clear-headed and capable. More importantly, he cares deeply about the people and genuinely wants to change the face of Fengshui Township. Minister Yuan chuckled lightly. Newly promoted grassroots cadres are always full of enthusiasm at the start, but in the end, aren't most easily tainted by the environment? How many can rise above the muck unsoiled? He smiled with a hint of irony. Fengshui Township is a poor county that receives substantial poverty alleviation funds from the provincial government every year, yet it can never shake off its label of poverty. The situation beneath the surface is deeper and more complicated than it seems. By the way, has he made any other demands of you? Does he know you're the county party secretary? Minister Yuan asked directly as soon as he sat down. Last time I invited him for tea, he said no other requests. I've been presenting myself as the CEO of a company, and he never suspected a thing. Yi replied frankly. You handled that pretty well. Since he hasn't brought it up again, when he eventually finds out you're the county party secretary, he'll have no leverage. But stay cautious. Greed makes people bold might still ask for a promotion. If that happens, it'll be easier to handle. In the county party secretary, managing a township official won't be difficult, Yi said with a faint smile. Minister Yuan nodded, then got to the main point. I'm here mainly to convey the higher-ups' directive. Don't forget why the province sent you here. I've already gathered information indirectly. They'll do my best to complete the 2 secret tasks assigned by the organization. I trust you. But the leaders have suddenly imposed a 1-year deadline. If there's no visible progress within a year, they will replace you immediately. I don't want you to end up like Lu Yuan to nothing accomplished and just left with a mess, Minister Yuan said, sipping his tea slowly. 1 year? Yi was momentarily taken aback and shook her head wryly. That's very tight. She knew full well that as a newcomer, the county was filled with Li Zhan's loyalists who would be watching her every move. There's no room for delay, Minister Yuan said, setting his cup down. Anqing County is rotten to the core. The longer it drags on, the worse it is for the people. They'll do my best, Yi promised solemnly. Don't put too much pressure on yourself, Minister Yuan softened his tone. We know how deep Anxing's problems go. Even experienced officials like Lu Yuanda failed. If you do fail and get reassigned back to the province, your rank won't be affected. I won't fail. I will use every ounce of strength to complete the mission, lift Anqing County out of poverty, and give it a new look, Yi said with determination burning in her eyes. Minister Yuan examined her for a moment, then stood and patted her shoulder as a silent show of support. My purpose here is fulfilled. I have to head back to the province. How about grabbing a meal before you go? No, thank you. When you have good news, they'll treat you in the provincial capital. He declined the dinner invitation and didn't let her see him off downstairs, wanting to avoid drawing attention. Yi stood by the stairwell window watching the black private car leave the compound before returning to her desk. Her phone screen lit up, showing 2 missed calls from Lu Hao. After a moment's hesitation, she decided to call back. Fengshui Township office. The moment Lu Hao saw the incoming call, he pressed the answer button with a warm tone. Ziyi, hi? Are you still in the county? Or have you already returned to the city or the province? I'm in Anqing County, Yi replied calmly. That's great. They'll bring that pack of aged tea over to you. Aged tea? She was momentarily surprised. The tea I mentioned last time we had tea together to preaching Ming leaves from that old tea tree behind the township government there, as good as some top-grade tea guanyin. Lu Hao reminded her with a smile. Only then did Yi recall she had casually said I'd like to try it sometime that day, but it was just an offhand remark. Yet Lu Hao had remembered it all along. Thinking of Minister Yuan's warning, she began to suspect that Lu Hao might have already seen through her real identity and was deliberately using this as a way to get close. Unsure, she tried to decline politely. I was just speaking casually back then. You keep it for yourself. That won't do. I specially asked someone and managed to get it from the canteen lady, Lu Hao said earnestly. On the other end, a faint smile appeared on Yi's lips despite her lingering worry about causing trouble. It's really inconvenient for you to go out of your way. No problem. They'll drive over after work. Just tell me where to meet. It'll only take a minute to hand you the tea and go. I promise you won't be disappointed. Lu Hao's persistence, along with her curiosity about the tea, finally convinced Yi to agree. All right then, 7 p.m. at the parking lot of Yunding Grand Hotel. County Agriculture Bureau. Fang Igua received a call from the county government office informing him that County Magistrate Li Zhan would host dinner for him at 7 p.m. in private room 888 of Yunding Grand Hotel. The county magistrate personally inviting him made him feel incredibly honored. Could it be that Fang Jing's recommendation to Wang Xiaojie had worked, and he really had a chance of becoming the new County Agriculture Bureau chief? Thinking of this, he smiled so broadly he could hardly close his mouth and readily accepted. After work that evening, Lu Hao stayed in the office for a while to finish organizing some materials, then set off driving to the county seat with the pack of aged tea in hand. At the same time, at the county high school, Fang Jing had finished work and met 2 female colleagues at a newly opened barbecue restaurant. They chose seats by the street facing floor-to-ceiling windows and ordered several plates of fresh meat and lettuce here. The combination of lettuce wrapped with dipping sauce and meat was especially delicious. Fong Jing, your fiancé is already a deputy township head. Soon you'll be an official's wife, one colleague said enviously. Another added, and that's not all. I heard your dad is likely to become the next head of the county agriculture bureau. Not like us, the parents of my friends are just regular workers. Aren't you single? Let Fong Jing treat you today, and she might even set you up with an official, they teased. Their compliments made Fong Jing inwardly pleased. She casually glanced out the window, catching a glimpse of a car speeding by. Though the license plate was only visible for a moment, she recognized it immediately. It was Lu Hao's car. Without hesitation, she took out her phone and called Lu Hao. Lu Hao answered quickly. Hey, Fong Jing, I'm driving. Where are you headed? Fong Jing asked. I'm in the county town, just past the snack street. Lu Hao said, hands on the wheel and eyes fixed ahead. I have some business to take care of for work. There was a pause on the other end, as if Fong Jing was trying to read his tone. After confirming he wasn't lying, she relaxed. Okay, stay busy. I think I just saw your car, so I called. Be careful on the road and come back as soon as you're done. After hanging up, Lu Hao pressed the accelerator and smoothly drove into the underground parking of Yunding Grand Hotel. At the same time, Fong Aguo's car turned in from the opposite side, parking a few rows apart. Just as Fong Aguo pushed open the door, his eyes caught a familiar figure not far away. Lu Hao. What's this kid doing at the hotel? Curiosity sparked. He quietly closed the door and stepped behind a nearby vehicle to watch. Hey, Z. I'm here, Lu Hao said, leaning against his car and dialing the phone. Look for my headlights. Yi Zi's voice came through the receiver. A few meters away, a black Audi flashed its lights twice. Lu Hao grabbed a paper bag and jogged over. The passenger window rolled down, revealing a stunningly beautiful face. Under the dim lights, Fong Aguo couldn't make out her features clearly, only that she was a long-haired woman. He saw Lu Hao hand over the bag. She smiled and accepted it. They chatted for a while at the window before Lu Hao waved goodbye and left. After Lu Hao's car pulled out of the lot, Fong Aguo fixed his gaze on the Audi. The door opened and Yi Zi stepped out, carrying the bag Lu Hao had given her. She closed the door, took out a tea canister, unscrewed the lid, and took a satisfied sniff before heading toward the hotel entrance. Tea. Loose leaf, it seems. Fong Aguo noted the packaging detail instantly, his mind racing with all kinds of guesses. Pretending to take a call, he circled to the front and brushed past Yi Zi. She was completely absorbed in the scent of the tea and didn't notice him at all. Fong Aguo, however, took the chance to scrutinize her more closely, and the more he looked, the more stunned he became. This woman was even more beautiful than his own daughter, Fong Jing. Lu Hao sneaking around with her? Their relationship must be more than casual. Fong Aguo's face darkened as he resolved to dig into Yi Zi's background. His thoughts were interrupted by the ringing of his phone. Wang Xiaojia was calling. Uncle Fong, County Head Li has arrived, and Secretary Li Haoyan from Fengshui Township is waiting too. Why aren't you here yet? You're the first person expected, you know? Wang teased while urging him on. Fong Aguo suddenly remembered he was supposed to attend Li Zhen's dinner. Looking down, he saw it was past 7, and a cold sweat broke out. Xiaojia, something came up here. I'm on my way. 2 minutes. No, 1 minute. He hung up and cursed Lu Hao in his mind, blaming him for the delay. Wiping the sweat off his brow, Fong Aguo quickened his pace across the parking lot toward the Yunding Grand Hotel lobby. If Li Zhen was displeased because of this, he would never forgive Lu Hao. Yunding Grand Hotel, private room, 888. Fong Aguo pushed the door open, sweat pouring down his forehead. The heavy door closed behind him, cutting off the noise of the corridor. Inside, the lighting was soft, and steaming dishes were arranged in the center of the round table. At the head sat County Chief Li Zhen, holding a half-smoked cigarette between his fingers, his gaze cold and steady. On either side were Li Haoyan and Wang Xiaojia, with plates and cups already set before them. Seeing Fong Aguo enter, Li Zhen shook off the ash from his cigarette, his expression unchanged. Fong Aguo's heart raced, and he quickly forced a smile. County Chief Li, Secretary Li, Xiaojia, I'm terribly sorry. As the Deputy Director of the Agricultural Bureau, Fong Aguo had been promoted by Lu Yuandai years ago and had almost no contact with Li Zhen. This was their first time sharing a table, and he was late. His whole body was drenched in sweat. Uncle Fong, come sit. Wang Xiaojia stood up and reached out a hand to welcome him. The Agricultural Bureau is busy. Working overtime is normal. I've already explained to County Chief Li. The leaders understand. With these words, Wang gave Fong a graceful excuse. No matter how busy I am, the leaders are always busier. They'll be more careful next time. Fong replied gratefully to Wang Xiaojia, waving his hands. Li Haoyan also said politely, have a seat. Director Fong, whatever you like to eat, we'll add more dishes. A dozen dishes and several bottles of Maotai were already on the table, clearly more than 4 people could finish. Fong Aguo repeatedly declined and sat down beside Li Haoyan. Wang Xiaojia seized the moment. Now that everyone's here, shall we toast first? Fong quickly rose, twisted open the Moutai bottle, poured the liquor into the decanter, then filled the cups for everyone. Let's go, Li Jun said, crushing the cigarette butt and raising his glass. As the county chief, this gesture marked the official start of the banquet. The 4 glasses clinked lightly with a clear sound before everyone drained their cups. Only then did Li Jun begin to pick up his chopsticks, and the others started serving themselves. Before long, Wang Xiaojia lifted his cup toward Fong Igua with a smile. Uncle Fong, you know, I've always liked Fong Jing. Unfortunately, she's already engaged to Lu Hao. I guess we were destined, but not meant to be. Well, enough said. This cup's for you. I wish you success in your career and hope you reach even greater heights. The mention of Lu Hao made Fong Igua feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. Li Jun loathed Lu Hao. Fong himself was barely hanging on to the hope of becoming agricultural bureau chief, so today he was relying on Wang Xiaojia to smooth things over. Thinking of this, he forced a smile and explained, Xiaojia, you know how it is, girls can't stay at home forever. Fong Jing has a stubborn streak. I've tried to persuade her countless times, but she's set on marrying Lu Hao. It's all her decision. Before he finished, Li Haoyan put down his chopsticks, his tone calm but firm. Director Fong, that's not right. Matters like arranged marriages and matchmaking were traditionally decided by parents, but a daughter's marriage should ultimately be her father's choice. Yes, Secretary Li, your advice is right. They'll punish myself with a drink. Fong Igua nodded repeatedly and downed a full cup of baijiu in one gulp. Li Haoyan was now the top official back in Fong Shuixiang and a favored figure in front of Li Jun. There was no way Fong dared to argue with him. Director Fong, I'm not trying to be judgmental, but in our official circles, when it comes to our children's marriages, matching social status is key. You're currently a deputy director, but if County Director Li takes a liking to you and promotes you to lead the Agricultural Bureau, then choosing a son-in-law isn't just a family matter, it's a strategic move. Picking the wrong man could seriously jeopardize your future. As Li Haoyan spoke, his palm came down firmly on Fong Aguo's shoulder, the pressure strong but his smile laden with meaning. Thanks for the reminder, Secretary Li. I understand. Fong Igua forced a faint smile, cold sweat soaking his temples and palm. He hadn't expected Lu Hao to offend Li Haoyan this badly. And behind Li Haoyan stood Li Jun, the county's top leader. Counting on Lu Hao to help him climb higher? That was a long shot. In just a few sentences, Fong Aguo's mind had quietly resolved to distance himself from Lu Hao. Once the situation was clear, he relaxed. At the banquet table, he navigated smoothly, even taking the initiative to raise his glass and toast Li Jun several times. Before the evening ended, Li Jun gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze, as if affirming how much he valued him. That slight gesture nearly overwhelmed Fong Agua. After all, this was the county director, a leader at the sub-prefecture level. Before this, Fong had only reached deputy director of the Agricultural Bureau through Lu Yuanda's connections and was virtually unknown locally. Now, sitting at the same table and drinking with Li Jun was an unmistakable sign he was stepping into the core of Anqing County's power. If he really became bureau director, even breaking up Lu Hao and Fong Jing would be worth it. The banquet finally broke up after 10 at night. Wang Xiaojia personally saw the heavily intoxicated Fong Igua home. Dad, why did you drink so much? Fong Jing hurried to help her staggering father through the door. I am happy today. Fong Aguo's face was flushed red, his tongue tied, but his spirit was as lively as a child's. Those leaders used to brush him off, but tonight, he had finally sat at the same table with the county director. This was a fresh start and the real beginning of his career. Fong Jing handed her father over to Jiang Lan to look after, then turned politely to Wang Xiaojia. Director Wang, I'm sorry for troubling you today. Thank you on behalf of my dad. Fong Jing, no need to thank me, we're like family. Wang Xiaojia smiled confidently. It's late, I'll head back. By the way, Fong uncle becoming Agricultural Bureau Director looks very promising. Really? Fong Jing's eyes lit up, and she nearly jumped with excitement. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? If things hadn't gone well, do you think Fong uncle would have drunk this much? Wang Xiaojia waved lightly and walked off. He was confident that after tonight's banquet, Fong Igua knew exactly what he needed to do. The next morning, before the village meeting had officially started, Lu Hao's phone kept lighting up. Fong Jing had sent several WeChat messages in quick succession, urging him to hurry and ask Hong Haifeng about how things were progressing with his father-in-law, Fong Aguo's matter. Although Lu Hao felt a bit annoyed, he simply replied with a hung, just to acknowledge the messages. That afternoon at work, he knocked on Hong Haifeng's office door. As soon as the door opened, Hong Haifeng raised the proposal in his hand and smiled, asking, I was just looking for you. Are you here to discuss the green countryside construction plan? He hadn't even bothered to eat lunch because of this document. The sooner, the better. Hong Haifeng put the proposal down and got straight to the point. You mentioned at the morning meeting that poverty alleviation and wealth creation are the most important tasks right now. And if we shut down that chemical plant sooner, the safety hazards can be eliminated earlier. Lu Hao chuckled, admitting he was indeed anxious. Then Hong Haifeng suddenly changed the subject. Before we dive into the plan, I have some good news for you. Last night, I brought up your father-in-law's case with Secretary Xiao. He said when the county standing committee discusses candidates for the head of the Agricultural Bureau, they'll consider recommending Fong Aigua. This was exactly the issue Lu Hao had been worried about. He quickly thanked Hong Haifeng. Thanks, brother. Now I can report back to my family with some good news. He had been planning how to ask Hong Haifeng for help, but the other had already taken care of the initial groundwork. Did Fong Jing push you to come? Hong Haifeng winked. Lu Hao nodded, and Hong Haifeng laughed heartily. All right then, let's dig deep into your proposal. I'm guessing we'll be at it until tonight. You owe me dinner afterward, deal? No problem. Lu Hao agreed cheerfully. Hong Haifeng then called Wu Qiushui. Boss Wu, please prepare a few dishes as usual and pack them for delivery to the township government this evening. After hanging up, the two immediately buried themselves in revising the document. The more they discussed, the more Lu Hao realized Hong Haifeng's thinking was a notch above his own. Having managed poverty alleviation in Fengshui Township for years, Hong Haifeng knew the grassroots level inside out from budgeting projects to relocating people. Every detail was meticulously considered. By the time dusk fell, the village government building was almost empty except for the light still burning in their room. Suddenly, Hong Haifeng's phone rang. After answering, the sultry voice of Wu Qiushui came through. Director Hong, I've arrived. Should I bring the food up now? Boss Wu, why did you come personally? Let Director Lu come down to get it, Hong Haifeng said, hanging up and gesturing to Lu Hao. Lu Hao put down his pen and headed downstairs. The streetlights outside had just flickered on, and Wu Qiushui was already waiting by her car. She wore a bright red qipao, her hair neatly pulled back, with a golden belt accentuating her slender waist. Every movement she made radiated the confident allure of a savvy businesswoman. Lu Hao took the packed food and teased, Boss Wu, you dress so beautifully every day, no wonder your restaurant's always packed. Director Lu, you sure say the sweetest things. Wu Qiushui narrowed her eyes with a smile. We'll still need your and Director Hong's support to keep the business booming. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Is now a good time? Go ahead, Lu Hao said, a little puzzled, wondering what she was about to say. A few years ago, my dad worked at a chemical plant, but he was later diagnosed with pneumoconiosis. There are quite a few villagers in Fengshui Township with similar conditions. However, the chemical plant keeps denying responsibility. Do we still have a chance to get compensation from them? Will our township government get involved? Wu Qiushui tidied up the dishes on the table while looking up at Lu Hao with hopeful eyes. The small restaurant was dimly lit, with the smell of cooking oil blending with the aroma of rice. Lu Hao rolled up his sleeves, thought for a moment, then said, Boss Wu, I can't give you a definite answer yet, but this isn't hopeless. Director Hong and I will do everything we can. His words brought relief to Wu Qiushui. She knew this deputy township chief, who had only been assigned last year, had rushed into fires to help people before, and even proactively included the chemical plant's pneumoconiosis problem in their plans. With Hong Haifeng's support, now it was just a matter of waiting for the higher-ups' attitude. Thank you, Director Lu. You and Director Hong are good officials, Wu Qiushui said politely as she turned to the kitchen to fetch a plate of stir-fried greens. This meal is on me today. Small business like yours still has kids to support, Lu Hao said quickly, pulling out 2 100 yuan bills and pressing them into her hand. Keep the change. When we make progress on the plant's case, even if you don't bring it up, I'll come by and make you treat me. He smiled, waved his hand, and grabbed his briefcase to head upstairs. In a makeshift meeting room on the second floor, a few flickering fluorescent lights cast a harsh white glow on the walls. Hong Haifeng had unfolded some documents, and they ate boxed lunches while cross-referencing files to revise their proposal. The night outside gradually draped the dry riverbed in darkness. Around 9 p.m., Hong rubbed his sore neck and said, Let's call it a day. If I stay any later, my sister-in-law will start accusing me of goofing off outside. You write a new draft tomorrow and include all the details we added just now. You go ahead. I'm in the zone. I want to finish the revision tonight while it's fresh, Lu Hao said, taking a sip of cold tea. Before he finished, his phone chimed. A message from the county party and government office group popped up on his screen. On Thursday morning at 9, the county party secretary will visit Fengshui Township for an inspection. All officials must arrive by 8 a.m. No leave allowed. Lu Hao glanced up to see Hong Haifeng, also checking his phone. Since Secretary Yi took office, he's been mysterious. Except for meeting a few county leaders, he barely summons anyone else, Hong said, closing his phone with a tut. I didn't expect him to come down to the grassroots this soon, and he chose Fengshui Township. First impressions count. Lu Hao seized the moment to suggest, this is a good chance to report our ideas about building a green countryside and helping farmers escape poverty. Maybe we can catch Secretary Yi's attention. Right, but we have to follow procedure. Tomorrow we'll report to Secretary Li, hold a leadership meeting, form preliminary proposals, then submit them to the county. Hong patted Lu Hao's shoulder firmly. Lu Hao frowned. Li Haoyan might not agree. His family has stakes in the chemical plant, so getting him to support a shutdown won't be easy. Rules are rules. Agree or not, we have to report. Hong left with his bag. After he left, Only the buzz of an old fan filled the hallway. Lu Hao returned to his office, brewed a strong cup of tea, and sat down at his computer to start revising. Local pneumoconiosis stats, factory emissions, compensation plans, green industry chains all laid out point by point, carefully typed and confirmed. By midnight, the tea was cold. He rubbed his temples and kept typing until 1 a.m., finally satisfied as he stretched and prepared to head home. Not far from the township government, on a poorly monitored dirt path, the road was uneven and pitch black, with only the crunch of gravel under the tires. Wu Qiushui, dressed in a dark green embroidered qipao, was riding her electric bike home. The path led straight to her door. Usually, she could make it back by 10 when the restaurant closed, but tonight the customers were too many, and she hadn't finished until late. The faint bike light sliced a thin beam through the darkness, her heart pounding with each turn of the wheels, a sudden unease settling over her. Fengshui Township was remote, plagued by disorder and lacking surveillance, with thugs and bullies running rampant. In recent years, there had been repeated cases of women being kidnapped and abused, and underage schoolgirls attacked, but local police investigations always ended without results. Thinking of those bloody news stories, Wu Qiushui gripped the handlebars tightly and pushed the throttle to full. Virum. Behind her, the roar of a motorcycle erupted. Two drunken men's loud voices broke the night. I was supposed to transfer to a civil servant job from my stable position, but now they outright fired me. Just thinking about it makes me angry as hell. Brother Wei, that's nothing. With secretarially backing you, you'll bounce back in no time. Let's keep drinking, and I'll find you a woman to help you turn your luck around. Hearing this, Wu Kushui's chest tightened as she pressed harder on the pedals. But on the same dark path, their headlights suddenly illuminated her from behind. The motorcycle's beam stabbed at her back. Hey, little lady, which village are you from? Slurred Liang Kuan, the chemical plant manager, hiccuping as he yelled. Wu Qiushui pretended not to hear, didn't look back, and sped up like a shot arrow. I'm talking to you. Stop right there. Liang Kuan steadied his drunk companion Tian Wei and revved the throttle, the motorcycle suddenly lurching forward. The engine roared louder as Wu Qiushui pushed her bike to the limit. She cursed herself. If only shed closed early, she wouldn't have run into these drunkards. Where do you think you're running off to? The next instant, a sharp pain shot through the back of her. Hiata braid was yanked fiercely, a strand of black hair caught in Liang Kun's hand. Burning pain exploded as she screamed, tumbling with her bike into the roadside ditch. Her knees scraped raw, her qipao stained with dust. What do you think you're running from? We're not going to eat you alive. Liang Kuan jumped off the bike, the heavy stench of cigarettes and alcohol hitting her face. So this is the widow Wu from the local restaurant, dressed up all sexy tonight. Trying to seduce some men, huh? Tian Wei staggered over and reached out to touch her cheek. Don't talk nonsense. I'm not trying to seduce anyone. Wu Qiushui forced herself to stay calm, nervously trying to smooth her messy hair. But lying on the ground, her tight qipao accentuated her figure and drew even more attention. Liang Kuan squinted through drunken eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing. Widow Wu, if you're not seducing some men, then are you purposely making a pass at us? You didn't stop when I called you earlier. Playing hard to get? I'm not. You guys are drunk. I won't stoop to your level. I'm just going home, she said, voice trembling as she reached for her bike. Liang Kuan dragged her back down with a lewd grin. No rush to go anywhere. Wei, remember I said I'd find you a woman to change your luck? Hey, raced the widow, delivering herself to us. We're in for a good night. I've never been with a widow before. They say widows starve for men for years, then once the floodgates open, it's a tidal wave. Ha ha. Tian Wei slurred breath reeking of alcohol. The night closed in, heavy and threatening, as Wu Qiushui struggled in the gutter, her heart pounding with fear and helplessness. He and Liang Kuan used to often eat at Qiushui restaurant, and every time they schemed to take advantage of Wu Qiushui. But because Li Haoyan repeatedly warned them not to cause trouble, they kept quiet. However, tonight, fueled by alcohol, they no longer cared. Facing Wu Kushui's beauty, their caution vanished. What do you think you're doing? Believe me, I'll call for help. Wu Kushui's face paled with fear. Go ahead and call. It's past 1 in the morning, nowhere near any village or town. Even if someone hears you, they'd probably think it's a ghost. Liang Kuan and Tian Wei laughed shamelessly. Help! Somebody save me. Wu Qiushui had no other choice. She screamed a few times and suddenly saw a light from the path of motorbike's headlight. Hope flickered in her heart. The bike came closer, driven by a scruffy man she didn't recognize. Still, she shouted, Big brother, help me please. What are you guys doing? The man nervously asked. None of your business. Get lost or I'll kill you. Liang Kuan suddenly pulled out a sharp knife from the bike, its cold blade glinting, his face vicious. I'm leaving, I'm leaving. The man was terrified, speeding away faster than a rabbit. The hope she had just felt instantly shattered, and panicked tears streamed down Wu Kushui's face. Help! Help! She cried hoarsely, but no one responded anymore. Stop screaming and come here. Liang Kuan grabbed Wu Kushui's hair, dragging her into the nearby weeds. Kunzi, do it right here? Tian Wei hesitated briefly. Of course. What's more thrilling than this? That widow's all alone in the village. She won't dare tell anyone what happened. Don't worry, no risks for us. Liang Kun's filthy smile showed had done this many times before. A few years back, things had been worse, but had toned it down recently. You talked me into it, I'm eager now. Tian Wei, drunk, grabbed Wu Kushui's hair and wrists. She struggled desperately, screaming until her voice was hoarse. Trying to scratch Liang Kun, she was struck in the belly a punch, so painful tears poured from her eyes. Wu widow, haven't had a man satisfy you for a long time, right? My brother, and I will make sure you're well fed today. Liang Kun's mouth watered as he fumbled with his belt, roughly pulling at Wu Kushui's plain white qipao. In the dim, overgrown field, the night breeze carried the damp, earthy scent of soil. His large hand was about to grope the woman when suddenly, a shadow darted from behind, delivering a sweeping leg strike. Bang! A dull thud exploded as Liang Kun's head snapped violently to one side. Like a sack of broken cloth, he was kicked flying, tumbling several times before crashing heavily into the grass. Blood mixed with foam bubbled at the corner of his mouth as he howled in agony. Tian Wei's face turned pale with fright as he scrambled to his feet, but hadn't stabilized when another whip-like kick struck his chest. Crack! The sharp sound of bones breaking pierced the night, accompanied by a pig-like scream. Gagging, he collapsed back to the ground. Kid, how dare you ruin our fun? Do you even know who we are? Do you want to die? Liang Kun convulsed in pain, yet still tried to threaten. You are criminals attempting to assault a woman. The voice was cold and clear. It was Lu Hao. This narrow, winding path led directly to the side entrance of Fengshui Township Middle School. Lu Hao had just finished overtime and was heading back to campus when he faintly heard cries for help. Thinking he was mistaken, he followed the sound several meters and stumbled upon the scene. Tian Wei clutched his sternum but still managed a defiant roar. My uncle is Li Haoyan, secretary of the Fengshui Township Party Committee. I am Tian Wei. Liang Kun refused to back down either, clutching his groin and shouting. My father is Liang Yinglong, the chemical plant boss and richest man in Fengshui. I'm Liang Kun. If you hit us, you're finished. See you at the police station. In Fengshui Township, those names silenced most villagers. Under the faint moonlight, Lu Hao recognized their voice. It really was Tian Wei and Liang Kun, who had tangled with the chemical plant before. Yet his brow didn't twitch. His tone hardened sharply. Shut up. You commit such monstrous crimes, and still dare to pretend to be Secretary Li's nephew and Director Liang's son? You're begging for death. Pretending? I'm the real deal. Liang Kun snarled. Help me up, or I'll kill you. Before he finished speaking, a surge of anger rose within Lu Hao. He bent down in the dark and smashed a heavy kick into Liang Kun's groin. Bang! Something seemed to snap. Liang Kun's scream cut off in mid-pitch, leaving only a deafening howl before he fainted in pain. It's you. Tian Wei shrank aside, finally recognizing Lu Hao up close, trembling all over. Turning, he fled. Lu Hao's moves were swift and fierce. Another lightning-quick kick struck Tian Wei's vital spot. Clutching his groin, Tian Wei rolled on the ground, wailing as veins bulged on his forehead. Lu Hao didn't stop. Grabbing the still-shaken Wu Qiushui, he dashed up the path, jumped on her electric scooter, and sped toward the village entrance, the motor buzzing. Director Lu, what you're doing could cause you big trouble. Wu Kushui's voice trembled as she instinctively clung to Lu Hao's arm, her whole body still shaking. At the yellow streetlight outside the middle school gate, Lu Hao stopped the scooter. Wu Kushui's hair was disheveled, her bun matted with wet dirt. Tear streaks ran down her face, a far cry from the refined appearance she'd worn when bringing him dinner earlier that evening. Lu Hao's chest tightened with a mix of worry and deep sympathy. Since I've come across this, I can't just ignore it. Besides, if scum like them aren't dealt with, they'll only get worse. Who knows who the next victim will be? Liang Kun and Tian Wei dared to assault Wu Qiushui like that. It definitely wasn't their first time doing something so despicable. It was shocking that Tian Wei was still a government official, yet he was colluding with Liang Kun to act so shamelessly. Lu Hao absolutely wouldn't go easy on these scumbags. Wu Qiushui knew Lu Hao was right. A few years ago, Fengshui Township had a similar scandal break out, but all the victims stayed silent afterward. She had doubted whether it was true back then, but tonight's experience woke her up completely. Those rumors were all true. If Lu Hao hadn't come bursting in when he did, the rest of her life would have been ruined. Director Lu, if those two really are Secretary Li's nephews and Director Liang's son, then taking them down would be like poking a hornet's nest. Her voice trembled with worry, her face full of anxiety. Li Haoyan and Director Liang were the two most powerful figures in Fengshui Township. Anyone who crossed them faced unimaginable consequences. But Lu Hao patted her on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, they're fakes." Secretary Li's nephews would never stoop to something like this. He didn't reveal the full truth, but gave her a reassuring smile. "Don't go home tonight. They'll arrange a place for you to stay. Leave everything else to me." Lu Hao knew very well that Tian Wei and Liang Kun were not ordinary thugs. Once they recovered, they might try to retaliate against Wu Qiushui. He first brought Wu Qiushui to the floor where he lived, but didn't enter his own apartment. Instead, He used a spare key to open the door to Lin Sie's place across the hall. That was Secretary Lin's residence, and Lin Sie had given Lu Hao the key before leaving on a business trip. Secretary Lin won't be back for a few days. Stay here for now. Don't turn on the lights, and no matter who knocks, don't answer. This is Tang Chunyan's phone number. If something happens to me and you can't reach me, call her immediately. As he spoke, Lu Hao wrote down the number and handed it to Wu Qiushui. In Fengshui Township, there were very few people he trusted completely, and Tang Chunyan was one of them. I understand. Thank you, Director Lu. He'll do exactly as you say. Wu Qiushui nodded repeatedly, sensing how serious the situation was. After settling her in, Lu Hao finally returned to his own room. The bedsheets felt cold, but sleep wouldn't come. He had just dealt a severe beating, hitting hard enough that even if Tian Wei and Liang Kun weren't completely crippled, half their functions were probably ruined. Behind those two stood the most powerful and wealthiest figures in Fengshui Township. This storm was sure to roll back onto him swiftly. Had acted on impulse, but harbored no regrets. What he didn't know was how to handle what came next. Tossing and turning, he pulled out his phone and dialed Hong Haifeng. Hello? Little brother, why are you calling so late? A sleepy voice answered on the other end. Hong Haifeng had clearly been woken up. Big brother, I've got a problem here. What kind of problem? The voice snapped. An emergency call at this hour was never a good sign. Lu Hao told him everything that had happened that night, word for word. Are you sure it was Tian Wei and Liang Kun? Hong Haifeng was now fully alert, no trace of sleep left. Absolutely. They both confirmed their identities themselves. They must be in the hospital now. This is bad. You can't stay at your old place anymore. You need to leave immediately. Just after 2 a.m., at the county hospital. The emergency room's red light flickered on and off. After a tense struggle to save them, Tian Wei and Liang Kun were finally out of immediate danger. The ER doctor pulled off his mask and faced the anxious family waiting by the door, his tone steady but firm. We managed to save their lives, but there's something you need to know up front. Liang Kun's reproductive organs are severely damaged. Both are destroyed. Tian Wei's condition is slightly better. One is destroyed, but the other remains. No matter how much money you spend in the future, it's going to be very difficult for them to have children. Those words stabbed like a knife into everyone's hearts. Liang Yinglong's wife, the owner of the chemical plant, burst into tears on the spot. Liang Yinglong, our son will never be able to have kids. It's all your fault for letting him run wild. You never cared, and now look what's happened. What are you going to do? Veins bulging at his temple, Liang Yinglong roared back angrily. Stop crying. Tian Wei's uncle is Secretary Li. Whoever dared to hurt my son and Tian Wei will definitely be found and pay a heavy price. That's right. Whoever hurt my son will pay double. Sitting on the bench outside the ER, a sharply dressed young woman sneered fiercely. This was Tian Jinrong. Tian Jinrong wasn't actually Li Haoshan's biological sister, but a close friend of his wife. Years ago, through Li's wife's introduction, she got close to Li Haoyan, calling each other siblings, and even had her son Tian Wei call Li Haoyan uncle. Using charm and cunning, she had convinced Liang Yinglong to transfer shares of the chemical plant to her name, becoming Li Haoshan's behind-the-scenes proxy, while Li placed Tian Wei in the Safety Supervision Bureau to maintain control over everything. Now that Tian Wei had been beaten, Tian Jinrong immediately called to Saab and begged Li Haoyan to step in for her. Li Haoyan took it seriously, dropping his engagements to rush to the hospital, even bringing along Wang Xiaojie and Cheng Rui, the police chief of Fengshuixiang, whom he trusted. Chief Cheng, whoever dared to beat my nephew Tian Wei and Liang Kun, you must bring them to justice. Such an incident can't be tolerated in Fengshuixiang. Li Haoshan's face darkened as he ordered. Secretary Li, rest assured. I will handle this, Cheng Rui promised firmly, well aware of how seriously Li Haoyan viewed the matter. In front of Li, he called over his trusted Deputy Chief Guo Kuei. Liang Kun and Tian Wei have regained consciousness. Go ask them about what happened. Find out the details within 5 minutes. Then arrest the culprit immediately. Cheng Rui gave a brief command. Understood, Chief. Guo Kuei immediately led 2 officers as they pushed open the hospital room's door. On the way, he silently calculated. Perform well here and promotion would be within reach. The room smelled strongly of disinfectant. Liang Kun was hooked up to an 4 drip, his face pale, his voice hoarse but full of venom. I want him dead. Guo Kuei's expression was indifferent, caring only about quickly identifying the attacker. We want to catch the person as soon as possible too. Please cooperate. Who was there at the scene? Who assaulted you? Try to describe as clearly as you can. It was Lu Hao. Tian Wei gritted his teeth on the hospital bed. Although it was very dark at the time, and he couldn't see clearly, he was almost certain it was him. The voice sounded just like him. The harsh white light from the fluorescent bulb filled the room. Tian Wei clutched his bandaged lower body, cold sweat beading on his forehead. As he recalled that moment in the dim alleyway, his whole body trembled uncontrollably, burning with hatred and wishing he could crush Lu Hao to dust. Outside the ward, voices murmured quietly in the corridor. Liang Yinglong's face was ashen, his entire presence like a volcano about to erupt. He spoke to Li Haoyan and Cheng Rui with grim intensity. Secretary Li, Director Cheng, someone has ruthlessly attacked both Tian Wei and my son. It's clearly meant to wipe out our families. If the culprit isn't arrested and severely punished, how can we continue living in Fenshui Township? This is a direct insult to you. Cheng Rui tugged at his police uniform and replied gravely, Chief Liang, you're absolutely right. Such a heinous crime in our township cannot be ignored by our police station. Unless the perpetrator is brought to justice, how can the people feel safe? Li Haoyan stood with his hands behind his back, his tone cold and firm. I'm glad Director Cheng prioritizes public safety. This case must be handled swiftly and decisively. No lawbreaker will escape. Just then, Guokue hurried out with 2 officers, still wearing his hat as he reported, Leaders, the case involves Wu the widow, owner of Chioshui restaurant, and Lu Hao, the township deputy head. Tian Wei said the attacker openly identified himself on the spot. Lu Hao even boasted that Secretary Li wouldn't have a nephew like him and called him an imposter before beating them into their current state. Lu Hao? Li Haoshan's eyelids twitched as his face darkened with a terrifying gloom. Cheng Rui was equally shocked and cautiously asked, Secretary Li, Lu Hao is a county-level official. If our township police station arrests him directly, could there be? Across the hall, Wang Xiaojia heard Lu Hao's name and secretly grinned, itching to slap handcuffs on him immediately. He cut in firmly, Director Cheng, there's no need to hesitate. Whoever commits a crime can be arrested and prosecuted. If the charge of intentional assault is confirmed, he'll be sentenced, no matter that he's a deputy township head. Liang Yinglong nodded emphatically. Exactly. My son and Tian Wei both identified themselves clearly. He still dared to attack them like this, completely disrespecting Secretary Li. He's brazen and reckless. A flicker of ruthlessness appeared in Li Haoshan's eyes as he said coldly, Arrest Lu Hao immediately. Wu the widow is an accomplice, arrest her too. With those words, Cheng Rui no longer held back and immediately ordered, Guokue, take your team and go make the arrests. The officers responded at once and hurried down the corridor, disappearing into the light at the end of the hall. It was 4 a.m. The wail of police sirens tore through the night as a squad car screeched to a halt outside Wu Kushui's home, its headlights illuminating the yard like daylight. Several officers burst through the door, only to find her family members in the living room. Shaken and stunned, Wu Kushui herself was nowhere to be found. At the same time, another police car rushed to the staff housing complex near the township middle school. Wang Xiaojia had the records from the party and government office detailing exactly which building and door number Lu Hao lived in, and he quickly relayed the information to the officers. They kicked down the door and ransacked the place, but Lu Hao was nowhere to be found. Meanwhile, in the dark bathroom of the building across the street at Lin Xie's home, Wu Qiushui huddled by the toilet, pressed tightly against the wall. The footsteps in the corridor and police radio chatter outside made her hold her breath, so softly, she barely dared to breathe. Her fingers trembled as she quickly sent Lu Hao a message, reporting the situation in detail. Back at the township police station, the office was brightly lit. Li Haoyan had arrived early and was personally overseeing the operation, his gaze sharp and sleepless. Cheng Rui and the others stood nearby, all waiting for Lu Hao and Wu Qiushui to be caught. Li Haoyan knew this was a bare-knuckle fight. Catching Lu Hao would send a clear warning to anyone in Fenshui Township daring to challenge him. Thinking of County Chief Li Zhan's likely satisfaction at seeing Lu Hao's downfall, a cold smile flickered at his lips. Soon, Cheng Rui's phone vibrated. It was Vice Chief Guokue calling. Cheng Rui had expected good news, but after ending the call, his face darkened instantly. Secretary Li, they've escaped. Escaped? Li Haoyan frowned. That's right. The widow Wu is missing, and Lu Hao's not at his place either. Li Haoyan cursed under his breath, but forced down his anger. If they ran, that just proves their guilt and nervousness. It plays to our advantage. Liang Yinglong snorted. He's just a deputy township chief. Where could he possibly go? Wang Xiaojia added, exaggerating the situation. Secretary Li, Lu Hao is fleeing in fear of punishment. That makes it even worse for him. Once we catch him, let Fang Jing know she'll definitely lose it. Wang Xiaojia grinned maliciously. Before anyone could respond, the office landline suddenly rang sharply and unexpectedly. Cheng Rui hurried over and answered impatiently. Hello? Who's this? A calm, firm voice came through. I'm Lu Hao, Deputy Township Chief of Fenshui Township. I want to file a report. Lu Hao? Cheng Rui froze, then covered the receiver and looked toward Li Haoyan. Secretary Li, it's Lu Hao. He says he wants to file a report. Let's hear what he has to say first. Li Haoyan sneered, leaning closer. Deputy Township Chief Lu, this is Cheng Rui. What are you reporting? Oh, reporting a case so late at night, and the chief himself answers? I feel honored, Lu Hao joked. Normally the duty officer would take the call, indicating Cheng Rui was personally directing the manhunt. Cut the nonsense. What do you want to say? Cheng Rui's tone turned darker. In reporting 2 cases, Lu Hao's voice slowed, but every word dropped like a hammer. First, around midnight, on a small path opposite the township middle school, 2 criminals tried to assault a local woman. I caught and subdued them on the spot. They said they were the secretary's nephew and factory director Liang's son. They must have fled out of fear by now. Please make sure the station captures them. Second, someone broke into my home and ransacked it in a robbery. Our township's public security is really poor. Director Lu, where are you right now? Cheng Rui held the phone tightly, his brow furrowing deeply. I'm at the township government office. Lu Hao's voice came clearly through the receiver, firm and decisive. I demand that your police station give me an explanation. With that, he hung up without hesitation, leaving only the busy tone buzzing in his ear. By the landline, Li Haoyan wore a stern expression as he awaited news. Lu Hao's final tough words sounded to him like nonsense. The guilty always complain first, Li Haoyan snorted coldly, waving his hand with an air of finality. Just arrest and interrogate him immediately. Don't bother with anything else. Yes, Secretary Li, Cheng Rui responded promptly, a spark of excitement flashing in his eyes. Less than 10 minutes later, he led his team out of the station, jumped into the car, and turned on the siren, heading straight for the township government. The office building was sparsely lit in the night, with only the top floor Lu Hao's office shining brightly. Cheng Rui looked up to confirm their target, then quietly instructed the officers. No need to waste words upstairs, just take him away. Yes. Several officers replied in unison, their hurried footsteps pounding up the concrete staircase, the echoes bouncing through the empty hallway, tightening everyone's nerves. When the office door was pushed open, Lu Hao was seated calmly behind his desk, his gaze steady. Director Lu, Cheng Rui said sternly as he entered, regarding your report, you're required to come with us to the police station to assist with the investigation. But I don't want to go. Lu Hao looked up, his tone sharp. If Director Cheng wants to know the situation, we can talk here. I'm the complainant, not a suspect. Cheng Rui's face darkened, his voice hardening. Director Lu, you need to understand something. Although you filed the complaint, I've received reports from 2 other people accusing you of intentional assault causing serious injury. The victims are currently in the hospital. This case can't be based on your word alone, so please come with us. Lu Hao crossed his arms, cold fury in his eyes. So, Director Cheng is in such a hurry to drag township officials to the station for forced interrogation? At that moment, a strong voice rang out suddenly from outside the door. Everyone looked up as Hong Haifeng entered yawning. Earlier on the phone, he had told Lu Hao to leave his residence immediately, warning that the local police station would otherwise come directly to take him away. Lu Hao was advised to hide out at the township government office to buy some time, and Hong himself hurried over as well. The warning proved timely. No sooner had Lu Hao left than the police officers rushed to the dormitory to make the arrest. Township Chief Hong has a great sense of humor. What coercion or interrogation? I was just trying to ask Chief Lu to come back and cooperate with the investigation. Didn't expect to disturb you though. But I have to say, you're quite an early bird, Cheng Rui said with a strained smile. He was both the chief of the township police and the deputy township chief, officially outranked by Hong Haifeng. So he had to be polite on the surface. Hong Haifeng smoothed out his wrinkled shirt and replied calmly, I wish I could have slept a little longer too. But Chief Lu said a serious attempted rape case happened in our township, and he was the one who stopped the assailant. With such a big incident stirring up trouble, would it be right for me not to show up? He shifted tone. Chief Cheng, Fengshui Township had similar violent incidents before. Public security only improved in the last couple years. Now something this outrageous happens again. If we don't punish it harshly, how can the people trust us? Just then, Tang Chunyan hurried in, out of breath. After receiving Lu Hao's call, she hadn't been able to rest at all. Tang Chunyan, who told you this is a violent crime? The investigation isn't even complete, yet you dare jump to conclusions? Where do you get your nerve? A harsh voice rang out from the doorway. Li Haoyan strode in, followed by Wang Xiaojia. It was only 5 in the morning and still dark outside, but the township government office was already buzzing with voices. Faced with Hong Haifeng's assertiveness, Cheng Rui looked stuck. Seeing Li Haoyan arrive, he immediately let out a breath of relief. Secretary Li is here too. If I didn't come, you'd accuse me of protecting criminals, Li Haoyan said sarcastically. The law applies equally to the mighty and the commoners. Since Lu Hao is suspected of a crime, he must be investigated. Otherwise, how will the injured people view the township government? The injured people? Hong Haifeng smirked slightly. Secretary Li, aren't you mistaken? The injured aren't your nephew and the son of factory owner Liang from the chemical plant? Lu Hao was taken aback. He hadn't expected Hong Haifeng to be so blunt. Li Haoshan's expression darkened instantly. Staring at Hong, he said, Township Chief Hong, what do you mean by that? Even if the injured are my nephew and Liang Yinglong's son, aren't they still common people? Let alone them, you and I are also sons of farmers, ordinary people ourselves. This is a fundamental error on your part. He delivered the accusation without leaving room for argument. Everyone fell silent. The top 2 leaders of the township committee were locked in a confrontation, and no one dared to interrupt. Hong Haifeng spoke deliberately. Secretary Li makes a good point. Since your relatives are involved, this case shouldn't be investigated by our township police. You're the party secretary, and Chief Cheng reports to you. The public would definitely question the fairness. I suggest you recuse yourself. Li Haoyan narrowed his eyes, suppressing his anger, and sneered. Then Township Chief Hong, where do you think this investigation should be handled? Hong Haifeng was clearly opposing him outright. Back when Hong was the executive deputy township chief, he wouldn't even dare to make a sound in his presence. But now that had just become the township chief, he had the audacity to drop all pretense and confront him directly. Truly reckless. I believe this matter is better handled by the County Public Security Bureau, Hong Haifeng said in a deep voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. Heh, Director Chung, looks like Township Chief Hong doesn't trust you, Li Haoyan said coldly, leaning against the table. Since that's the case, he'll call the County Public Security Director to report this and have them send people to investigate. A chilling smirk crossed his face as he spoke. Hong Haifeng's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Li Haoyan had close ties with the county magistrate, and the fact he could speak directly with the County Public Security Director was no empty boast. If Li Haoyan pushed Lu Hao for a confession at the bureau, Lu might not come out unscathed. But now that the matter escalated to the county level, at least Li Haoyan wouldn't have free reign in Fenshui Township. Tang Chunyan, what business do you have here? You are just a deputy director of the Poverty Alleviation Office. Get out. There are plenty waiting to replace you if you don't want to work, Li Haoyan snapped, brusquely throwing Tang Chunyan out of the office. Director Chung, assign people to watch Lu Hao and don't let him leave this room. I'm going to report to the County Public Security Bureau now. If Lu escapes, it'll be on you, Li Haoyan said without looking back as he left. Facing Chung Rue, Hong Haifeng lowered his voice. Director Chung, have your people stand guard outside. I want to speak with Township Chief Lu alone about work matters. Chung Rue frowned slightly, but nodded after a moment's thought. He and his officers withdrew, leaving 3 men standing guard outside the door as he went to report to Li Haoyan. Once the door shut, only Hong Haifeng and Lu Hao remained inside. Hong's expression grew serious. This is a tricky situation. We'll be at a disadvantage, and Secretary Li will surely seize this chance to crush you. I remember the county party secretary is coming tomorrow to inspect grassroots work, Lu Hao suddenly said. That's right. Hong Haifeng was momentarily stunned. Liang Kuan and Tian Wei definitely aren't first-time offenders. After him taken away, Yu and Chunyan Lu Hao bent closer, speaking the plan in an almost whisper. He knew Li Haoyan would smooth relations at the Public Security Bureau to have him detained, but he couldn't just sit back and accept it. If Li Haoyan tried to shield his nephew, Lu would make sure it blew up. Outside, dawn was breaking. The gray-white sky looked like crumpled rice paper. Staff were arriving at the township government one after another, footsteps echoing through the hallways along with gossip. A deputy township chief being confined to the police station office by officers was unprecedented. Within just half an hour, Lu Hao had become the headline throughout the building, conversations spreading from the stairs to the break room. Just after 8 in the morning, Tang Chunyan arrived carrying breakfast, but was stopped by officers at the door. She handed the food to Xiao Jun, the lead guard, whispering, please take this inside. Township Chief Lu must be hungry. Xiao pushed open the door sincerely. Township Chief Lu, have something to eat. Xiao Jun, from the same village as Chunyan. You've been wronged, but Director Chung made this order, and there's nothing we can do. If you need to use the restroom, just let us know. I understand. Here, brother, have a cigarette. Lu Hao took out a soft pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from his pocket and offered one. Thank you. Xiao accepted hesitantly. He was just an ordinary policeman who usually had to address Lu as chief. Now watching over him made him uneasy. If Lu had powerful backing and came out unscathed, whoever earned his enmity next would be in real trouble. Meanwhile, in the party secretary's office, Li Haoyan pushed open the door, not even taking off his coat, glanced at his watch. Exactly 8 o'clock, time to start work. He had planned to call the County Public Security Bureau director first, but after a moment's thought, he dialed County Magistrate Li Zhun's phone instead. County Magistrate Li, I have an urgent situation to report. There was a 2-second pause on the other end before Li Zhun's deep voice replied. He'll contact Director Duan Kai immediately. Call him in 5 minutes and follow his instructions precisely. Take care to avoid risks. Understood. Thank you, Magistrate. Li Haoyan lowered his voice. A certain someone has been stirring trouble for too long time to put him away. Get it done. Li Zhun hung up. Li Haoyan set the phone on the desk, a flash of excitement in his eyes. With Li Zhun backing him, handling Lu Hao would be a breeze. 5 minutes passed in an instant, and he called the County Public Security Bureau Director Duan Kai again. Director Duan, there's a serious intentional injury case in Fenshui Township. Duan Kai responded briefly. This is clearly a criminal case. I've ordered the head of the Criminal Investigation Department to take men to Fenshui in person. Thank you, Director Duan. We should meet up sometime. It's all part of the job. They exchanged polite words and hung up. Li Haoyan turned and instructed Chung Rue, communications with higher-ups are done. The County Bureau's criminal police are arriving immediately. Regarding the assault on Tian Wei and Liang Kuan, our station will fully cooperate to solve the case quickly and severely punish the main culprit. Yes, sir. Chung Rui's voice was firm. Li Haoyan added, the leadership's orders once the suspect is taken away, he's not to return. Don't let him pollute Fengshui Township's environment anymore. Understood, Secretary. Cheng Rui blinked, then took off to execute the orders. Meanwhile, in the township chief's office, Hong Haifeng was just as restless. He reached out to his contact's County Party Committee Deputy Secretary, Xiao Hanwen, and gave a full report on Lu Hao's situation. Xiao Hanwen's tone was calm over the phone. Follow procedure. Lu Hao being taken away for investigation is compliant. Don't obstruct the County Public Security Bureau's work or things will get complicated. Stay on the sidelines and watch how this unfolds. Also, don't let Lu Hao admit to anything he didn't do. I know. Hong Haifeng agreed, but after hanging up, his mind was even more unsettled. He knew clearly that Li Haoyan had already contacted the County Public Security Bureau, which was very bad news for Lu Hao. Among the township officials who tended to avoid conflict, only Lu Hao had fully supported his efforts to promote green rural development and poverty alleviation plans. If Lu Hao ran into trouble, Hong Haifeng would find himself isolated and helpless. Agitated, he paced his office like a spinning top, anxiously searching for possible allies, suddenly remembering Lin Xia, who had taken leave to go home. Lin was one of the few who consistently backed Lu Hao and had a mysterious background that might prove helpful. Hong Haifeng made 2 calls in a row, but no one answered. At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed down the corridor. Chief Hong, people from the County Public Security Bureau are here to take Chief Lu away. Tang Chunyan burst in, looking anxious. Hong Haifeng glanced at his still black-screened phone and said in a low voice, "Let's go. I'll come with you to see." Outside the township government building, police cars flashed red and blue lights. Several criminal police officers escorted Lu Hao out the front door, silver handcuffs reflecting a cold glint in the sunlight. Lu Hao had already been taken away. "Officers, please make way. I'm Hong Haifeng, the township chief of Fengshui. I need to say something to Chief Lu." No sooner had he finished speaking than he quickened his pace, pushing his way to the front of the group. Feng Yu, head of the County Public Security Bureau's Criminal Investigation Division, stepped forward and stopped him with a firm tone. "Chief Hong, Director Duong has ordered that we take people back to the Bureau immediately for investigation. We must depart at once. Please don't interfere with our law enforcement." Interfere? Hong raised an eyebrow. A full-fledged leader at the deputy department level doesn't even have the right to speak with his own deputy township chief? Is this the way Director Duong taught you to enforce the law? His accusation hit hard and fast. Feng's face fell, unable to retort but unwilling to lose face. He sighed deeply and stepped aside an inch. Taking advantage of the opening, Hong slipped past Feng and headed straight for Lu Hao. "Chief Hong, I'm going with them," Lu Hao said quietly. "Since the case has been elevated to a criminal investigation, I'm obligated to cooperate. The innocent have nothing to fear, so please don't worry." He lowered his voice, worried that Hong might confront the police. "All right, go ahead," Hong said quickly, patting Lu on the shoulder. "They'll keep contacting our superiors. As long as you're sure you've done nothing illegal, no one can pin anything on you. Stay strong and don't let go." Lu nodded, sensing the warning to be vigilant against possible police tactics. Feng Yu, overhearing the exchange, raised his voice again. "Chief Hong, whether Lu has broken the law is no longer up to him, but will be determined through our evidence-based investigation. Now take him away." The reasoning was airtight. Hong opened his mouth to object, then thought better of it. At the edge of the crowd, Tang Chunyan anxiously stamped her foot, helpless to do anything. Lu gave her a subtle glance, signaling her to talk with Hong about the next steps while he walked with the detectives toward the exit. Just then, hurried footsteps and polished shoes sounded on the stairway. Li Haoyan appeared, beaming and striding down the stairs with Chen Rui close behind. "Director Feng, thank you for your hard work," Li greeted first. "Secretary Li, it's our duty," Feng replied with a smile. "Well then, I'll leave it in your capable hands," Li said as he extended his hand to Feng for a serious handshake, then gave Lu a smug smile, his eyes filled with barely concealed mockery. After the handshake, Feng suddenly raised his voice. "Take him away." His shout was so loud it carried upstairs to the officials. Seizing the moment, he patted Lu's shoulder roughly. "No dawdling, move it." The push made Lu stagger. Anger flared. He spun and shoulder-butted Feng hard. "Why are you pushing me? I've only questioned 2 suspects in a rape case. I'm here to cooperate with your investigation, not to be thrown in jail." Does the Public Security Bureau really treat a deputy township chief assisting an investigation with this kind of attitude? Or has Director Feng already been told to treat me like a criminal before the fact? His voice was low and edged with venom, slicing through the tense atmosphere like a blade. Feng froze at the unexpected backlash, the accusation landing too fast. He forced a smile. "Deputy Chief Lu, your tongue's sharp. Very well, please come along." "That's more like it." Lu snorted and turned toward the stairs. Having just witnessed the collusion between Feng and Li Haoyan, Lu understood the County Public Security Bureau was already on the same page. Since that was the case, Lu resolved to throw caution to the window wouldn't give Li Haoyan any face, nor Feng Yu any respect. At that moment, all the nosy township officials were peering out from the upstairs windows, cheering for Lu Hao. To them, Lu Hao's recent remark about using certain leaders as a thinly veiled jab at Li Haoyan was downright impressive. No one else in Fanshui Township would dare to be so brazen. Li Haoyan clearly caught the implication and immediately drew a red line in his mind. The real threat to his authority in Fanshui Township wasn't Hong Haifengit, it was Lu Hao. That guy must never come back. Soon, the police car roared up. The moment Lu Hao got in, he instantly became the top news in the entire township, generating nearly as much buzz as the last fire rescue. Some people couldn't help but sneer. This deputy township chief's term was way too short. No wonder they've arrested him. Who dares go against Secretary Li? This is Secretary Li's turf. Downstairs, Wang Xiaojia held a cigarette between his fingers, watching the police car drive off with a bittersweet satisfaction. He straightened his posture and swaggered into the poverty alleviation office. Sitting down, he kicked his feet high up on the desk. Ahem, announcement time. Secretary Li just decided that from now on, the poverty relief office will be under my control. Xiao Tang, pour me a cup of tea. Today's a great day. He exhaled a big smoke ring. Tang Chunyin slammed down the teacup, holding back her frustration. As soon as Lu Hao ran into trouble, Li Haoyan had dumped all Lu Hao's responsibilities onto Wang Xiaojia, kicking him when he was down without hesitation. Chief Wang, do you think Deputy Chief Lu will be coming back? Someone whispered. Coming back? Wang Xiaojia sneered. Have you ever seen anyone taken away by the police come back? He's facing intentional injury charges and will be sentenced. Deputy Chief Lu will definitely come back. Tang Chunyin couldn't help but retort. Wang Xiaoji's face immediately darkened. If Lu Hao came back, that would be his biggest headache, but Tang Chunyin was openly defying him in front of everyone, clearly not taking him seriously. Xiao Tang, I don't think you understand how many eyes the King of Hell has. Do you even grasp what intentional injury means? And you still side with him? Who's in charge of Fanshui Township now? A colleague nearby gave Tang Chunyin a warning glance. Chunyin, better apologize to Chief Wang now. Everyone understood that the Poverty Relief Office was under Wang Xiaoji's control, and Lu Hao was yesterday's news. Crossing Wang meant tough times ahead. Wang Xiaojia waited, expression grave, for her apology. He needed her submission to solidify his authority. As for dealing with Tang Chunyin, later I could wait. But Tang Chunyin flat out refused. I'm not wrong, and I want to apologize. I believe Deputy Chief Lu is innocent. He will come back. Wang Xiaojia snapped to his feet, feeling his pride shattered into pieces. Tang Chunyin, I think you'd rather drink poison than accept help. I'm going straight to Secretary Li to ask him to remove you as Deputy Director of the Poverty Office. You planning to run that office? Take a good look at yourself. Is there any chance you have the ability? After mocking Tang Chunyin, Wang Xiaojia flicked his cigarette, but onto the ground and deliberately crushed it with his toe, as if stamping down on Tang herself. Then he left the Poverty Alleviation Office and went to complain to Li Haoyan. Just 10 minutes later, the fax machine in the office beeped, and Tang Chunyin received a document from the organization department. Her position as deputy director was revoked. Wang Xiaoji's threats had come true, word for word. This move was clearly Li Haotian's warning to all the officials in Fanshui Township. Anyone who dared oppose him would meet the same fate. Even worse, Li Haoyan instructed Wang Xiaojia to spread the word. Everyone was to keep silent about Lu Hao immediately. The entire township had to be fully prepared for the county party secretary's inspection visit tomorrow, and all related materials had to be delivered to his desk without delay. The office felt stifling, and Tang Chunyin was restless, her mind filled with worry about Lu Hao. Suddenly, she thought of someone, Lu Hao's fiancé, Feng Jing. Although she didn't have a strong impression of Feng Jing, she had no other choice. She pulled out the personnel directory of the Poverty Alleviation Office and found an emergency contact number left by Lu Hao, which indeed listed Feng Jing. Taking a deep breath, Tang dialed the number. Hello, is this Director Feng? This is Tang Chunyin from Fanshui Township. I'm listening. On the other end, Feng Jing frowned, her tone cold and clipped. What do you want? Sister Jing, no, Director Feng. Chief Lu was taken by the police just after 9. You have to do something to help him. Lu Hao arrested? The police? Are you joking? Feng Jing sounded disbelieving. It's true. Tang Chunyin quickly recounted the entire incident from early this morning when Lu Hao had acted bravely, emphasizing why the township police and county public security were now targeting him, because 2 casualties included Li Haotian's nephew and Liang Yinglong, the chemical plant owner's son. There was a pause on the phone, then Feng Jing swore under her breath. This is madness, completely insane. Has he lost his mind, seriously injuring the leader's relative? Director Feng, Chief Lu acted out of righteousness. Those people are in the wrong. Tang Chunyin hurried to defend him. But now he's locked up in the police station and has injured the leader's kin. Do you really think the leadership will see it as a noble act? Feng Jing's voice was icily firm. Director Feng, you have to help Chief Lu. He's my fiancé, of course I'll help him. You don't need to worry about it. With that, Feng Jing hung up abruptly. Beep beep beep. Listening to the dial tone, Tang Chunyin felt a mix of emotions. Her own helplessness, and her inability to aid Lu Hao. She could only pray silently that he would survive this ordeal and return safely. From now on, she vowed to follow Lu Hao's footsteps step by step, climbing upward together. At that moment, inside the county high school office, the dismissal bell had just rung outside, but the office was so quiet that even the ticking of the second hand on the clock could be heard. Fang Jing clenched her phone tightly, palms sweaty. To confirm the news, she immediately called Lu Hao, but only a cold powered-off message greeted her. Before she could even lower the phone, a new call flashed on the screen. Wang Xiaojia. Earlier, he had been busy gloating and had almost forgotten to inform Fang Jing. As soon as she picked up, his voice was bursting with barely contained excitement. Fang Jing, Lu Hao's in trouble. The County Public Security Bureau arrested him. Did you hear? I already know, Fang Jing said, drawing a deep breath, though her voice still trembled. Xiaojia, you have to help Lu Hao. Talk to Secretary Li. He definitely didn't mean to seriously injure his nephew. In her desperation, she even changed how she addressed Wang Xiaojia. I get it. Don't worry. You know I'll have your back, Wang Xiaojia said reassuringly. Then his tone turned serious. But this is a criminal case. Lu Hao beat up 2 people so badly they could be infertile for life. The police are leaning toward intentional injury charges. If he gets convicted, you need to brace yourself. Fang Jing's forehead went icy cold, her vision blurred black around the edges, and she nearly slumped from her chair. Don't worry. I'm heading straight to Secretary Li. If that doesn't work, he'll go to County Chief Li. Wang Xiaojia continued to dole out hopeful words. Look, I'm just like you. I can't stand to see Lu Hao's future ruined. Thank you, Xiaojia. Fang Jing's eyes reddened. She hadn't expected his sympathy at such a critical moment. Feeling he had made his presence known enough, Wang Xiaojia ended the call with a teasing tone. The office lights hummed quietly. Fang Jing sank back into her chair, her thoughts in turmoil, and sighed deeply. She and Lu Hao had struggled through many hurdles. It had taken effort for their parents to reluctantly accept their relationship and agree to the marriage, and now this crisis had appeared. If she went to plead with Fang Igua now, he would no doubt find fault with Lu Hao again, calling him reckless. But Fang Jing knew she couldn't rely solely on Wang Xiaojia. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to dial her father's number. She couldn't stand by now that Lu Hao was in trouble. What? Lu Hao got arrested by the police. What exactly happened? The moment the call connected, Fang Iguo's voice was full of shock. The situation was serious, so Fang Jing didn't hold back. She told him everything she knew in detail. After listening, Fang Igua slammed his hand furiously and shouted through the phone. What the hell was he thinking? Beating up Secretary Li's nephew so badly? Does he think being a deputy township chief means he can act with impunity? Dad, now's not the time to scold Lu Hao. You have to find a way to help him. If he's convicted, his life is over. Fang Jing had expected this scolding, but still pleaded quietly on Lu Hao's behalf. Help? How am I supposed to help? Fang Iguo's anger flared. Secretary Li has Chief Li backing him up. Lu Hao's already made powerful enemies of both. Now that he's down, they'll attack viciously. Don't you get that? On the other end, Fang Jing bit her lip, tears streaming unstoppable down her face. Daughter, anyone who speaks up for Lu Hao now risks bringing trouble down on themselves. I might be promoted to director of the Agriculture Bureau soon. Do you want me to sacrifice my career for him? Even if Dad gave up on this bureau chief position, it might not save Lu Hao. Think about it. Wo and Anqing County would dare interfere with anything Director Li wants to control. Don't you agree? Fang Igua said patiently, gently setting his teacup down on the wooden table. The muted clink of porcelain against wood seemed to punctuate his analysis. Dad, but Lu Hao is my fiancé. Are we just going to watch him get into trouble? Fang Jing covered her mouth, tears slipping through her fingers. She knew her father spoke the truth. There was almost no way he could stand up to Li Jun with the current power he wielded. Fang Igua leaned back on the sofa, his eyes turning cold. Fiancé isn't husband. You two haven't registered your marriage yet. Today he's your fiancé. Tomorrow he may be called off. Daughter, you might not like hearing this from me, but I have to say it now. Fang Jing sensed where her father was going. She wiped her tears, but said nothing. Give up on Lu Hao, Fang Igua continued. Even if he escapes this time, Director Li won't let him off. His future is doomed. Whenever Li Jun's in a bad mood, he can find any excuse to have him removed. Besides, Lu Hao comes from a single-parent family. His mother runs a small bakery, no connections at all. You being with him, frankly, he's the one who's reaching up. His tone grew softer, but each word hit Fang Jing's heart. Your mother and I believe marriages should be between equals. When I become head of the Agriculture Bureau, marrying a middle-ranking official or even a promising young talent in the municipal party will be a breeze and far better than Lu Hao. His words were harsh, but grounded in reality. Pressuring his daughter to break off the engagement not only showed loyalty to Li Jun, but also made the breakup more justifiable. Since Lu Hao was already under suspicion, the Fang family could gracefully withdraw without losing facade was a win-win. Dad, I know you're thinking about my future happiness, but I can't abandon Lu Hao now. Fang Jing choked out, shaking her head. Let me just call Director Hong. Seeing her tense shoulders tremble slightly, Fang Igua realized he couldn't push too hard and nodded without another word. He had to proceed step by step. Rushing would only backfire. After the call ended, Silence fell over the living room again, broken only by the ticking clock. Fong Igua picked up his teacup, a satisfied curve appearing at the corner of his mouth. Sacrificing his daughter's relationship with Lu Hao in exchange for the Agriculture Bureau chief position was a bargain too good to pass up. Riding Li Zhen's coattails, becoming deputy county chief no longer seemed like a fantasy. In the county middle school office, Fang Jing called Hong Haifeng again. The phone was answered after just 2 rings, and the young female teacher's voice trembled with restrained sobs. Hong Haifeng adjusted his glasses on the bridge of his nose and tried to keep his tone firm yet gentle. Fang Jing, Lu Hao didn't commit a crime. He acted bravely for the right cause. I want stand by and watch, don't worry too much. Hearing this, Fang Jing kept thanking him, her voice full of gratitude. Thank you, Chief Hong. Lu Hao is lucky to have a leader like you. Let's not talk now. I have an important call on my end. I'll inform you as soon as I have news. Hong Haifeng reassured her and hung up, immediately answering another incoming call. Secretary Lin, I was about to lose my mind. Glad you finally called back, he exhaled heavily. On the other end, Lin Xie was hiking with her parents in nearby mountains. The signal was patchy, but her voice remained calm. What happened? Without delay, Hong Haifeng recounted the entire morning incident. Lu Hao had been taken into custody by the county criminal police after seriously injuring 2 thugs trying to assault women. He feared the criminal squad would use harsh tactics to force Lu Hao to confess falsely. He then bluntly expressed his worry-strong connections, possibly up to the city level, must be used to get Lu Hao released quickly. This is indeed serious. Wait for my call. Lin Xie's voice was somber for the first time. After hanging up, she paused on the trail and immediately called Yi Zi. At the county committee office, Yi Zi was organizing files when she saw Lin Xie's incoming call and felt a pang of tension. After hearing the report, her expression darkened. Something this big, and no one reported it to me. County Governor Li really plays his own game. Lin Xie sighed softly. Who would come to you? If it got to Governor Li, they'd be seen as your people. No one dares offend him lightly. Yi Zi nodded and pondered briefly. I'll handle this. You focus on your parents. After hanging up, she picked up the card of Organization Minister Luo Weiman, thought for a moment, then dialed. Luo Weiman had just finished lunch and was startled by the ringing phone. Hello, Secretary Yi. Minister Luo, I heard that Deputy Township Chief Lu Hao of Fengshui Township was arrested by the county police. Have you heard anything? Yi Zi's tone was measured but probing. There was silence for a few seconds before Luo responded quietly. I just heard about it. Lu Hao acted bravely, seriously injuring 2 men trying to assault women. One is Secretary Li's nephew from Fengshui, the other the son of chemical factory owner Liang Yinglong. Governor Li is personally handling it. It was clear, Lu Hao was right, but the opposition had heavy backing. Luo, as organization minister, had no leverage. Yi Zi rejected this helpless stance and asked, what do you plan to do? Luo thought carefully before answering. Secretary Yi, I have an idea. If Secretary Li Haoyan doesn't pursue his nephew, the police have no reason to pressure Lu Hao. They'll talk to him, I'm sure he'll show you some respect. Yi Zi frowned. Though she disagreed, this was the best plan for now. She replied softly, then try it. I'll wait for your update. Though she had already done Lu Hao a favor, she still liked him and intended to cultivate him going forward. As long as Lu Hao was not wrong, she didn't want to see his career ruined. After hanging up, Yi Zi pondered over what Luo Weiman had just said. Li Haoshan's nephew Tian Wei and Liang Kuan, the son of the chemical plant owner Liang Yinglong, had indeed been bullying people in Fengshui Township, especially Liang Kuan, who had even assaulted a high school girl at the local middle school. But because of Li Haoyan and Liang Yinglong's influence, the villagers dared to be angry but didn't dare to speak up, and the matter was ultimately left unresolved. These dirty dealings would have to be thoroughly investigated sooner or later, but for now, Yi was more concerned about how Li Haoyan regarded her as the county party secretary. 10 minutes later, her phone rang again. Minister Luo, what's the situation? She asked directly. Luo Weiman sounded helpless. Secretary Yi, Li Haoyan seems out of sorts. He insists that Lu Hao is clearly guilty and calls his nephew a victim. Even if he doesn't pursue it, his nephew's family won't let Lu Hao off. I also called Director Duan Kai. Duan said that Lu Hao is suspected of intentional injury, a criminal case. They are still gathering evidence. Releasing him lightly would be playing with criminal law. Did you let them know it was my idea? Yi Zi's lips curved into a slight smile, but her expression remained unreadable. I told them the truth, but their attitude didn't change. They even asked if you planned to shield a criminal, Luo Weiman confessed. It's my lack of influence that failed to get things done. Yi frowned slightly. She hadn't wanted to confront the Li Zhen faction so soon, but with Li Haoyan and Duan Kai being so brazen, retreating now would only make Li Zhen see her as weak. Even Luo might start doubting her control. With that thought, her eyes darkened and she laughed softly. Minister Luo, this isn't about pride. Since they emphasize that violating criminal law is a crime, then Tian Wei and Liang Kun's cases must be handled legally as well. Don't you agree? You're right, Secretary Yi. Luo quickly agreed. Constantly backing down only emboldens them. We must protect cadres like Lu Hao, who dare to stand up for the people. Only then will more officials have the courage to resist these evil forces. Yi understood clearly. Only if she led the charge would others dare to follow. Then how do we protect him? Following your line of thought, immediately gather all evidence of Tian Wei and Liang Kun's crimes and find the victim Wu Qiushui to testify. Once their guilt is indisputable, Lu Hao's case will naturally be settled. Gathering evidence relies on the police, but we don't have Duan's cooperation, Yi reminded him. Then replace them. You're the county party secretary. There are plenty of capable officials in the public security, prosecution, and courts who know right from wrong, Luo said firmly. Yi gave a slight nod, finally satisfied. If you have people in mind, act decisively. They'll be at Fengshui Township for inspection at 9 a.m. tomorrow. I want the investigation results on Tian Wei and Liang Kun before then. He'll commend those involved afterward. Thank you, Secretary Yi. Luo's spirits lifted. Yi had expected Luo would hit a wall the first time he called. After all, the respected organization minister and county committee member had been sidelined, so he must have been frustrated. With the promise of commendation, Luo would only work harder. After ending the call, Luo immediately dialed Guan Xiaoqing, deputy head of the county organization department. Luo had personally promoted Guan, who was in her 30s, not only pretty but also very proactive with strong organizational skills. On the other side, Lu Hao had already been stripped of all his belongings after being brought into the county public security bureau. The interrogation room was cramped and dimly lit. He was told to sit in the only black leather chair. Opposite him sat 3 police officers in a row. Feng Yu, the chief of the county bureau's criminal investigation department, sat in the center with a cold, hard expression. To the left was Guo Kuei, the deputy director of the Fengshui Township Police Station, whose face looked familiar to Lu Hao. On the right was Qiao Jun, the officer who had guarded him in the township government office earlier, a fellow villager who once handed him a cigarette and didn't seem eager to cross him, now clearly ordered by superiors to record the statement. Lu Hao, you are charged with intentional assault. Confess the facts honestly, and you might get a lighter sentence. Feng Yu began, already presuming guilt with a tone full of smug satisfaction. Handling this case, well, could mean a promotion to deputy director of the county bureau. Me? A criminal? Lu Hao looked up, speaking confidently. Where's the evidence? I reported an attempted rape by Tian Wei and Liang Kun. So why didn't you go collect evidence or interrogate them? Feng Ye's face immediately darkened. He hadn't forgotten the public confrontation with Lu Hao at Fengshui Township, and now this man was still defiant inside the bureau. Trying hard to hide his anger, he slammed his hand on the table and stood up. How dare you? It's a fact that you severely injured Tian Wei and Liang Kun, so you are under suspicion first. Your claim of attempted rape? Pure fabrication. Even if we found Wu Qiushui, her words alone would be biased and unconvincing. Without any other evidence, your accusations can't form an evidentiary chain. Understand? He finished with a cold smile, clearly implying he had plenty of ways to silence Lu Hao. Lu Hao knew Feng Yu was telling the truth about the situation. That was why he hadn't dared to let Wu Qiushui appear. A single testimony wouldn't save him. It might even drag her into custody. If Wu Qiushui broke under interrogation and was forced to accuse him of intentional assault, there would be no way out. If Chief Feng thinks so, then I have to make things clear too, Lu Hao said with a faint smile, deciding to cooperate within limits. He truthfully recounted what happened that early morning. In the darkness, he had focused solely on rescuing Wu Qiushui, fighting blindly with Tian Wei and Liang Kun without noticing where they were injured. As for purposely kicking anyone in the groin, he would never admit to that. There was a huge legal difference between self-defense and intentionally causing harm. Stop pretending, Lu Hao. Guo Kuei suddenly shouted in a rough, coarse voice. What you're saying contradicts the victim's testimony completely. Liang Kun says you deliberately kicked them in the groin, causing serious injury and infertility. I order you to confess, or you'll learn what we can do. Guo Kuei was known for his bad temper, often yelling to intimidate suspects. This time, sent by Li Haoyan and Cheng Ruiji, his mission was to force Lu Hao to confess quickly. Seeing Lu Hao stick to his story only made him more furious. But Lu Hao remained calm, meeting Guo Kuei's gaze steadily. What else do you plan to do? Torture me until I confess to something false. Please understand that I am here to cooperate with the investigation, not to confess. Also, I am the deputy head of Fengshui Township, equal in rank to Director Cheng. You are my subordinate, so please speak to me with the proper respect. You? Guo Kuei was so flustered he trembled, his finger frozen in midair. After a few seconds, he retorted, this is the Public Security Bureau. You're the criminal suspect now, so stop acting like an official around me. That's just your opinion. Where's the evidence? Lu Hao leaned back in the cold iron chair, eyes sharp. As a policeman in Fengshui Township, don't you know exactly how many illegal things Tian Wei and Liang Kun have done? Instead of investigating them, you're taking orders from others to dump the blame on me. Remember, sooner or later the law will catch up with you. Lu Hao's tone was firm and unyielding. He knew that if he played along with their game, he really wouldn't get out. Guo Kuei and Feng Yu exchanged a glance and narrowed their eyes. Their superiors had stressed this was an important case, and the longer Lu Hao insisted on his innocence, the more dissatisfied those above would become with their handling of the matter. Section Chief Feng, shall we discuss this outside? Guo Kuei sounded anxious. It was clear that the usual interrogation wasn't going to meet leadership's demands. Feng Yu nodded and turned to instruct Xiao Jun. Watch him closely while we go get instructions from the leadership. Once the two had left, the interrogation room door slammed shut with a bang, freezing the air inside. Chief Lu, Xiao Jun rubbed his hands nervously, avoiding Lu Hao's gaze. I think you'd better clear things up now, otherwise it'll be hard to get out of here. Didn't I already say? The real criminals are Tian Wei and Liang Kuan, Lu Hao said steadily. You've been at the police station longer than I have. You know what they've done. Let me remind you. You can make wrong choices, but you have to leave yourself a way out. Xiao Jun's mouth twitched, and his eyes darted around. Of course, he knew Tian Wei and Liang Kuan were no good, but he was just an ordinary policeman. Even Director Chung turned a blind eye. He wouldn't dare speak up. At the grassroots level, offending your superiors only makes life miserable. Meanwhile, in the dimly lit corridor outside the interrogation room, smoke curled in the yellow light. Guo Kuei and Feng Yu leaned against the wall, each holding a phone as they reported to their superiors. Yes, I know what to do. Don't worry, we'll make sure Lu Hao confesses. The two of them expressed their determination over the phone before hanging up. Director Duan emphasized that as long as the other party confessed, no one would die. Secretary Li and Chief Chung echoed the sentiment some people were just stubborn pests that needed to be dealt with harshly. After the call ended, Guo Kuei and Feng Yu exchanged cold smirks, flicked their cigarette butts to the ground, and crushed them underfoot, as if they were stepping on Lu Hao himself. The interrogation room door opened again. Feng Yu didn't sit down but strode up to Lu Hao with a cold voice. Lu Hao, this is your last chance. Confess to your crimes honestly. For a stubborn troublemaker like you, our police department has plenty of ways to make you confess. So you're resorting to torture? Lu Hao chuckled lightly, sensing their impatience. Torture? That's illegal. Of course not, Feng Yu said with a sinister smile. But we can certainly show you a bit of what you deserve. This is specially for crafty old foxes like you. After saying that, he made a call. Moments later, two officers entered, one carrying a basin filled with cold water, another holding a small stool, while someone else jingled handcuffs and circled behind Lu Hao. What do you want? I'm not a criminal, Lu Hao shouted. Suddenly, he swung his arm back and knocked down the officer attempting to cuff him. If they wanted to play dirty, he wouldn't hold back in the interrogation room. Hold him down, Feng Yu ordered. Two officers lunged at Lu Hao and tangled with him. Taking advantage of the chaos, Feng Yu pulled out a stun baton and jabbed it hard into Lu Hao's lower back. Zzz. A strong electric current surged through his muscles. Lu Hao's body convulsed, his limbs instantly weakening. Several officers pinned him to the ground, crushing all his resistance. Before we started questioning you, I reviewed your file, Feng Yu sneered from above. Military district martial arts champ, huh? Don't get cocky. This stun baton was made for people like you. Think I, the head of criminal investigation, don't know what I'm doing? Cuff him. Seeing Lu Hao twitching on the floor, he gestured again. The officers quickly snapped on the handcuffs, grabbing his arms and hair, and forced his head into the basin of icy water. The biting cold water flooded Lu Hao's nose and mouth. Furious, he struggled wildly, but was held down firmly. Every time he tried to break free, Feng Yu pressed the stun baton against him again. The electrified pain came harder each time, leaving Lu Hao powerless. Lu Hao, confess now, or you'll face something worse, Feng Yu threatened coldly. Gasping underwater, chest burning, Lu Hao gritted his teeth. I won't confess. If you've got the guts, kill me. Only one stubborn thought remained in his mind. He never imagined the police had such ruthless methods. He would never bow to them. Lu Hao felt his consciousness gradually fading, as if he was about to lose awareness completely. But the next moment, someone suddenly yanked him up, pulling his entire head out of the water. A rush of air filled his nostrils, stinging and burning his throat like fire. He gasped violently, coughing harshly as the water trapped in his windpipe was expelled in fits. His lungs ached as if pierced by sharp needles, but the pain reminded him one thing was still alive, and air was truly indispensable to life. Ha ha ha. As his mind cleared slightly, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. What are you laughing at? Feng Yu shone a cold light on his face, frowning so deeply his eyebrows nearly met. I'm laughing at you for not having the guts to kill me. Lu Hao looked up, his face streaked with water, but his smile unbowed. You want me to confess? I didn't do it, and I never will. Damn it. Lu Hao, don't get cocky. Guo Kuei grabbed him by the soaked collar, anger flickering across his face. You really think we're powerless? We have plenty of tricks. Bring it on. Lu Hao gritted his teeth. I'm still the vice village head when I get out. Maybe my righteous acts will even earn me a promotion. When that happens, the ones getting fired and thrown in jail will be you guys. Guo Kuei and Feng Yu exchanged a tense glance, their eyes twitching sharply. They knew exactly what mess Liang Kuan and Tian Wei had made in Fengshui Township. After Tian Wei was transferred to the safety supervision station, he calmed down a bit, but Liang Kuan, relying on connections with Li Haoyan and Liang Yinglong, continued to prey on women without consequence. If the county launched a thorough investigation because of Lu Hao, their ugly secrets wouldn't stay hidden. Both understood there was no turning back. Lu Hao had to confess quickly, or the longer this dragged on, the more likely it was all of them would be dragged down. Use the wind torture. Make it brutal. Feng Yu ordered. Cold water poured down in relentless buckets, soaking Lu Hao to the bone. Then 5 or 6 powerful fans roared to life, alongside 2 air conditioners set to the lowest temperature and highest wind speed, cutting him with icy blades of wind that seemed to penetrate his very bones. The handcuffs bit tightly into his wrists, the sharp metal edges slicing flesh open, mingling blood with water droplets as they trickled down. The cruel water torture didn't stop. The basin was repeatedly lifted and plunged down, forcing ice-cold water into his nasal cavity, choking him. At the door, Xiao Jun frowned, a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. He secretly respected Lu Hao. Anyone else would have broken by now, but Lu Hao was still holding on. Was there really someone backing this vice village head? He recalled Lu Hao saying that people can take the wrong path, but must always leave themselves a way out. Suddenly Lu Hao's head was yanked out of the water again, locking eyes with him. Xiao Jun's heart skipped a beat. Quickly, he averted his gaze and pretended not to notice. Lu Hao, you're just a vice village head, and you dare fight the county leaders? Feng Yu slammed one hand on the table, tapping rhythmically with the other. Confess, and it'll end your suffering. You'll get a good meal, and he'll plead on your behalf for a lighter sentence. Bah! Lu Hao trembled all over, his breath steaming in the cold air. I won't confess to what I didn't do. Torturing people like this will only bring you bad karma. He knew clearly that Hong Haifeng was surely running around outside. Tomorrow morning the county party secretary was scheduled to visit Fengshui Township, and Hong Haifeng planned to make a big scene. If he could just hold out until dawn, everything might turn around. Damn it. Tiger bench, smoke torture, bright lights, all of it now? Guokuei's rage boiled over. I want to see how strong your bones really are. Night had deepened, but the orders from leadership were clear and merciless. Lu Hao had to confess before dawn and then be handed to the judicial authorities for sentencing. Though their opponent was tough, Guokuei and Feng Yu believed that together, they could make Lu Hao kneel and confess. At Zuaming Restaurant in Anqing County, an opulent private room. Underneath the long redwood dining table, the thick carpet swallowed the footsteps. Police Chief Duan Kai, County Party Office Director Li Haoyan, Cheng Rui, Wang Xiaojia, and Liang Yinglong took their seats in turn, with the seat of honor reserved for County Magistrate Li Zhen, who controlled all the power and currents of Anqing County. The dishes were exquisite steaming abalone with sea cucumber and shark fin, but everyone understood that the strongest flavor in the room was power. We're all friends here. Don't be so formal, Li Zhen said, calmly picking up some abalone while asking with no change in expression, Chief Duan, you mentioned that Luo Weiman called you today and asked you to release Lu Hao? Duan Kai set down his wine glass, his tone laced with mockery. Yes. Minister Luo even said it was Secretary Yes' idea. I flatly refused. Lu Hao's case is criminal. Evidence is firm. If I let him go, where does that leave the law? I also made it clear I trusted Secretary Yi wouldn't give an order that broke the law. Since then, no more calls from him. Li Zhen nodded approvingly, but the corner of his mouth curled with a cold edge. What is Minister Luo thinking? I've treated him well, haven't I? Something this big, and he doesn't even bother informing me. Instead, he goes straight over my head to Chief Duan. Does he still acknowledge me as the county magistrate? Certainly not. Li Haoyan quickly chimed in, adding fuel to the fire by embellishing how Luo Weiman had also called him, while showing his loyalty. Li Zhen snorted. The provincial contacts tell me Secretary Yi thrives on showing off his power. He insisted on promoting Lu Hao. So what's the result? Lu Hao deliberately assaulted someone, causing infertility. He lacks the most basic cadre qualities. Such a person must never be spared. County Magistrate Li is absolutely right. Li Haoyan hastened to agree. Cadres like Lu Hao should have been expelled from the system long ago. Li Zhen glanced over at Duan Kai, fingers tapping the table. By the way, Secretary Yi is visiting Fengshui Township for research tomorrow. How reliable are your people? Can Lu Hao confess before the morning? Timing is critical. As soon as they had a confession, Li Haoyan could denounce Lu Hao publicly at the research site, humiliating Yi Zi face-to-face and making her realize who truly ruled Anqing County. County Magistrate, rest assured. Well, increase interrogation overnight and definitely solidify Lu Hao's guilt, Duan Kai immediately pledged. The atmosphere thawed, and Li Zhen raised his cup with a perfunctory thanks for everyone's hard work, as clinks of glasses resumed. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Before 9 o'clock, 3 black sedans rolled out of the county party compound, speeding toward Fengshui Township. At the township government building's entrance, a red banner with white letters reading "Warmly welcome county party leaders to guide us" fluttered in the breeze. Li Haoyan, Township Party Secretary Hong Haifeng, Propaganda Committee Member Deng Song, the People's Congress Chairman, the Armed Forces Minister, Vice Township Chiefs Wang Xiaojia, Cheng Rui, and all other officials stood in neat formation, serious and solemn. This marked the first grassroots visit since the county party secretary took office and, the first time many saw her so, no one dared to slack off. The motorcade stopped, and car doors opened one by one. Yi stepped out first, accompanied by several county party leaders. Her sharp heels clicked crisply on the tiles. As for County Magistrate Li Jun, she hadn't invited him, and he wisely avoided joining the scene. Yi's smile was faint but polite as she shook hands with each feng shui leadership member in turn. Li Haoyan beamed like a blooming flower, bowing respectfully to usher her into the conference room. During the brief greetings, he discreetly studied the entourage accompanying her today. County Deputy Secretary Xiao Hanwen, Organization Minister Luo Weiman, Deputy Organization Minister Guan Xiaoqing, Propaganda Minister Song Shanyong, Discipline Inspection Secretary Zhou Ziyangand, to his slight surprise Deputy Prosecutor Huo Ling from the Procuratorate. Li Haoyan had a vague feeling that something was off about the accompanying personnel, but he couldn't quite put his finger on what. In the conference room, afternoon sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, mingling with a faint scent of disinfectant in the air. Xiao Hanwen, the Deputy Secretary of the County Committee, was short in stature but boomed in a deep voice. Secretary Li, shall we get started with the meeting? All right. Li Haoyan adjusted the materials on the table and smiled. First, on behalf of the Party Committee of Feng Shui Township, I warmly welcome Secretary Yi and the delegation for their research visit. He led the applause, which erupted loudly around the room. The other team members quickly followed suit. At the head of the table, Yi sat with her hands folded, her expression indifferent, but she gave a slight nod. Clearing his throat, Li Haoyan continued. Next, I'll introduce the members of our township leadership. Wait. Yi raised her hand, her voice calm but measured. Let's have everyone introduce themselves 1 minute each. I want to listen carefully and also get to know your specific situations. Li Haoyan was momentarily surprised but responded. Then I want to introduce one by one. Everyone, please start self-introductions, beginning with Director Hong. Wait. Yi interrupted again, her gaze steady yet sharp. Secretary Li, why don't you introduce yourself as well? Honestly, I haven't been in office long, and this is our first meeting. Last time during cadre promotions, County Chief Li strongly recommended you for the party secretary position, but I don't know much about you. Her words instantly thickened the atmosphere. A flicker of embarrassment passed across Li Haotian's face. He was clearly signaling to everyone that his position wasn't decided by her. The expressions of those present turned subtly uneasy. He forced himself to speak, then he'll go first. During his self-introduction, he emphasized his achievements since taking office. Progress on poverty alleviation projects, business investment talks, completion rates of dilapidated house renovations, his voice steady, but internally bolstering himself. Next up was Township Chief Hong Haifeng, followed one by one. Yi leaned slightly forward, listening intently. Beside her, Xiao Hanwen and the deputy heads of the organization department took notes diligently, the scratching of pens on paper filling the quiet. No one knew exactly what they wrote, but their meticulousness made the feng shui leadership nervous. Everyone spoke cautiously, afraid to miss or misspeak even a detail. When all introductions concluded, Yi closed her notebook. Feng Shui Township is the poorest in Anqing County. I now have a preliminary impression of everyone. By the way, how many members are on your township leadership team? 10 in total, Li Haoyan answered without hesitation. But Yi didn't look at him. Instead, she turned to the deputy heads of the organization department. Clearly, she wanted them to verify. Deputy Organization Head Guan Xiaoqing promptly added, Secretary Yi, that's correct. Feng Shui's leadership currently has 10 members. Among them, Deputy Party Secretary Lin Xia is currently on leave. Yi nodded. Then aside from Comrade Lin Xia, 9 should be present today. Yet only 8 have introduced themselves. How is that? Her eyes scanned the room. Her tone was steady, but the question sent chills down everyone's spines. Li Haoyan was slightly stunned but then smirked inwardly. She was definitely picking faults. Lu Hao was locked up in the County Public Security Bureau, yet Yi was pretending not to know. Fortunately, he and Li Jun had discussed a strategy last night by firmly focusing on the phrase suspected criminal case. Even Yi would be powerless. He lifted his chin and spoke calmly. Secretary Yi, there is one more Deputy Township Chief Lu Hao, who was recently promoted by the organization. He got into some trouble early yesterday morning. He is under suspicion of a criminal case and has been taken by the County Public Security Bureau for questioning. Li Haoyan said lightly. What kind of criminal case are we talking about? Yi pressed on. Deputy Chief Lu was involved in a brawl resulting in serious injury to the victim, causing permanent infertility. The public security authorities have preliminarily classified it as intentional assault. Li Haoyan summarized crisply. Though his tone barely concealed his displeasure, knew Yi already had all the information, but insisted on confronting him directly. No sooner had he finished than several deputy officials across the table nearly burst out laughing. The chairman of the Township People's Congress, nearing retirement and speaking without restraint, sneered. Lu Haoyan kicked the guy's balls to pieces. Laughter erupted around the room. But Li Haoyan shot a cold glare that instantly choked off the laughter. Comrade Lu Haoyan once bravely fought fires. I was the one who pushed for his promotion. I never expected him to do something like this. Yi Zi first blamed herself, lowering her head to glance over the documents in her hands. Li Haoyan felt a flicker of satisfaction, thinking she was about to take responsibility for her poor judgment. But the next moment, her tone shifted sharply. I haven't been paying enough attention to the cadres in Fengshui Township. I only just learned that Lu Haoyan is suspected of a crime. Clearly, am not fit to be the county party secretary. Director Hong, do you agree? She looked up abruptly, pointing at Hong Haifeng. Hong Haifeng paused briefly, then quickly replied, Secretary Yi, it's not that you're unfit. We just failed to report to you promptly. That responsibility lies with us. Secretary Li, what do you think? With that, he passed the buck to Li Haoyan. The night before, Hong Haifeng had already informed Xiao Hanwen and Luo Weiman, who both rushed to Fengshui Township today. He suspected Yi Zi was deliberately feigning ignorance to challenge Li Haoyan for not reporting the matter, suggesting she might side with Lu Haoyan. At that thought, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Li Haoyan remained calm and had his story ready. Secretary Yi, He raced the situation. Lu Haoyan is deputy township chief, but not a party committee member, so he falls under government management. After the incident, I immediately reported it to County Chief Li. He said he would inform you, but probably forgot due to his busy schedule. This was the agreed-upon narrative he rehearsed with Li Zhen the night before. Yi Zi replied coolly, Secretary Xiao, please call County Chief Li to verify. All right. Xiao Hanwen took out his phone and put it on speaker. County Chief Li, Secretary Yi wants to ask if you're aware of the arrest of Lu Haoyan, Deputy Township Chief of Fengshui Township, by the Public Security Bureau. On the other end, Li Zhen responded calmly, am aware of the situation. But since Lu Haoyan is a deputy and not a party committee member with a low rank, I didn't want to bother Secretary Yi until the investigation was complete. I plan to report it in the afternoon's standing committee meeting. Just a few words, yet airtight. Everyone in the meeting exchanged glances, finding no fault in this explanation. Xiao Hanwen exchanged a few pleasantries before ending the call and looked at Yi Zi. Since County Chief Li did report this, have the County Public Security Bureau's investigation results come out? Who can answer me? Yi Zi pressed on. Secretary Yi, the results are in. Lu Haoyan has confessed, and the case will soon be transferred to judicial authorities. At that moment, Cheng Rui suddenly spoke up. He had just received a WeChat message from Guokui saying that Lu Hao couldn't hold out and had confessed, and they were about to have him sign the interrogation record. Hearing this, Cheng Rui's spirit was instantly lifted, inwardly praising his team for a job well done. That's impossible. Lu Hao is innocent. Hong Haifeng suddenly jumped to his feet, the chair scraping loudly against the floor. His face flushed red with agitation. Li Haoyan frowned coldly and fixed him with a sharp look. Director Hong, please watch your tone. Determining the nature of a criminal case is the Public Security Bureau's job, not ours to meddle in or direct. But Hong Haifeng stood his ground, his eyes blazing as he stared at Yi Zi, the meeting chairwoman. Secretary Yi, Lu Hao wasn't causing trouble, was standing up for justice. Our village resident Wu Qiushui was nearly assaulted by two thugs. It was Lu Hao who stepped in to save her. The injuries they sustained were legitimate self-defense. Yet those two roam free under their powerful patrons, while Lu Hao is falsely charged with intentional injury. This isn't just distorting facts, it threatens the party's integrity and discipline. He pressed every point, reopening old wounds. One thug is your nephew, Secretary Li, Tian Wei. The other is Liang Kuan, son of the chemical plant owner Liang Yinglong right here in our township. I have evidence their repeat offenders' women have been victimized by them before. I urge you, Secretary Yi, to investigate this thoroughly. The atmosphere in the room turned tense instantly. Cheng Rui's claim that Lu Hao had confessed was likely a forced statement extracted under duress. Hong Haifeng knew full well that if no one intervened, Lu Hao's future would be destroyed. Even a sliver of hope was worth risking everything. Director Hong, these are your one-sided accusations. Li Haoyan shot back immediately. Do you have any proof that Tian Wei and Liang Kuan tried to assault Wu Qiushui? Where is she? The Public Security Bureau still hasn't found her. If you mislead leadership with false claims in Secretary Yi's presence, are you prepared to take responsibility for the consequences? I will take full responsibility. Hong Haifeng's voice was steady and low. As for Wu Qiushui, she'll be arriving very soon. At those words, almost everyone in the meeting room froze simultaneously. Even normally composed Li Haoshan's face paled slightly if the entire citywide search by Duan Kai hadn't turned up a trace. How could Hong Haifeng be so sure? Yi Zi looked up with a neutral tone. Director Hong, you say Wu Qiushui will be here soon? She glanced sideways at Luo Weiman. Luo Weiman shrugged helplessly and whispered that they had received no news but had been pressing for updates. He and Guan Xiaoqing had been covertly contacting the County Public Security Bureau's deputy director to probe the whereabouts of Tian Wei, Liang Kuan, and Wu Qiushui without success until now. Hong Haifeng's confidence in her imminent arrival caught everyone off guard. Standing taller, Hong Haifeng encouraged himself aloud. That's right. Not only Wu Qiushui is coming, but there will be other witnesses too. Before he finished speaking, a loud bang shattered the silence. The meeting room door was flung open, and Office Director Tang Chunyin hurried in, sweat beads on her face. Leaders, a woman named Wu Qiushui from our township just showed up here after hearing county leaders were meeting. I couldn't stop her no matter what. Li Haoshan's eye twitched barely masked the rising panic. He felt the first true wave of losing control. Let her in, Yi Zi said with a slight smile, motioning politely. Soon, a well-groomed yet clearly frightened young woman entered the very Wu Qiushui who had been hidden by Lu Hao at Lin Xie's house. She was the key witness in Lu Hao's case, assumed to be missing for good, and yet here she was, appearing before the county party secretary in person. Li Haoyan forced himself to keep calm while his mind raced. He had to seize control of her before anyone else could. Director Chung, why are you still standing there? He ordered coldly. Take Wu Qiushui immediately to the County Public Security Bureau to assist with the investigation. If she was locked up at the station, he could surely blackmail her into testifying falsely against Lu Hao for intentional injury. Just then, the usually silent Deputy Procuratorate Chief, Hualing, spoke up, her voice clear and authoritative. Wait, Secretary Li. The Procuratorate has recently received multiple reports accusing some county officials of shielding criminal forces and accusing some police officers of using torture to extract confessions. I believe it would be better to let Wu Qiushui say her part here first. Accusations of whistleblowing? Protection rackets? Torture during interrogation? The sharp words made Li Haoshan's eyes twitch repeatedly, and a chill went down his spine. Could someone have reported him? No wonder the prosecutors showed up today. Hiding his expression, he turned with a smile. Since Chief Prosecutor Hua is here, let Wu Qiushui explain the situation clearly. Remember, everything must be backed by evidence, otherwise, it's slander. After speaking, he faced away from everyone and shot a fierce glare at Wu Qiushui's eyes, sharp and warning like knives. Hualing firmly refused to let Wu Qiushui be taken away. If it escalated, it would alarm Yi Zi, making Li Haoyan look even more suspicious. After weighing the options, he decided to let Wu Qiushui stay. How much trouble could a shameless woman really cause? Tang Chunyin quickly brought a chair and poured a cup of warm water. Sister Qiushui, Secretary Yi from the county committee, is here. Say whatever you want, the leaders will stand up for you and Director Lu. Her efficient, confident manner made Yi Zi secretly nod in approval. Her impression of Tang Chunyin rose sharply. It was Wu Qiushui's first time in the township government meeting room, and dozens of solemn cadres stared at her. Her heart pounded. She forced herself to remember. If Lu Hao hadn't saved her, she would have lost her innocence and dragged him down too. She must not panic now. She lifted the paper cup, took a sip, then inhaled deeply. Her voice was clear but trembling. Leaders, yesterday at dawn I was walking my usual path home when Tian Wei and Liang Kuan stopped me. They tore at my skirt and tried to assault me. It was Director Lu who bravely fought them off and saved me. Also, in the past 2 years, several women in our township have been victimized by those two scumbags. Stop. Li Haoyan slammed the table sharply, cutting her off coldly. Wu Qiushui, is it? You've talked long enough. Where's your evidence? Cheng Rui pressed on. Yes, if you want to clear Lu Hao's name, fine. But perjury is a crime. If Tian Wei and Liang Kuan really tried to assault you, they'd be behind bars. Every claim must be supported by proof. Wu Qiushui's face flushed red. I'm not lying, I'm telling the truth. Physical evidence? Witnesses? Photos? Cheng Rui stared her down. That road was pitch dark. They touched me, and I didn't get a chance to take any photos. So basically, you can't provide any evidence that Tian Wei and Liang Kuan tried to assault you? Cheng Rui raised an eyebrow and exchanged a knowing glance with Li Haoyan. Almost simultaneously, the two men uncrossed their legs, waiting for Wu Qiushui to lose her composure. Yi Zi, Xiao Hanwen, and others exchanged looks of disappointment. Just words alone wouldn't be enough to clear Lu Hao's suspicion. At that moment, Wu Qiushui suddenly lifted her head and spoke clearly, word by word. I don't have physical evidence, but I have witnesses. The meeting room erupted in murmurs. Who? Cheng Rui narrowed his eyes, lowering his voice. If you're trying to get someone to commit perjury, they'll arrest you immediately. Li Haoyan gripped the armrest tightly, his tension rising. Wu Qiushui met their gaze without flinching. Don't try to intimidate me. I'm not afraid. At this moment, Wu Qiushui grew bolder and spoke up. That night, Tian Wei and Liang Kuan tried to assault me. Before Chief Lu came to my rescue, a man riding an electric bike passed by and saw everything. But Tian Wei and Liang Kuan threatened him, telling him to leave and warning that if he interfered, they'd kill him. Terrified, he fled on his bike. I have been searching everywhere to find him, and now we finally tracked him down. Is there really such a person? Who is he, and where is he? Cheng Rui frowned deeply, his tone full of skepticism. He's outside. Tang Chunyin raised her chin with rare pride. For the past day and night, she and Hong Haifeng had been secretly working hard, and at last they brought him in. The meeting room door opened again, tension flooding back instantly. Tang Chunyin led in a scruffy, weary-looking man with a beard. The man kept his head down, his clothes still smelling faintly of machine oil, clearly having come in haste. Lu Hao glanced at him, and his brow twitched sharply. This face looked familiar, but he couldn't place the name. "This is Su Li, a staff member of our township's safety supervision station," Tang Chunyan introduced him. "Nonsense." Lu Hao slammed his hand on the back of his chair and snorted coldly. "Su Li, if you can't do your work properly, why are you here? I warn you, if you spout nonsense, don't blame me for being ruthless as party secretary." Startled by the shout, Su Li's face went pale, his shoulders trembling slightly as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Seeing the atmosphere become tense, Hualing quickly lowered her voice and gently asked Su Li, "Don't be nervous. The county party leaders are here. Last night, did you really see Tian Wei and Liang Kuan trying to assault Wu Qiushui?" Su Li swallowed hard and nodded with effort. "I saw it. They grabbed Wu Qiushui and groped her. She kept screaming for help." He glanced at Wu Qiushui secretly and added softly, "She's so beautiful. She's a famous widow in our township. I suspect they had been targeting her for a long time. I was afraid they would retaliate against me, so I hurriedly rode away." Before he finished speaking, Cheng Rui sneered and pressed, "If you were scared away at the time, how come you suddenly dare to come forward now? Did Wu Qiushui pay you to lie?" "No, I really didn't." Su Li frantically shook his hands, his voice trembling. "Really not?" Cheng Rui pressed further. "Then what gives you the courage now to risk retaliation? Who gave you that guts?" Su Li's eyes flickered, and he swallowed a few times as if gathering courage. He looked up at Wu Qiushui, then lowered his gaze, and suddenly raised his head again. His voice was hoarse but clear, "Because my conscience hurts. I didn't help her that night, and I regretted it so much I couldn't sleep all night. I'm a safety supervision cadre. I'm supposed to protect the people, but I ran away when it mattered." The room fell deathly silent. Su Li gritted his teeth and continued, "My daughter Dandan was also harmed by Liang Kuan. She was a senior in high school, and her teachers said she was guaranteed to get into a top university. But after evening class that day, Liang Kuan targeted her and viciously attacked her. She became depressed and dropped out. When I confronted Liang Kuan, he called some thugs who beat me nearly to death. I spent a month in the hospital. Back then, Tian Wei was the safety station chief. He threatened me to keep quiet, or he'd have party secretary Li find any excuse to fire me. I was afraid of losing my job and unable to support my daughter, so I gritted my teeth and endured." His voice choked up. "I failed as a father. I'm a coward. This time, I watched Tian Wei and Liang Kuan grab Wu Qiushui and felt regret like never before. If I don't stand up now, I'm unfit to be a person, let alone a party member or public servant." After he finished, Su Li collapsed to the floor, covering his face and sobbing uncontrollably. His confession hit the county leaders like crashing waves. Yi Zi's cold glare sharpened. Who would have thought this remote Fengshui township hid such darkness? Her worldview was shaken to its core. Lu Hao cleared his throat heavily, suppressing his emotions but still wearing a stern face. "Enough. Su Li, do you have any evidence for your claims? Setting aside Wu Qiushui's case, do you have proof that your daughter was assaulted by Liang Kuan? Without evidence, you're suspected of slander. We will investigate everything thoroughly," Lu Hao demanded sternly. Tian Wei had already reported this matter to him, so he was aware of it, and that was why Su Li seemed somewhat familiar. However, at that time, Liang Yinglong had been fully responsible for handling the case. But now, under no circumstances could this matter be allowed to become confirmed, or it would undoubtedly trigger a major upheaval. "Evidence? What evidence? I wasn't even at the scene when they raped my daughter." Su Li raised his head, glaring fiercely as he retorted through gritted teeth. "So, that means no evidence?" Lu Hao sneered coldly, his eyes filled with contempt. "Looks like you're no different from Wu Qiushui, just running your mouth spouting nonsense." His sharp counter-question left the others speechless, unable to effectively argue back. The conference room buzzed with murmurs, voices lowered but restless beneath the surface. Hong Haifeng's face darkened, clearly struggling to contain his anger. He understood that without solid, ironclad proof, Tian Wei and Liang Kuan could not be convicted, a fact he had long feared. Behind these two habitual offenders were umbrellas of protection, shielding them to cleverly dodge most evidence. None of these details could be uncovered by amateurs. Finding people like Su Li who were digging hard for evidence was already pushing the limits. "Wu Qiushui, Su Li, try to recall carefully. Could there be any evidence we've overlooked?" Hualing and Yi Zi simultaneously fixed their gaze on the two, urging them on. Although they all knew Tian Wei and Liang Kuan were seriously guilty, the lack of evidence left them frustrated and helpless. Wu Qiushui and Su Li exchanged a look filled with helplessness, bitterness, and a heavy sigh. "In that case, Director Cheng, send these two to the County Public Security Bureau for further investigation, and see if they are colluding with Lu Hao to frame Tian Wei and Liang Kuan," Lu Hao said, a flicker of triumph crossing his eyes before it returned to cold calm. "Yes." Cheng Rui responded immediately, then leaned over to whisper to Yi Zi, "Secretary Yi, we'll take these two back first. The police must verify witness and suspect statements. They must be held accountable for their own words. We will enforce the law impartially, without favoritism. Once the facts are clear, they will be released immediately. Cheng Rui spoke grandly, but everyone present understood that if Wu Qiushui and Liang Kuan were indeed taken to the Public Security Bureau, they might suffer the same fate as Lu Hao and be unable to escape imprisonment. Yi Zi hesitated noticeably, but couldn't find a reason to refuse. After all, taking suspects back to the Bureau for investigation was a routine and proper procedure of law enforcement. Secretary Yi, we can't let them be taken away, Hong Haifeng urged urgently, standing up to block the way. Li Haoshan's face darkened as he snapped coldly. Chief Hong, watch your tone and don't interfere with the police investigation. Hong Haifeng had repeatedly confronted him today, finally crossing Li Haoshan's bottom line. Just as the tension was about to boil over, suddenly a phone rang. All eyes turned sharply toward Luo Weiman. As the county party secretary, not putting his phone on silent was obviously a breach of protocol. Li Haoshan's heart tightened, and when he saw Luo Weiman answer, his eyelid twitched involuntarily with a bad feeling. On the other end, Luo Weiman said several okays in a row, then quietly passed a message to Yi Zi. In an instant, a flicker of light appeared in Yi Zi's eyes as her spirit lifted. Everyone, please hold on. Chief Hong, there's no need to rush, and Director Chung, please be seated. There has been a major development. The County Public Security Bureau has obtained conclusive evidence implicating Tian Wei and Liang Kuan in criminal activities. County Public Security Bureau? They found evidence? The sudden news stunned everyone into a breathless silence. Hong Haifeng was equally astonished. Wasn't the County Public Security Bureau supposed to be colluding with Li Haoyan? Why had they suddenly started investigating Tian Wei and Liang Kuan? It wasn't just Hong Haifeng. Both Li Haoyan and Cheng Rui were completely baffled, their minds filled with the same question. What exactly went wrong? After a brief silence, the sound of hurried, orderly footsteps echoed down the corridor like a drumbeat, drawing closer. The heavy conference room door was pushed open, and several uniformed county police officers entered one after another. Behind them followed 6 young women in their early 20s. Over 10 people squeezed into the not-so-spacious room, making the air feel stifling as chair legs scrapped against the floor in a rising chorus. Leading the group was Nie Zhanpeng, the County Public Security Bureau's Executive Deputy Director. His uniform was buttoned neatly to the collar. He stood facing the seat of honor and reported to Yi Zi with a crisp, serious tone. Secretary Yi, based on criminal report information provided by Deputy Chief Prosecutor Hua Ling of the County Procuratorate, I have reviewed all personnel involved over the past few years. Preliminary verification shows multiple women suffered harassment and assault from Liang Kuan and Tian Wei. So far, 6 women have voluntarily come forward to testify. Behind the officers, the 6 young women stood with varying expressions. Some clutched their clothing nervously with heads bowed. Others pressed their lips tightly with resolute gazes. A few trembled slightly, but still straightened their backs with effort. Nie Zhanpeng and Hua Ling were deputy-level officials selected by Luo Weiman and Guan Shaoqing from the organization department after careful consultation. Both had impeccable reputations and professional competence, but because they strictly followed protocols even when it clashed with the interests of certain leaders, they had stagnated in their careers for years. This made them the most likely candidates to carry out Secretary Yes orders without reservation. After receiving the task, Hua Ling handed over all the long-suppressed complaint files to Nie Zhanpeng. Previously buried under layers of leadership pressure, these materials were now unleashed under the county party secretary's order for a thorough investigation. After receiving them, Nie Zhanpeng quickly identified the victims and patiently encouraged several of the affected women to summon the courage to walk into the meeting room alongside today's footsteps. Director Nie, you can't rely on witness testimony alone. What about physical evidence? Xiao Hanwen frowned, his concern evident. Cheng Rui and Li Haoyan had been fixated on this point earlier. If the evidence chain was too weak, trying to bring Tian Wei and Liang Kuan to justice would surely face skepticism and even backlash. There is physical evidence, which is currently being further verified, Nie Zhanpeng answered calmly, his voice steady and authoritative. The moment those words were spoken, Li Haoyan and Cheng Rui felt a sudden chill run through them, as if the situation had taken a dangerous turn. They had assumed Duan Kai had tight control over the Public Security Bureau, that no one besides forcing Lu Hao to confess would dare interfere, and certainly no one else would get involved now. Yet unexpectedly, Executive Deputy Director Nie Zhanpeng had appeared out of nowhere and openly declared there was physical evidence being verified. Cheng Rui furrowed his brows anxiously and asked, Director Nie, what exactly is this physical evidence? How long will the verification take? Well, Chief Cheng, are you afraid? Nie Zhanpeng's lips curled into a faint smirk. Cheng Rui snapped back angrily, afraid? As long as Director Nie produces the criminal evidence against Tian Wei and Liang Kuan, and those who deserve arrest and sentencing are handled according to law, why should I be afraid? Then I'll need your cooperation. Chief Cheng. Nie's tone shifted, laced with hidden meaning. Among these 6 women, One was raped by Liang Kuan and got pregnant. Her family couldn't bear to abort, so she secretly gave birth to a boy. She's willing to do a paternity test. I've already sent someone with the child to the hospital. Liang Kuan is still injured and better than results should come out soon. The news hit like a bombshell, causing an uproar on the spot. No one had expected the key evidence to be a child. If the paternity test confirmed the blood relation, it would be ironclad proof to arrest Liang Kuan immediately. Yi Zi stepped forward calmly. Director Nia has done well. Let's wait for the results. Secretary Xiao, once this is concluded, shouldn't we commend Director Nia and Prosecutor Hua? Xiao Hanwen nodded coolly. Of course. From what I know, both have gone a long time without recognition from the organization department. Hearing this, Nia Zhangping and Hua Ling's eyes lit up with renewed spirits. They finally felt valued and acknowledged by their superiors. Li Haoyan and Cheng Rui's faces darkened, their teeth clenched but unmoving. Liang Yinglong and his son had been far too careless to leave such crucial evidence behind an enormous blunder. All they could do now was pray the paternity test was flawed, a mistake that would give them a chance to fight back. Soon, Nia Zhangping's phone rang. He answered firmly, understood. Contain him immediately. No escape allowed. After hanging up, he turned calmly to Yi Zi and reported, Secretary Yi, the results are in. Liang Kuan is indeed the father of the child. Yi Zi's expression hardened, her gaze sharp as a blade. Arrest him. Once the investigation is thorough, transfer the case promptly to the judicial authorities. She emphasized again, this case involves multiple victims, far beyond Tian Wei and Liang Kuan. There must be protectors behind this. Director Nia, Prosecutor Hua, you must dig deep and uproot it completely. Anyone obstructing justice will face no mercy. Nia Zhangping and Hua Ling nodded in unison, energized. They preferred these clear, decisive orders straightforward and fair over certain leaders who hid things, hinted to turn a blind eye, or showed leniency. Such candid directives made their work easier and their conscience clear. Li Haoyan and Cheng Rui put on a facade of praise. Deputy Director Nia, your impressivia great achievement. I bet Director Duan has no idea yet. Their surface cooperation barely concealed their sarcasm. How dare Nia proceed without informing Duan Kai? Did he even still respect the chief's authority? Earlier, they had checked with Duan Kai, but he remained completely unaware. Now that the fight was effectively over, their frustration ran high. In front of Yi Zi, all they could do was swallow their anger silently. They could not directly challenge Nia Zhangping. Nia Zhangping responded calmly. Director Duan is busy with many matters. As Executive Deputy Director, it's only natural I handle this case first, and then brief Director Duan in detail. Secretary Yi, don't you agree? Yi Zi gave a meaningful glance to County Magistrate Li Zhen and said, Li Magistrate just mentioned this to me, didn't you? Chief Cheng and Secretary Li? Their eyes met briefly, and in that instant the atmosphere turned heavy and complicated. Yes, Secretary Yi has an excellent memory. Li Haoyan and Cheng Rui forced awkward smiles and nodded repeatedly. With the evidence laid out before them, there was no room for denial. Their only option now was to distance themselves from responsibility and make sure the blame did not fall on them. Secretary Yi, Director Lu is still being held at the Public Security Bureau. Tang Chunyin stepped forward anxiously, her voice carrying urgency. Since Tian Wei and Liang Kun's guilt is clear, shouldn't Director Lu be released immediately? Hong Haifeng had been about to speak, but Tang Chunyin beat him to it, causing him to mutter to himself. Is this girl interested in Lu Hao? Yi Zi glanced up and appraised Tang Chunyin steadily. Director Nia, Comrade Tang Chunyin is right. Please take care of this matter first. She quietly filed Tang Chunyin's name in her mind, young, yet bold enough to burst into the meeting and stand firmly alongside Wu Qiushui. She admired that kind of spirit. Secretary Yi, he'll take care of it right away. Nia Zhangping nodded sharply and hurried out with several public security officers. The conference room was soon left with only the two main teams from Fengshui Township and several county committee leaders. Yi Zi casually straightened her collar and spoke calmly. Secretary Li, there's still time. Continue with the research and report according to schedule. Li Haoyan felt his heart tighten, fearing the matter might spiral out of control, but he could refuse nothing. He exchanged a glance with Cheng Rui and forced himself to begin. Then I will report on Fengshui Township's overall situation, economic conditions, poverty alleviation plans, and so on. When he reached the section on poverty alleviation priorities, he suddenly turned to Hong Haifeng. These specific figures can be explained by Director Hong. Hong Haifeng hesitated briefly, then took the microphone and continued presenting. With all eyes on Hong Haifeng, Li Haoyan stood and pretended to excuse himself to the restroom, slipping away from the scene. Once inside the bathroom, he quickly dialed Li Zhen's number and recounted everything that had just happened. On the other end, Li Zhen's voice was low and heavy, as if weighed down like a block of iron beneath the floorboards. Your nephew's been crippled. If fairness means anything, some people have to suffer the same fate. After his words dropped, the call abruptly ended. Li Haoyan was frozen for several seconds. Then a cold smile gradually curved the corner of his mouth. At that moment, Cheng Rui also entered the bathroom quietly and whispered, Secretary Li, what's the next step? I told you, Li Haoyan spoke slowly, his voice edged like a blade. If that's how Tian Wei and Liang Kuan end up, Lu Hao won't be any different. Like during interrogation, if he resists arrest and gets subdued, accidentally hits the corner of the table snap, one testicle crushed. You tell me, coincidence or not? Cheng Rui's eyes flicked. He glanced at his watch, calculating time. So, this is the county chief's plan. I understand. With that, he strode out swiftly, clearly ready to orchestrate that accident. Meanwhile, inside the County Public Security Bureau's interrogation room, Lu Hao had been subjected to repeated torture since last night. His hands cuffed behind his back, alternating blasts of hot and cold air, the overhead light, so bright it made his eyes water, even blinking brought pain. The metal armrests of the interrogation chair were icy cold, and he had not slept the entire night. His consciousness was already blurred. To buy time, he lied this morning that he was ready to confess. The words "I admit it" gave the interrogators false hope, and they nailed him back to the chair for further questioning. All to delay as long as possible, Lu Hao had falsely claimed in the morning that he wanted to confess. Feng Yu and Guo Kuei were overjoyed, genuinely believing Lu Hao couldn't hold out any longer. They immediately relayed the news to Cheng Rui, which led to the scene in the conference room, where Cheng Rui saw the message and quickly told Yizi that Lu Hao had confessed. Cheng Rui had originally just wanted to persuade Yizi to stop obsessing over the matter, but he didn't expect that Nie Zhanpeng had already led a team to gather evidence. At this point, whether Lu Hao confessed or not had become an irrelevant detail. In the interrogation room, Lu Hao stubbornly refused to sign the stack of confessions piled on the table. He kept either purposely knocking the pen onto the floor or holding it as if his hand was shaking uncontrollably. Going back and forth 2 or 3 times, he managed to drag it out over 10 minutes. Feng Yu and Guo Kuei quickly realized they were being played, and their faces darkened with anger. They cursed nonstop. Damn it, this kid is like a stone stuck in a latrinestinky and hard as hell. Realizing they couldn't stall any longer and still report to their superiors, Guo Kuei's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint. No way, give him something harsher. Make him confess first, we'll sneak him to the doctor later. Feng Yu nodded knowingly and grinned evilly. Use chili powder. The strongest kind. Don't pour it into his mouth. Flush it straight up his nose. The other cops in the station stiffened at the words chili powder. While minor rough tactics might sometimes be overlooked when dealing with tough suspects, forcing chili powder up someone's nose was strictly forbidden. It irritates the nasal mucosa, and if inhaled into the lungs, it could cause bronchial damage or even risk suffocation. The atmosphere instantly grew tense and oppressive. Seeing everyone hesitate, Guo Kuei shouted impatiently, "Old Xiao, you do it." "Captain Guo, I've never done this before, I don't know how." Xiao Jun quickly waved his hands, clearly uneasy. Since Lu Hao was brought in, he had been troubled, and now being pushed forward felt like putting his conscience on the rack. Just as the tension peaked, Guo Kuei's phone rang. Cheng Rui was calling. Upon answering, Cheng Rui quietly issued new orders. Confession or not, just write exactly what Tian Wei and Liang Kuan say. Say he assaulted the police, and the egg incident was just an accidental bump on the table. Once it's done, the next station chief seat is yours. The tempting promise instantly rekindled Guo Kuei's energy. After hanging up, he yelled again, "Xiao Jun, get the chili powder. Stop stalling, or forget ever becoming deputy chief." Feng Yu then had someone bring over a small basin filled with bright red chili powder. The pungent smell immediately hit everyone, making them wince. Cornered, Xiao Jun had no choice but to grit his teeth and approach Lu Hao. By now, Lu Hao was exhausted, his consciousness fuzzy, his hands cuffed behind him, slumped heavily against the wall with no strength to resist. A cop held down his shoulders and tilted his head back. Xiao Jun scooped up a handful of chili powder, his palms sweaty, fingers trembling. Should he really go through with it? Lu Hao's faint but clear gaze locked onto Xiao Jun's, as if seeing right through his inner struggle. Feeling the gaze, Xiao's eyes instinctively dropped. Justice and temptation waged a fierce battle within him. From above, Feng Yu shouted coldly, "Lu Hao, last chance, sign the confession, or else you'll taste the chili powder's pain." Gritting his teeth to stay conscious, Lu Hao's voice was hoarse but defiant. "Feng, if you do this to me, someone's going to deal with you." "Damn, still talking back." Guo Kuei suddenly roared, snatched a baton, and charged forward, swinging directly toward Lu Hao's groin. The sudden move startled everyone present. Xiao Jun was stunned for just a fraction of a second before he suddenly lunged under Lu Hao's crotch, shielding him from the police baton. Bang! The baton struck hard against Xiao Jun's back, producing a dull thud and immediate, searing pain. He gasped sharply and let out a heart-wrenching scream, but still forced himself to lift his head and shout angrily, "Guo Kuei, what exactly are you trying to do?" Using some tactics to interrogate is one thing, but this blow could cripple Director Lu. Don't forget, you're a police officer. Don't cross the final line of the law. The sudden eruption brought an eerie silence to the interrogation room. Even breathing seemed ominous. Lu Hao slumped next to the chair, cold sweat soaking his back, his heart pounding wildly. "Damn. Guokue had just aimed to ruin his genitals. If Xiao Jun hadn't jumped in, he might really be finished right now. Xiao Jun, what do you mean by this? Guokue's face darkened with anger, the baton still dripping with cold sweat in his hand. I let you join the interrogation because I value you not spit in my face. Believe it or not, it'll ruin your future in the police force. Get lost. Xiao Jun stood up straight. Fire seemed to blaze on his aching back, but he didn't back down an inch. Officer Gua, if you keep this up, you'll end up dragging yourself down too. Saying those words, he felt an unprecedented sense of relief. Feng Yu, watching the scene, interjected sarcastically, Captain Gua, looks like your subordinates don't respect you, huh? Huh, damn it, you dare to lecture me? He'll take care of you too. Embarrassed and furious, Guokue raised the baton, ready to strike Xiao Jun. Bang! The interrogation room door was hammered so hard it shook the whole room. Guokue was startled, his hand trembling, nearly dropping the baton. The knocking didn't stop. The rhythm came faster and heavier. Who is it? Don't you know I'm interrogating a suspect? Feng Yu shouted in annoyance. It's me, Nie Zhamping. Came a cool voice from outside. Director Nie? Feng Yu was taken aback. Criminal investigation had always been under Nie Zhanping's supervision. He was Feng's direct superior. But Feng was more eager to curry favor with Duan Kai whether he could be promoted to deputy director depended on Duan Kai's backing. This interrogation of Lu Hao was a task personally assigned by Duan, so Feng was naturally putting in extra effort. Section Chief Feng, open the door. I need to speak with you. Nie Zhamping urged. Director Nie, I'm carrying out an important task assigned by Director Duan. He'll report to your office later. Feng Yu grit his teeth, invoking Duan Kai's name. Do you think I'm not worthy of you opening the door for me, a deputy director? Open it immediately. Should I call someone to break down the door? Nie Zhanping's voice suddenly rose, exuding unyielding authority. Feng Yu shuddered, realizing Nie Zhamping was serious. He had no choice but to bite the bullet and open the door. As soon as it swung open, Nie Zhamping stormed inside with several officers, followed by 2 prosecutors carrying cameras. Lu Hao was collapsed on the ground, disheveled and pale. Nie Zhanping's gaze scanned the chili powder, wash basin, and ashtray scattered around. When he saw the baton still clenched in Guokue's hand, his brows furrowed tightly. What are you doing? Torturing for a confession? Director Nie, don't misstate the facts. We're conducting a normal interrogation. Feng Yu hurriedly defended. But the prosecutors had already raised their cameras, snapping picture after picture of every suspicious item in the room. Chili powder, wash basin, ashtray, even close-ups of the baton. What do you think you're doing? We're all colleagues from the public security and judicial departments. Is that really necessary? Guokue still hadn't fully grasped the situation and was visibly frightened. Torture to extract confessions is illegal, didn't you know that? The procuratorate officer shouted sharply. Nonsense. Who's torturing anyone? Guokue slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with anger. You're the one torturing. I can testify to that. Who here is a leader from the procuratorate? I have evidence. Xiao Jun stepped forward again, pointing at Guokue, his voice firmer than before. Im Hualing, Deputy Chief Prosecutor. The County Party Committee ordered me to investigate Lu Hao's unlawful detention and torture. You say you have evidence? Show it. Hualing strode forward, eyes sharp. Xiao Jun immediately pulled out his phone. The screen lit up as he nervously flicked through photos frame after frame. Images of Lu Hao being doused with water and thrown to the ground flickered before everyone's eyes. Damn you. Xiao Jun, you traitor who betrays your own. Guokue exploded in rage, swinging a fist toward him. Xiao Jun was ready. He dodged sideways behind the table, his voice cold. Director Gua, you can make wrong choices, but you can't go down a dead end. Xiao Jun's mind flashed back to Lu Hao's earlier warning. He had been thinking about escape routes all along. Pretending to text during the interrogation was his way of secretly gathering evidence, preparing to redeem himself for his crimes. Take them all away. Cooperate fully with the procurator's investigation. Nie Zhanping's command instantly silenced the room. No, Director Nie, you can't arrest me. Was just following orders. Feng Yu gritted his teeth, sweat beading on his forehead. Oh, orders? Director Duan, County Chief Li? Nie Zhanping's lips curled up slightly. Now that we have solid evidence against Tian Wei and Liang Kuan, this case will soon be handed to the courts. Are you sure anyone's still protecting you? Feng Yu's mind went blank. He froze in place. Guokue was stunned too. Locked inside the interrogation room, they'd been completely out of touch with what was happening outside. Thinking back to when Cheng Rue told him to cripple Lu Hao, he suddenly realized those leaders had probably long since abandoned them as scapegoats. Tell me, who exactly ordered you to torture and coerce? Nie Zhamping pressed coldly. I refuse to believe any real leader would give such orders. Guokue's legs gave out, and he slumped to the floor. Feng Yu looked drained, eyes dull and defeated. Both of them had long understood that if things went wrong, they'd be the first to be thrown under the bus, but they had clung to hope. Now reality shattered all their illusions. Take them away. Nie Zhanping raised his hand, and officers stepped forward as the clink of handcuffs echoed through the room. The moment Nie Zhamping burst in, Lu Hao knew he was saved. The tension in his body snapped like a broken string, and as he relaxed, he slipped into a deep, heavy sleep. Soon, the police car wailed as it rushed Lu Hao to the county hospital. After a full examination, doctors confirmed he had no major injuries, just a persistent high fever. After being doused with cold water so many times, even a strong body wouldn't hold up. In the hospital room, dripping 4 bottles ticked quietly as Lu Hao stirred fitfully in his sleep, waking from nightmares more than once, cold sweat covering his forehead. When he woke again, darkness had fallen outside the window. He saw Tang Chunyan standing by his bedside. "Director Lu, you're finally awake." When Tang Chunyan saw Lu Hao open his eyes, she immediately bent down and took his hand. Her palm was warm and slightly sweaty. Lu Hao rubbed his still dizzy head and gave a bitter smile. "Great, I've managed to land myself in the hospital again. When did you get here?" "As soon as I got off work, I came right over," Tang Chunyan said with a sigh of relief, then added, "Director Hong came with a few deputy directors and colleagues from the Poverty Alleviation Office to check on you too. They didn't wake you since you were sleeping so soundly." A wave of warmth surged inside Lu Hao. "Chunyan, thank you. Please also thank Director Hong for me." He paused, then asked curiously, "By the way, why did Deputy Director Nia from the County Public Security Bureau and Prosecutor Hua from the Procuratorate suddenly come to help me? I really thought I wouldn't get out of that interrogation room." "You didn't know?" Tang Chunyan looked up and lowered her voice. "Today, Secretary Yi came to investigate Fengshui Township. Director Hong and I followed the plan we discussed and had Wu Qiushui appear directly at the meeting." She quickly recounted the morning's events. The more Lu Hao heard, the more shocked he became. Originally, he and Hong Haifeng only planned to use the inspection as an opportunity for Wu Qiushui to show up and make a scene, so the county party secretary would pay attention, but things turned out far more complicated than they expected. "Secretary, he wasn't just paying attention," Tang Chunyan said excitedly. "Deputy Secretary Xiao, Organization Department Minister Luo, and Minister Guan all knew about your case from the start. That's why they sent Director Nia secretly to investigate. Was all about solving the problem. You should have seen Secretary Li's face at the end. It was worse than if he'd eaten something disgusting." Lu Hao couldn't help but feel a prick at his nose. Looks like Anqing County isn't ruled by some dictator after all. At critical moments, there are leaders who understand what's right. Had it not been for these people stepping up, he didn't dare imagine what would have become of him. Before he could finish, hurried footsteps sounded outside the ward. The door burst open and Fong Jing came in, out of breath, her eyes red-rimmed. Sitting on the bedside, she grabbed Lu Hao's other hand. "I just called Director Hong. He said they were too busy today to tell me. Only that the truth about the case came out clearly, but you ended up in the hospital. I was so scared on the way here I almost couldn't stand." "I'm fine now," Lu Hao said, holding her hand in return. "Don't worry. Everyone who deserves punishment has been caught." Her fiancé had risked himself twice in a short time, and Fong Jing's forced composure was already breaking. "Promise me you won't do anything so dangerous again." Director Hong said, "It's thanks to Secretary Yes' attention that your future isn't completely ruined. Do you know my dad because of this?" Her emotions welled up, but she stopped herself short. Lu Hao noticed and asked, "What about Uncle Fong?" "My dad's been pulling every string for you, begging for help everywhere. He's practically worn out his old face. You've scared us all." Fong Jing quickly changed the subject, swallowing the real breakup talk she had almost said. She knew that if Lu Hao learned that Fong Igua had tried to persuade her to end their relationship amidst the chaos yesterday, it would hurt Lu Hao deeply and embarrass her father. She looked up at Lu Hao, offering a reassuring smile. "Anyway, now that you're out, this whole matter is behind us. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Fong." Lu Hao leaned back against the hospital bed cushion, giving Fong Igua a genuine smile. He trusted Fong Jing and knew how much Fong Igua cared about his daughter. In his heart, he silently prayed that his future father-in-law wouldn't use this opportunity to drive them apart. As the two men chatted, Tang Chunyan sat nearby with her hands clasped on her knees, wanting to join the conversation but never finding the right moment. So she awkwardly just smiled along. After confirming Lu Hao was fine, Fong Jing turned her gaze to Tang Chunyan with a calm but firm tone. "Xiao Tang, I'm taking care of Director Lu here. It's late, you should go home and get some rest." Her words sounded considerate, but were really a polite way of seeing her off. She had keenly noticed Tang Chunyan had been showing up far too often and getting way too close to Lu Hao lately. Though Lu Hao might not be interested, a woman's intuition told her Tang Chunyan probably had feelings for him. "Well then, thank you, Director Fong, for taking care of Director Lu." Tang Chunyan's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but she still responded politely. With Lu Hao awake, there was little reason for her to stay. Just then, a cheerful male voice came from the doorway. "Director Lu is already awake. Youth really is good for health." Lu Hao looked up to see a man and woman inter-county organization Minister Luo Weiman and Deputy Minister Guan Shaoqing. When he worked at the county committee, he had often dealt with these two and had good impressions of them. Back when Lu Yuanda had his accident and everyone else avoided him, these two hadn't shied away. Later, when Li Zhen transferred him out of the county committee, Luo and Guan had even called to comfort him, and told him to keep a positive outlook. Now they had come to help again. Lu Hao hurried to sit up. Minister Luo, Minister Guan, what brings you here? We owe you a big thanks. Please, have a seat. Fang Jing, could you help wash the fruit on the table? Don't move around. Luo Weiman waved him off and gently pressed on his shoulder. I heard you suffered a lot in the interrogation room. Lie back down first. We're here on behalf of Secretary Yi of the County Committee to comfort you. Plus, we've got 2 pieces of good news. What good news? Lu Hao was stunned. Xiaoqing, you tell him, Luo Weiman said with a playful look. Guan Xiaoqing smiled and looked at Lu Hao. Your fellow director Hong came to the organization department and affirmed that your act of bravery sets an example for all county cadres fighting against evil forces. The county wants to reward you. He also recommended breaking protocol to promote you to executive deputy director to make it clear to all officials in Anqing County. The organization will never neglect any outstanding cadre who truly serves the people. Promote me to executive deputy? Lu Hao was so surprised he almost sat upright. Given his experience, had only been deputy director for a short time, so this was a big step up. Luo Weiman nodded. That's right. Director Hong lobbied Hardy out have thought his lips were worn out, almost refused to leave our office. Hearing this, Fang Jing could no longer contain her excitement, her delicate face lighting up. Minister Luo, will Secretary Yi agree to this? Becoming executive deputy meant entering the county committee leadership team. Holding dual deputy roles would be crucial for Lu Hao's promotion to a full section chief. Naturally, Fang Jing was filled with hope. Lu Hao also looked toward Luo Weiman. The faint smell of disinfectant lingered in the hospital room, and the disposable paper cup on the windowsill was still steaming. Luo Weiman set down the medical file and met Lu Hao's gaze, speaking quietly. The position of executive deputy head of Fanshui Township is indeed vacant. Whether you can be promoted there depends on the county standing committee's approval. But I've already reported to Secretary Yi and the county chief. Secretary Yi has no objections, and there are solid reasons to promote you. Last time you made a great contribution fighting the fire, and now you were again at the forefront of the emergency response. She always values grassroots cadres, so it shouldn't be difficult to pass at the standing committee. At the end of the day, if there's no leadership backing, we don't get the power to act. Luo Weiman's tone was calm, but full of information. Lu Hao's heart pounded fiercely, a mix of excitement and nervousness. Yi Zi had just transferred to Anqing County and needed to cultivate her own talents. Lu Hao's excellence and diligence naturally caught her attention. This was something Luo Weiman was quietly considering as well. After him discharged, they'll make sure to thank Secretary Yi in person, Lu Hao said earnestly. As a deputy-level official, he rarely had opportunities to meet the county party secretary. He had missed Yes' last visit to Fanshui Township because of the rescue work and didn't even know what she looked like, yet he kept receiving recognition. The feeling was hard to put into words. Fang Jing was happy for her fiancé and took the chance to probe carefully. Minister Luo, do you think my father still has a chance to move up one step? Luo Weiman raised an eyebrow slightly. Your father is? Deputy Director of the Agriculture Bureau, Fang Aigua. Fang Jing answered without hesitation. Oh, the Director of Agriculture is indeed about to retire, Luo Weiman nodded thoughtfully. Whether Director Fang can take over depends on the county leadership's overall plans. I will do my best to advocate for him. Though brief, his words were full of respect. Fang Jing knew those 2 words "do my best" weren't given lightly. She quickly expressed her thanks. Thank you, Minister Luo, and also Minister Guan. He'll be bothering you both a lot in the future. She made a point to pull Guan Xiaoqing, and without Lu Hao's help, she would have had no contact with the organization department. She believed that if her father knew, he wouldn't pressure her and Lu Hao to separate anymore. Commissioner Lu, congratulations. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave, Tang Chunyan said, clutching a folder and standing awkwardly to the side. Among all the leaders in the room, she was just an ordinary cadre, feeling the disparity in status. Xiaotang, stay a bit longer. It's livelier with more people, Fang Jing said cheerfully, in no rush to see guests off. With Tang Chunyan present, it highlighted Fang Jing and Lu Hao's current standing and gave Xiaotang a clear sense of the difference. This was what Fang Jing was calculating quietly. Guan Xiaoqing suddenly smiled mysteriously. Comrade Tang Chunyan, don't just focus on congratulating others. What if the second good news is about you? Me? Tang Chunyan was taken aback, fingers gripping the folder tightly. Lu Hao also looked curiously at Guan Xiaoqing. She had said just now there were 2 pieces of good news, but only one had been revealed so far. That's right. Since Secretary Yi arrived in Anqing County, he hadn't yet appointed a liaison officer, in other words, what we commonly call a secretary. During the recent inspection tour of Fanshui Township, Secretary Yi was deeply impressed by Comrade Tang Chunyan's calmness and competence under pressure. He asked our organization department to look into the situation and see if Tang Chunyan might be willing to try serving as his secretary, Minister Guan Xiaoqing asked with a smile. The moment these words were spoken, it was as if a small spark had been lit in the meeting room. Tang Chunyan was stunned at first, then her eyes lit up equal parts surprise and joy. She never dreamed such good news would fall to her. Fang Jing stood to the side, utterly dumbfounded. She had been planning to persuade Tang Chunyin to leave Fanshui Township, but never expected that not only would she would be personally chosen by the county party secretary to become his secretary. It felt like a pie was falling from the sky. Envy and jealousy welled up inside her as she fixed her gaze on Tang Chunyin for several seconds. Lu Hao openly showed his excitement and immediately interrupted. Minister Guan, Chunyin will definitely want it. That goes without saying. Township Chief Lu, you can't decide this. Luo Weiman adjusted his glasses with a serious tone. Comrade Chunyin has to agree herself. Being the county party secretary is an honorable mission, but it carries heavy responsibilities. Even giving it your all doesn't guarantee success. Lu Hao knew Luo was right, but still urged eagerly. Chunyin, please say yes. This is such an amazing chance you won't get another like it. Tang Chunyin's heart pounded, but she hesitated. Township Chief Lu, I originally planned to work with you to push forward green rural development and lead the people of Fanshui Township out of poverty. If I go to the county party committee, what about the many tasks you've arranged? Luo Weiman and Guan Xiaoqing exchanged a glance. Many grassroots female cadres would scramble to climb the ranks at any opportunity, but Tang Chunyin first thought of the poverty alleviation work. This calm sense of responsibility was exactly what Secretary Yi valued most. They nodded silently to themselves. Secretary Yi's judgment of people was indeed accurate. Lu Hao reassured her. Chunyin, don't worry. If you leave and I can't even find someone to help with the work, then I as deputy township chief am really incompetent. Don't overthink it. Being secretary is what matters most. For Tang Chunyin, this was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The situation in Fanshui Township was complicated. Li Haoyan had long been displeased with her, and anyone could boss her around freely. Even Lu Hao wasn't fully confident he could always protect her. If she became the county party secretary's secretary, no one in Anqing County would dare look down on her anymore. Lu Hao was determined not to let her miss this chance. With his urging and encouragement, Tang Chunyin's gaze grew firmer. She straightened her back and said clearly, Minister Luo, Minister Guan, I am willing to become secretary. Yes, secretary. A scene from earlier that day flashed through her mind. Lu Hao being taken away by the Public Security Bureau while she stood helpless. If she could have more influence within the system, maybe she could help Lu Hao and the people of Fanshui Township. Now that the opportunity was in front of her, she no longer wanted to shrink back. All right. Luo Weiman nodded. Then his tone grew serious again. However, Comrade Chunyin, I must say one more thing. The county organization department will have to assess you first, and Secretary Yi will evaluate you as well. If you don't perform well as secretary or fail to meet Secretary Yi's expectations, you may very well be sent back to your original position. This kind of thing has happened before. Luo Weiman warned her solemnly. Tang Chunyin repeatedly assured them that she understood and would do her best. Only then did Luo Weiman nod in approval. Guan Xiaoqing followed up by telling her to be on standby and to report to the county organization department as soon as she received the call. After exchanging some pleasantries, the two leaders advised Lu how to rest well before taking their leave. Fang Jing and Tang Chunyin escorted them down the hospital corridor, only turning back once they were out of sight. Upon re-entering the room, Fang Jing set aside her usual reserve and pulled Tang Chunyin over to the empty bed beside Lu Hao with a bright smile. Chunyin, when Minister Luo and Minister Guan were talking to you just now, I couldn't get a word in. Today really is a double blessing. Congratulations. Lu Hao and I are both happy for you. Even her form of address shifted from the formal accountant Tang to the more intimate Chunyin. Tang Chunyin felt a bit off balance for a moment. Thank you, Director Fang. She understood the change in Fang Jing's attitude. It was simply because she was about to become the secretary to the county party secretary. That's how the system works. The higher the position, the more friends you have. Fang Jing quickly waved it off. Don't call me Director Fang. I'm only 2 years older than you. Call me Jia Big Sister. Since you and Lu Hao are so close, from now on we'll need to rely on you more. Her tone was warm and natural, as if the two had long been close friends. Jia Jing, I'm only here because Lu village chief helped me, otherwise I wouldn't have a chance to show my face in front of Secretary Yi. Tang Chunyin spoke with quiet confidence. Compared to Fang Jing's friendliness, she felt little excitement. In this rural town, the only person who truly treated her as a colleague and didn't want to see her lose out was Lu Hao was the one she felt most grateful to. Lu Hao smiled, his eyes crinkling. Chunyin, if it weren't for not being able to drink right now, I'd definitely make sure we got drunk tonight to celebrate properly. Village Chief Lu, no rush, there will be plenty more opportunities. Tang Chunyin met his sincere gaze, feeling a sweetness spread through her heart. Fang Jing pretended not to notice the unspoken connection between the two and continued chatting casually. Worried about Tang Chunyin going home alone late, she decided it was best for her to stay and help care for Lu Hao. Watching Fang Jing's enthusiastic attitude, Lu Hao's feelings were mixed. You could call her opportunistic, but such people were everywhere in the system. It wasn't easy to say right or wrong, could only admire how effortlessly she shifted her attitude without causing discomfort. That was a survival skill in the system. But Lu Hao plainly wasn't that kind of person, and neither was Tang Chunyin. That night, Fong Jing had a nurse set up a fold-out bed in the ward, and all three stayed overnight. In the early hours, Lu Hao's temperature finally returned to normal. The next morning, the hospital ran another full set of tests on Lu Hao. All the indicators were stable, but he was still weak. The doctor recommended he stay another day, but he insisted on being discharged. At noon, he visited his mother, Su Hong, at the bakery. Fong Jing decided to come along with Tang Chunyan, and the three of them shared a warm, simple family meal around the table. Through all the recent ups and downs, Lu Hao hadn't mentioned a word, not wanting to worry Su Hong. But Su Hong wasn't easily fooled. At the table, she caught sight of her son's pale face, the two crimson marks still etched on his wrists, and the scabbed-over wounds streaked with dried blood. She knew full well that Lu Hao had gone through something he just didn't want her to know about. Since Lu Hao was able to come home to see her, it meant the matter was settled, so Su Hong didn't press any further. After dinner, Fong Jing took the initiative to chat with Su Hong about everyday family matters. Their conversation flowed naturally from trivial household affairs to things seen at school, but Fong Jing never forgot to bring Tang Chunyan into the discussion. As the child of a cadre, once Fong Jing decided someone was worthwhile, she effortlessly found common ground. When afternoon classes began, Fong Jing hoisted her backpack and headed back to school. Meanwhile, Hong Haifeng had arranged a vehicle in advance to safely take Lu Hao and Tang Chunyan back to Fengshui Township. Lu Hao's health was no longer a concern, and he didn't want personal matters to delay the top priority of poverty eradication. At the same time, inside the Anqing County Party Committee headquarters, Luo Weiman was away attending a meeting. The deputy head of the organization department, Guan Xiaoqing, was assigned to report Tang Chunyan's overall situation to Yi Zi. Secretary Yi, Tang Chunyan graduated from a key university in the province. Her family is from Fengshui Township, and her parents are farmers with no complicated social connections. I've done some background checks through informal channels. Her colleagues speak highly of her hardworking, competent, and with strong political consciousness. Even the party secretary, Li Haoyan, has very few complaints. Yi Zi nodded in approval, then asked, how did Lu Hao behave during the investigation at the Public Security Bureau? In 8 words: unyielding determination and relentless perseverance. Guan Ziqing's tone was full of admiration. No matter what methods the interrogators used, he refused to admit anything he didn't do. I reviewed his file. He served in the military before. Apparently, those in the army developed this kind of toughness. When the procuratorate investigated the involved officers, they also documented those shocking coercion tactics, which Guan Xiaoqing mentioned as well. Yi Zi furrowed her brow but nodded silently. If Lu Hao had such resilience, an ordinary person would have broken long ago. Got it. Thanks for your hard work, Minister Guan. Yi Zi's voice softened. Tang Chunyan should first properly hand over her work in Fengshui Township. She doesn't need to come to the county for now. They'll notify you when it's time for her to take up her post. Understood, Secretary Yi. Guan Xiaoqing nodded without pressing further. There was clearly meaning behind the leadership's decision. With just over an hour left before the end of the workday, the car stopped inside the township government compound. Lu Hao got out but didn't rush inside. Instead, he stood in the courtyard smoking a cigarette. Several team members and township officials noticed from afar that he was still smiling and greeting people proactively, as if the earlier turmoil had never happened. Some responded on the spot. Others turned away within minutes. Word that he had returned quietly spread throughout the building. Back in his office, he immediately called Hong Haifeng. I want to come by and visit. No, he'll come to your office. Hong Haifeng lowered his voice. Okay. Lu Hao was momentarily taken aback, then realized Hong Haifeng's office was next door to Li Haotian's. If walls had ears, discussing specific matters there wouldn't be comfortable. After Hong Haifeng arrived, Lu Hao poured some tea and invited him to sit down with a sincere expression. Brother, thanks a lot. You've helped me quite a bit these past couple of days. It's my duty to help, Hong Haifeng said, lifting his cup for a sip. But you're the one who had it tough inside. Besides, the meeting room was buzzing. I wasn't the only one helping. He chuckled, recalling the noisy scene when everyone was talking at once. Lu Hao smiled, but it was tinged with bitterness. I owe everyone so much I really don't know how to repay them all. No need to repay now, Hong Haifeng said firmly, setting down his cup. In the system, everyone needs help sometimes. Just keep it in your heart. Who knows, maybe one day people will come to you for help. But he suddenly lowered his voice. There's someone else who pitched in, and you might not even know. Who? Lu Hao raised an eyebrow, curiosity piqued. It's Lin Xie, our township party secretary. Hong Haifeng straightened up and recounted in detail how he had called Lin Xie. I think this time Secretary Yi is especially serious and sent people to investigate, probably on Xie's suggestion. She has a mysterious background and connections in the city. Honestly, your network makes me jealous. Lu Hao froze, surprised by this hidden layer. He recalled every detail since arriving in Fengshui Township. Lin Xie not only had his back at work, but often left early, apron tied, cooking for him and calling him over to eat. She was older by a few years, and their relationship had long since felt like a sister looking after a younger brother well beyond mere hierarchy. Of course, he wouldn't reveal these personal details to Hong Haifeng. Leaning closer, Hong Haifeng whispered confidentially, I heard not long ago that Xia was about to be transferred into the county committee. The appointment was basically settled. But yesterday, I passed by the county committee compound and ran into Secretary Xiao. He said things changed. Xia might go straight to the city instead, definitely at the division chief level, though which department isn't decided yet. To the city? When? Lu Hao was taken aback. Hong Haifeng was usually well informed, yet Lin Xia had never mentioned this to him. I don't know the exact timing, but she returned to the township government by noon today probably to pack up. You'd better hurry and thank her in person. Hong Haifeng patted his shoulder. You have to maintain good relations with your superiors, or once Secretary Lin transfers out, it'll be hard to see her again. I understand, Lu Hao said solemnly, making up his mind. Even if Hong Haifeng hadn't mentioned it, he would have gone to see Lin Xia. He suddenly remembered another matter. What about the investigation into Tian Wei and Liang Kuan? He knew from Ye Zhangpeng that there was solid evidence, but wasn't clear on the latest developments. They're not going anywhere. They'll definitely be sentenced and thrown in jail, Hong Haifeng grinned. Plus, you're kicking those guys where it hurts is probably going to haunt them for life. Thinking of Tian Wei and Liang Kun's past misdeeds, and now their downfall, Lu Hao felt satisfied. The people of Fanshui Township were praising him everywhere, with almost every household applauding. He frowned again. What about Secretary Li, Liang Yinglong, and Director Cheng? Without their protection, how did Tian Wei and Liang Kuan dare to act so recklessly? Will they be punished? Hong Haifeng shrugged helplessly. Probably not. The Public Security Bureau can't find proof linking Secretary Li or the others to what Tian Wei and Liang Kuan did. Most importantly, during interrogations, these two insisted their actions were their own and had nothing to do with anyone else. Hong Haifeng sighed deeply. Under the dim yellow ceiling light, the only sound in the office was the rustling of papers. Lu Hao frowned and looked up from the desk. Isn't Secretary Li Tian Wei's uncle? And he got him a permanent position at the safety supervision station. Are you telling me he didn't even get reprimanded? I just can't believe it. He had expected Li Haoyan would try every means to cut ties with him, but to come out completely unscathed? That seemed impossible. No, Hong Haifeng shook his head and spread his hands. The public security, procuratorate, and court officers all questioned Secretary Li. He flatly denied being an uncle, said it wasn't true at all, called it rumors and hearsay. It turned out, after investigation, there's actually no blood relation between the two. Tian Wei's mother, Tian Jinrong, only knows Secretary Li's wife, nothing else. Lu Hao was stunned in his chair. Hong Haifeng pressed on. As for that permanent position, the minimum qualification back then was just a college diploma. The county ran a proper examination and interview process, and there's no fault to be found in how it was awarded. Secretary Li played a classic dark under the lampshade trick, truly cunning. Lu Hao couldn't help but vent. Everyone had been spreading the rumor that Li Haoyan and Tian Wei were related, but now even the investigation team must be caught off guard. Since they're not connected, then Cheng Rue and Liang Yinglong are even less likely to be dragged in. Hong Haifeng's expression turned serious. We'll need to be more careful going forward. Secretary Li and his people definitely see us as a thorn in their side. Who knows when they might set a trap for us? I'm heading to the province on a business trip for a few days. You stay in the county and be careful avoid clashing with Secretary Li directly. Got it. Lu Hao nodded. Knowing the situation was settled, Li Haoyan had Li Zhun backing him, and no one dared to act recklessly against him. After taking a moment to collect themselves, the two returned their focus to the green rural construction plan. They discussed late into the night, agreed on improvements, and then Hong Haifeng immediately went to find Li Haoyan. But Li Haoyan wouldn't even give him face. Shut down the chemical plant? Impossible. And expecting this plan to lift Fanshui Township out of poverty is just wishful thinking. I absolutely won't agree. His words were resolute and firm. Back in the office, Lu Hao stared blankly at the draft. Should they keep refining the plan and try to bypass Li Haoyan, working directly with Hong Haifeng to report to the county leaders? Maybe that was the better path forward. In any case, this matter required long-term consideration and careful planning. After Hong Haifeng left, Lu Hao sent Lin Xia a message on WeChat. His phone lit up, and he quickly typed, Xia, what should we have for dinner tonight? In her office, Lin Xia was packing files into her briefcase. Seeing the message, she smiled and replied, I just got back. Are you trying to trick me into cooking for you? Not at all. I'm coming to your place tonight to cook for you. Lu Hao glanced at the clock on the wall, then typed another line. I heard from Chief Hong that you're transferring to the city? Yes, it's pretty much settled. Lin Xia didn't reveal which department she would join or exactly when she'd leave. Lu Hao, sensing her hesitation, didn't press further. As they exchanged messages back and forth, Lin Xia's phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unknown number. When she answered, she heard Chun Hu's familiar voice. Xia, I heard from the party and government office that you're back in Fanshui Township. I'm driving back from the city now. Let's have dinner together tonight. No need. Eat by yourself. She hung up promptly and blocked the number without hesitation. After a moment's thought, she messaged Lu Hao again. He'll pick up groceries after work. Let's cook dinner at your place tonight. Great. Lu Hao replied quickly. He wondered why they weren't eating at Lin Xie's place this time, but didn't ask. At 6 o'clock right after the workday ended, Lu Hao locked up his office, and just as he pushed open the corridor door, he ran into Wang Xiaojia. The hallway was dimly lit, smelling smoky and damp. Chief Lu leaving so early? Wang Xiaojia offered a cigarette with a warm smile. You've turned misfortune into blessing this time. I hear the county's planning to promote you to executive. Once you're up there, don't forget to take care of your brother. You don't refuse a friendly offer. So Lu Hao took the cigarette and lit it. You're joking, Chief Wang. If anyone should be taking care of me, it's you. Everyone knows your special ties with County Headley. Besides, what am I as an executive? Chunyan really is the one who's soaring like a phoenix. The organization department was already vetting Tang Chunyan for the secretary position to the county party chief. It was no secret at the township government. Yeah, when luck comes, nothing can stop it. Wang Xiaojia smiled with envy beneath the surface. He had expected to get the executive deputy chief spot, but Hong Haifeng had pushed Lu Hao for it after that brave act. Secretary Yi was said to have already given approval. Even Li Zhen wanted to help Wang Xiaojia, but couldn't find a reason to displace Lu Hao for now. Wang Xiaojia was displeased, but kept his cool. Lu Hao exhaled smoke, smirking. Can't be too calculating. She worked as hard when she was under Yuson Day. She flies high. Don't blame us for being ruthless while doing our jobs. His words carried a hint of meaning. The day the police took Lu Hao away, Wang Xiaojia grabbed his duties and even scolded Tang Chunyan at the Poverty Alleviation Office. Tang Chunyan had reported all this to Lu Hao. You're right, Chief Lu. But I have to say, I never bullied Chunyan. Wang Xiaojia switched to serious tone. I was training her. It's because I taught her regularly that she strengthened her basics and caught Secretary Yes I right away. Lu Hao snorted lightly, voice mild but sarcastic. Looking at you, Chief Wang, you really do have foresight. Who knows, maybe one day the mayor will notice you and make you his secretary. With that, he stubbed out the cigarette and headed downstairs. Watching Lu Hao's retreating back, Wang Xiaoji's face darkened instantly. Who does he think he is? Even if he gets executive, he's still just a deputy section chief. He'll climb faster than him someday. Just then, his phone rang. It was Chen Hui. Wang Xiaoji's expression immediately brightened into a big smile. Director Chen, don't worry, I had someone put the big fruit basket you wanted in your office, all fresh fruits. And Secretary Lin? I just saw her walking home after work. She should be at her place. He spoke politely, with none of the arrogance of a deputy chief, almost fawning. Li Haoyan had mentioned Chen Hui came with a powerful family background and was just here to polish his credentials. Wang Xiaojia was clearly keen to nurture that connection. Where Lu Hao lives. Around 6 in the evening, Lin Xie arrived home early, carrying 2 bags of meat and vegetables, and unusually, 2 bottles of Maotai liquor with a soy sauce aroma. Lu Hao tied on an apron and headed straight into the kitchen, hardly letting Lin Xie lend a hand. The wok crackled loudly, and the aromatic scent of scallions, ginger, and garlic wafted through the air, completely overpowering the news anchor's voice coming from the living room TV. Lin Xie cozied up on the sofa, occasionally leaning forward to praise, Lu Hao, you're really handy. Just after 8, hot dishes were brought out one by one. The sweet and sour spare ribs looked irresistibly glossy. The shredded pork with green peppers released a sharp spicy aroma. And finally, the dish Lin Xie loved most, the silverfish radish soup, was served. Tiny chopped scallions floated on the surface of the milky broth, gently rippling. Just as they raised their glasses to take a sip, a knock suddenly came from outside the doorknob. Actually, the sound came from the entrance hall, seeming to be on the opposite side at Lin Xie's own door. The dim hallway light flickered as Chen Hui stood holding an exquisitely arranged fruit basket delivered by Wang Xiaojia. He knocked again, his voice laced with an ingratiating tone. Xia, it's me, Chen Hui. I brought some fresh fruit for you. Please open the door. They'll just leave it and won't disturb your rest. Inside, silence greeted him with no reply. Reluctant to give up, Chen Hui rapped firmly twice more, his wrists beginning to tingle from the repeated knocks, before frowning. Someone seems to be looking for you outside. Want me to check? Lu Hao weighed his wine glass in his hand and asked quietly. Ignore it. Pretend you didn't hear. Let's just eat. Lin Xie poured him a drink, clearly suspecting it was Chen Hui and not wanting this imposing presence to spoil the evening mood. Before she finished speaking, the knocking resumed, this time more urgent, and directly on Lu Hao's door. In the hallway, Chen Hui raised his voice. Director Lu, this is Chen Hui from the Party and Government Office. I just saw your living room light on downstairs. Are you home? Lin Xie frowned and lowered her voice. He's here for me. You open the door, but don't say I'm home. If he asks, just say I went back to the city. Lu Hao nodded, beginning to understand why Lin Xie insisted on cooking at his place tonight. She clearly wanted to avoid meeting Chen Hui. He silently guessed they already knew each other well. The door cracked open slightly. Lu Hao smiled and blocked the entrance. Oh, Director Chen, I just started cooking and didn't hear the knocking. What brings you here? I wanted to ask if Xia Secretary Lin is home. Hasn't she come back today? Chen Hui tried to peek inside, but the half-closed door blocked his view completely. I'm not sure, Lu Hao said on the spot. Director Hong mentioned that Secretary Lin might be transferred to the city, maybe even left overnight. Chen Hu's use of Xia had convinced Lu Hao these two were no strangers. No wonder Lin Xia was so cold to him when he showed up at her place last time, and he hadn't had a warm welcome either. Chen Hui smiled and extended the fruit basket forward. Fresh fruits for you, Director Lu. Thanks, but my stomach isn't feeling well, and the doctor advised me to eat less fruit. Lu Hao declined politely. If nothing else, I'll eat first then. We can talk another day. Chen Hui hesitated briefly, his smile freezing momentarily before returning. Wait, Director Lu, I haven't eaten yet. Is it okay if I join your meal? In his mind, he felt confident at the last township meeting. Li Haoshan's warm hospitality set a precedent. Normally, once Chen Hui asked, no one dared refuse. Sorry, it's not convenient tonight. I have a friend over. Maybe next time. Lu Hao's tone was polite, but firm. Chen Hui froze for a moment. His smile stiffened, but he nodded awkwardly. All right, Director Lu, you're busy. He'll eat somewhere else. After small talk, he turned and walked down the stairs. His back to Lu Hao, his face darkened as if a cloud had settled over it. Back in the city, officials of all ranks, never mind a county head, even people at the deputy bureau level, greeted him with courtesy and flattery. No one ever dared to refuse him outright. But here in Fenshui Township, a poor place, an ordinary section-level cadre actually blocked his way at the door. Chen Hu's chest burned with frustration, and he began harboring resentment toward Lu Hao. At the dinner table, Lin Xia was in a very good mood. The scene where Lu Hao just shut Chen Hui out almost made her laugh out loud. She really liked Lu Hao's fearless attitude toward authority. Have you known Director Chen for a long time? Lu Hao, barely able to contain his curiosity after taking a few bites, asked. Lin Xia picked up a small cup of baijiu and took a sip, a faint blush coloring her fair cheeks. After hesitating for a moment, she nodded. Yes, he was my ex. This time, he specifically asked his family to transfer him to Fenshui Township to try to win me back. Her words fell, and the table grew silent instantly. Xia, I'm sorry. Lu Hao felt a bit apologetic, thinking that if she wanted to say more, she would, and he shouldn't press further. Don't apologize. I should have told you earlier. Lin Xia smiled as she raised her cup, then quickly changed the subject. We've known each other so long, but never truly drank like this. Tonight, no leaving until we're drunk. The two cups clinked softly, and Lin Xia downed a shot of baijiu in one gulp. Drink less, Lu Hao said with a wry smile. It's okay, I'm in a good mood today. She set down the cup and asked, by the way, have you ever climbed Fenshui Mountain? I've only been around the foot during forest fire patrols, never up. Lu Hao answered honestly. Fenshui Mountain is the highest peak in Fenshui Township, with clear streams winding through it, which is where the township gets its name. Due to poor transportation, the mountain remains undeveloped and almost untouched, rarely visited even by locals. I've been here almost 2 years, but haven't gone either. Will you go with me tomorrow? Sure. Though tomorrow was a work day, Lu Hao had no reason to refuse her invitation. That night, the two kept pouring drinks, the baijiu bottle slowly emptying. Lin Xia's flushed face grew brighter with each glass as she held on to Lu Hao, reminiscing at length from school days and work to breaking up with Chen Hui. Several times, she went to the bathroom to vomit. Lu Hao silently followed behind, steadying her and gently patting her back, quietly playing the role of a faithful listener. When Lin Xia finally grew tired of talking, he carried her to the bedroom. As he laid her gently on the bed, Lin Xia's eyes glazed over. Suddenly, she reached out, wrapped her arms around Lu Hao's neck, and kissed him. In that moment, Lu Hao's mind went blank, his whole body tingling as if every pore had burst open. When he came to his senses, Lin Xia had already fallen into a deep sleep. He pressed his lips together and gave a bitter smile. He had always seen her as a good friend. Though the kiss wasn't his doing, he still felt guilty toward Feng Jing. That night, he hid in the next room, doing his best to keep himself from losing control. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the curtains. They woke up and greeted each other as usual, neither mentioning the kiss from the night before. They'll go wash up first. They'll call you when breakfast is ready. Lin Xia smiled as she headed out. Just as she reached the door to unlock her place, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Lin Xia frowned. Sure enough, the next moment, Chen Hui appeared, dragging dark circles under his eyes. Xia, where were you yesterday? Why did you only come back now? His tone was anxious. Director Chen, I don't have to report my whereabouts to you. Lin Xia raised an eyebrow, and then went inside. With a loud bang of the door, Chen Hu's eye twitched noticeably as he fixed his gaze on Lu Hao's front door. He pricked up his ears, listening for the faint sound of high heels in the hallway, but the corridor was so quiet that even a pin drop would be heard, indicating that Lin Xia most likely stayed over at Lu Hao's last night. The thought made his knuckles go white, his fists clenched tight enough to leave marks, his face darkening as he headed downstairs. Inside, Lu Hao also heard the noise but knew it wasn't the right time to show himself, so he held his breath behind the door. Shortly after 7, Lin Xia knocked and called him to breakfast. The two of them walked downstairs side by side, ready for work. Passing by Chen Hu's door, it suddenly creaked open again, and Chunhui appeared with a smile, greeting them. Secretary Lin, Township Head Lu, good morning. Good morning, Director Chun, Lin Xia nodded. Good morning, Director Chun, Lu Hao replied politely. The three of them descended the stairs at staggered paces. Lin Xia led the way with purposeful steps. Chunhui walked beside Lu Hao and deliberately raised his voice. Township Head Lu, last time I saw your fiancé come around. When's the wedding? I've got the gift money already. The money doesn't matter. Having you there is what really honors me, Lu Hao replied with a smile. With each word, Chunhui's eyes flicked to Lin Xia's back, trying to catch even the slightest reaction. But she gave none, making him start to doubt himself. Is it even possible for her to like a man who's already engaged, given her personality? Once inside the township government building, the three parted ways to their respective offices. Around 8 o'clock, Lu Hao's phone buzzed. It was a message from Lin Xia. Ready to go. Find a motorcycle, it'll be waiting for you in front of the township office. Motorcycles are bumpy and dusty, Lu Hao reminded her. But I just want to feel the wind today. I want to ride a motorcycle, she said stubbornly. All right. Lu Hao agreed and borrowed a motorcycle from Yo Dashin. At the township office entrance, Lin Xia climbed onto the back seat, arms resting on Lu Hao's waist. Lu Hao twisted the throttle, and the motorcycle roared forward. Upstairs, Chunhui had just finished in the restroom when he happened to approach the window. Through the glass, he saw the scene and his expression darkened sharply. On the way to Fengshui Mountain, perhaps because the road was so bumpy, Lin Xia suddenly wrapped her arms tightly around Lu Hao's waist from behind, closing her eyes and resting her cheek against his back. The cool brush of her breath against the nape of his neck sent a sudden jolt through him, like an electric shock that made his heart skip a beat. The motorcycle stopped at the foot of the mountain, and the view opened up wide before them. A vast reservoir lay quietly among the hills, its surface mirror smooth. Towering peaks rose sharply on three sides, piercing the clouds. Mist drifted lightly over the water, with fish occasionally breaking the surface and sending ripples outward. Distant mountain tips pierced through the clouds, faint and mysterious, like a scene from a fairy tale. It was Lu Hao's first time seeing this body of water in daylight. He had come once before at night, but it never struck him as powerfully as now. He found himself staring, mesmerized. Wow, speechless? Lin Xia laughed softly. She recognized that look. She had been just as stunned when she first saw it. It's like a paradise, Lu Hao breathed. Come in the early morning, it's even more beautiful then. The mist is thicker, and the lake looks like it's draped in silk. But it depends on the season. Last time I was here, there was no fog on the lake, just clouds swirling around the peaks and valleys, Lin Xia explained. You said you'd never been here before, Lu Hao said, surprised. When I first arrived in Fengshui Township, I came specially to see the reservoir, but I dared not climb the mountain alone. She pointed toward the tallest peak beyond the reservoir. I heard the summit overlooks the entire Anqing County, and if you're lucky, it feels like you're drifting among the clouds. Climbing to the top can't be easy, right? Lu Hao smiled. Of course not. If it were easy, I'd have gone up this morning. You don't suddenly chicken out, do you? Lin Xia teased. No word like chicken in my vocabulary. Lu Hao patted his backpack. Let's go. We're climbing. Easier said than done. Fengshui Mountain was surrounded by several steep peaks, densely forested with no man-made trails, and the slopes were covered in loose stones and weeds. Following a faint, winding goat path, they climbed using hands and feet, gasping for breath after an hour halfway up. But years of exercise helped them grit their teeth and keep going. After a short break to drink water, they pressed on. Occasionally, birds fluttered up from the trees, and sunlight filtered through leaves, casting dappled patterns on them. 2 more hours passed before the outline of the summit finally appeared. Lin Xia, however, collapsed on a large rock, panting heavily and wiping sweat from her brow. I can't. My heels are burning like they don't belong to me. Want me to carry you? Lu Hao joked. You've been climbing nearly 4 hours too, no glory in that. If you carry me and we both fall, Fang Jing will probably come after you. Lin Xia shot him a glare, insisting on walking herself. The last stretch was the steepest. They staggered along, resting often, taking a full hour to reach Fengshui's summit. The sky was clear and blue, clouds swirling below their feet. The entire Anqing County spread out in view. The drifting white clouds seemed close enough to touch, almost like walking in the clouds. Lu Hao stood at the wind's edge, taking in the breathtaking panorama, overwhelmed. Lin Xia sat down on a patch of soft grass, her gaze fixed on him. Pointing at the rolling mountains in the distance, she said, "Who says Fengshui Township lacks character? Fengshui Mountain itself has plenty. The scenery is stunning and full of potential. City folks would definitely love it as a vacation spot." She trailed off, then turned her eyes back to him. Lu Hao sat beside her, still lost in the grandeur of the view, completely unaware of the quiet look she was giving him. Better view, or better company? Lin Xia's lips curved into a subtle smile. Huh. Lu Hao was caught off guard by the sudden question, but quickly smiled and replied, "Of course you're more beautiful. You're 100 times better than the scenery here." Women love compliments. Fang Jing was no exception, nor was Lin Xia. Though she teased him, calling him a smooth talker, Inside she felt warm, her eyes smiling. Suddenly, she leaned back on the stone bench beside her and lowered her voice. Come sit closer. Let me lean on you a bit, I'm tired. Okay. Lu Hao blinked, then shuffled over. Lin Xie rested her head on his shoulder, her gaze drifting through the layers of mountain mist, lost somewhere between memory and daydream. You and Chun Hui, Lu Hao began, then immediately regretted it, silently scolding his own social awkwardness. That's impossible now. Lin Xie cut him off coldly and lifted her eyes to stare at him. Since you care so much about my love life, what do you want? I care about you. I don't want you to make the same mistakes again. I just want you to be happy. Lu Hao's cheeks flushed bright red, but his voice was sincere. That depends who I marry. Lin Xie replied softly, glancing at her watch. Well, it's getting late. Let's head back down. Without further words, the topic ended by mutual understanding as they started down the mountain. Compared to their cautious ascent, they moved faster now with experience. But because of the speed, halfway down, Lin Xie suddenly stepped into a hollow stone. Ah! Her scream pierced the forest air. Lu Hao's hand shot out, slipping around her slender waist to catch her in a waistlock. The softness startled him. Are you okay? My ankle, I think I twisted it. It hurts a little. Lin Xie's forehead was sweaty as she pressed into his chest, her heart pounding like a drum. Lu Hao helped her sit on a nearby rock and crouched down. Let me check your ankle. If there's bone damage, it'll be serious. You actually know this? Used to be in the army. Had to know a bit of everything. Lu Hao smiled gently, slipping off her sneaker and feeling her ankle carefully, inch by inch. Does it hurt here? No. How about here? A little. Their brief QA was professional, yet Lin Xie felt embarrassed, her ears warming, heart racing even faster. No bone injury. Just some swelling. Let me carry you. If you walk down with that, your ankle will probably be ruined. Before she could protest, Lu Hao was already half crouched, turning around. Lin Xie's breath caught, but she finally leaned forward and climbed onto his back. The mountain path was long, but Lu Hao's stamina was impressive. His pace only slowed slightly. Every time he helped steady her weight, she could feel the hard contours of his back beneath her, sometimes his firm muscles pressing against her thigh. She bit her lip to keep quiet. Lu Hao seemed completely unaware, instead chatting to soothe her nerves. Don't worry, you won't fall. He even shared stories from joint army firefighter rescues to prove his back-carrying experience. Lin Xie suddenly thought he was a little goofy but endearing too. Aside from being a bit dense and awkward socially, this man had almost no flaws. Ruggedly handsome, physically disciplined, hardworking, responsible, could cook, and had an impressive tolerance for alcohol, qualities sharply different from the rich playboy she had met. Perhaps utterly exhausted, she didn't realize when she fell asleep on his back. Hearing her soft snore, Lu Hao froze briefly, then grinned and quickened his steps a little. Carrying her was a sweet kind of torment. He nearly lost his breath a few times. By early evening, around 6 o'clock, they finally reached the motorcycle. Lin Xie woke up and blinked. On the ride home, neither said a word. Like before, she clung tightly to his waist. The brief closeness sparked in her a sense of happiness she had never known. Chun Hui had once given her romance, tenderness, grandeur, and ceremony. Those youthful butterflies now seemed like illusions. Time taught her that responsibility and commitment are the true measures of a man. Sometimes, she even envied Fang Jing. At least Lu Hao's feelings for her were genuine and straightforward. At the township government courtyard, dusk was falling as Lu Hao rode his well-worn 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle through the gate. The courtyard lights had just come on. Chun Hui was leaning against the steps, smoking, the white tendrils of smoke curling in the cold air. Seeing the two of them, he smiled and came over. Director Lu, Secretary Lin, where have you two been busy all day? Lu Hao hesitated briefly and replied casually. I was just taking Secretary Lin to the county seat to handle some business. Going to the county seat could take a whole day? And you rode a motorcycle? Chun Hui snorted quietly to himself. Had been waiting in the courtyard most of the afternoon, but not wanting to show it. He noticed Lin Xie was limping awkwardly and immediately asked with concern, Secretary Lin, what's wrong with your foot? I sprained it. They'll help her up first, Lu Hao quickly answered. Chun Hui smiled and reached out his hand. Director Lu, let me help. By the way, Tang Chunyin from the Poverty Alleviation Office said your girlfriend hasn't been able to reach you by phone all day, asking around if something happened to you. Only then did Lu Hao take out his phone. Several missed calls flashed on the screen. His heart sank. Fang Shuishan had poor signal, and Fang Jing must be worried sick. Better call her back soon. Don't let your fiancé worry, Chun Hui said, trying to lend a hand. No need, I can walk myself. Lin Xie coldly brushed him off. Though her ankle was swollen, the pain had eased. They'll take you inside, then call Fang Jing back afterward. Lu Hao noticed Lin Xie didn't want much interaction with Chun Hui. Putting away his phone, he helped her upstairs. Their figures disappeared at the stairwell. Chun Hui's expression darkened. He didn't believe Lu Hao couldn't read his intentions toward Lin Xie. Yet Lu Hao still went against him outright. This was open defiance. Director Chun, want a smoke? Wang Xiaojie suddenly appeared, handing over a pack with a teasing grin. Director Lu's different from the others, so proud, he even dared to hit Secretary Li's nephew, smashed his balls. Don't care about leaders, just himself. Wang Xiaojia had long noticed Chun Hu's feelings for Lin Xie and saw a perfect chance to stir trouble. Director Lu and Secretary Lin have always been this close? Chun Hui took a cigarette, expression indifferent. For sure. Since I came to Fengshui Township, at meetings Secretary Lin always supports Director Lu. They live opposite each other, see each other all the time. Of course they're close. Wang's words were vague, but clearly fuel for fire. Does Director Lu's fiancé know? I heard Fang Jing's family isn't happy with him. People have to keep options open, especially men if one boat sinks. There's another. Chun Hui sneered. And what would you do with a two-timing man like that, Director Wang? Naturally, listen to Director Chun. Satisfied with the answer, Chun Hui said, tell Secretary Li not to hold back. Teach him the rules of officialdom. If the sky falls, he'll take the blame. Saying that, he strode upstairs. Watching him go, Wang Xiaojia grinned smugly and immediately dialed Li Haoshan's number. Upstairs, Lu Hao helped Lin Xie into the office, then washed his face in the bathroom before returning to his office to call Fang Jing. The phone barely connected before an anxious voice burst out. Lu Hao, where have you been? Why haven't you answered your phone? I was hiking Fengshui Mountain with Secretary Lin. No signal on the mountain, Lu Hao explained truthfully. Secretary Lin? Fang Jing paused. She's transferring to the city soon. She mentioned it over dinner last night, so I went with her for a walk on the mountain. After hearing this, Fang Jing suddenly laughed. You finally see the light and know to get on good terms with a leader. If Lin's secretary is transferring, that means strong backing. Making friends with her can only help. Lu Hao was amused by her practicality but replied, I don't like being too calculating. Friends are friends. Only you'd think like that. In the system, promotions depend on connections. By the way, my mom is cooking. Dad wants you over for dinner. Can you come? Looking at the time, nearly 7, Lu Hao nodded. I'll be there soon. After hanging up, he called Wu Qiushui to send some food to the township government. After a day hiking, Secretary Lin must be starving. I'm having dinner with Chunyan. You should go see Fang Jing. Lin Xie's voice came from the office, her tone calm, but caring. Lu Hao replied, and turned to leave. Lin Xie urged him again to go accompany Fang Jing. On the way back to the county town, the evening glow outside the car window cast a gentle golden hue over Fengshuishan, with layers of rolling mountains stretching into the distance. In Lu Hao's mind, half of what he saw was the lush forest and crystal-clear sea of clouds had glimpsed from the mountaintop during the day, while the other half was the river along the route, stained a dull gray-brown by chemical factory wastewater. The stark contrast between the natural beauty and the polluted water only strengthened his resolve. If the chemical plants were allowed to keep expanding, the ecology of Fengshui Township would be ruined for good. The thought that the factories must be shut down had never been clearer or more urgent. That night, Fang Jing's family once again laid out a feast, with the aroma of wine filling the living room. Fang Igua greeted Lu Hao warmly as usual, lifting his glass. This matter made Uncle Fang and everyone worry. You even went around asking for favors on my behalf, Lu Hao said politely, toasting Fang Igua. He didn't care whether Fang Igua had actually done anything, but it was the proper thing to say. Lu Hao, you're too polite, Fang Igua chuckled, clinking glasses. You're practically part of our family now. Of course I care about you. Look, so many county leaders spoke up for you that shows how important you are. Fang Jing told me that the Agricultural Bureau Chief position will get a push at the Standing Committee meeting from Secretary Xiao and Minister Luo. I have to thank you for that. People respect you. He grinned and raised his cup again. More importantly, you're about to be promoted to Executive Deputy Township Chief. For your bravery, double congratulations. Hey, race another toast to you. In truth, Fang Igua had originally hoped Lu Hao would stumble this time, giving him an excuse to take him down a peg. He was certain Li Zhen wouldn't let him go. But Lu Hao's clean escape shocked him. Was it sheer luck, or was there a powerful ally behind him? If he couldn't figure it out, he'd have to change tactics. Avoid provoking Li Zhen, secure the Agricultural Bureau Chief seat at all costs, and firmly win Lu Hao's loyalty. That was the best strategy right now. Fang Jing didn't know her father's true intentions. She simply wore a sweet smile and looked genuinely content with the warm family gathering. Inside the Fengshui Township Party Committee Vice Secretary's office, Lin Xie and Tang Chunyan sat opposite each other at a simple folding table. The aroma of boxed meals mixed with steam rising from paper cups of hot tea. Her personal belongings had been neatly packed away, the bookshelves empty. The atmosphere felt a little awkward. Usually they had little contact, and this was the first time they'd shared a meal. Chunyan, the city car will come pick me up soon. I'm leaving, Lin Xie said suddenly, setting down her chopsticks. Leaving? Secretary Lin, where are you going? Tang Chunyan blinked in surprise. To the city. I don't know which department it'll be transferred to yet. Is this a temporary secondment or? I won't be coming back to Fengshui Township. I've been officially relocated, Lin Xie said calmly. Tang Chunyan closed her lunchbox in shock, unsure what to say. Lin Xie handed over a note with a new phone number on it. This is my new number. You can discard the old one. Anqing County's situation is complicated, involving the city and even the province. If anything happens to Lu Hao in the future, call me at this number. Don't tell anyone about this, especially not Lu Hao. Her tone was serious, her eyes locked on Tang Chunyan's. After a moment of hesitation, Tang Chunyan nodded solemnly and saved the number in her phone. The Agricultural Bureau residential compound was brightly lit. After dinner, Lu Hao stood to leave, and Fong Jing walked him to the car. The night breeze carried a faint scent of gardenia. With the car door half open, they lingered together for a moment, unable to resist. Fong Jing gently stroked the back of his hand, her eyes full of reluctance. Though somewhat unsatisfied, Lu Hao knew he couldn't let Fong Jing see him off outside for too long. It took just over half an hour. When Lu Hao got out of the car, he casually stopped at a newly opened milk tea shop by the door and bought a cup of their signature drink, planning to bring it to Fong Jing. It was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Instead of heading back to Fong Shuixiang, he turned the car around and drove to a small, out-off-the-way bakery in town where his mother, Su Hong, was still working. The bakery's lighting was warm but dim, while outside, a black sedan with a Beijing license plate sat alone, standing out against the modest street scene. Inside, there were no customers, and only a few trays of bread remained on the shelves. Besides Su Hong, a man in his 30s stood there wearing a neatly pressed suit and black-rimmed glasses that covered half his face, carrying the calm and composure typical of a government official. "Auntie Su, there's 500,000 yuan in this card. The leader asked me to hand it over," the man said politely, without a hint of emotion, as he extended a dark blue bank card with both hands. "I don't need his money," Su Hong said coldly, stepping aside. "I'm doing fine now, and my son is about to get married. If you come again, what if Lu Hao sees you? That would be awful." For years, the man had come once or twice annually, always running the same script, handing over the card, trying to persuade her to accept, only to be refused each time. Su Hong never wavered. "You still need a house for the wedding, right?" the man said with a bitter smile, adjusting his glasses. "If you keep refusing, the leader will think I've failed to do my job properly. Honestly, every time I come to Anshan County, I get nervous much more than when I'm in Kyoto handling files." Suddenly, the doorbell rang, followed by familiar footsteps. "Mom, I'm home." Su Hong's heart tightened. She lowered her voice and gave the man a final warning. "This is your business and has nothing to do with us. Leave now, and don't disturb our lives again. Well, please take care. Contact me anytime if you need anything," he said helplessly, pulling out a business card and handing it over. Su Hong didn't even look at it, silently signaling him to leave. The man took the hint, quickly pulled back the card, walked briskly through the narrow aisle between shelves, and pushed open the door just as Lu Hao came in, passing him by. It was their first face-to-face encounter. Under the light, the young man's features were astonishingly similar to someone from the man's memory. For a moment, he was stunned, too similar. Not daring to linger, he pressed his lips tightly and hurried down the stairs, his steps growing faster until he disappeared into the night. "Mom, who was that? He didn't look like someone buying bread." Lu Hao glanced back, puzzled. He said he wanted to pick out some yogurt puffs but complained that our selection isn't as good as in the big city, Su Hong said, closing the door with a trace of irritation. "Don't pay him any mind." Lu Hao replied with a short "oh" and didn't ask further. He looked down and unlocked his phone. Just then, a new notification popped up in the WeChat group. The party and government office had announced a sudden meeting at 9 a.m. the next day. Normally, regular meetings were on Mondays, but this one was on a Friday. Plus, Hong Haifeng had gone to a provincial meeting again today. Lu Hao couldn't help but feel that something was not quite right. The next day, after finishing the breakfast prepared by Su Hong, Lu Hao drove straight to Fengshui Township. Just after 8 o'clock, he arrived at the office building. He first went to his office to grab pen and paper, then was the first to step into the meeting room. Sitting down, he instinctively took out his phone. Last night, he had sent a WeChat message to Lin Xia asking if her ankle still hurt when she walked, but he still hadn't received a reply. There was a soft noise at the door as an unfamiliar woman entered carrying a hot water kettle. Lu Hao glanced back to size her up. She looked about the same age as Fong Jing, with a well-proportioned figure, slender eyebrows, and long eyes. Her every movement exuded a certain grace. "Who are you?" he asked. He had never seen her at the township government before. The woman smiled gently. "I've heard that the youngest deputy township head here is surnamed Lu. That must be you, Director Lu?" "I'm Yao Fong. I just transferred to the party government office, so I'm new. Looking forward to working with you. No need to be so formal. Where did you work before?" Lu Hao asked casually, thinking about how an older cadre had retired from the party government office last week and guessing she might be the replacement. "Over at the neighboring township middle school. I taught Chinese," Yao Fong said softly, handing him some tea with a warm smile. Lu Hao paused, then asked, "Do you know teacher Fong Jing?" "Of course. She started at that middle school too, transferred later to the county high school. I heard she's already a deputy grade director now." Yao Feng's voice carried a note of admiration. Yao Fong was outgoing, so Lu Hao chatted with her more. As they talked, he realized she had similar ambitions to Fong Jing, hoping to climb the career ladder through connections. Silently, he thought, do female teachers these days all have such strong career ambitions? He didn't speak this thought aloud, only smiled, and said, "Welcome to the township government." "Thank you, Director Lu," Yao Fong answered softly, topping up his cup. Suddenly, Lu Hao asked a key question. "Who recommended you for the transfer?" "Director Wang," Yao Fong replied frankly. "He was my high school classmate. Since the party government office handles a lot of documents and Director Chun Hui likes people with good writing skills, he requested Secretary Li to transfer me from school." Lu Hao nodded without pressing further. Although Fengshui Township couldn't compare to the county government, its internal relationships were equally complex. It never hurt to know a newcomer's background. Outside came the sound of scattered footsteps. Propaganda Commissioner Deng Song, Wang Xiaojia, and several deputy township heads entered while chatting, taking their seats in sequence, but nobody greeted Lu Hao, as if he didn't exist. 2 minutes later, disciplinary committee members, the People's Congress chairman, and the Armed Forces minister arrived one after another. These older officials were basically riding out their tenure until retirement, attending meetings as mere formalities. Lu Hao glanced at his watch, already 9 o'clock, and Lin Xie still hadn't arrived. Based on her character, she wouldn't be late even if transferred. Just as he wondered this, Li Haoyan appeared leisurely, followed by Party Government Office Director Chun Hui. Chun Hui normally wouldn't attend leadership meetings, so his presence was a clear signal of his special status. Li Haoyan sat down expressionless. "Today's meeting will be brief. The main purpose is to convey the county government's latest development directives for Fengshui Township." His speech was measured, each word clear, repeatedly emphasizing, Fengshui must prioritize industry and support agriculture, and the chemical factory must not be halted. Then he dropped new information. Wang Xiaojia had already been in talks with a large corporation to build a major furniture factory in Fengshui. "I've reported this to County Mayor Li Zhan." Li Haoyan scanned the room. "The county has given in-principle approval. They will offer concessions on land and taxes. Timber can be harvested appropriately too. We'll rely on the mountains for resources. Once the furniture factory is built, it won't just create jobs, it will be the key step in our poverty alleviation." Li Haoyan spoke with great confidence, but Lu Hao's brow furrowed deeply as he listened. After Li Haoyan finished his elaborate analysis on the feasibility of the furniture factory, he looked around the conference room. "Any other opinions?" Lu Hao finally couldn't hold back. He stood up straight, his voice low but clear. "Secretary Li, I have a different view. The chemical plant has already damaged the environment. If we build a furniture factory too, which requires cutting down the forest, the ecology of Fengshui Township will only worsen. This isn't a sustainable plan. I think we should focus more on developing the tertiary industry, such as tourism. Do you really think that would work? Are you the county leader?" Li Haoyan sneered, cutting him off without mercy. "This decision was made by County Chief Li. If you disagree, take it up with him. I fully support the county government's decision." No sooner had Li Haoyan finished speaking than Wang Xiaojia interrupted with a thinly veiled sneer. "Secretary Li is right. Township Chief Lu, the leadership's policy has been set. Do you think they're wrong, and you're right?" Lu Hao glanced around the table. Everyone else either stared at their phones or whispered quietly to each other, unwilling to back him up. His two rare supporters, Hong Haifeng and Lin Xie, were both absent today. He muttered, "If this is the leadership's decision, I'll reserve my opinion." Li Haoyan snorted coldly and seized the moment to announce, "You don't need to be involved with the furniture factory project. Deputy Township Chief Wang Xiaojia will take full charge." Then he changed the subject, rapping his fingers on the table. "Another matter: village officials in Shoshan village have blocked me several times recently, demanding road repairs. They even threatened to petition at the city and provincial levels. What do you suggest we do?" Deng Song spoke up quickly. "Secretary Li, it's not that we don't want to fix the road. The township government is simply out of funds. That mountain road will cost at least 2 million yuan to repair. Yeah, I think this can be put on hold until we have the money. Right? Let's calm the villagers down first and prevent them from petitioning." Voices rose around the room. Lu Hao knew Shoshan village well. It was the most remote, poorest village in Fengshui Township and the only one without a proper road, relying on a narrow mountain path that became muddy and slippery in rain, with villagers falling off cliffs every year. Yet the township truly had no funds. Why they hadn't urgently requested funds from the county remained unknown to him, so he stayed silent. Just then, Chun Hui pushed up his glasses and smiled as he interjected, "Leaders, may I say something? Since I came to Fengshui Township, the villagers praised Township Chief Lu the most, saying he truly cares for the people, a respected official. I think it's best to entrust Lu Township Chief with the Shoshan village road repair." As soon as Chun Hui spoke, Wang Xiaojia and Deng Song eagerly chimed in. Director Chun really has sharp insight. Chief Lu even outshines Secretary Li in Fengshui. Yeah, I also think trusting Chief Lu is appropriate. Other officials nodded in agreement. Since Lu Hao had taken down corrupt figures like Tian Wei and Liang Kuan, his standing among the people had soared. Few dared to openly challenge the power held by Li Haoyan and Liang Yinglong. Li Haoyan made the final decision. "Township Chief Lu, since everyone supports you, you will take full responsibility for repairing Shoshan Village's road. You're in charge of calming the villagers and applying for county funds. If there are protests or petitions, you bear full responsibility. Lu Hao's frown deepened. Although he didn't know all the details about Xiushan village, with unanimous agreement around the table, he had no way to refuse. Gritting his teeth, he said, fine. They'll gather more information and report any progress promptly. That's it for today's meeting. Meeting adjourned. Li Haoyan smiled as he lifted his teacup. Hong Haifeng was away on business, so Li Haoyan seized the chance to intimidate Lu Hao and conveniently shift the troublesome Xiushan village issue onto him. If Hong Haifeng had been present, things certainly wouldn't have gone so smoothly. People gradually filtered out, leaving only Li Haoyan, Chen Hui, and Wang Xiaojie behind. Li Haoyan stirred his tea and asked with a grin, Director Chen, are you satisfied with today's meeting? Chen Hui stretched lazily, a smile playing at the corner of his mouth. Not bad. Some people don't know their place and could use a lesson. Also, that matter Wang Township chief mentioned, I think it's time to push it forward. Don't worry, they'll take care of it. Li Haoshan's smile turned sinister. He hated Lu Hao even more than Chen Hui did and would never miss a chance to suppress him. The Poverty Alleviation Office. Lu Hao found Tang Chunyan and pressed, Chunyan, after dinner with Secretary Lin yesterday. Do you know where she went? I can't reach her by phone or WeChat now. Tang Chunyan had just set down the files she was holding and looked up to see the worried expression on Lu Hao's face. After a moment's hesitation, she said she was being transferred. The city office even sent a car to pick her up the left overnight. Transferred where? Did she say? Lu Hao's brow furrowed deeper. No. Tang Chunyan shook her head, noticing the disappointment in his eyes, and softened her tone. Director Lu, Secretary Lin left a letter for you at her residence. She said if it's fate, you two will meet again. I see. Thanks. Lu Hao smiled bitterly but couldn't hide the sadness beneath. He knew Lin Xie would eventually be transferred, but not so suddenly or without proper goodbyes. Maybe, as he suspected, they were both afraid of parting, so they chose to run away. It wasn't until after work that he returned to the teacher's dorm at the township middle school. Night had not fully fallen. The dim hallway light flickered weakly. Using the key Lin Xie had given him before, he opened the door. The room was spotless, all her belongings gone except for a neatly folded letter on the living room coffee table. Lu Hao took a deep breath and sat on the sofa, opening the envelope. The elegant yet sharp handwriting of Lin Xie greeted him. Lu Hao, by the time you read this, we'll have already left Fengshui Township. Please forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye. Coming to Fengshui was both an assignment from the organization and my own request. I couldn't face my failed relationship with Chen Hui or his lingering hold on me, so I chose to run away. Even so, I couldn't let go of the past completely until I met you. Having dinner and running with you were the happiest moments of my days. Later, just seeing you would make me feel inexplicably at ease. I realized the world isn't without good many, just hadn't met one before. I could have stayed in Anqing County to finish my tasks, but Chen Hui was suddenly transferred here. He's narrow-minded and possessive, and would never accept me being close to you. Maybe only by leaving can I slowly divert his attention. Of course, that's only part of it. The real reason is I've fallen in love with you. Whenever we are alone, my heart races uncontrollably, sometimes even with wild thoughts. I cannot accept this side of myself, so I chose to disappear without notice. Please don't try to contact me. I don't want to see you again because I'm afraid I won't be able to control my feelings. Maybe you'll feel sad and lost after I'm gone, but time will wash everything away. Forget me. Fang Jing is the woman you're meant to be with. I wish you both happiness. Lu Hao held a cigarette in one hand and the letter in the other as he sank into the sofa. The room was dark. Nightlight filtered through the curtain cracks, casting mottled shadows. The confession echoed in his mind as he forced himself to ask, did he truly love Lin Xie? That night, her drunken kiss had almost ignited every nerve in him. If she had taken one more step, one gentle touch, he might have given in. But in the end, they both held back, neither wanting to bind the other. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up with a WeChat message from Fang Jing. Tomorrow's the weekend. Are you coming back to the county? I want to take you to see the new house. Lu Hao stared at the message for a few seconds before replying. I have to work tomorrow. Tang Chunyan and I are meeting village officials in Xiushan village to assess the situation. It's about the road construction. We can't give Li Haoyan an excuse. Fang Jing quickly responded, understanding his busyness, and reminded him to dress warmly, as it would be chilly overnight. Her care sparked a warm feeling inside Lu Hao. Just as Lin Xie said, Fang Jing, his fiancée of 6 years, was truly his future partner. Lin Xie's departure might be the best release for them both. He folded the letter back into its envelope and buried it deep in his heart. After chatting a while, his phone rang abruptly. It was Hong Haifeng. Lu Hao answered, hearing urgent concern in his voice. Hey brother, I heard Secretary Li handed you the responsibility for the roadwork in Xiushan village at today's meeting? If Hong Haifeng got the news, it definitely came from someone who attended that meeting. He shook his head and sneered coldly. These people are all fair-weather friends. They're fine stabbing you in the back, but if you openly challenge them at the meeting table, no one will step forward to back you up. I was only away on a business trip briefly, and Secretary Li seized the chance to put a shackle on you. Lu Hao frowned as he listened. Is the road construction in Shoshan village really that complicated? Extremely complicated. Hong Haifeng sighed, waving a hand toward the mountains. Shoshan village is almost completely cut off from the outside world. Villagers have to take a winding, inconvenient route just to leave. When it rains, the muddy mountain paths get slippery, and people have fallen off cliffs multiple times every year. There are deaths because of it. The villagers have been furious for a long time at the township government's delay in fixing the road. They've even gathered here before to protest. So our township government just keeps stalling? Lu Hao pressed. Exactly. Hong Haifeng nodded. I proposed a road plan 6 years ago, but by now I'm nearly desperate. Secretary Li has passed this hot potato on to you. If you don't handle the villagers' concerns properly, he'll have an excuse to get rid of you. And if the villagers take their complaints to the city or provincial level, and upper authorities blame Fengshui Township, he'll have every right to punish you. Pretty devious, huh? He ended with a harsh curse. Still dissatisfied, Lu Hao asked, our Anqing County's highways and bridges are all built. How is it possible that we can't get a single village road fixed? Building highways and bridges is actually easier than this. Hong Haifeng sighed again. Why is that? Money. He shrugged. 6 years ago, the budget needed was over 1 million yuan. Now it's close to 2 million and anything less just won't cut it. Li Haoyan suggested villagers chip in, but Fengshui Township is the poorest in the whole county. Where would the villagers get the money? The government has to foot the bill. But as soon as the township has even a little budget, Li Haoyan swoops in with endless reasons, renovating the office, new kitchen equipment for the cafeteria, streetlights. Had never released funds for Shoshan Village's road. And 2 million? The township simply can't afford that. Hong Haifeng's tone turned bitter as he added, you know what kind of person Li Haoyan is. He even tried to embezzle poverty relief funds. Do you really think he would let any money go to Fengshui Township without causing trouble? Lu Hao replied, what about the county? Don't they step in? Hong Haifeng chuckled, flicking his ash. It goes through the Transportation Bureau for project approval, then the county government, and finally the budget allocation. Seems simple, but getting it approved is like trying to climb to the sky. We're a poor county, funds are scarce. When the county does allocate some money, County Chief Li immediately channels it to the development zone or the few major townships nearby. Look at those roads outside. Every year they get newer and wider. When city or provincial leaders inspect, they travel on the big highways. Seeing those nice roads makes them pleased. He glanced toward the door. That's what we call political achievements. Leaders only care about GDP. Spending money on developing zones yields quick results. But what about Shoshan Village? Who's going to make a special trip there? Will the county party secretary go? The city leaders? Dropping 2 million on this small village, what economic benefit does it bring? What's the political gain? Nothing at all. Hong Haifeng's tone today carried a lot of frustration, complained to Lu Hao more than usual during their call. Lowering his voice, he ran through the latest developments in the county and then couldn't help but vent. Why won't the county party secretary come here? If she won't come, why can't we invite her to Shoshan Village ourselves? Lu Hao, usually mild-mannered, now snapped back sharply. Why can't we invite her? Why don't you try? You probably don't even have the chance to meet Secretary Yi. And even if she does come to Shoshan Village, do you really think that road will get built? She's not the only leader on the county standing committee. At the very least, County Magistrate Li definitely want to approve building that road. Brother, you're thinking way too simply. Han Haifeng didn't hide his disappointment. From the perspective of Anqing County's bigger picture, it's understandable that the officials want achievements. But the mountain road is so bad, it affects villagers' survival with deaths happening every year. That's huge. I suggest you go to Shoshan Village first thing tomorrow. Find a way to calm the villagers down. Don't let them cause trouble or petition higher-ups. That's the smart move. That way, Secretary Li won't have an excuse to come after you for now. Also, don't make any empty promises about getting the road built, because if the villagers latch onto that, you'll be stuck with the blame. In the end, you'll make trouble for yourself, pissing off your superiors while being cursed by the villagers. The road project is a dead end. Just drag it out. Don't confront them heathen. Haifeng didn't mean to kill Lu Hao's enthusiasm, but the facts were clear. There was no hope in sight. After a few seconds of silence on the line, Lu Hao replied seriously, tomorrow I'll go to Shoshan Village and talk with the village officials first. I still want to try pushing for the road. Whether I succeed or not, at least I have to give it my best shot. Li Haoyan forced this on me with bad intentions, but I can't just give up and let things fall apart. Otherwise, it's the simple villagers of Fengshui Township who'll suffer, and eventually Li Haoyan will catch me in a trap. Hong Haifeng sighed, suit yourself. They'll send you the road project materials from 6 years ago soon. Go through them and figure out what to do. If you want to try, you have my full support. Meanwhile, in a luxurious private room of the Zuaming restaurant in the county seat, bright lights illuminated the gathering. County Magistrate Li Zhun sat at the head of the table, flanked by the County Public Security Chief Duan Kai, Deputy County Magistrate Zhang Donglai, Township Party Secretary Li Haoyan, Township Police Chief Cheng Rui, and Deputy Township Chief Wang Xiaojia. Hot dishes and fine wine covered the round table, but no one dared to touch a plate before Li Zhun even spoke. The atmosphere was oppressively tense. fingertips rapped on the table as his face darkened. This time, we suffered a crushing defeat, heavy losses. He paused momentarily, swallowing down his anger. Our secretary, Yi, made a big splash. She came to Lanshan County not long ago and personally led the breakthrough of a major case, truly a slap in my face. The case was rock solid. Tian Wei and Liang Kuan had at least a decade-long involvement. Police who took part in torture would all be prosecuted and sentenced without escape. A high-level city official who used to support Li Jun was furious about this. Li Jun had been thoroughly scolded last night, and now seethed with rage with no outlet. After a hesitation, Lu Hao spoke up. County magistrate, this might be inappropriate, but I have to say it. The key reason for our devastating loss is we had traitors inside. Take Township Police Officer Qiao Jun, Deputy Police Chief Nie Zhangpeng, and Prosecutor Hualing. They don't report to leadership and act like traitors. Tension spiked instantly, everyone's eyes flicking toward Li Jun, waiting for his response. His voice low but firm, pounding the table like a grounding force. Comrade Hao is right. These people are traitors. The heir thawed slightly as heads around nodded knowingly. They all understood what needed to be done next. Li Hao seized the moment. County Magistrate Li, Xiao Jun at the Township Police is turning on us. Traitors like him must be expelled. Duan Kai chimed in. County Magistrate, I have good connections at the City Bureau. They'll find a way to get Nie Zhangping kicked out of our police team as soon as possible. Duan Kai and Cheng Rui had already made their positions clear, and then Li Hao bluntly stated that if Su Li from the Xiangan Supervision Station dared to step forward as a witness, he must also be fired. As for Wu Qiushui and those unruly villagers, they shouldn't expect to live in peace anymore. Li Jun nodded with satisfaction, then raised his hand to silence the noise. Everyone remember what I said and hold it in your hearts. When the time is right, act decisively. Don't worry if anything happens, I've got your back. Lanshan County used to have only one voice, and it always will. Hopefully, the next time we get together, it'll be for our victory celebration. His lips curled into a tight smile, his tone firm and unwavering. Yi Zi had her people behind her, but did he, Li Jun, not have his own? As long as he remained in charge of Lanshan County, no one would be able to stir up trouble. At Li Jun's signal, everyone raised their cups and downed the spearhead wine in one gulp. After a few rounds, Wang Xiaojie seized the lively mood and suddenly turned his criticism toward Lu Hao. County head Li, this whole mess was actually caused by Lu Hao. He's the real troublemaker. If we don't uproot him soon, there will be even bigger problems ahead. Xiaojie is right. Li Hao pounded his chest as his face flushed bright red. Lu Hao doesn't respect leadership and breaks all the rules of official conduct. It's outrageous. I've already made up my mind. We'll make sure his reputation is ruined and that he's kicked out of the civil service. At Li Jun's dinner table, it wasn't unusual to openly target a subordinate. Disobedience came with a price. Hearing this, Li Jun nodded approvingly. Comrade Haoshan's confidence puts my mind at ease. However, the county organization department and prosecution office have also arrogantly made secret moves behind my back that really disappoints me. Zhang Donglai quickly forced a smile. Ultimately, the county standing committee answers to you. No matter what they try, they can't escape your control. I fully support your decisions. Even if one or two committee members try to curry favor with Secretary Yi, she won't gain the upper hand in the committee. Recently, Zhang had leveraged his connection with Li Jun to secure ties with city leaders. His promotion to executive vice county head was imminent, so naturally he wanted to stay close to power. You see things clearly, county head Zhang. Li Jun raised his glass. Come, one more toast. The guests clinked their cups, and Li Jun felt certain that Yi Zi still had a long way to go if she wanted to change the status quo of Lanshan County. The next morning, Lu Hao and Tang Chunyan drove to the foot of Xiushan village. This visit had two purposes. First, to calm the villagers' anxieties. Second, to gather detailed information and decide the next steps. Xiushan village was poor and remote, scattered with just over 100 households deep in the forested mountains. The high, thickly wooded terrain made road construction extremely difficult. Even if a road were built, only a small population would benefit. Many officials considered it a poor investment. As a result, the project had been postponed for years. The old path into the mountains was a narrow trail manually carved in the last century, only wide enough for pedestrians and motorcycles. It had rained 2 days before, leaving the mud halfway up their boots. Lu Hao parked the car, changed into rain boots with Tang Chunyan, and slowly climbed the winding muddy road on foot. It took a full 40 minutes to reach the village entrance. Meng Lauer, the village party secretary, had been notified and called a few village cadres early to wait. Lu Hao had visited many villages during poverty alleviation surveys, so this wasn't his first time here. But back then, everyone was busy collecting subsidies and no one mentioned road repairs. As Lu Hao took his seat in the village office, more and more villagers crowded inside until the room was packed. After exchanging greetings, complaints burst out. Director Lu, this road has to be fixed, or we'll be trapped in these mountains forever. Exactly. We're poor because there's no road. Last year's grain harvest was huge, but no trucks could get in to collect it. The worst part is the safety. A raspy-voiced uncle spoke up. Every day, kids walk this mountain path to school. Old Lee's grandson slipped on this road during a rainstorm last year and fell off the cliff, died on the spot. Another added, Old Wang from Dashan and Tai Zhu from the west of the village also died falling off their bikes. If this road doesn't get fixed, Xiushan village is bound to die inside these mountains sooner or later. The villagers and the local officials grew increasingly emotional as they talked. Some even had tears welling up in their eyes, which ran down their cheeks. Smoke filled the room. Lu Hao sat on a long bench, lighting one cigarette after another, feeling as if a heavy stone was pressing down on his chest, making it hard to breathe. This was the first time he had witnessed such raw and intense emotion from the common people. Tang Chunyan stood nearby, gripping her notebook tightly with her fingers, clearly somewhat at a loss. Hong Haifeng had warned him beforehand, so Lu Hao didn't dare make any rash promises. Instead, he stubbed out one cigarette only to light another, listening silently as everyone vented their frustrations. Before leaving, he pulled village party branch secretary Meng Lauer into a corner and carefully instructed him word by word, I will see this through to the end, but make sure the villagers don't resort to petitions or protests. Meng Lauer had always trusted Lu Hao earlier. During the poverty subsidy distribution, only a third of the households qualified, but since Lu Hao took over the poverty relief work, he approved everyone who met the criteria. That had earned both of them the villagers' confidence. As soon as Lu Hao finished, Meng Lauer nodded repeatedly and promised to keep everyone's emotions in check while awaiting Lu Hao's good news. As Lu Hao exited the mountain pass out of Shoshan village, he glanced back at the muddy mountain path that was barely passable, his heart heavy. Back at the township government office, the image of that steep, railingless slope kept running through his mind. Even he had almost slipped on it, let alone women carrying children or elderly folks bent with age. Director Lu, there's no rush to fix the road. This has to be a long-term plan. I believe you'll find a way, Tang Chunyan said softly, seeing his furrowed brows. Thank you, Chunyan. Lu Hao took a deep breath, then suddenly recalled, by the way, do you still have that green rural development plan from last time? I made several revisions based on Director Hong's suggestions. Once you transfer to the county organization department and become secretary, yes, assistant, could you find a good opportunity to hand the plan over for him to review? Li Haoyan was unreliable, and Li Zhun was powerless. His last hope rested on the newcomer, Secretary Yi. Tang Chunyan nodded quickly. Don't worry, Director Lu. I'll do my best. I also want Fengshui Township to improve. The next day, there was no rest for Lu Hao. At dawn, he was already heading back to Shoshan village. The sobbing voices from last night had kept him awake all night. Hong Haifeng had complained that Li Haoyan squandered all the township's money on cosmetic renovations. The road in front of the township office had been repaired 3 times in 5 years, while the really critical mountain roads went completely neglected. Lu Hao understood well that if even this life-and-death road couldn't be fixed, poverty alleviation wouldn't even be possible. The villagers' survival itself was at risk. Over the next 2 weeks, Lu Hao was practically glued to Shoshan village, measuring slopes, visiting every household, inspecting landslide sites. Even his planned visit with Feng Jing to look at a wedding house was postponed. Although Feng Jing felt disappointed, she remained supportive, which comforted Lu Hao greatly. At the village committee office, he urged the village officials to draft a petition, then personally revised and expanded it into a nearly 5,000-word petition from all villagers of Shoshan village. Afterward, he went door to door, collecting signatures and thumbprints. With no budget available from the township, he had no choice but to follow official procedures, planning to submit a detailed road repair report and the petition together to the County Transportation Bureau. A few days later, Hong Haifeng returned from a business trip and meeting, only to be intercepted by Lu Hao in his office. Lu Hao placed a thick stack of documents in front of him. Hong Gu, take a look. I've added some more data. Hong Haifeng put on his reading glasses and carefully read through everything. Little brother, are you planning to submit this directly to the County Transport Bureau? Yes, but according to protocol, I have to get Secretary Li's approval first. Lu Hao squinted. He knew the mess in Shoshan village had originally been Li Haotian's to handle, so if he didn't report up the chain, he would be called out at the next team meeting. You've thought it through. Hong Haifeng put away the files, his tone weary but sincere. But honestly, I doubt Secretary Li will even look at it. He'll probably just tell you to send it straight to the County Transport Bureau. Hong sighed with a bitter smile. Why? Didn't Zhao Gang, the former party secretary of Fengshui Township, just get transferred to be the director of the County Transportation Bureau during the recent personnel reshuffle? Lu Hao looked up, confusion clear on his face. This should be great news for Fengshui Township. He knows our difficulties better than anyone. Surely he should help get the road in Shoshan village approved. Sitting across from him, Hong Haifeng merely gave a cold smile and shook his head. Ask him, brother, maybe if there was some new director you didn't know, they might approve it, but Zhao Gang? Forget it. Why not? Lu Hao couldn't understand. He was secretary here for years. The road's never been built, so he shares some responsibility. You'd think he'd feel some loyalty and help out. You really think he cares about old ties? Hong Haifeng leaned forward slightly, lowering his voice. Just look at Deng Song, the propaganda committee member. That kid's been working under Zhao Gang all along. When Zhao got promoted, everyone assumed he'd bring Deng Song up with him at least to a deputy position, if not party deputy secretary. But Zhao didn't even get him a deputy spot. He's still stuck as propaganda committee member. Zhao doesn't do sentiment. More importantly, he knows approving this road won't bring any honors from the higher-ups. Want him to say yes? Only if pigs fly. If you want to see him at the Transportation Bureau, consider yourself lucky. He probably won't even meet you. As Hong Haifeng's assessment sank in, most of the hope Lu Hao had just felt flicker out. Yet he clenched the materials in his hands and silently vowed, no matter what, they'll still go to the Transportation Bureau and try to meet him face to face. Fine, you should still submit the materials. Hong Haifeng suddenly changed the subject. I'm planning a dinner party soon. You'll come with me. Who's coming? Lu Hao asked. The county party organization Minister Luo Weiman, Deputy Minister Guan Shaoqing, Prosecutor Chief Wu Ling, and Public Security Bureau Director Nya. Hong Haifeng listed off the names of the very people who had stepped in to help Lu Hao during a recent crisis. No problem with me attending, but I'm paying for this one, Lu Hao said with a laugh, slapping the table. He knew Hong Haifeng arranged the dinner specifically for Hemas in the system. You can't go it alone. Making connections is essential. Don't look down on me, County Chief Hong. Can't even arrange a dinner? If you insist on paying, I won't come. Hong Haifeng pretended to scowl. Who pays doesn't matter. The important thing is to treat them well. Lu Hao laughed heartily. What he admired most about Hong Haifeng was that he never used public funds for meals. When dining with subordinates, he never made them pay even if they were just drivers. Don't just talk the talk. When the time comes, drink each glass from the heart, Hong Haifeng said seriously. These leaders want to help you whether because they value your ability or have orders from above. It's real aid. We have to remember their kindness, show gratitude, and make sure they know you, Lu Hao, are grateful. That's how your network gets stronger. His tone softened, and sincerity showed in his expression. Hong Haifeng wouldn't speak so openly to just anyone. Lu Hao nodded. Just now, Hong Haifeng casually mentioned that the higher-ups had given instructions, and it immediately made him think of Z. Recently, he had called Z to check in, but the response was cold and brief, with a few polite words before the call was abruptly ended, leaving him unsure whether to press further. Thinking of the group of county officials in front of him, Lu Hao asked naturally, by the way, will they definitely attend? Hong Haifeng closed his pen, glanced at his watch, and replied calmly, whether they come or not isn't the main point. The important thing is that the proper respects are paid. The relationship is maintained. They will all remember that. With that, he lowered his head to flip through his contacts and promptly began dialing one by one. Lu Hao understood clearly, nodded, and took his leave. After exiting the office, he went straight to knock on Li Haotian's door. Just as Hong Haifeng had said, Li Haotian hadn't even bothered to read the report about the road repair in Xiushan village. He waved his hand dismissively, reported to the Transportation Bureau. Yet in his tone, he pretended to praise Lu Hao's efficiency. Village Chief Lu, once you get the road in Xiushan fixed, he'll definitely report to the county and recommend you for a major merit. Leaning back in his chair, Li Haotian smiled faintly, but with an edge of sarcasm. But if the villagers stir up trouble and petition, you'll be the one to take the blame. He was certain the road would never be completed, making Lu Hao the scapegoat. Lu Hao understood the unspoken trap, a cold shadow flickering across his lips, but his tone was resolute. Secretary Li, rest assured. No matter what it takes, I will make sure this road is open to traffic. Li Haotian scoffed, clearly unconcerned. After ending this insincere exchange, Lu Hao gathered his stack of documents and drove straight to the County Transportation Bureau. He never delayed matters at work. Inside the Transportation Bureau office, a colleague looked up to remind him, Director Zhao Gang is on leave. Just leave the materials here. Following procedure, Lu Hao submitted the road repair application report, casually left a box of cigarettes as a goodwill gesture, exchanged polite words with the clerk, and then returned to Fenshui Township. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.